Let me tell you, a sharp, nasty voice pierced his ears, jolting Li Mobai awake. This is my uncle's house? Yes, it was. That face like a domineering landlady, his aunt-in-law Li Mobai would recognize her even if she turned to ashes. Wait, aunt-in-law? Wasn't she long dead? How could she still be alive? Was this some kind of ghost? Li Mobai rubbed his sleepy eyes, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat on his back. Could it be? I've been reborn? Why are my grandparents still alive? Li Mobai's head was spinning. He glanced at the digital watch on his wrist. Huh? The year 2000? The Millennium? Holy crap. I really have been reborn? 19 years old. There are still 6 months until the college entrance exam. My God, how could such a miraculous thing happen to me? Li Mobai had died young after years of paralysis from an accident. He faintly remembered his parents' aged, despairing faces as he lay dying. But now, he was reborn, thrust back into his student days. Looking at his kind grandparents, and then at his parents, Li Mobai felt a long-frozen, hardened heart soften slightly after years of lying bedridden. If he remembered correctly, this was the family discussion about who would care for his grandparents. Last year, his grandmother had suffered a stroke due to high blood pressure, and his grandfather had severe asthma, leaving both elderly in poor health and needing care. His sharp-tongued aunt-in-law clearly didn't want that responsibility. She was trying to force Li Mobai's parents to take them in. This aunt-in-law of his was truly a money-grubbing miser to the core. Thinking of the humiliations she'd put him through, how she'd kicked him when he was down during his family's hardships, mocking and ridiculing them, and constantly shifting blame, made Li Mobai's anger surge uncontrollably. The student Li Mobai had been smart, but not a good student. He was playful, never paid attention in class, loved the internet, and had even skipped school to go to internet cafes. His record was one of constant misbehavior. He hadn't even passed the entrance exam for high school. It was only because his father had pulled strings and spent tens of thousands of yuan that he got into the worst high school in the city. Compared to his cousin, Li Mobai's academic performance was negligible. His hometown, Qin Prefecture, was in the heart of Jiangsu Province, a region known for its intense educational competition. For most students, failing to get into university meant only attending vocational school. The pressure was immense. With Li Mobai's grades, getting into university was highly unlikely. He probably wouldn't even make it into a junior college. There's no way the old folks can stay here. I don't have time to take care of them. You know, Xiang has his college entrance exam this year. He's our family's only hope. I need to serve him, his aunt-in-law declared haughtily. Xiang was her son, an excellent student attending the city's #1 high school, one of the best in Qin Prefecture. Li Mobai. Mobai has his exam this year too. It's stressful, his father, Li Mingwu, said. He clearly disapproved of his sister-in-law's attitude, but he was a man who valued face and didn't want to argue with family. Huh, with your son's grades, you actually expect him to get into university? Get real. Just send him to a vocational school to grow up. I'm telling you, you two should quickly find someone to pull strings and see which factory needs workers. Send him as an apprentice. Learn a trade. It's much better. He can get married early and give you grandchildren sooner. His aunt-in-law sneered, her triangular eyes full of mockery. These words were like knives, stabbing straight into his parents' hearts. According to local tradition, only the most useless, uneducated children would drop out of school early and enter society, working in a factory or migrating to the Pearl River Delta for labor, then marrying young and having children, endlessly repeating the cycle of their parents' lives of hard physical labor. Although Li Mobai's grades were indeed poor, what parent doesn't hope their child will soar like a dragon? For a maternal aunt to publicly mock her nephew was also a direct slap in the face of his parents. A flash of cold fury appeared in Li Mobai's eyes. Though his body was only 19, his soul was mature. Back then, when he heard these words, he had felt humiliated but dismissed it, letting it go in one ear and out the other. But now, seeing how much pain these words caused his parents, he couldn't help clenching his fists tightly. No, absolutely not. He wouldn't let his parents live like this, enduring humiliation and looking up to others. In the first half of life, people judge you by your parents' status. In the second half, they judge your parents by your status. In his previous life, by the time he understood this truth, it was already too late. Chapter 2. Face is earned, not given. Mobai is a good child, filial and sensible. Once he focuses on his studies, he'll definitely get into a good school, his grandfather said, unable to stand his daughter-in-law's viciousness. He spoke up directly. Though plagued by illness, his grandfather had once been a top student at Nanjing University. In his youth, he was a true academic star. Unfortunately, due to family circumstances, he had to drop out and settle in this small town. His former classmates were now prominent figures, while he remained in obscurity. Li Mobai often played at his grandparents' place when he was young, and his grandfather deeply loved this intelligent grandson. In fact, Li Mobai was exceptionally bright. He had been the top student in his entire elementary school. It was only later, when he became addicted to the internet, that he fell into this state of being mocked by his aunt-in-law. Oomph. If you love your grandson so much, then you too can go live with your daughter. I'm done. Go, go, go. Leave today. His aunt-in-law seemed to have seized a foothold and immediately started packing the old couple's belongings. His uncle looked slightly embarrassed, but didn't stop his wife. His mother, Dai Ruyu, was a filial daughter. Seeing her sister-in-law's actions, she was furious. Li Mobai calmed the anger in his heart. He was no longer the brainless teenager obsessed with online games. Pride matters more than bread. When faced with such absurd relatives, if you keep retreating, they will only become more audacious. His mother had a good temperament, but she was too accommodating. Over the years, she had done countless favors for her elder brother and sister-in-law. During holidays, at the mere call of her sister-in-law, she would rush over to help cook. When the uncle's family had guests, the aunt-in-law treated his mother like free, permanent labor, all the while spewing sarcastic remarks. Li Mobai had never understood why. Why did his mother have to be so submissive, doing thankless work? He thought his mother was shackled by feudal thinking and had argued with her many times. But his mother would only smile bitterly. Later, by accident, he overheard his drunk uncle pounding his chest and promising that when his son succeeded, Li Mobai could follow behind and benefit, eventually making something of himself. His aunt-in-law had beamed, saying that although Mobai wasn't ambitious, he was fairly clever and could work as an assistant to her son in the future. Hearing this, Li Mobai was stunned. An unprecedented sense of injustice and shame flooded over him. He realized that it was his own lack of ambition that forced his mother to endure his aunt-in-law's ugly face. For ordinary families, the only way to change one's fate was through diligent study. His internet addiction deeply worried his parents, who feared for his future. Seeing how outstanding his cousin was, of course they wanted to build a good relationship now, in case he could help their son later. Thinking of this, Li Mobai wanted to slap himself hard. What a useless piece of trash. Mom, let's take Grandpa and Grandma home. That way, Grandpa can tutor me in my studies, Li Mobai, who had previously been inconspicuous, said calmly. This broke the deadlock. Dai Ryu had never wanted her parents to be treated this way by her sister-in-law and had wanted to bring them home to care for them. After all, she visited them every few days anyway. It would be better to bring them home. Seeing her son say this, she immediately nodded in agreement. The sharp-tongued aunt-in-law sneered slightly and said, "See, your son said so. Hurry up and take them back. Save yourself the worry of running back and forth, wasting energy." His uncle looked slightly awkward. As a son, failing to support his parents and instead shifting the responsibility to his married sister was indefensible. Although his grandparents loved their children, influenced by traditional values, they had saved up 110,000 yuan over the years, giving 100,000 to their son and only 10,000 to their daughter. They had assumed their son and daughter-in-law would care for them properly, but this was the outcome. Well then, since Mobai has such a heart, parents, you can stay at your daughter's place for a few days. I'll go help you pack, his uncle said, quickly escaping and leaving the heartbroken grandparents and Li Mobai's family of 3. His father, Li Mingwu, didn't look happy. He was clearly upset, but with his wife and son having no objections, he couldn't say anything. I'll go call a taxi. Li Mingwu sighed helplessly and went out to hail one. The two elderly still had some luggage. A motorcycle wouldn't suffice, they needed a taxi. In the year 2000, cars were a rarity. Taxi fares weren't cheap. Fortunately, the town was small. His father had a wide network, and the taxi driver was his friend. After packing, Li Mingwu rode his motorcycle, while Li Mobai and his mother accompanied his grandparents in the taxi back home. Mom, don't worry. I'll study hard. I'll get into a good university and make you and Dad proud, Li Mobai said, seeing his mother's anxious expression, immediately making a promise. Dai Ruyu stroked her son's head, revealing a relieved smile. Beside them, his grandparents also encouraged Li Mobai to stop playing around, to settle down, and that after getting into a good university, he could play as much as he wanted. The taxi stopped in front of their 2-story house. Looking at the familiar building, Li Mobai felt his eyes grow hot with tears. In his previous life, he hadn't gotten into university. His father, not wanting him to work outside, had pulled strings to get him a job at the local finance bureau. But then, before the bureaucratic atmosphere could wear him down, Li Mobai had heroically tried to save someone on his way home from work and was hit by a runaway car, becoming paralyzed. A vibrant young man, reduced to a bedridden state. From then on, Li Mobai could only lie in bed, reading books and watching TV to pass the time. The upside was that he became well-read. While not knowing everything under the sun, he gained broad, diverse knowledge. His memory was also stronger than average. The downside was that his paralyzed body rendered him unable to contribute. As his parents aged, reaching the age when they should have been enjoying their grandchildren, they still had to care for their useless son. Thinking of this, Li Mobai wanted to wipe away his tears. Now, since heaven had given him a second chance, in this life, he would live brilliantly. He would make his grandparents proud, make his parents proud, and make himself proud. Face is earned by oneself, not bestowed by others. Chapter 3. The humiliation is of no consequence. The responsibility of caring for the elderly fell upon Li Mobai's parents, who took over the task from his uncle. Looking after two ailing seniors posed considerable strain on an ordinary working-class family. The expense of hiring a caregiver alone was daunting, not to mention that both elderly individuals required medication. The monthly costs for prescriptions were substantial, given that his aunt was a shrewd individual. She had no desire to assume such a financial burden. After exhausting the savings of his grandparents, they had become a liability in her eyes. Even the thought of spending a single cent on them caused her distress. The combined medical expenses for his grandparents amounted to several hundred each month, a cost she was unwilling to bear, leaving it all to Dai Ruyu. Aren't you filial? Very well then, be filial, she seemed to imply. Li Mobai's family had once enjoyed modest savings. However, after his unsatisfactory results in the middle school entrance examination, his parents spent over 30,000 to seek connections, ultimately securing him a place in the city's least esteemed high school. 30,000, a considerable sum even 15 years later, was particularly significant in an era where a monthly salary of 2,000 was considered high income. His grandparents, having lived frugally their entire lives, had saved only 110,000. Sitting at his desk, Li Mobai found himself unable to concentrate on his studies. During dinner, although 5 people were present, the atmosphere was decidedly awkward. Poverty brings sorrow to even the most loving couples, one might say. From his father's perspective, he could display filial piety towards his grandparents, visiting them regularly and assisting with their needs. He had no objections to that. However, bringing them home to care for them was a heavy burden. If his son were to fail in the future, his parents would undoubtedly have to spend money to secure connections. If all their resources were allocated to caring for the elderly, what would become of their family? It was evident that his mother understood this dilemma. Yet, they were her own parents, and there was little choice in the matter. The fundamental issue confronting the family was encapsulated in 2 words: lack of funds. If they had money, none of these troubles would arise. His father, a man of integrity, was not unfilial. He simply faced limitations in his capabilities. If only I could earn some money, Li Mobai thought as he gazed at the calendar on his desk, lost in contemplation. Academically, Li Mobai felt no anxiety. In his previous life, he had not applied himself during his school years. However, after becoming paralyzed, he developed an insatiable thirst for knowledge, tirelessly reading and solving problems. It was only when immersed in various subjects that he could temporarily forget his condition. His naturally sharp mind had been inundated with a vast array of information through this rigorous self-study. His proficiency in English was unquestionable, and his skills in mathematics and the sciences were top-notch. After all, he had not ceased his studies even for a moment during his time in bed. He attempted a practice exam, which was scored out of 450 points. Aside from a minor deduction for his Chinese essay, he lost no more than 15 points overall, with his scores in mathematics and the sciences approaching perfection. This instilled Li Mobai with great confidence regarding the upcoming college entrance examination. His current mission was to generate income, at the very least alleviating the financial strain on his family. If possible, he hoped to buy his father a car. For Li Mingwu possessed a driver's license and was an automobile enthusiast. Middle-aged men are often driven by a heightened sense of vanity, dreaming of owning their own car. Alas, in an era where even mobile phones are considered luxuries, for Li Mingwu, a small car is merely a fleeting fantasy. "Son, have some fruit," his mother said, entering with a plate of freshly cut apples. "Thank you, Mom," Li Mobai replied, setting down his pen and savoring a sweet piece of apple, warmth blossoming in his heart. "You should rest early if you're tired. You have classes tomorrow," Dai Ruyu remarked, glancing at her son with a hint of concern. Recently, Li Mobai seemed transformed, locking himself away in his study to study diligently, which brought comfort to his parents, who felt he was growing up and becoming more responsible. Li Mingwu believed that his son's self-esteem had taken a significant blow at his aunt's home. After all, a 7-foot man could hardly bear such humiliation. This is a matter of knowing shame and striving for greatness. It's a good thing. Didn't Han Xian endure humiliation too? As long as he studies hard and strives for a good university, everything will turn out well. Clearly, our educational approach in the past was flawed. It was too lenient. If we had been stricter and less concerned about his self-esteem, perhaps his academic performance would have improved sooner. Yes, Mom. I've reviewed thoroughly and feel confident about achieving good results this time, Li Mobai declared with determination. Tomorrow was the mock exam, and he thought to himself, I must perform well to ease my parents' worries. Otherwise, the atmosphere at home is quite oppressive. His grandparents were rather sensitive to their situation, as living in their daughter's home while having a son must weigh heavily on their hearts. All right, as long as you show progress, your father and I will reward you, Dai Ryu said with a sense of relief. Chapter 4. My indifference to internet CAFS. The next morning, Li Mobai rose early to wash up. Looking at his youthful and vigorous reflection in the mirror, he silently encouraged himself. Keep striving, young man, your future is bright. After enjoying his mother's heartfelt breakfast, he slung his backpack over his shoulders and rode his bicycle to school. His hometown, a remnant of the millennial era, appeared quite dilapidated. Who could have imagined that within a decade, it would be transformed into a landscape of towering skyscrapers and vibrant lights? Qingzhou 3rd Senior High School, the least reputable high school in the city, housed Li Mobai's class, the notoriously underperforming Class 6, where most students had slipped in through backdoor means. Their academic performance was dismal, rendering them incapable of absorbing the high school curriculum. Consequently, teachers were disinclined to invest significant time or effort into their education. Classes were brief and perfunctory, and students reveled in their freedom. The atmosphere in the class was quite poor. Li Mobai had previously succumbed to the allure of distractions, skipping classes to indulge in internet escapades with a group of miscreants. Reflecting upon it now, he realized how immature he had been. During the morning reading session, where no teacher was present, the class resembled a chaotic marketplace, in stark contrast to the fervent study sessions in other classes. Determined to turn over a new leaf, Li Mobai resolved to abandon his past mischief. He picked up his books earnestly and began to review his lessons, vowing to make a remarkable impression this time. He has devised a plan to utterly humiliate his sharp-tongued and snobbish aunt. His intention is to not only excel academically, surpassing her son, but also to accumulate considerable wealth that would leave her envious to the point of madness. Ideally, he wishes to provoke her to a state of mental distress. White face. Let us sneak out this afternoon to surf the internet. We can play Stone Age. It's on me, his close friend Hu Bing said with a mischievous grin directed at Li Mobai. Due to his handsome features and fair complexion, Li Mobai earned the nickname White Face. His friend was inviting him to a shady internet CAF. Is this something we can indulge in now? A reformed rogue, returning to a place of temptation? Has he lost his mind? Moreover, for Li Mobai, reborn, the allure of the internet holds little charm. The internet CAFs of this era, with their outdated machines and maddeningly slow speeds, coupled with the dreadful environment and the stench of unwashed feet, made him feel nauseated at the mere thought. He could not fathom why he had once been so entranced, unable to extricate himself from such a pitfall. I want to go. I have exams to prepare for. I need to study, Li Mobai replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Hu Bing reacted dramatically. Oh my heavens. Brother, if you're not pretending to be someone else, we're still good friends. This side of you is quite unsettling. Were you ever the type to study? Hu Bing laughed heartily. They had been inseparable since childhood, and such banter was entirely normal between them. I bet you I'll make it into the top 10 of our grade this time, Li Mobai declared with unwavering confidence. Hu Bing scoffed. Stop boasting. If you make it into the top 100, I'll call you Dad. You said it. Remember your words today? Li Mobai's eyes glinted with determination, as if he could already envision Hu Bing's sorrowful face when he would have to address him as such. Observing his friend's unshakable confidence, a flicker of unease crossed Hu Bing's mind. Something felt amiss. Li Mobai had never engaged in ventures without assurance. This time, his confidence seemed excessive. Are you planning to cheat? Hu Bing asked, his tone laced with suspicion. Get lost. Do I look like I need to cheat? I never engage in such self-deceptive acts, Li Mobai retorted with a cold laugh. In Class 6, despite the seriousness of the examination, more than half the students were sprawled asleep. The atmosphere was simply unbelievable. Li Mobai wrote with remarkable ease. He was confident in his answers. After completing the exam, he reviewed his work, feeling assured. His mind then wandered to thoughts of earning money. Currently, his entire fortune amounted to around 100 yuan. A combination of pocket money and accumulated New Year's gifts. Most of it had already been squandered at the internet CAF. What could he do to make money quickly? His predicament was that he had too little capital, essentially none at all. As a student, the challenge of starting from scratch was formidable. Could he really make fast money? It was possible, as the methods were outlined in the law. However, he had no desire to face failure before achieving success. He needed a legitimate way to earn quick money, small investment with high returns, and the key was a short turnaround time. As a seasoned bookworm, having been bedridden for years, Li Mobai had absorbed a multitude of news reports, and now he saw opportunities everywhere. In the current era in which he finds himself, it is no exaggeration to say that there is a complete lack of order. The nation has just begun to open up, and foreign investment has yet to flood in on a large scale. Domestically, society is still in a phase of exploration. The singular impression that Li Mobai has of this time is one of poverty, or perhaps a sense of austere living. There are no supplementary sources of income. Ordinary people subsist solely on their meager salaries. Apart from the coastal province of Guangdong, which has started to flourish, cities like Qingzhou primarily thrive on the meager offerings of state-owned enterprises. Li Mobai's parents are employees at local state-run factories, one in a shoe factory and the other in a food processing plant. Their dual income status is something that many in their community regard with envy. Without such a modest foundation, they could not afford to leverage connections to send Li Mobai to high school. After all, during this era, many individuals are confined to rural areas, with countless people still toiling in the fields, their lives a repetitive cycle of labor from dawn till dusk. This is precisely why his parents harbor hopes for Li Mobai to attend university. Those of their generation could hardly imagine the prosperity of a decade hence. Their horizons are confined to their small town. Attending university and securing a good job, preferably within a state enterprise, would be considered a tremendous accomplishment, a source of familial pride. It is an age when educational credentials still hold significant value. When a family produces a university graduate, it is almost a cause for grand celebration. His cousin, who excelled academically, has become the archetype of the other's child in the eyes of the community. Everyone believes that his admission to university will surely lead to a promising career, perhaps even a high-ranking official position, and they anticipate basking in his future glory. Thus, it is imperative to cultivate connections in advance. Reflecting on his cousin's subsequent actions, Li Mobai cannot help but scoff. Those who are often righteous tend to be of the basest ilk, while the disloyal often hail from scholarly backgrounds. This aptly describes his cousin. Of course, he may possess a fundamentally good nature, but with parents like that, it is difficult to avoid straying from the right path. Chapter 5. The Lottery and the Treasures in the Family Courtyard. Li Mobai scratched his head in frustration. He is in desperate need of startup capital. Where could he possibly acquire funds? Certainly not from home, as his parents can barely scrape together pocket money. The only way to achieve sudden wealth, aside from stumbling upon a sack of cash, would be to win the lottery. Yes, the lottery. Li Mobai felt a surge of energy as this thought struck him. He began to recall with effort. Although he had not excelled academically during his student years, he has a remarkable memory. Moreover, his father is an avid lottery player, often spending a couple of yuan to test his luck. His biggest win, it seems, was 50 yuan. Overall, however, he has suffered considerable losses and faced frequent reprimands from his mother. 6 years ago, the National Sports Lottery Management Center was officially established to oversee the uniform management, numbering, printing, and distribution of lottery tickets across the nation, officially named the Shenzhou Sports Lottery, providing financial support for the country's sports initiatives. In its inaugural year, it sold a staggering 1 billion lottery tickets. These details, however, are not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that his father once came tantalizingly close to winning a substantial sum. He had intended to purchase a 7-digit lottery ticket, which ultimately turned out to be the winning combination for the second prize, amounting to 20,000 yuan. Alas, when he went to buy it, the lottery shop owner mistakenly entered the wrong numbers, differing by just 1 digit. Due to his familiarity with his employer, my father did not take the matter too seriously. He likely never imagined he could win the grand prize. However, when the results were announced, he was left disappointed, narrowly missing out on 20,000 yuan. That night, he wept sorrowfully. His boss, feeling quite embarrassed, came over laden with gifts to apologize. After all, they had been close friends for many years, and my father was a man who valued his pride. Eventually, the incident faded into the background. He simply remarked that fortune was not on his side. This event became a source of conversation for our family for many years. Li Mobai vividly remembered that string of numbers. It was a Tuesday. Indeed, the very Tuesday when his grandparents first came to stay with us. Counting the days, tomorrow would be the day. Li Mobai's breath quickened at the thought. 20,000 yuan, an amount that surpasses the earnings of an ordinary person over 2 years. This was money he needed to earn. There was nothing more lucrative than this. And it was entirely legal, supported by the state. Li Mobai resolved not to access the internet any longer. This decision left his friends astounded. The very person who had once joined them in skipping classes and spending nights out had undergone such a radical transformation. It was almost unbelievable. Li Mobai confided in Hu Bing, expressing his newfound enlightenment. He assured Hu Bing that he would truly refrain from such activities in the future and urged him to do the same, as it was a waste of time. Hu Bing retorted, "Forget you. Today is double experience points. I'm off." Not being able to convince Li Mobai, Hu Bing climbed over the wall and went online. Li Mobai could only shake his head with a wry smile. Let him be. In their past life, Hu Bing had been a loyal friend, and in this life, Li Mobai would not neglect him. Time reveals a horse's strength, and the passage of time reveals a person's true character. Having been reborn, Li Mobai recognized who his true friends were and who were mere pretenders. During the lunch break, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. As his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to make money, he recalled those from his childhood who had struck it rich overnight. Then it struck him, his eccentric neighbor from the rural hometown, who, seizing the opportunity of the absence of his family, had the audacity to dismantle his own yard, attempting to claim land that belonged to my family. This incident occurred a year later when his parents were preoccupied with caring for the paralyzed Li Mobai, leaving no one to stop the peculiar neighbor. This neighbor uprooted the ginkgo tree that had been planted by my grandfather, selling it for profit. It was said that deep within the roots, a jar was unearthed, containing treasures that the neighbor claimed as his own. Why was it said? Because there was no one home when this transpired. By the time my father returned to learn of the situation, it was too late. The authorities were notified, and while the neighbor admitted to selling the tree and agreed to compensate, he vehemently denied the discovery of any items. Lacking evidence, my father had no recourse but to accept the neighbor's apology and monetary compensation. Strangely enough, 5 or 6 years later, the neighbor's family purchased a house for their child in Zhonghai City, an expansive 4-bedroom dwelling of 150 square meters. What a sum that must have required. Their family had been engaged in agriculture for generations. Where could such wealth have come from? There was certainly something amiss. My father had contemplated pursuing this matter further. But with the passage of time and the responsibility of caring for his incapacitated son, there was no way to investigate. Thus, the matter was left unresolved. This matter requires clarity. Take some time to return to your hometown. I am curious to see if there is anything beneath this tree. The afternoon break is nearing its end. Li Mobai prepares to wash his face in the restroom to regain his composure. Chapter 6. Bullying by a thug in this era. The facilities at Sanzhong remain quite inadequate. The restrooms are utterly foul. Li Mobai is reluctant to go. Those who frequent the restrooms are often delinquent students, hiding away to smoke, easily eluding the teachers. After all, teachers are human too. They cannot be expected to endure the stench of the restrooms merely to catch a few wayward students. As Li Mobai steps into the restroom, ready to wash his face, a burly student enters behind him. Among his peers, Li Mobai is considered tall, yet this individual matches his height and is considerably more robust. The student's thighs are as thick as Li Mobai's 2 legs combined. Li Mobai? The other student recognizes him first. Tan Zhuangfei? Li Mobai frowns slightly, evidently harboring a poor impression of this individual. Hey, you should call me Brother Fei. Tan Zhuangfei suddenly erupts, shoving Li Mobai back. Caught off guard, Li Mobai stumbles, nearly falling. His youthful frame is no match for such a sudden assault from Tan Zhuangfei. Li Mobai glares at him, but quickly regains his composure. What are you staring at? Not willing to back down, are you? Do you believe I won't beat you up? Tan Zhuangfei brandishes his large fist. This fellow is an athlete, and his family is relatively affluent. He has grown accustomed to bullying others at school, having tormented numerous students. Although he should be in class 6, his father believed he should not associate with a group of delinquents, thus leveraging connections to place him in class 5. It is quite ironic, really. He is indeed the biggest thug in the school. Li Mobai exhales deeply, deciding not to engage further and attempts to leave. However, Tan Zhuangfei blocks his path. Thinking of leaving? Not so fast. I happen to be short on cash lately, so lend me some money. If you do. We can forget about today's incident. It seems this fellow is on the verge of outright robbery. Li Mobai, a man of stature, naturally possesses a sense of honor. Yet a thought strikes him. How much do you need? Li Mobai feigns weakness. Cut the nonsense. Whatever you have, lend it to me. Understand? Tan Zhuangfei stomps heavily on Li Mobai's foot. Reluctantly, Li Mobai rummages through his pockets, deliberately exposing a 100 yuan note. Tan Zhuangfei, ever perceptive, quickly approaches and rummages through Li Mobai's pockets, discovering over 100 yuan. His face lights up with delight, as he initially expected only 10 or 8 yuan. Your family seems quite well off. Tan Zhuangfei exclaims, brimming with excitement. Li Mobai, feeling wronged, explains that this money is his New Year's gift, intended for internet usage. Although Tan Zhuangfei is not well acquainted with Li Mobai, he perceives his timid demeanor and apparent lack of intellect, emboldening him further. This amount isn't sufficient. Fork over another 200, and I'll let you go. Tan Zhuangfei greedily demands. I need to gather it. Can you give me a few days? Li Mobai pleads submissively. Fine, I expect it by this Friday. Otherwise, this weekend, I shall ensure you spend your time in the hospital, Tan Zhuangfei threatened. Li Mobai nodded. Preparing to leave. Come back, Tan Zhuangfei suddenly called out to Li Mobai. Is there anything else? Li Mobai inquired. You must not mention this to anyone. If you dare speak to teachers or parents about it, I shall not hesitate to deal with you severely. I have plenty of brothers outside. Understand? Gao Fei menaced. I comprehend. I want to say a word, Li Mobai hastily assured him. You're somewhat perceptive. Go on, be gone, Tan Zhuangfei remarked. Gazing at the 100 yuan bill in his hand, his excitement palpable. This money came far too easily. Who would have imagined that right under his nose lay such a foolish benefactor? Had he known this coward had so much money, he could have extorted a considerable sum. Alas, what a pity. However, it matters not. As long as Li Mobai brings 200 on Friday, he would continue his shakedown, 300, 500, until he had thoroughly drained Li Mobai dry. Such characters exist in every school. They are the backbone of juvenile detention centers. Should parents fail to educate them properly, the likelihood of them appearing on legal programs in the future remains high. In 3 years, Tan Zhuangfei would be apprehended for armed robbery, sentenced to 10 years. Ironically, in his group crime, he would only receive 18 yuan. For the sake of 18 yuan, he squandered a decade of his youth. His parents, preoccupied with their pursuit of wealth, would find their hair turn white overnight. Chapter 7. The Arrogant Bully, Extorted by the School's Scum. Li Mobai found it both infuriating and amusing. Yet, all was proceeding according to plan. Li Mobai had prepared a grand surprise for Tan Zhuangfei. After a day of examinations and attending evening classes, he returned home to find his mother had prepared a late-night snack. His grandparents were already resting. His father inquired with concern about how he had fared on the tests. Li Mobai replied that it had gone well, and he anticipated improvement. Li Mingwu sighed with relief. Although he felt his son was merely comforting him, he chose to believe in his son's potential. Dad, may I borrow your voice recorder pen? Li Mobai requested. Li Mingwu responded, the voice recorder? What do you need it for? He was immediately cautious. This pen had been a reward from the factory leadership for his diligent work last year, a precious item he was reluctant to use himself. It cost nearly 200 yuan. Well, the teacher is about to go over the exam papers. I'd like to record the key points to review later. Li Mobai explained. That is a good idea. Study should be approached with such diligence. Hurry and give it to him, urged Dai Ryu. Li Mingwu looked at his son, whose serious demeanor raised some doubts in his heart. No one knows their child better than the parent. He was aware of his son's nature. He wanted to believe that his son had truly settled down and was eager to study. However, the speed of this transformation seemed rather swift. Recording the teacher's lecture to listen back later? He found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, while the recorder was precious, it served no function beyond recording. Thus, he decided to lend it to him for a couple of days. Be careful with it. Lost and broken, I cannot spare you. Li Mingwu handed over the cherished voice recorder to his son. Rest assured, I will return it to you once I have finished using it, Li Mobai exclaimed, cherishing it as a treasure. Ideally, a pinhole camera would be even better, but given our circumstances, we shall make do with this voice recorder for now. It will suffice. I expect to see improvement in your exam results. Otherwise, I shall have to deal with you. Li Mingwu was well aware of his son's cunning nature and reiterated his warning. Do not worry, your son is quite clever. I understand the material. But I simply lacked diligence in the past, Li Mobai replied confidently. I shall be waiting, Both Li Mingwu and his wife echoed in unison. The teacher in charge of grading the 6th grade examination papers was rather indifferent, as only a handful of students took the exam seriously, and merely passing was considered commendable. However, upon glancing through the papers, the teacher was astonished when he came across Li Mobai's submission. The handwriting flowed like water, a stark contrast to previous efforts. After all, in his past life, Li Mobai had been bedridden, often scribbling aimlessly for amusement to pass the time. Even the most inept individual, given a few years of practice in calligraphy, would be transformed, if not into a master, at least into someone with remarkable skill. Li Mobai has performed exceptionally well. His mathematics score is nearly perfect. The mathematics teacher marveled. His physics and chemistry results are commendable as well, with only a couple of points deducted. Other teachers began to notice the anomaly. Could it be that he had access to the exam questions in advance? Did he cheat? They speculated. That seems unlikely. We created the exam ourselves, and it was printed only shortly before the test. There is no possibility of a leak. It truly was perplexing, even with improvement. Such a dramatic leap in performance seemed implausible. The teachers engaged in animated discussion, while Li Mobai busied himself adjusting the voice recorder, intent on executing a grand plan. Lacking sufficient startup capital, he was determined to employ every feasible means to earn money. Tian Zhuangfei, recklessly seeking trouble, was heading straight into danger, and Li Mobai was prepared to oblige. He was counting on his memory. As long as the winning numbers remained unchanged, he could reap substantial rewards. Having pilfered 100 yuan from Li Mobai, Tian Zhuangfei was dining with a few like-minded companions at a modest eatery. They were part of the lower echelon of local delinquents, far removed from the high-end venues frequented by more notorious figures, and could only be found making noise in small restaurants. Tian Zhuangfei came from a wealthy family, enjoying ample pocket money as his father held a respectable position in the small town, which allowed him to gather a few followers. Although referred to as little brothers, they were merely leeches, living off his generosity, dropouts or vocational school students, representing a quintessentially unstable social element. Fei Gu, what prompted you to treat us today? Asked a scruffy little thug, cigarette in mouth, raising a toast to Tian Zhuangfei. What else could it be? Obviously, Fei Gu has come into some money. One of his followers joked. Tian Zhuangfei took a swig of beer and wiped his mouth, proclaiming, "You guessed it. Today I encountered a coward. And this money came far too easily. Is it for real? Is it from the 3rd middle school?" The group of thugs inquired excitedly, as if they had just discovered a long-term source of free meals. "It's from our school. I know him, though we never really interacted before." Unexpectedly, this little rascal possesses quite a fortune, with hundreds of yuan tucked away. It seems I must abandon my superficial judgments henceforth, regardless of his wealth. I shall make my move. Had it not been for fortuitously cornering him in the restroom, he would have slipped through my fingers. I can't help but regret not seizing him sooner during my high school years, lamented Tian Zhuangfei, consumed by remorse for not discovering this plump target earlier. Nevertheless, it matters not. From now until graduation, he shall not escape my grasp. It appears that our future indulgences in smoke and drink will hinge upon this unsuspecting lamb. His subordinates chimed in with enthusiasm. Tian Zhuangfei nodded with pride, confident that everything was under his control. Fei Gu, be cautious. Don't let this escalate. If he informs his parents or teachers, we could be in a predicament, cautioned a timid cohort. Tian Zhuangfei dismissed the concern with a haughty lift of his chin. Look at him. He lacks the courage to do anything. Humph. Even if he tells his parents, what of it? A few hundred yuan is hardly significant. The police wouldn't bother with such a trivial matter. It's evident this isn't his first encounter with such underhanded dealings. Tian Zhuangfei has faced police inquiries before due to extorting students. However, he knows better than to provoke those with real power and connections, targeting instead those without any backing. Moreover, the sums involved are paltry, at most 100 yuan. The authorities wouldn't pursue a case for such a meager amount, especially given his father's influence. Thus, he would merely return the money without facing any consequences from the school. Even after over a decade, incidents of school bullying frequently make headlines. The current climate remains unchanged, with parents, schools, teachers, and society at large solely focused on students' academic performance, relegating everything else to secondary importance. Furthermore, being a minor, Tian Zhuangfei is shielded by the laws protecting underage individuals, which unfortunately also shelters individuals of his ilk. Chapter 8. Soaring Academic Achievements Awakening to the Dawn. Li Mobai felt invigorated. Youth is indeed a splendid thing, brimming with boundless energy. During his bedridden days, he yearned deeply for the freedom to run. At breakfast, his grandparents encouraged him to excel in his studies, to which he wholeheartedly agreed. His grandfather, a former university student and a paragon of excellence, offered assistance with any questions Li Mobai might have. Li Mobai acknowledged this, promising to seek guidance when needed. After finishing breakfast, he approached his mother for 5 yuan pocket money, as his funds had been pilfered by Tian Zhuangfei, leaving him without even a penny for the lottery. In the classroom, the mathematics teacher surveyed the students and fixed his gaze upon Li Mobai. Li Mobai, come and solve this problem. If memory serves, this marked the first time in 3 years of high school that Li Mobai was called upon to demonstrate his skills. Clearly, his remarkable performance had captured the teacher's attention. Li Mobai, not wishing to conceal his abilities, aimed to instill confidence in his parents. With a few deft strokes, he solved the problem, leaving the mathematics teacher momentarily astonished. As the difficulty level was considerable, perhaps even students from the top class would struggle to tackle it with such ease. Very good, indeed. You may return to your seat. The teacher commended, visibly pleased. Impressive, my friend. Are you truly committed to your studies now? Hu Bing murmured, astonished by the transformation. Li Mobai, I have always been capable. I simply lacked the motivation to write before. Join me for a stroll at noon. I wish to purchase a few items. Hu Bing, no problem. The physics teacher also tested Li Mobai, who handled it with composure. When the chemistry teacher posed questions, Li Mobai answered with impeccable accuracy. It is a consensus among all the teachers that this lad's grades have truly improved. At noon, Li Mobai ambled out with a few close friends. The small town boasts only 2 lottery ticket shops, and Li Mobai chose not to visit his father's friend's establishment, as the latter knows him personally. If he were to win, the friend would undoubtedly inform his father immediately, and the entire family would find out. He purchased his lottery tickets at the other shop, handling them with utmost care, eagerly anticipating the results of the draw that evening. The lottery occurs every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and on weekends. If all goes well tonight, he can claim his prize tomorrow. He hopes there will be no mishaps. In the afternoon, the homeroom teacher summoned Li Mobai for a discussion. Curious about the reason behind his significant improvement, Li Mobai calmly stated that he is now acquainted with all the knowledge points. He had merely been preoccupied with online gaming in the past, diverting his attention away from his studies. Now that he has grown weary of gaming, he has decided to dedicate more time to his academics, as gaining admission to a prestigious university is his goal. If the homeroom teacher were also a reincarnated individual, he would surely be astonished by this boastfulness. However, regrettably, he is not. The teacher was impressed by Li Mobai's intelligence. As an experienced educator, he can easily discern whether a student possesses brilliance. Li Mobai is indeed one of those intelligent yet wayward students. Should such a student falter, it becomes nearly impossible to redirect them. However, once they become motivated, they are bound to soar to great heights. Do your best. There is still some time before the college entrance examination. As long as you put in the effort, nothing is impossible, the homeroom teacher encouraged warmly. Thank you, teacher. By the way, could you kindly call my father and update him on my situation? I wish for him not to worry about me, Li Mobai requested. Certainly. Leave it to me. Focus on your studies. Off you go, the teacher replied with a smile. Upon returning home, Li Mobai declined Hu Bing's suggestion to spend the night at an internet CAF, as he intended to await the results of the lottery. However, upon arriving home, he was greeted by an extravagant spread on the dining table. Good son, come and sit. Your grandparents have been waiting for you, Li Mingwu beamed. Li Mobai, what is going on? Your homeroom teacher called. He said you have made tremendous progress and praised your intelligence, saying that with effort, you have a chance to attend a prestigious university. Look how pleased your father is, his mother chimed in joyfully. Li Mobai felt a wave of embarrassment. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? One phone call from the teacher, and my parents have turned it into a grand feast? His grandparents were also beaming with delight. His grandfather remarked that he had always believed Li Mobai to be clever and quick-witted, unlike Dai Jiqiang, whose good grades stemmed from rote memorization. Throughout his life, Dai Jiqiang has had no social interactions or entertainment, confined to the realms of his desk, bed, and bathroom, 3 points in a straight line. He has his meals at the desk. Such a method of education yields results that are difficult to apply in real life. Li Mobai, however, was indifferent to such comparisons. His primary concern was whether his father had purchased a lottery ticket. Li Mingwu, after finishing work, I intended to buy a lottery ticket, but I received a call from your homeroom teacher. In my excitement, I completely forgot to make the purchase and headed straight to the market to buy groceries. It's of no consequence. The lottery is a trivial matter while my son's academic achievements are of paramount importance. Li Mobai, you didn't buy a ticket? Oh dear. Is this the butterfly effect at play? Distracted, I finished my meal and requested to watch television, specifically the news, as it is a requirement from the teacher to stay informed about current events. Li Mingwu readily acquiesced. The television at home is still black and white. My father has long desired to replace it with a color set, but refrained, fearing it would distract my studies. He plans to address this after the college entrance examination. Chapter 9. The Lottery Win. The father's lament after the news broadcast concluded, the winning numbers were announced. Having helped my wife tidy the kitchen, Li Mingwu settled down with a cup of tea. Let us see what today's numbers are, he hummed cheerfully, fixating on the screen. 0509. Oh, the first two digits are just as I intended to buy. Li Mingwu chuckled heartily. Li Mobai felt his pulse quicken, his face flushed. 1113. Li Mingwu froze, his lips quivering. 3206. With the announcement of the first six digits, Li Mingwu's glass cup shattered upon hitting the floor. Li Mobai jumped in surprise, yet he was too absorbed to care. It must be 7, it must be, he chanted internally. Li Mingwu voiced his concern. It can't be 7. If it is, I shall weep. 07. The announcement is complete. Li Mobai was ecstatic while his father was in turmoil. Why did you smash the cup? His mother stormed in, annoyed. I've lost 20,000. Li Mingwu exclaimed in despair. 20,000. Li Mobai felt the ticket in his pocket, ignoring his father's frantic state, and retreated to his room. It's all right, 20,000 is secure. I can now proceed with my next plan. That night, even on the second floor, Li Mobai could vaguely hear the lamentations from his parents' bedroom. In stark contrast to his son's buoyancy, Li Mingwu appeared haggard and his eyes were red, clearly having endured a sleepless night. Son, do you realize that I missed out on 20,000? Li Mingwu lamented. Li Mobai, it was the first time witnessing his father's heartache, and he felt a sense of helplessness. It's all right. Son will earn 2 million in the future to spend on you, Li Mobai promised. Upon hearing this, Li Mingwu felt a slight alleviation. As long as his son excelled, the lost 20,000 would be inconsequential. In the future, his son would easily earn back 10 times that amount. Throughout the morning, Li Mobai's thoughts were far from the classroom. He was already contemplating the prize collection. Although not yet 18, the school had organized a bank card with the local savings bank for convenience in paying fees and receiving refunds to avoid counterfeit currency. He had brought this card along, intending to deposit the winnings. The lottery outlet was already bustling with excitement, displaying banners celebrating the successful second prize win, an optimal way to attract more hopeful players eager to try their luck. A prize of 20,000 yuan can only be exchanged at the county lottery center. During lunch, Li Mobai halted Hu Bing, who was busy going online, and urged him to accompany him to the lottery center. Did you win? Hu Bing asked nonchalantly. How much? This amount, Li Mobai replied, holding up 2 fingers. 200? You could just exchange it at the lottery station, Hu Bing remarked casually. 20,000, Li Mobai retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. Are you serious? Is that a joke? You're the winner? Hu Bing exclaimed in disbelief. Keep your voice down, be discreet. Let us go. I'll wear a hat, Li Mobai said, excitedly leading Hu Bing to claim the prize. As they walked, Hu Bing trembled with anticipation. 20,000. That's a fortune. Upon entering the lottery center, both felt a chill. The place seemed rather eerie. This was a common flaw in contemporary corporate buildings, neglecting natural light for the sake of grandeur. The lottery center was a 3-story structure, resembling an outdated and dilapidated building that, in memory, would soon be demolished and rebuilt. After all, when has the sports lottery center ever lacked funds? Li Mobai approached the prize redemption department to claim his winnings. The staff verified the authenticity of the ticket and informed him that 2,000 yuan would be deducted for personal income tax, a far more reasonable rate than what it would be 4 or 5 years later, only 10%. At this time, online banking was just emerging, and winnings were paid in cash. A thick stack of crisp 100 yuan bills felt incredibly satisfying in his hands. Li Mobai and Hu Bing hurried to the bank, where he handed Hu Bing 200 yuan and deposited the remainder into his account. Why not buy a computer? Hu Bing suggested, his eyes glistening with desire. In the turn of the millennium, computers were a rare commodity. A decent one cost upwards of 7 or 8,000 yuan. Though to Li Mobai, such bulky machines seemed antiquated, For a young internet addict like Hu Bing, owning a computer meant the world, accessing the internet whenever he pleased. Absolutely, but not now. We must use this money to earn even more. By the time we're done, I'll buy you not just a computer, but an internet CAF. Li Mobai declared with ambition, and Hu Bing nodded vigorously, envisioning the bliss of owning an internet CAF. Chapter 10. Sensitivity to the term paralysis with the money in hand. It was time to deal with Tian Zhuangfei. Human nature is inherently greedy, especially in the case of someone as audacious as Tian Zhuangfei. Li Mobai was confident he would take the bait. 100 yuan was the hard-earned money that an ordinary worker would toil for 2 days to earn. Yet Tian Zhuangfei squandered it daily on frivolous pursuits with his friends. When his pockets ran dry, he naturally set his sights on Li Mobai, viewing the wealthy coward as nothing more than his personal ATM. Though they had originally arranged to meet on Friday, Tian Zhuangfei could not withstand the agony of being broke for even a day. He promptly decided to ask Li Mobai for money, even if just a small sum, to indulge himself for a while. He summoned a subordinate from Class 6 and arranged to meet Li Mobai in the restroom. Li Mobai, equipped with a prepared recording device, approached the meeting with eager anticipation. "Where's the money? Have you prepared it?" Tian Zhuangfei inquired directly. Li Mobai, this rascal, so impatient and eager. If I do not deal with him, it would be a disservice to the smiles I have sacrificed. No, wasn't it said to be Friday? I plan to retrieve it tomorrow. Li Mobai intentionally exposed a flaw. Tian Zhuangfei exclaimed, "I want it now." "Wait, what did you say? Retrieve? Are you going to the bank to withdraw money?" "Yes, I have funds in my student card." Li Mobai lured him further. Upon hearing this, Tian Zhuangfei's eyes sparkled with greed. "How much do you have?" "I don't know, I haven't checked. But my parents gave me pocket money and New Year's gifts, all of which I have saved in there." Li Mobai's voice trembled, performing as though it were the truth. "Then why the hell are you still standing there? Let us go. Take me to withdraw money." Tian Zhuangfei threatened with a fierce expression. I have class. Can I give it to you tomorrow?" "To hell with that. What class are you attending? Let me tell you, do not provoke my anger. I can kill without a second thought, understand? Do you know Gujieshing from number 2 high school?" "Yes, he is the boss of number 2. I heard he got beaten up last month. His gallbladder was ruptured. He was hospitalized and barely survived." Li Mobai stuttered. Tian Zhuangfei smirked with pride and replied, "Good that you know. It was I who did it. I struck him in the stomach with a club, rupturing his gallbladder. He dared to challenge me. Lucky for him, I only intended to incapacitate him." Li Mobai's expression was one of shock. This incident seemed to have caused quite a stir initially. Guo Jiexing's family even reported it to the police. However, in this day and age, aside from banks and such, there are no surveillance cameras. It happened at night, and there were no witnesses. Thus, the matter faded away. Who would have thought it was that scoundrel, Sun Zhuangfei, who took action? Quite ruthless. Though Li Mobai was astonished, he held no intention of defending Guo Jiexing. That fellow was no better than Sun Zhuangfei. 2 dogs fighting over a bone. It had nothing to do with him. "Kid, I warn you. Don't try to play tricks on me, understand? There have been more than one like Guo Jiexing who have been left crippled by me. If you don't want to end up half paralyzed, just obey me, and I will protect you. No one from number 3 dares to provoke you." Tian Zhuangfei threatened and coaxed. Upon hearing the word paralyzed, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Li Mobai's eyes. He could care less about anything else. But the notion of paralysis struck a sensitive chord within him. "All right, I'll go with you. I'll give you all my money." Li Mobai feigned compliance. "That's more like it. Let us go." There's an ATM around the corner of the school. Li Mobai had to withdraw the money he had just deposited. Before the 2 bank cameras, Tian Zhuangfei showed no sign of fear. He was certain that Li Mobai was so intimidated that he wouldn't dare to play tricks. This coward must have a considerable amount of money. Perhaps even 1,000 yuan, enough for him to indulge in for quite some time. "Input the password. I'll take care of the rest," Tian Zhuangfei ordered. Fixated on Li Mobai, this fellow was indeed greedy. Li Mobai did not hesitate either. After inputting the password, he stepped aside. Tian Zhuangfei glanced at the screen and was immediately taken aback. 1,790. You really are wealthy. Li Mobai, this fool, is his math that poor? The next moment, Tian Zhuangfei trembled. 17,009. How do you have so much money? Tian Zhuangfei gazed at Li Mobai in disbelief. "I saved this." Li Mobai replied solemnly. Overwhelmed by an immense sense of euphoria, Tian Zhuangfei was unable to think straight. He hastily attempted to withdraw the entire amount. However, he was not entirely foolish. After glancing at his bank card and then at Li Mobai, he nervously withdrew 1,000 yuan. Turning to Li Mobai, he admonished, "You mustn't speak of this to anyone, understand? Otherwise, I will make you regret it." "All right, I understand," Li Mobai replied, lowering his head submissively. As Tian Zhuangfei looked at the balance on his card, his heart felt like it was being tightly gripped. The temptation of such a large sum of money was undeniable. He yearned to seize it all. Yet, he was not naive. While petty theft might go unnoticed, nearly 20,000 yuan was a different matter entirely. If he truly took it, he would be courting disaster. Despite Li Mobai's seemingly timid demeanor, Tian Zhuangfei feared the possibility of Li Mobai's family discovering the situation and causing trouble. Never mind, he decided. I'll take my time and spend it gradually. I'll take 1,000 for now, and once it's gone, I'll simply ask him for more. As long as I don't take it all at once. It should be manageable. Chapter 11. Dare to take my money? Are you out of your mind? Desire triumphed over reason as Tian Zhuangfei unwittingly walked into the trap that Li Mobai had set for him. With 1,000 yuan in hand, Tian Zhuangfei felt restless, unable to resist the urge to check his pockets every few seconds. Though his family was quite affluent and his parents indulged him, he was only accustomed to receiving a meager 100 yuan as pocket money per week. He had never before felt the weight of such a substantial amount. "From now on, you are my brother, and I will not treat you poorly," Tian Zhuangfei declared, his tone softening considerably after this surprising windfall from Li Mobai. Li Mobai remained silent, merely nodding slightly. The voice recorder continued to operate, having gathered ample evidence. It was time to tighten the net. Damn it. If it weren't for my financial struggles, I wouldn't be groveling to this scoundrel, he thought. Nevertheless, the potential for significant gains made this minor sacrifice worthwhile. Li Mobai's meteoric rise in academic performance delighted his teachers and quickly spread among the senior high school faculty. In all his years of teaching, they had never encountered someone as formidable as Li Mobai. Having ascended into the top 15 of his grade, Li Mobai had qualified for intensive training in a premier class. Yet, he remained indifferent to such accolades. His only desire was to secure admission to a respectable university, bringing pride to his parents. The pursuit of excellence for entry into a top-tier institution did not intrigue him. His cousin, despite his bravado, had only gained admission to a second-tier university. Yet this achievement had kept his aunt boastful for years. Li Mobai's aspirations were modest. Gaining admission to a leading university would suffice to irk his critical aunt. Upon returning home that evening, Li Mobai replayed the recording, which was remarkably clear. It seemed his father's prize truly lived up to its reputation. "All right, Tian Zhuangfei. You are about to receive an unforgettable lesson," he mused. That night, Tian Zhuangfei reveled in his newfound wealth, 1,000 yuan. Such a substantial sum of money suffices for him to indulge in any high-end entertainment venue within this city. The lingering anxiety of extorting Li Mobai dissipated like smoke, lost amid the revelry with his companions. How delightful it is to possess wealth, and even more so to have a wealthy yet timid individual to extort. Just that very evening, Tian Zhuangfei spent over 300 yuan, an expenditure that brought him unparalleled joy. A few ruffians, reveling in the festivities, urged Tian Zhuangfei to continue his extortion, reasoning that since the man was affluent, why not extract more from him? After consuming a few bottles of beer, Tian Zhuangfei was quite inebriated, and as his entourage fawned over him, he lost all sense of direction. "Let me tell you from now on, all expenses will be on young Master Tian. We shall no longer worry about funds. In a couple of days, I will demand 1,000 yuan from this rascal. I dare say he will not refuse," Tian Zhuangfei slurred. "Excellent. Brother Fei is formidable. It's a privilege to be associated with you, brothers." The crowd danced in exuberance, spending another's money with carefree abandon. The next morning, Li Mobai cautiously placed the voice recorder into his backpack, only to hear his father lamenting nearby. The second prize was won by another lottery outlet. "If only I had purchased a ticket that day, I could have won as well. It truly infuriates me." Li Mobai focused on his meal, feeling too embarrassed to disclose to his father that the second prize was indeed his own victory. In the past, Li Mobai had been preoccupied with leisure and neglected his meals. Although not short in stature, he lacked substantial muscle. This would not do. He needed to strengthen his physique to ensure he could hold his own in a fight. "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." Dai Ryu observed her son devouring his food, feeling pleased. As a parent, one need not fear a child's appetite, especially during a growth spurt. More meat does no harm. Li Mobai devised a plan. Once he earned money, he would contribute to the household expenses, urging his mother to purchase more beef, enabling him to consume it at every meal to build muscle. Chapter 12. Those who harm my brothers shall be punished in the morning. Li Mobai arrived at school, only to serendipitously encounter Tian Zhuangfei at the gate. The latter sported dark circles under his eyes, a clear indication of excess indulgence. One could surmise he had spent the night reveling with his own funds. How could he not fear a sudden demise? Naturally, Li Mobai did not wish for any misfortune to befall him, at least not before his own plans came to fruition. Today, after school, bring me another 2,000 yuan, and I shall let you off lightly. Consider this matter settled, and you need not show me gratitude in the future, though I will continue to protect you. Tian Zhuangfei dictated. Within a mere day, he had doubled his demands. It was evident that greed had clouded his judgment. Tian Zhuangfei, you're asking for money from the pale-faced one? This remark fortuitously caught the attention of Hu Bing. Unlike Li Mobai, Hu Bing was impulsive and robust, known for his willingness to stand up for his friends, and was also infamous in their school for being a bit of a simpleton. Tian Zhuangfei regarded him with a certain trepidation. It's nothing, old Hu. Let us go, Li Mobai intervened, restraining the enraged Hu Bing and signaling to Tian Zhuangfei to depart first. Tian Zhuangfei observed Li Mobai's eagerness to please and his timidity, which, while reassuring, only deepened his confidence in manipulating him. He vowed to extract every last penny from this coward. He would not bear the surname Tian otherwise. What was truly unfolding? Had this scoundrel swindled him? How dare he demand 2,000 from him? Hu Bing, enraged by Tian Zhuangfei's audacity to bully his brother, fumed. It's nothing to worry about. I have it under control. Rest assured. Am I the type to suffer losses? Don't be timid. We are not incapable of confronting him. This fool is merely a coward hiding behind a facade of power, he declared vehemently. Li Mobai nodded with a smile, signaling Hu Bing to calm down. Seeing Li Mobai's reluctance to speak, Hu Bing grew anxious, stamping his feet in frustration. At noon, intending to take a brief rest, Li Mobai was suddenly alerted by classmates mentioning that Hu Bing had confronted Tian Zhuangfei in the school restroom, and a fight seemed imminent. Instantly, sleep was banished from his mind, and he rushed to the restroom. Indeed, Hu Bing had cornered Tian Zhuangfei, demanding repayment. But how could Tian Zhuangfei possibly have any money? Even if he did, he would never repay it. Didn't I tell you it's nothing to worry about? I'll handle this myself, Li Mobai said with a wry smile. Tian Zhuangfei shot a disdainful glance at Li Mobai. Did you bring this kid to back you up? Humph, Li Mobai. Have you grown some courage? Are you seeking your own demise? Li Mobai retorted. You're quite inconsiderate. Why won't you tell me? Do you no longer regard me as a brother? Just tell me how much you gave him in total. Hu Bing pressed, clearly determined to seek justice for Li Mobai. Tian Zhuangfei, not wishing to escalate the situation, glared at Li Mobai menacingly. Did I ever borrow money from you? Think carefully before you speak. Li Mobai regarded him in silence. Hu Bing, feeling anxious, wondered what had caused Li Mobai to become so spineless and cowardly. Get lost. Tian Zhuangfei thought he had intimidated Hu Bing, and taking advantage of the moment, he shoved Hu Bing forcefully. Unprepared, Hu Bing stumbled and struck his head against the sink, blood streaming down his cheek. How dare you lay a hand on my brother? Li Mobai seethed internally, contemplating how to deal with the despicable Tian Zhuangfei. Witnessing his attack on Hu Bing ignited a fierce anger within him. Tian Zhuangfei seemed taken aback, likely not expecting this coward to speak with such audacity. With a surge of rage, Li Mobai delivered a powerful punch to Tian Zhuangfei's right cheek. Though this body had not undergone training, it was still that of a robust young man. The blow sent Tian Zhuangfei crashing into the urinal. Astonishingly swift and forceful, this strike incapacitated him. Old Hu, are you all right? Li Mobai turned to Hu Bing with concern. Despite the bleeding, Hu Bing was fine, having merely scraped his skin. Li Mobai, that's what true manhood looks like. A stalwart man should not be timid. Hu Bing exclaimed excitedly, despite blood coursing down half his face, creating a rather gruesome appearance. Li Mobai urged him to clean his wound. By chapter 13, Tian Zhuangfei's once cherubic face was now swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head. Yet, more unbearable than the physical pain was the profound humiliation he could not accept. Li Mobai, I shall end you. Tian Zhuangfei stumbled out of the urinal, drenched from head to toe, a pungent odor of urine enveloping him. Li Mobai let out a cold chuckle, seizing the opportunity while Tian Zhuangfei struggled to regain his footing, and delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing back into the urinal. Splendid, Hu Bing exclaimed, dancing with glee. Someone, realizing a brawl was unfolding in the restroom, hurriedly alerted the supervisor. Soon, the supervisor rushed over in haste. Upon sighting Hu Bing, he was taken aback, and his shock deepened at the sight of Tian Zhuangfei in the urinal. Among the three, only Li Mobai appeared somewhat composed. What on earth is going on? The supervisor inquired, a headache brewing. Li Mobai replied, "It's nothing, supervisor." Tian Zhuangfei claimed he wanted to bathe in the urinal, and Hu Bing and I couldn't stop him. He even shoved Hu Bing. "Look, he's bleeding." "Supervisor, bathing in a urinal? Are you trying to fool me?" Tian Zhuangfei, get up quickly. Hu Bing, go to the infirmary and get that wound treated. Hurry, the supervisor urged. Go on, I'll handle things here, Li Mobai signaled to Hu Bing, who then reluctantly made his way to the infirmary. By now, a crowd had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. When they saw the once mighty Tian Zhuangfei being unceremoniously dunked into the urinal, astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Li Mobai had dared to strike this notorious troublemaker. Truly impressive. My friend. As for Tian Zhuangfei, despite his robust appearance, he was merely a mass of blubber, indulging in food without exercise, and spending sleepless nights online singing risky songs. He had been knocked out cold by Li Mobai. Supervisor, I suggest we call an ambulance. Tian Zhuangfei might have fainted from his bath. Li Mobai jested before the crowd erupted in laughter. The world has long suffered from Tian Zhuangfei's tyranny, and witnessing his downfall brought immense joy to the onlookers, who were practically bursting with delight. The supervisor, however, was at a loss. He called for assistance to fish Tian Zhuangfei out of the urinal, but no one was eager for such a task. Not only was it utterly distasteful, but the hefty fellow was also far too cumbersome to manage. Reluctantly, they decided to summon an ambulance. Fortunately, the hospital was just next door. After the call was made, the ambulance arrived in less than 5 minutes. The commotion of the ambulance caught everyone's attention, and thus the news of Tian Zhuangfei bathing in the urinal and subsequently fainting spread rapidly. For many, this sensational news injected a burst of joy into their otherwise mundane lives. What was this rotund fellow thinking, choosing to bathe in a urinal? The white-clad angels must have been burdened by this incident. Naturally, such an event required parental notification. Upon learning of the situation, Tian Zhuangfei's father rushed to the hospital without delay. At that moment, Tian Zhuangfei had regained consciousness. Humiliated beyond measure, he felt a deep sense of despair. Upon seeing his son's piggish visage and the stench of urine that clung to him, Tian's father trembled with rage. Without waiting for an explanation, he stormed in, demanding accountability and justice for his son. The incident had escalated far too much, prompting the supervisor to personally intervene. Just as he was questioning Li Mobai, Tian's father stormed in, fuming with anger. Chapter 14 imparted a lesson to the father, who exclaimed, "Who dares to invoke the name of Li Mobai? You little rascal, come forth. Why have you harmed my son? I demand an explanation today, or I shall make you pay dearly." Mr. Tian bellowed with fury. The director interjected, "Mr. Tian, please remain calm. I am currently investigating this matter." "Calm? How can I remain calm?" Mr. Tian retorted, his voice rising. "My son has been sent to the hospital. His face swollen. The doctor informed me that his teeth have been loosened and may require dental work. I intend to report this to the authorities. Let me assure you, I have connections." Li Mobai merely chuckled dismissively, further infuriating Mr. Tian. "I will call the police right now." Mr. Tian stammered as he fumbled for his phone. "Go ahead, report it," Li Mobai taunted. "If you wish for your son to rot in jail, then do so." Mr. Tian hesitated as he was about to dial. "You physically assaulted someone. Why would my son be imprisoned?" Li Mobai replied coolly, "Your son is guilty of robbery. What do you think? That is impossible. My son would never engage in such behavior." Mr. Tian stuttered, desperately attempting to defend him. However, he was well aware of his son Tian Zhuangfei's troubling history, which included extorting fellow students. The school and police had approached Mr. Tian about these matters, but he had dismissed them, believing that such behavior would prepare his son for the harsh realities of life. As a small businessman accustomed to the world's cruelty, he thought that excessive kindness would only lead to exploitation. People take advantage of the kind-hearted, he mused. Conversely, he believed that his son's assertive demeanor meant he would be the one to bully others. Moreover, the sum in question was insignificant and not unlawful. Adults, especially those in Mr. Tian's line of work, often wielded deeper cunning. Pointing a finger at Li Mobai, he declared, "Do you think you can intimidate me? I fear nothing. I will have the police investigate, and we shall see who ends up behind bars. My son's injuries speak volumes. I will procure a medical report and ensure you pay for this." Li Mobai laughed derisively. You think such tactics will faze me? You truly underestimate my resolve. If I were to be frightened by you, then my rebirth would have been in vain. Do you not recognize the true nature of your son? He is far more despicable than you can imagine. His hands are stained with blood. Furthermore, he extorted 20,000 yuan from me. This revelation left both the director and Mr. Tian in shock. 20,000 yuan. How is that even conceivable? You are just a student. How could you possibly possess such funds? Has Tian Zhuangfei lost his mind to demand such a sum? Huh. You little brat. Cannot even tell a convincing lie. 20,000. Why not claim it was 200,000? Mr. Tian mocked. Li Mobai, unfazed, produced his bank card and yesterday's withdrawal receipt. Behold, this is my card. My parents deposited nearly 20,000 yuan into my account. Tian Zhuangfei has frequently coerced me into withdrawing money for him. Just yesterday, I took out 1,000 yuan. This is the proof. If you doubt my words, I shall report this to the police and have them check the bank's surveillance footage. Mr. Tian examined the withdrawal slip, confirming it was indeed a receipt for 1,000 yuan. He found himself utterly unable to maintain his composure. The son had the audacity to engage in such actions behind my back. Why did you not inform the teacher sooner? Such a significant matter. And you did not discuss it with your family? Mr. Tian questioned. Li Mobai responded. Oh, I recall this matter now. Director, could you kindly step aside? I have something noteworthy to share with Mr. Tian Zhuangfei's father. The director replied, Very well. Please converse privately. It is best to resolve this matter without involving the police, as it serves no one's interest. The director rose and closed the door behind him. Li Mobai gazed at Mr. Tian, who resembled a bull in stature, and cheerfully activated the recording device. Come, let us listen to your son's illustrious deeds. Li Mobai chuckled as he initiated the recording. To hell with this. What kind of nonsense is this? Let me warn you, do not provoke me. I can kill without a second thought. Do you know Guo Jiexing from No. 2 High School? Of course, he is the leader there. I heard he was beaten last month, his gallbladder ruptured. He was hospitalized and barely survived, responded Mr. Tian. Tian Zhuangfei's proud voice then echoed, As long as you know, I was the one who did it. I struck him in the stomach with a club, rupturing his gallbladder. Let him act tough with me. He is fortunate to be alive. I intended to kill him. Mr. Tian's expression shifted to one of shock, his legs beginning to tremble. This incident had escalated significantly. He had previously discussed the matter with his son and vividly recalled his son's arrogant demeanor at the time. Initially, he had dismissed it, but now it appeared his son was indeed involved. This rebellious child dared to act so recklessly, and worse yet, he boasted about it indiscriminately. Now, he had left himself vulnerable. Listen here, I warn you. Do not attempt any tricks. Do you understand? There are others besides Guo Jiexing whom I have incapacitated. If you do not wish to end up severely injured, you better behave, and I will protect you. No one at number 3 high school dares to cross you. Tian father's agony deepened as his son's voice continued to resonate in his ears, filling him with despair. Li Mobai decided to cease the playback. Well, having heard this, I trust you now comprehend the situation. Your son is quite the villain. Even someone like Guo Jiexing cannot escape unscathed. To save my own skin, I had no choice but to steal money for him. From beginning to end, I have been the victim. His hospitalization resulted from his own folly. Attempting to bathe in a urinal and subsequently fainting. Does that involve me in any way? Li Mobai shrugged. Mr. Tian retorted, You are going too far. It was you who struck him, yet you maliciously tarnish my son's reputation. How can he ever maintain his standing at school after this? Li Mobai chuckled. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Young man, do not be so arrogant. If you delete that recording, I shall not pursue this matter further. After all, you are classmates and must coexist. Mr. Tian's attitude shifted dramatically. Who wishes to coexist with him? I feel like striking him upon sight. If you choose not to pursue it, I will. I have heard that the police are investigating the Guo Jiexing incident. The repercussions are severe. If I submit this recording to the authorities, will I still be able to receive the bonus? Li Mobai mused, fiddling with the voice recorder. The farmer, visibly agitated, retorted, Are you trying to lead us both to ruin? His anger was palpable. Li Mobai replied, No, you misunderstand. The fish will undoubtedly perish, but the net shall remain intact. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. Let us see who ultimately prevails. The farmer found himself momentarily speechless. He was no fool. He understood the dire consequences should this recording reach the authorities. His son had essentially confessed to the deed, and the police would surely apprehend him. The act of intentional harm was a criminal offense, leaving a stain on his record for life. Chapter 15. Financial loss to avert disaster. The heart of every parent, I will return every penny my son has taken from you. Just hand over the recorder, would you? The farmer implored with a forced smile. Li Mobai chuckled. Ah, you truly are a businessman at heart, calculating every detail. What was originally mine has somehow become my gain in your eyes. It appears you lack any genuine intent. Perhaps I should simply report this to the police and let them investigate whether your son has ever harmed or even killed anyone. I am confident the authorities will assist me in recovering the funds. I possess evidence, and the bank has surveillance footage, unassailable proof. Just consider, if charged with multiple offenses, how long your son might languish in prison. The farmer retorted, You clever young lad, so ruthless at such a tender age. Must we pursue such mercilessness? Can we not show some leniency? His tone softened, realizing the depths of this seemingly innocent young man's cunning. His son had foolishly fallen into a trap. It was your son who sought to annihilate me first. I have known the tale of the farmer and the snake since I was 3. After years of education, do you truly think I would be foolish enough to play the farmer? You have 2 choices. Either pay to secure your son's safety and instill discipline in him, or I will hand this over to the authorities and let them decide. Li Mobai spoke with unwavering confidence. The farmer inquired, How much do you want? Initially, Li Mobai contemplated asking for 20,000, but the gleaming gold watch on the farmer's wrist was too conspicuous. He recalled that their family had amassed considerable wealth. As the only child, it would be remiss not to press for a more substantial sum. 40,000, Li Mobai declared. This matter shall be as if it never transpired. 40,000? Why don't you just rob a bank? Have you lost your mind? Very well, if you are unwilling to part with your riches, let your son face imprisonment. I have heard that the Guo family possesses quite the influence. Should they discover that your son was the perpetrator, brazenly flaunting his actions, oh dear, he will surely find little comfort in prison. I suggest you consider having another child quickly. Your son's future is all but ruined. The farmer did not grasp the nuances of Li Mobai's words, but inferred the underlying message. His precious son was doomed. And perhaps it was time to think about a second child. Though reluctant to part with the money, the farmer recognized that 40,000 was a small price to pay for his son's future. Why should I trust you? What if you take the money and still expose my son? I would be left with nothing. As Li Mobai prepared to rise and depart, Tian Fu hurriedly obstructed his path. Li Mobai stated, You have no room for negotiation. If I intended to escalate this matter, I would not have allowed the director to leave. Have you not sensed my sincerity? I have no ties with Guijieshing from the 2nd high school. There is no need for me to champion his cause. Tian Fu remained silent. Very well, I shall comply. Provide me with your bank card number. Once I gather the funds, I will transfer them to your account. I hope you will honor your word. This matter must remain confidential, otherwise, I will not spare you. Li Mobai replied, I will give you 2 days. If the money is not received by Friday, this recording device will find its way to the police station. All right, give me the card number, Tian Fu gritted through clenched teeth. After jotting down the bank card number, Tian Fu left with a grim expression. The director, waiting outside, promptly entered to inquire about the situation. Li Mobai reassured him, It's nothing. The matter has been satisfactorily resolved. The director, astonished, asked, Really? How did you manage to convince him? Tian Fu is notoriously difficult to deal with. Li Mobai responded, I simply reasoned with him. Everything is fine now, director. I shall return to my studies. As he watched Li Mobai's cheerful departure, the director appeared bewildered. Tian Zhuangfei was in dire straits. His father had spent a staggering 40,000 yuan on him. Such a significant sum. Regardless of how adept his father was at making money, this expenditure had undoubtedly drained him. Despite his affection for his plump son, it would be a long time before he offered him a kind word again. Tian Zhuangfei would likely argue that he had only extorted 1,000 yuan, but to what avail? Li Mobai possessed irrefutable evidence of his own words. No matter the cost, his father would have to pay. The plight of parents is indeed pitiable. Wayward children are but the harbingers of their parents' demise from a previous life. Hu Bing inquired with concern about Li Mobai's situation, offering his assistance. Li Mobai responded, It's all sorted. His father has backed down. Is that true? How did you accomplish that? Hu Bing was equally astonished. I recorded our conversation. I have captured Tian Zhuangfei's extortion attempts. This is solid evidence. If presented to the police, he will be doomed. His father is willing to spend to avert disaster, Li Mobai stated calmly. Hu Bing exclaimed, Wow, you're quite cunning. Impressive. Li Mobai shot him a disapproving glance, saying, That is called wisdom. Cunning is a term reserved for villains. Look at me. I've endured bloodshed and injury for your sake. You owe me some compensation. Hu Bing feigned a pitiful demeanor. I could really use that. Li Mobai replied, of course. Just tell me what you wish to eat. It's on me. Chapter 16. I plan to start a fried chicken and burger business. Li Mobai had successfully dealt with Tian Zhuangfei. Did he think he could extort money from me? Does he take me for a bank? Ultimately, Tian Zhuangfei received a thorough beating, while his father lamented as he spent lavishly to bail out his wayward son. Hu Bing suggested, I would love to have KFC. A family bucket would be perfect. I even have some coupons saved up. Li Mobai, upon hearing KFC, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. In the Western world, KFC is merely a fast food brand, but upon its arrival in China, it transformed into a high-end dining experience. The opening of its first store in Yanjing was nothing short of explosive, drawing crowds that filled the streets. In the previous year, a new store opened in Qinzhou, attracting a plethora of customers, particularly for the youth. Indulging in a meal at KFC has become a point of pride, with patrons boasting about their experiences for quite some time. Remarkably, many individuals savoring the family bucket even go so far as to meticulously clean the bucket for keepsake purposes, subtly guiding friends to notice it when they visit, as a testament to their status as KFC enthusiasts. It may sound incredulous, yet this phenomenon is indeed true. Some have even chosen to host weddings at KFC, deeming it a fashionable and prestigious affair, surpassing the elegance of traditional hotel weddings. As for children, those fortunate enough to celebrate a birthday party at KFC, inviting classmates to relish fried chicken and burgers, can boast about it for an entire year, inciting envy among their peers. This fervor reflects the curiosity of the newly opened Ming country towards all things Western, which is a significant reason for the booming success of fast food chains. If memory serves, next year will witness the establishment of the first domestic fried chicken and burger franchise, Walaishi. Riding this wave, Walaishi has successfully evolved into the largest local Western fast food enterprise, encompassing product development, production, and sales. However, as Walaishi flourished, opinions remained divided. Many lamented that consuming Walaishi's offerings had turned them into jet warriors, implying concerns regarding hygiene. Nevertheless, the existence of such establishments is a testament to market demand, as not everyone can afford KFC in the vast Ming market. A ripe business opportunity dawned in Li Mobai's mind. Old Hu, what do you think about starting our own fried chicken and burger joint, akin to KFC? He proposed. Hu Bing, still trapped in a student mentality, responded incredulously. Are you joking? How could we possibly do that? His aspirations were limited to gaming at Internet CAFS, rendering the idea utterly fanciful to him. I'm not jesting. I am quite serious. Let me tell you, creating fast food like KFC is not overly complex. Take burgers, for instance. It's merely 2 slices of bread with a meat patty. Compared to preparing fried rice in our traditional cuisine, it's significantly simpler. I believe we can manage this, Li Mobai exclaimed enthusiastically. But they also serve fried chicken, Orleans wings, and delicious ice cream cones. Hu Bing replied, swallowing hard. These are not insurmountable challenges. If we are willing to put in the effort, we can tackle each one, Li Mobai insisted. I'm not convinced, but if you wish to pursue this, you should discuss it with your family. Your parents work, and without a storefront or resources, it's impractical, Hu Bing countered, shaking his head. Li Mobai remained silent, acknowledging the truth in that statement. In business, lacking a physical location is indeed a significant hurdle, along with the necessary equipment and considerations. Meanwhile, Tian Zhuangfei, who had been unceremoniously shoved into a urinal by Li Mobai, found himself utterly disgraced. His exploits had spread throughout the school and even the wider student community, with tales of a notorious figure from the 3rd middle school bathing in a urinal circulating with vivid detail. There are still some who fervently assert that they witnessed Tian Zhuangfei entering the restroom with a bottle of shampoo. Perhaps he harbors such peculiarities. This matter has grown increasingly bizarre, leaving Li Mobai both amused and bewildered. Tian Zhuangfei, having brought shame upon himself, has lost the courage to return to school. His family arranged for his medical retirement. In a bid to safeguard his son, on Friday afternoon, Tian's father transferred 40,000 yuan to Li Mobai's account, a sum representing over a year's profit from his business endeavors. Before returning home from school, Li Mobai took a moment to check his account balance. Noting over 50,000 yuan, he nodded in satisfaction, pondering whether he had undervalued his services. Had he requested 50,000, it is likely that Tian's father would have obliged. Alas, in a critical moment, he had shown mercy. In the span of merely 1 week since his rebirth, Li Mobai had managed to earn nearly 60,000 yuan, a feat he regarded with considerable satisfaction. In his previous life, confined to a bed, he had immersed himself in countless tomes, acquiring a wealth of peculiar knowledge. He had perused various so-called secret recipes and believed that, given the right ingredients and equipment, he could concoct fried chicken burgers rivaling those of KFC. However, mere imitation of KFC lacked promise. He needed to carve a unique path through competitive pricing. Chapter 17. Is Mother's unemployment a blessing or a curse? During dinner that evening, Dai Ryu wore a troubled expression. Her grandmother, concerned, inquired about her distress. With a bitter smile, Dai Ryu revealed that the factory leadership had summoned her for a discussion, implying that the factory's profitability was waning and that she should brace herself for potential layoffs. This preparation was, of course, a euphemism for redundancy. Such occurrences had become commonplace in recent years. The factory's stagnation had rendered its products outdated, and their quality left much to be desired. During the era of planned economy, the state provided a safety net. However, in the current free market environment, the lack of competitive advantage rendered survival precarious. With products failing to sell and the factory unable to turn a profit, the absence of government support made closure inevitable. The initial layoffs were merely the factory's desperate gasp before demise. In her recollection, Dai Ryu had once saved her job by discussing with her father and subsequently bribing the factory leadership, successfully avoiding the first round of layoffs. At the time, they felt fortunate. However, what seemed a clever maneuver ultimately led to significant losses. Initially, the factory had some financial liquidity, allowing for full compensation for the first batch of laid-off workers. Those who left received severance packages ranging from 20 to 60,000 yuan. If her mother had been willing to accept redundancy, her 20-plus years of service could have yielded her 65,000 yuan, a substantial sum. Regrettably, people of that era held conservative views. Having spent their entire lives in the factory, they had developed a profound sense of belonging. Many feared that unemployment would spell their doom, leaving them unable to reintegrate into society. Thus, they preferred to endure meager monthly wages rather than opt for severance. Ultimately, Dai Ryu's mother could not retain her position and was laid off. However, due to the factory's significant losses, there were no funds available for worker compensation. Consequently, the workers who were laid off not only lost their jobs, but also faced months of unpaid wages, receiving no compensation whatsoever. In stark contrast, those among the first wave of laid-off workers reaped substantial benefits. Many of them ventured into entrepreneurship, utilizing their severance pay for starting their own businesses. In this era, where financial success seems attainable as long as one avoids reckless decisions, numerous individuals have achieved notable prosperity, acquiring homes and cars, thereby experiencing a rebirth of sorts. Circumstances have forged heroes. In this rapidly changing age, who can predict the future trajectory of society? Some individuals have stumbled into success, becoming billionaires, while others have inexplicably fallen into destitution, never to recover. Li Mingwu, upon hearing his wife's remarks, furrowed his brow slightly. As a salesman in a shoe factory, he was acutely aware of the shifting tides in society. From my perspective, your food factory faces considerable challenges. If the compensation is reasonable, it would be prudent to depart sooner rather than later and perhaps consider starting a small business, Li Mingwu suggested. His mother-in-law interjected, with her temperament. Ryu is ill-suited for business. In my opinion, it is far more stable to have a job. Although her intentions were well-meaning, her conservative mindset inadvertently jeopardized her daughter's prospects. In his recollection, Li's father had wished for his mother to take the money and leave. However, both his mother and grandmother believed that having a job was more secure. Ultimately, his father managed to persuade them. Li Mobai quietly ate his meal. With his grandparents at the table, he felt it inappropriate to express his opinions. After dining, once his grandparents retired, he observed his parents' despondent demeanor and felt compelled to take action. Mom, I believe Dad is right. Opting for severance pay is the better choice. If we wait too long, not only could you be laid off, but you might also miss out on compensation altogether, Li Mobai suggested to his mother. Dai Ryu, preoccupied with washing the dishes, paused momentarily before responding. Oh, go on, you little rascal. What do you know? Focus on your homework. You needn't concern yourself with family matters. Mom, I'm not a child anymore. I'm an adult. Besides, I have read far more than you have. Please do not underestimate me, Li Mobai retorted. Li Mingwu chuckled from the side. As a father, his approach to education fluctuated with his son's academic performance. When grades dipped, he assumed the role of a strict parent. When they improved, he became more lenient. Then what do you propose? Have your mother stay home and do nothing? Dai Ryu replied tersely. Who said that? She could start a business, establish a storefront. We could engage in a venture that guarantees profit, Li Mobai countered. Before his mother could respond, his father interjected with a laugh. Silly son, I have traveled extensively and have yet to encounter a truly foolproof business. If such opportunities existed, wouldn't everyone be doing them? Why would it fall to you? Li Mingwu mocked his son's naivety. You are still too young. Children often perceive this world as far too simplistic and realistic. This is not merely a game of make-believe. Chapter 18. Suggesting to mom to open a fried chicken and burger shop. Mom may soon face unemployment, and it is my responsibility to help her find a business venture that guarantees profit. Undoubtedly, Li Mobai's words were met with merciless ridicule from his parents. Yet, he remained unperturbed. He retorted, Mom, Dad, are you familiar with the concept of fried chicken? Do you think the fried chicken business is lucrative? Dai Ryu responded. That foreign delicacy must indeed be thriving. A chicken leg sells for 7 yuan. Just imagine the cost of a whole chicken. They are packed to the brim every day, raking in substantial profits. Li Mingwu nodded slightly in agreement. When goods are sold at such high prices and the business flourishes, how could they not be profiting? Li Mobai suggested, why don't we venture into that business as well? We could start making money before long. The couple gazed at their son in astonishment. What are you thinking? What do you propose we use? Mom, please don't underestimate anyone. Here's the plan. Tomorrow, buy some chicken legs and a whole chicken. I will provide you with the recipe, and once you gather all the ingredients, I will teach you how to prepare it. I assure you, the flavor will be exquisite. Li Mobai guided his mother with enthusiasm. Suddenly, Dai Ryu chuckled, leaving Li Mobai bewildered. What is so amusing? I'm discussing serious matters here. All right, I understand now. You're simply craving chicken, aren't you? Fine, Mom will get some for you tomorrow. It has indeed been a while since we've had chicken. We'll buy a plump one and prepare a hearty soup for the family, Dai Ryu said cheerfully. Li Mobai exclaimed, your thought process is truly something. I'm torn between praising your cleverness and questioning your foolishness. Oh, Mom, I'm serious. I'm not joking. Please don't buy a hen. Just get a regular chicken. After you clean it, I'll show you how to cook it, he insisted, exasperation evident in his demeanor. You really have a knack for losing your wits at crucial moments. All right, just this once, listen to your son. You can buy it tomorrow, Li Mingwu chimed in, amused by the unfolding drama. It's merely a chicken. Our family can certainly afford it. Dai Ryu nodded helplessly. Li Mobai hurriedly jotted down a comprehensive list of all the spices needed, urging his mother to procure them. The following morning, Li Mobai eagerly awaited his mother's return, laden with bags from her shopping spree. Then, the chef Li made his grand entrance. Mom, pay close attention. First, chop up the chicken, removing the head, tail, and other inedible parts. The wings, legs, and breast are all useful. The fried chicken pieces we're aiming for require these ingredients. Let us marinate them first. The culinary knowledge Li Mobai had amassed in his previous life proved invaluable as he expertly crafted a rich marinade. Dai Ryu watched in awe, having never encountered such techniques before. While she was skilled in preparing braised pork, stewed rib soup, and stir-fried vegetables, this was her first foray into the world of fried chicken. If only we had a refrigerator. We could cover the chicken with cling film and let it marinate overnight for enhanced flavor. But for now, we'll make do. Once your business thrives and you earn a fortune, we'll invest in a complete set of new appliances, Li Mobai declared exuberantly. Upon hearing this, Dai Ryu playfully swatted her son on the back of the head. Always trying to tease your mother. After half an hour, they heated oil in a pot. As the oil warmed, the marinated chicken was ready to be fried. However, since they lacked a specialized deep fryer, controlling the cooking temperature posed a challenge. Generally speaking, one should first fry the chicken once, retrieve it, and then fry it again for an enhanced texture. Li Mobai diligently imparted his culinary skills to his mother, Dai Ryu, who listened intently. On this particular day, lunch was a delightful fusion of Eastern and Western cuisines. The golden, tantalizing fried chicken was enough to make anyone salivate. Grandfather, do have a taste. Grandmother, you could spare a few bites as well. This dish might elevate your blood pressure, he remarked. What do you think of the flavor, Dad? Mom. Li Mobai distributed the fried chicken, eagerly awaiting his family's feedback. Delicious was the unanimous consensus of the family. For those experiencing fried chicken for the first time, it was a remarkable assault on their taste buds. Father cleaned the chicken leg to the bone, leaving it gleaming. Though enjoying chicken is not particularly easy these days, seeing his father do so was a first, indicating just how delectable it truly was. Grandfather smacked his lips in agreement, lamenting only that his age had dulled his ability to savor such delights. If only it were 10 years ago, I would have devoured the bones as well. The family burst into laughter. Dai Ryu concluded, "It is indeed tasty, but consuming too much of it might become overwhelming." After just one, I felt oil rising in my throat. Mother's description was nothing short of vivid. Li Mobai retorted, "Mom, you simply haven't indulged in rich foods often enough. You've saved it all for us. After such a feast of fried chicken, your stomach is overwhelmed. However, consuming 4 or 5 pieces at once is indeed a challenge. But for an ordinary person, unless they have a fortune, who would indulge so extravagantly? The fried chicken sells for 7 yuan each, while we sell ours for 4. Do you think there's a profit in that?" Li Mobai chuckled. Dai Ryu was quite adept at arithmetic and began calculating immediately. "This chicken was purchased from a friend for only 9 yuan 50. You're selling these 2 legs for 8? What about the 2 wings, the breast, and the leftover meat? That totals to 20. After deducting costs for seasoning and oil, the profit is considerable." Dai Ryu felt a surge of excitement. Li Mingwu, experienced from his travels, remarked, "There should be a market for this. It's considerably cheaper than the fried chicken on the street. Nowadays, children crave that fried chicken, but the price is simply too steep. Parents on fixed salaries feel the pinch. If there were a more affordable option, they'd certainly choose it." Hearing her husband's words ignited a spark in Dai Ryu. Grandfather silenced grandmother, who was about to voice her objections, and expressed his support for his daughter's potential venture. He even had a little savings he could lend her. The couple hurriedly declined. Despite the good intentions, they could not accept the money. If their aunt found out, it would surely stir up a storm. Encouraging mother to bravely take this step would be far more effective through practice than 100 lectures. She had remained in a small circle for far too long, always revolving around the factory and family, unaware of the broader world, which fostered a sense of fear within her. Father, however, was different. Though he lived in the same era, he possessed the interest and courage to embrace new experiences. This disparity was a testament to the difference in their perspectives. "Where did you learn all this?" Mother inquired with a hint of perplexity. How could her son, a young man so unused to manual labor, possess such skills? "I found it online. This recipe was inadvertently leaked by someone and was quickly deleted. Now, it's impossible to find. Without this secret, you cannot replicate such flavors. Thus, you must keep it confidential," Li Mobai advised. "Well, it seems you have indeed gleaned some useful knowledge from the internet. All right, I understand. Let me ponder over this. Opening a shop is no trifling matter." At that moment, Dai Ryu felt a surge of eagerness within her. Who wouldn't he desire to be their own boss? She too yearned for it, but lacked the courage. At this juncture, what was needed was to encourage her mother, to embolden her to take that crucial step. Once she tasted success and earned a profit, everything else would naturally fall into place. That afternoon, her parents conferred for quite some time. Grandfather also chimed in with his thoughts. Eventually, mother reached a decision. "Tomorrow, I will initiate my resignation. I shall buy out my years of service and take my leave." Chapter 19. Voluntary Resignation, a sarcastic jibe from Ant. Upon learning of his mother's decision, Li Mobai was filled with joy. He had anticipated a considerable effort would be required to persuade her, but to his surprise, it was resolved so swiftly. It is indeed true that actions speak louder than words. Mother was no fool. With such a golden opportunity before her, she would surely seize it. The Qingzhou Food Factory, once a prestigious state-owned enterprise, had experienced its share of glory but had gradually lost its market over the years. In the past, bringing a box of canned goods when visiting relatives during festivals was a matter of pride. However, nowadays, exquisitely packaged pastries have become far more desirable. The factory's management, lacking initiative, failed to innovate or improve their recipes. When sales dwindled, their solution was to cut costs, replacing quality fruits in their canned goods with inferior substitutes. What could be expected of such a compromise? While costs were reduced, sales plummeted even further. After numerous futile attempts, the factory found itself resorting to layoffs merely to survive. The incompetence of the factory leadership led to the dismissal of workers, who, in a bid to retain their positions, were obliged to bribe the management. What a predicament! Among the first batch of 20 workers, all but Dai Ryu sought connections and backdoor dealings, offering gifts in hopes of securing their jobs. Only Dai Ryu candidly stated that the factory's poor performance necessitated the layoffs. I have been with the factory for a long time. In these trying times, if I do not make a sacrifice, who will? If I do not resign, who will? She expressed her willingness to set an example by responding positively to the call for voluntary layoffs, on the condition that her severance pay would be fully honored. The factory leaders were baffled. Is Dai Ryu out of her mind? Has she lost her senses? How can she be so cheerful about such a grave matter? Who could say? Yet, in a way, it was beneficial. They had been struggling to establish a role model. Let her be that model. The higher-ups had issued strict orders to reduce the workforce, and her decision inadvertently aided their cause. The factory leadership reached a consensus to expedite her paperwork, facilitating her departure while simultaneously encouraging other laid-off workers to follow her example, expressing understanding of the factory's difficulties. The news of Dai Ryu's job loss reached her uncle's household, undoubtedly met with the scornful jibes of her unkind aunt. She feigned sympathy, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you've lost your job. Now you have more time to care for the two elderly ones and fulfill your filial duties." Simultaneously, she ridiculed Dai Ryu, questioning her lack of connections. "With so many people in the factory, why were you the only one laid off? It's because you don't know how to network or seek favors. If you had just spent a little money to bribe the factory leaders, you wouldn't be in this predicament. How can you be so reluctant to part with a bit of cash? You deserve this outcome." Dai Ryu was infuriated. Yet she restrained herself out of consideration for her parents' feelings. At that moment, she resolved to achieve something significant to show those self-serving individuals. Her father, Li Mingwu's shoe factory, although not thriving, was in a better position than the food factory. As a crucial sales figure, Li Mingwu had a wide circle of acquaintances. After deciding to support his wife in opening a store, he began to scout for suitable premises. On a national level, policies were introduced to orderly transition laid-off workers, such as supporting their entrepreneurial endeavors and encouraging citizens to start their own businesses. In a free market economy, constant innovation and exploration are essential. With their layoff certificates, unemployed workers could easily obtain licenses to operate small businesses, like opening a modest eatery or tailoring shop. Dai Ryu aspired to establish a fried chicken outlet. Li Mobai suggested that her mother should choose a trendy name to attract customers. "Let us call it Dakoshi," he proposed. The couple found the name peculiar and somewhat mismatched. Yet Li Mobai insisted that this was precisely the impression they wanted to create. If you name it Old Li's Fried Chicken and Burgers, the business would surely falter. Akin to Old John's traditional medicine shop. In his spare time, Li Mobai meticulously drafted various regulations and guidelines for his mother, along with important reminders. Although we are venturing into a small business, we must adopt a rigorous attitude. After all, our goal is to establish the foremost domestic Western fast food brand. It won't be long before people are eager to invest in franchises. We must have standards in place. Dai Ryu was unfamiliar with these concepts, but her father, being knowledgeable, recognized their significance, and thus her mother accepted them. The Kinda chicken store in Shinjo was located in the most bustling area of the city, spacious and impressive. The couple chose a location in the southern district, which, while not overly commercialized, had numerous schools and was poised to become a focal point for future development. Moreover, it was conveniently close to home. The rent was 500 yuan per month, which was quite steep. However, after inspection, Li Mobai deemed it worthwhile and signed a 5-year lease, paying quarterly. With the premises secured, the next steps involved renovating the store, procuring raw materials, and acquiring various equipment and utensils. These investments consumed a substantial amount of money. Dai Ryu's severance pay had been nearly exhausted, and her father even tapped into their savings. The family felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Her father noted that her mother was so nervous at night that she could not sleep, worried about the lack of customers and fearing that there would be nowhere to cry if things went awry. Li Mobai needed to remain composed. He firmly believed that his business would thrive. Besides, he still had over 50,000 on his card. What was there to fear? Chapter 20. A lucrative opportunity due to his remarkable academic progress. Despite the repercussions of the Tian Zhuangfei incident, Li Mobai had still caught the attention of the school leadership. For the third middle school, there were only a select few promising candidates capable of striving for the top universities. Li Mobai's sudden academic advancement led the school officials to harbor high hopes for him, planning to nurture his talents and considering placing him in Class 1 for further studies. However, Li Mobai firmly declined, presenting a compelling rationale. "I have only just acclimated to this environment and managed to find my rhythm. If I were to be transferred to Class 1, I might struggle to adapt, and my grades could plummet. Therefore, it would be best if you left me be. Excessive pressure would be counterproductive. Please allow me the freedom to develop at my own pace. Upon hearing his stance, the school leaders deliberated and concluded that it would be wiser not to force his progress. Very well, we shall not interfere. Just do not let us down. Though Li Mobai's words were eloquent, his thoughts were far from focused on his studies. For him, learning did not significantly impact his grades. His primary concern was earning money. With his mother being encouraged to open a fried chicken and burger shop, he could not afford to be idle. He needed to devise a plan to generate income. His thoughts turned towards the entertainment industry. Writing novels? Unfeasible. Even if he wore out his keyboard, he doubted he could earn much. By the time the golden age of online literature arrived, it might be too late. Producing television dramas or films. That was equally unrealistic. He lacked actors, time, and capital. Thus, a singular path remained: songwriting, composing lyrics and music, and then having singers perform them. Becoming a renowned lyricist would be quite delightful. He could pen a song and submit it to record companies. Having been bedridden in a past life, he had listened to countless songs, both in Chinese and English. He couldn't let that knowledge go to waste. If any of his works were accepted, he would be a celebrated lyricist. Li Mobai considered this plan quite feasible. He resolved to act on it. Let us head to the internet CAF during lunch. I have some serious work to do, he murmured to Hu Bing. Hu Bing replied, Wait a minute. Aren't you the one who vowed to turn over a new leaf and stop playing online games? His astonishment was palpable. Indeed, but this time, I am not going to play games. I have serious business to attend to. All right, I'll be watching. Hu Bing expressed his skepticism. At noon, Li Mobai and Hu Bing arrived at a notorious internet CAF outside of school. The atmosphere was overwhelming, stifling his disgust. Li Mobai booted up a computer and began searching for the email addresses of various record companies. It was wise not to put all his eggs in one basket. He needed multiple avenues of opportunity. He identified 3 of the most prominent music companies: Believe Music, Maysfield Music, and Ancient City Music, meticulously copying their official email addresses. He then opened a document and began crafting his lyrics and melodies. Meanwhile, Hu Bing, engrossed in slaying monsters, glanced at Li Mobai's screen and realized he was indeed writing lyrics rather than gaming. What are you up to? Hu Bing inquired, puzzled. Just getting down to business. You continue with your games, Li Mobai replied dismissively. Oh, understood. Hu Bing observed a significant transformation in his good friend lately. As if he had suddenly lost his zest for enjoyment and instead became preoccupied with the notion of making money. Perhaps the pressure stemming from his mother's job loss was weighing heavily upon him. As a devoted friend, Hu Bing felt compelled to look after him. All right, today's internet bill is on me, he declared. While Hu Bing reveled in his own generosity towards his friend, Li Mobai was laboriously finishing 4 songs. Courage. Because of love, therefore love, at least there SU, and starry words and wishes. If memory serves, these are all well-known, timeless hits. After a thorough review and finding no issues, Li Mobai sent his work to 3 music record companies, leaving his home landline number in hopes of receiving a response. Once he completed these tasks, the afternoon had already slipped away. Li Mobai called upon Hu Bing, who was still fixated on gaming, and the 2 returned to class together. Hu Bing insisted that Li Mobai should not spend a penny, seemingly forgetting that Li Mobai had previously won 18,000 in the lottery. Chapter 21. A prosperous start brings joy to the family. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The interior design of Dakoshi was personally helmed by Li Mobai. His parents were initially reluctant for him to be involved, emphasizing that he should focus on his studies and allow them to manage the business. However, Li Mobai's assertion that he could only concentrate on his education once he resolved this matter silenced them immediately. They promptly shifted their stance, fully cooperating with their son to ensure the renovations were completed neatly, allowing him to return to his studies. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a mere restroom? Why go to such lengths and use such high-quality tiles? We can hardly afford such materials for our own bedroom, Dai Ryu remarked in bewilderment. In this day and age, many restaurants opt for discreet outdoor latrines, and such arrangements are considered acceptable. In fact, numerous establishments forego restrooms entirely, leaving patrons to find secluded spots, such as behind telephone poles, to attend to their needs. The sanitation issues are quite severe. With a mere gust of wind, unpleasant odors can waft far and wide. Oh, mother, you needn't worry about that. Just take a leaf out of Kinda Chicken's book, you can't go wrong there. Their restrooms are even more upscale than ours, Li Mobai reassured her. Dai Ryu was genuinely concerned about expenses, revealing her ingrained frugality. Li Mingwu also shared this concern but approached the situation with more rationality. It was akin to gambling. Having already invested so much, abandoning the endeavor now would render all efforts futile. He resolved to persevere, knowing that if it succeeded, the rewards would be substantial. During this period, Li Mobai focused on refining his fried chicken recipe, enlisting Hu Bing and others as taste testers. He continuously adjusted flavors and tweaked secret ingredients. Striving for perfection, their household had already consumed a considerable amount of oil in the process. Hu Bing and the others initially thought Li Mobai was merely jesting, only to realize he was quite serious. Wow, the flavor is getting better and better. I feel it's almost on par with ginkgo chicken, Hu Bing exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. I find it delicious and fragrant, he added. Recently, the friends had devoured 5 or 6 chickens, and this time, the taste was the most exquisite yet. While Li Mobai possessed ample theoretical knowledge, it was through practice that true understanding emerged. To attain the optimal flavor, one must continuously make subtle adjustments. Very well. That reassures me. This Saturday, DeCoste will be opening, and I trust you will attend to my business, Li Mobai jested. Absolutely, without a doubt, we must go. With limited manpower, one naturally yields to the whims of those who provide sustenance. Having spent the last few days enjoying life in Li Mobai's company, it would be remiss not to support his venture. The list of the first batch of workers for the family food factory has been finalized. Unsurprisingly, they are all earnest individuals, hailing from families lacking wealth or connections, which resulted in their unfortunate layoffs. Many weep and lament at home, believing their world has crumbled. Little do they realize, they are among the fortunate ones. Those who retained their jobs and derided them from the shadows will find themselves with no solace to seek in the future. Dai Ryu could not possibly manage the fried chicken shop alone. Thus, the first batch of 5 employees was drawn from her former colleagues, all familiar faces, with whom she shared a strong rapport. Together, they embarked on this new entrepreneurial journey. At 9:30 on Saturday morning, amidst the crackling of firecrackers and the scent of gunpowder, DeCoste officially opened its doors. The choice of Saturday was deliberate, as it is a holiday, and the primary clientele consists of students. Hu Bing and his associates have extensive social circles, leading to a substantial turnout of patrons. With 6 individuals, including her mother, bustling about, her father took on the role of cashier, finding joy in the hustle. Hu Bing, aware of the significance of this endeavor for his dear friend, helped maintain order. Although slightly chaotic, it was merely the beginning, and with time, operations would surely stabilize. Dai Ryu and her team worked tirelessly from noon until 4 in the afternoon, hardly managing to grab a bite of lunch. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, yet the cash register brimmed with earnings. When the staff seized brief moments to savor some boneless chicken bites for energy, they prepared to welcome the evening's clientele. It has been over a year since ginkgo chicken established its presence in Qingzhou, yet its prices remain prohibitively high for the average citizen. The number of individuals who have tasted ginkgo chicken is still remarkably low in Qingzhou. In contrast, DeCoste offers a more accessible average price, roughly 60 to 70 of ginkgo chickens, making it far more affordable. When children crave fried chicken and burgers, and ginkgo chicken is beyond their financial reach, they will naturally opt for DeCoste, perceiving both as foreign delicacies. Little do the children comprehend the vast disparity in flavor between the two, as they are not connoisseurs of gastronomy. Moreover, even if they were professional food critics, comparing Western fast food would yield little merit. The tastes are largely similar, differing only in cooking methods and marination techniques. By 9 o'clock, everyone was utterly exhausted, having experienced an overwhelming surge in business. Her mother lamented that she scarcely had time to drink water or visit the restroom. Li Mingwu found himself in a daze, unable to stop calculating the day's earnings. Despite the laborious nature of the day, the rewards were substantial. A rough estimate of the day's revenue suggested it exceeded 4,000, equivalent to Dai Ryu's meager earnings from the food factory over several months. She had never envisioned a day when she could earn such a sum. She could not help but wonder if she was dreaming. The couple conferred briefly, and the 5 veteran employees each received a red envelope containing 100 yuan, acknowledging the arduous efforts everyone had put forth that day. Li Mobai's friends, including Hu Bing, were also expected to contribute. They decided to invite everyone to the restaurant for a grand feast at Li Mobai's expense. After tidying up, everyone returned home, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the future. However, The raw materials were running low. I had stocked a large freezer full of supplies, but it appeared that we would barely last until tomorrow. You must assist me in procuring more. Despite their exhaustion, the couple remained exhilarated, mapping out their future. This is the allure of wealth. For ordinary individuals, particularly those who have struggled for most of their lives, the sudden appearance of a lucrative opportunity is something to seize. No matter how arduous the journey, as long as it leads to profit, other concerns become trivial. All right, I will take care of this. By the way, what did our son mention? There's an imported breed of white feathered chicken that grows rapidly, ready for market in less than a month. I will look into it and consult friends to see if they have any connections in that regard. Tomorrow might bring an influx of customers, but the day after, when the children return to school, we can expect a decline. We should manage for a couple more days without issue, Li Mingwu speculated. Good. You are in charge of this matter. Let me calculate. At this rate, it won't take 2 or 3 months for us to break even, Dai Ryu exclaimed, her excitement making her hands dance in the air. I never imagined that one day I would become wealthy. Look at you, so pleased. This is all thanks to our son. If it weren't for him, you would likely still be crying somewhere, Li Mingwu teased. Dai Ryu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She replied, I always said my son was intelligent, no less than my brother's child. As long as he works hard and gets into a good university, I will consider my life fulfilled. Hee, you may be content, but I am not. I am already dreaming of buying a small car to drive around, Li Mingwu envisioned. How delightful for you to think of driving. Not allowed. Under the influence of financial excitement, the couple rarely revisited their old dreams that night. Chapter 22. Saving money to seize opportunities. Buyers from Hong Kong knock at the door. The business of Decosi was thriving, and the old mother felt particularly content. However, the unsung hero, Li Mobai, was not satisfied with such meager earnings. This was merely a small step. During this period, he contemplated a significant matter. If memory serves. Around this time, Ma Baba of Penguin encountered soaring operational costs due to a substantial increase in users, compounded by the current internet bubble, leading to a dire need for cash. At that time, Tungshuan could not profit from Penguin, and other ventures were insufficient to sustain it. Consequently, Ma Baba contemplated selling Penguin to ensure the normal operation of Tungshuan. However, either the offers were too low, or potential buyers were uninterested. In any case, Penguin was not sold. This situation resembled that of the laid-off workers in his mother's factory. It was unclear whether it was a blessing or a curse. Ma Baba was deeply frustrated when the sale did not go through. Yet, a year later, those who had refrained from purchasing were equally disheartened. The evolution of the times often leaves one feeling powerless. Naturally, Li Mobai was eager to buy, but he lacked the funds. His account held merely a few tens of thousands, which, while a substantial sum at present, was still insufficient. However, the price set by Mr. Ma is a staggering 1 million. A million, a figure that is astronomical. Li Mobai firmly believes that he can amass such a sum. Yet, time is of the essence. It won't be long before, after enduring this trial, even if Mr. Ma were offered 2 million, he would not sell the Penguin to you. The cost is indeed profitable. But earning 1 million is no easy feat. Li Mobai does not rely on his parents for financial assistance. He places his hopes on his lyrics. It is truly perplexing why the record company has yet to respond. It drives me to desperation. His parents, embarking on a new business venture in middle age, are quite busy. Nevertheless, Dai Ryu ensures that they have 3 meals a day prepared, easily heated in the microwave. His grandfather reassures her not to worry so much and to focus on the shop. He can handle the cooking. Li Mobai contemplates suggesting that his mother hire a maid, but the words catch in his throat. It seems premature for such a notion. For his frugal grandparents and parents, spending money to hire someone to serve them feels akin to a crime. Upon arriving at school, Li Mobai greets Hu Bing and others, inviting them over for fried chicken and hamburgers whenever they have time. Eat to your heart's content, it's on me. They are all strapping young men with hearty appetites. If they were to indulge in fried chicken, they could easily consume half a month's wages of his parents. However, at the cost, they can eat freely. Hu Bing and the others cheer in delight. Bai Lian, I might as well work at your house for free. Just let me eat my fill of fried chicken. Hu Bing remarks naively. Li Mobai responds, is this fried chicken and hamburger really that delicious? He struggles to comprehend his friend's enthusiasm. Absolutely delicious. They all exclaim in unison. Li Mobai finds himself at a loss, shrugging in resignation. All right, I'll find an opportunity to let you try some pizza. In his opinion, fast food is merely adequate. It is undeniably convenient, but in terms of flavor, it cannot compare to the delightful offerings of Chinese cuisine. Upon returning home in the evening, his parents have yet to arrive. His grandparents have prepared a late-night snack for him. Yangshan noodles topped with 2 glistening fried eggs, garnished with scallions and fragrant oil. Visually appetizing. Eat slowly, his grandfather advises, then adds, "We received a phone call today from Hong Kong. It was some music company looking for you. I feared it might be a scam, so I didn't engage much." Li Mobai exclaims, "Oh really? Grandfather, did you get their number?" He is filled with excitement. His grandfather replies, "No, but they said they would call back later." Not understanding the cause of Li Mobai's elation, he continues, "I don't believe it's a scam." Just then, the phone rings again. Li Mobai strides over and answers it. "Hello, this is Lei Ho. I am the director of Believe Music Records. Is this Mr. Li Mobai?" "Yes, it's me. I'm the one who sent you the email," Li Mobai replies, barely containing his excitement. "Oh, this is wonderful. This afternoon." An elderly gentleman answered the phone, and communication was difficult. "I am Chun Zhiyong, the music director of the company. Your submission was exceptional. You possess remarkable talent." "Just average," Li Mobai modestly responds. Li Mobai casually inquired whether they planned to make a purchase. Chun Zhiyong responded, "Well, if Mr. Li is willing to sell, we would certainly consider buying. I called to discuss the specific details with you. Would it be convenient for you to come to Hong Kong for a face-to-face meeting?" Li Mobai replied, "Unfortunately, I am quite busy." Chun Zhiyong expressed his concern. "That complicates things a bit. We need to sign a contract. How about you come to the mainland to meet me? Bring the contract along, if that works for you," Li Mobai suggested. Chun Zhiyong frowned. "We have never done that before." "That is because you have never encountered someone like me before." "Now you have," Li Mobai retorted. "I am not only submitting to your company. Another top music company is also interested in my work and will likely call me later. Please consider this." "All right, I understand. Please hold on while I consult with my superiors. I will get back to you tomorrow. I hope you can give me some time. We are sincere in our intentions." Chun Zhiyong replied earnestly. "Fine, I will give you a day. That's settled then. Goodbye." After hanging up, Li Mobai exhaled deeply. Indeed, my assumptions were correct. The demand for good songs remains significant in this day and age. The 4 heavenly kings of Hong Kong rose to fame through their music. Acting in films is more of a crossover venture. When his grandfather learned that Li Mobai had written 2 songs and caught the attention of a Hong Kong music company, he felt a sense of pride. Although his grandfather held a slight bias towards males, he was generally reasonable, especially considering the series of actions taken by his son and daughter-in-law, which had left him disheartened. He recognized his daughter-in-law's harshness and understood that his son was spineless and submissive, making him unreliable. If the elderly couple wished to live a few more carefree years without turmoil, they would have to rely on their daughter and son-in-law. Thus, if Li Mobai's family thrived, it would also bring them some relief. His greatest regret was having divided the family assets too early. Otherwise, his daughter-in-law would not be so audacious. His grandfather reminisced about a college classmate who had become a prominent figure in Hong Kong's business scene over the years. Li Mobai cheerfully promised, "Once I earn some money, I will take you and Grandma on a trip to Hong Kong to reunite with your old friend." His grandfather laughed heartily, expressing his anticipation for that day to arrive soon. Chapter 23. The difference between the poor and the rich. Li Mobai realized that in order to facilitate matters, the family needed a computer, which would save a great deal of hassle. If possible, they should set up an internet connection, as such services were now available. Although the internet speed was slow and accessed via dial-up, it sufficed. The cost was substantial, but he could manage it. Otherwise, sending an email would require a trip to an internet CAF, causing unnecessary delays. However, convincing his parents to buy a computer and set up an internet connection would likely prove challenging, especially with the impending college entrance examination. They would undoubtedly be furious at the idea of purchasing a computer for internet access at such a critical time. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, my parents returned home, brimming with vitality. The radiant smile on my mother's face left no doubt that it had been another day of booming business, with sales reaching new heights. She even mentioned the necessity of hiring 2 more individuals to cope with the demand. Li Mobai pondered the remarkable success of their business in Qinzhou, a third-tier city with no geographical advantages. If the shop could flourish here, how prosperous would it be in a first- or second-tier city? That certainly warrants consideration. Currently, they were still in the phase of accumulating experience, but when the time is ripe, franchising could be on the horizon. Now, It all hinged on the response from the Hong Kong-based Believe music record company the following day. In the Millennium year, Qinzhou saw little visitation from outsiders. The Believe music record company held great esteem for the few songs Li Mobai had composed. Director Chen Jiong personally led a delegation to Qinzhou, hoping to forge a collaboration with Li Mobai. If these songs, though stylistically diverse, were all penned by him, it would signify that he is a versatile and accomplished lyricist, a treasure for the music scene in Hong Kong. Securing an exclusive partnership with such a talent would be nothing short of extraordinary. As the business of Dakoshi flourished, Li Mingwu's focus shifted. He was a key player in the sales department of the shoe factory. Yet he had faced stagnation in his career advancement, while those less capable than himself benefited from connections. Discontented with this reality, Li Mingwu resolved to abandon his current path. He set out to locate the poultry farm his son mentioned, prioritizing a stable supply of raw materials for his wife's business. Without sufficient chicken meat, Dakoshi's success would be short-lived. Li Mobai believed that when the moment was right, they must consider establishing their own poultry farm to control the supply and quality of their raw materials. However, the time was not yet ripe, as they were still managing a single store. Regardless of how well their business was doing, it could not sustain a poultry farm at this stage. As an exceptional student with considerable autonomy, Li Mobai stood out among his peers, achieving top grades, yet willingly remaining in the notoriously underperforming 6th class. Unaffected by the prevailing atmosphere, a situation that baffled his teachers, Chen Jiong and his team arrived early on a flight to Jinling, then rented a car to reach Qinzhou. Compared to the people from the mainland, those from Hong Kong enjoyed a much more affluent lifestyle. The average salary of a Hong Kong worker could easily support a lavish life in the mainland, not to mention the monthly earnings of executives like Chen Jiong, which were equivalent to the annual salaries of ordinary laborers in the mainland. Having grown accustomed to the skyscrapers and vibrant nightlife of Hong Kong, the stark contrast upon arriving in a third-tier city like Qinzhou was striking. The mainland is truly impoverished, a fashionably dressed young woman remarked disdainfully. Historically, Hong Kong residents have held an undeniable sense of pride when comparing themselves to the mainland, often viewing it as backward and impoverished, where people struggle to afford tea, eggs, or instant noodles. Upon hearing this comment from his subordinate, Chen Jiong couldn't help but frown and retort, "That's not fair. The mainland has just begun to reform and open up. Its potential is immense. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that my great Ming dynasty, vast and rich, is home to countless talents. Given time, it will undoubtedly flourish and prosper." A significant portion of the people from Hong Kong remain patriotic. Perhaps it could be said that there exists a complex narrative within this context. In times of poverty, many will sympathize with and pity you, eager to offer assistance. This, in turn, grants them a sense of superiority and a moral self-satisfaction, leading them to believe they are truly virtuous. Conversely, when the mainland experiences a meteoric rise, with its economy booming and the nation growing strong, many individuals of a different disposition become discontented. They align themselves with certain Western nations, hurling insults at their homeland and pointing fingers in criticism. Such occurrences I have witnessed far too many times during my previous life, when I was confined to a bed. Ultimately, these individuals have knelt for so long that they have forgotten they possess knees. I shall refrain from delving further into this matter. Chen Jiong and his companions arrived in Qinzhou, and it was his grandfather who answered the phone. The group made their way to Li Mobai's residence, where they soon discovered that he was merely a high school student. Chen Jiong marveled at this youthful prodigy, exclaiming how remarkable it was. Thus, they bid farewell to his grandfather and headed to the 3rd middle school. Upon seeing the car approach, the school's security, recognizing the Cantonese dialect being spoken, sensed the significance of their arrival and promptly reported it upward. Soon, the principal personally came out to greet them. Nowadays, when the citizens of the mainland hear the term compatriots from Hong Kong, their immediate association is with wealth. During this period, overseas Chinese enjoy special privileges within the mainland, as the nation seeks revitalization and investment, desperately requiring substantial capital. The Chinese are among the most astute of peoples globally, with many achieving success in international business and amassing considerable fortunes. The older generation of Chinese has always been patriotic, and in recent years, numerous individuals have returned to invest in the construction of their homeland. Of course, the motherland has not neglected them. It is no exaggeration to assert that their investments in the nation are among the most successful endeavors of their lives, bringing them immense wealth. The motherland will never forsake any compatriot who holds it dear. In Chapter 24, the woman of low emotional intelligence, who profits from the middleman, is quite bothersome. Chun Jiong presented his business card to the principal, indicating that he had come to seek Li Mobai for a contract. They were interested in purchasing the rights to a song composed by Li Mobai. Upon hearing this, the principal was astonished. This seemingly unremarkable student had recently garnered quite a bit of media attention. The principal called for Li Mobai, who was taken aback by the swiftness of Chun Jiong and his companion's visit. Upon seeing how young Li Mobai truly was, Chun Jiong praised him as a genius. Li Mobai scrutinized the group, noticing that apart from Chun Jiong, the expressions of the other young Hong Kong individuals seemed rather peculiar. Particularly, the stylishly dressed young woman wore a frown, her expression akin to someone sitting atop a fiery furnace. Undeniably, compared to the relatively conservative mainland, the attire of this Hong Kong girl was indeed quite provocative, and her figure was equally striking. This situation is bound to attract the attention of certain men. Li Mobai has indeed noticed that several male teachers are intentionally strolling about outside. It is evident that their intentions are transparent to all. The girl feels as though she is in a den of thieves, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Chun Jiong wishes to acquire the copyrights for 4 songs, offering a price of 5,000 yuan per piece. This is no trifling sum. The principal was also tempted upon hearing the offer. 5,000 for 1. 20,000 for 4. This amount surpasses my annual salary. Is it possible for students to compose 2 songs and earn such a fortune? The pace of this world's development is truly bewildering. Li Mobai is genuinely unaware of the current market trends. Nevertheless, he muses that regardless of the outcome, one must first engage in negotiations. You propose 5,000? I shall demand 10,000. Chun Jiong, 10,000? You certainly have the audacity to ask. I suspect you are quite desperate. A young woman, who has long held a disdainful view of Li Mobai, openly mocked him. Li Mobai, this fellow. Li Mobai immediately felt displeased. What do you mean by suggesting I am desperate? We are merely conducting business. Is bargaining not allowed? Lily, how can you speak like that? Silence yourself. Chun Jiong hastily urged his ill-mannered subordinate to be quiet, then smiled apologetically at Li Mobai, explaining, handsomely, such a price is simply unattainable. We are indeed quite sincere. Li Mobai was well aware of their sincerity. Otherwise, they would not have rushed over today. However, it is precisely because of their genuine intent that it reflects the value of my song. Otherwise, it would not warrant such a journey from your group. Clearly, you are apprehensive of other record companies getting a head start. What I can promise is that I have several more songs in the works. As long as our collaboration is pleasant, I will prioritize your company when new songs are ready. What do you say? Li Mobai proposed. Chun Jiong let out a wry smile, indicating that if he were in a position to decide, he would certainly wish to collaborate with Li Mobai. However, he lacked that authority. In the entire music scene of Xinjiang, such exorbitant prices are unheard of. Even the most esteemed lyricists and composers seldom command 10,000. Will I be entitled to a share of the album sales? Li Mobai inquired. That, unfortunately, has no precedent, Chun Jiong awkwardly replied. Surely there is a right to authorship? Li Mobai pressed. That is indeed available. Beyond that, you may also collaborate with the artists. If they perform your song at events and generate profit, you can negotiate a share. Chun Jiong realized that Li Mobai was a novice in this arena, and he patiently elucidated the matter. Li Mobai nodded, deep in thought. So this is how it operates. You wish to buy out my song. Is there a time limitation? Li Mobai asked with concern. We are signing a 5-year contract. After 5 years, the rights will revert to you. Chun Jiong explained thoroughly. Li Mobai took a deep breath, realizing that he had underestimated the complexities of this industry. Earning money is not as straightforward as he had envisioned. Of course, this also relates to his current lack of fame. Selling to record companies inevitably results in exploitation. That is indisputable. Capital must reap its rewards. Fortunately, the current investors are not excessively greedy. Their demands remain relatively reasonable. If one could establish a direct connection with a renowned singer, bypassing the intermediary of a record company to avoid profit margins, would the income not be significantly greater? The prerequisite for such an endeavor, however, would be to gain the recognition of these artists. After much contemplation, Li Mobai resolved to sign a contract with Chun Jiong. Although the immediate financial return was modest, establishing a reputation held greater importance. Considering the distance you've traveled, 6,005 for 4 songs, totaling 26,000. If agreeable, let us proceed with the contract. This is my bottom line, Li Mobai stated earnestly. Chen Jiong nodded, indicating he would make a phone call. 5 minutes later, he returned with confirmation that everything was in order and they could proceed with the signing. In the presence of the principal, Li Mobai verified the contract for any discrepancies before inscribing his name. Chen Jiong assured him that the payment would be transferred to Li Mobai's designated account within 3 business days. Li Mobai's attention was drawn to the laptop they had brought. While it could not compare to the sleek gaming and office laptops of a decade hence, acquiring such a device in Qinzhou was currently impossible. One would need to venture to Jinling or southern Jiangsu. Director Chen, I have a small request. Would you consider selling me this laptop at a discounted rate? Selling it at full price would also be acceptable. You could simply deduct it from my remuneration, Li Mobai asked, somewhat bashfully. He had no interest in gaming. A portable laptop would suffice for his needs, primarily for work. Chen Jiong scoffed. Humph, what a country bumpkin. Stylish Lily, overhearing Li Mobai's words, could not resist another round of mockery. Li Mobai, however, had grown weary of engaging with such foolishness. In a vast forest, one finds all kinds of birds. Ha ha. Brother Li has a keen eye. I just purchased this laptop last week. Indeed, acquiring one in the mainland is quite challenging. No problem. I'll restore the data and hand it over to you. It cost over 7,000. Consider it 5,000. Chen Jiong spoke with an understanding of social niceties. Li Mobai expressed his gratitude. With the laptop, communication with the outside world would become much more convenient. The principal stood in astonishment, truly impressed by the student's capabilities. As the formalities concluded, it was time for dinner. Li Mobai requested leave from the principal to take Chen Jiong and his associates to dine at the Kusher, a venture that required his attention. Dai Ryu was taken aback to see her son accompanied by individuals from Xiangang. Upon learning that she was Li Mobai's mother, Chen Jiong launched into a flurry of flattery. Ah, you are so radiant. I thought you were Brother Li's sister. You look incredibly youthful. It's hard to believe. Your son is a musical genius and will undoubtedly achieve great fame in the future. This barrage of compliments left Li Mobai feeling somewhat embarrassed. In an era where societal norms were relatively conservative, Dai Ryu found it overwhelming, her heart swelling with joy as she responded, "Oh, where is that? My son is a monkey in the zodiac. He never gives me peace, always just playing around." The mutual admiration created a pleasant atmosphere until Lily, having perused the menu, disdainfully remarked, "Humph, it's just imitation KFC. What is so great about it?" The ambience grew slightly awkward. However, everyone chose to disregard this individual. Observing Chen Jiong's exasperated expression, it seems unlikely that he will bring this peculiar woman along on future business trips to the mainland. Chapter 25. Father went to find chickens. Upon returning home in the evening, Li Mingwu had gone on a business trip to procure chicken meat. Li Mobai informed Dai Ryu that he had composed songs and earned over 20,000 yuan. Dai Ryu was momentarily overwhelmed. What has happened to our family lately? Is it possible that the god of wealth has taken notice of our dire financial situation? Mother, when you have the chance, please install an internet CAF at home. If we get broadband, they will give me a laptop. Sometimes, I need to respond to emails and such. Li Mobai seized the opportunity. Dai Ryu was somewhat sensitive to the notion of the internet. However, Li Mobai reassured her, explaining that this was a laptop, not one of those bulky desktop computers resembling a television, and that it was unsuitable for gaming, only for work. In truth, this was a fib, plausible enough to deceive an outsider, but anyone knowledgeable would recognize that few internet CAFs in Qinzhou boasted a computer of such high specifications. Upon learning that this computer was incapable of gaming and could only be used for studying and office work, Dai Ryu felt relieved. With Li Mobai's persistent persuasion and various assurances, Dai Ryu consented to the installation of broadband. This brought immense joy to Li Mobai. Life was improving, and he resolved to work hard. Optimism for the future was palpable. His only regret was that he had initially believed that writing a couple of songs would lead to substantial earnings, allowing him to confidently acquire a stake in Penguin. Yet, it now appeared that he had been somewhat naive. Money was not so easily earned. He could only manage a modest profit. Relying solely on this for significant financial gain would prove challenging. What other avenues might be available to me? Now that I possess a computer as a productive tool, perhaps I could consider dabbling in stocks? Since the establishment of the Mingwu stock market 10 years ago, the market had consistently performed well, an ongoing bull market. If I were to invest, achieving a 50% return would not be out of reach. However, when Li Mobai calculated the total from selling his songs, It amounted to only around 70 to 80,000 yuan. While earning 100,000 yuan would be remarkable, there remained a substantial gap between that and his aspirations. The turn of the millennium marked a low point for the domestic capital market, a period of dormancy before soaring success. If I do not seize the opportunity to invest this year, although great success may still be attainable in the future, the loss of quality assets would be irrevocable. The chance to acquire them again would be nearly impossible. Though Li Mobai was not one to squander money, having been granted a second chance at life, it would be unacceptable to let opportunities slip away without making a mark in the world. Li Mingwu scoured several surrounding cities and finally learned of a village at the border of Qinzhou and Yangzhou that raised white feather chickens. This breed is an exotic variety. After 2 days of effort, he discovered numerous chicken farms, though they primarily raised native breeds such as free-range chickens and Sanhuang chickens, which align with the palate of Mingwu citizens, delicate in texture, ideal for soups and braised dishes. However, these breeds were unsuitable for fried chicken. Using such chickens for frying would result in considerable losses. The son remarked that the fast-growing chicken is the finest ingredient for fried chicken. "Good sir, do we have any white-feathered chickens in this area?" Li Mingwu inquired, as he surveyed his surroundings, uncertain of the precise location of the white-feathered chicken farm. He decided to consult an elderly gentleman basking in the sun at the village entrance. After handing the old man 2 cigarettes, he skillfully accepted them and replied, "Indeed. Old Zhang's family at the western edge of the village raises white-feathered chickens. However, those chickens are not favored for their meat. The texture is coarse and lacks delicacy, rendering them unsellable. That chicken farm does not profit from the meat, but rather from selling the feathers." Li Mingwu nodded slightly. "One cannot blame the chickens for the coarse texture. My son mentioned that from chick to market in merely 40 days is quite an accomplishment. And to expect delicate meat in such a short span is unrealistic. One cannot impose the standards of free-range chickens upon white-feathered ones. That would be unfair to them. Their fate is to be immersed in hot oil." Having acquired the information he sought, Li Mingwu hastened to the white-feathered chicken farm. Upon seeing 200 to 300 plump white-feathered chickens, tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. "My dear ones, how I've missed you. Who are you looking for?" A weary-faced middle-aged man, noticing Li Mingwu's gaze, inquired, "Are you the owner of the chicken farm? Are these white-feathered chickens yours?" Li Mingwu asked. The middle-aged man nodded but then furrowed his brow, stating, "Brother, let me be clear. These chickens are not for meat." "I understand. Wait a moment. Are you looking to sell the farm?" Li Mingwu then noticed a sign indicating a low-price transfer nearby. After 2 years of operation. I've faced losses for 2 years. I can't continue. I'm buried in debt. I might as well work elsewhere," the man sighed, his face etched with weariness and hardship. Li Mingwu couldn't help but engage in casual conversation, discovering that this gentleman possessed considerable experience in raising livestock. He had borrowed money to establish the chicken farm, believing that the white-feathered chickens would grow quickly, while they indeed grew rapidly. The quality of the meat was poor, too tough for braising, let alone for soup. The common folk, when purchasing chickens, often intended to make soup, and with such chickens, once they were deceived, they would not return. Thus, they became a regretful investment. Fortunately, the chicken feathers could still fetch a modest price. Otherwise, he would have faced severe losses. However, relying on feather sales was hardly preferable to simply seeking any job. It was laborious and did not yield substantial profits, prompting the desire to sell the farm. Despite the losses, the man's integrity remained unquestionable. He candidly laid out the unfavorable truths up front, ensuring potential buyers were well informed. His honesty was commendable, and it was no surprise that the farm had yet to find a new owner. One must acknowledge that in this era, people still retain a degree of simplicity. After all, the societal ethos of prioritizing profit above all had not fully taken root, and traditional values still held sway. The owner of the chicken farm had set a price of 4,500 yuan, which included not only the property, but also a small slaughterhouse equipped with relevant facilities. Upon inspection, Li Mingwu noted that the equipment appeared quite new, suggesting it had not seen frequent use. Frankly speaking, the price of 4,500 yuan could be regarded as a substantial bargain. Li Mingwu, as a seasoned salesman, firmly believes in the promising prospects of the dakoshi business and emphasizes the necessity of considering the future. "Brother, the price is truly reasonable. I am practically selling at a loss. However, if you lack the right connections, I would advise against pursuing this venture, as it could lead to losses. I cannot deceive you, can I?" Old Zhang chuckled bitterly. Li Mingwu responded, "Brother, I can see you are a genuine person. Please wait a moment while I consult my son regarding this matter." He then took out his phone and called home. Old Zhang, puzzled, remarked, "What this? Discussing with your son? Am I hearing correctly? In my lifetime, I have witnessed my son engage in business and seek my advice, but I have never seen a father seeking his son's opinion. This young man is truly intriguing." Chapter 26. Abundant opportunities for future alumni. Li Mobai received a call from his father, learning that they had indeed located a broiler chicken farm that was up for sale. Li Mingwu believed the price was suitable, yet they currently lacked staff to manage the chicken farm. He concluded that old Zhang was an honest man and proposed a collaboration, allowing him to continue operating the farm while providing a steady supply of raw materials to Dakoshi. Li Mobai found this approach quite feasible. As for the pricing, let my father handle that. He surely knows what he is doing. Li Mingwu, realizing his son's intelligence and the insights he had gained from years of internet exposure, felt compelled to heed his advice. As a salesman, Li Mingwu was articulate and adept at persuasion. After a convincing discussion with old Zhang, they successfully reached an agreement. Li Mingwu saw old Zhang as a trustworthy individual and appointed him as the logistical base, ensuring regular deliveries of processed broiler chickens to Dakoshi. Old Zhang's compensation included a base salary of 1,000 plus commissions, potentially yielding a monthly income of 2,000 to 3,000. For old Zhang, this was far more advantageous than traditional labor. Feeling enticed, old Zhang resolved to give it a try for another couple of months. The two parties reached a harmonious accord, fulfilling each other's needs, and Li Mingwu completed his mission successfully. Li Mobai understood that the entire structure of Dakoshi was still rather rudimentary. However, capable individuals were scarce, and even with the entire family involved, it would not suffice. No worries, progress would come gradually. As long as Dakoshi thrived, old Zhang's chicken farm would undoubtedly expand further. The principal of the third middle school found it hard not to be impressed by Li Mobai. This child was exceptionally formidable, not only achieving remarkable academic success, but also writing songs that could generate income. Indeed, this child had a promising future ahead. If nothing unexpected occurred, in 10 years, he would surely be an outstanding alumnus of the third middle school. Such a talent must be treated with utmost respect. Once this child gains fame, others could bask in his glory. Consequently, Li Mobai was afforded certain privileges at the school. Both teachers and administrators recognized that such an extraordinary talent had emerged. After 3 years of silence, he was poised to soar to great heights. He is not obliged to engage in complicated and tedious studies. He is free to pursue whatever he desires. Li Mobai, being quite self-disciplined, refrains from acting recklessly, occasionally retreating to the library for some tranquility. Upon Chun Jiong's return, after settling the cost of his laptop, the remaining balance has been fully transferred. Li Mobai now undeniably ranks among the affluent of his peers. With such a substantial sum at his disposal, what should he embark upon? During this period, he has been reflecting on the business opportunities that emerged at the turn of the millennium. The era of the internet is on the cusp of arrival. With its embryonic form already taking shape, the indigenous inhabitants of coastal cities, provided they possess land, can build homes and will face no shortage of tenants in the coming decades. An endless stream of laborers has enriched the local populace. It can be said that future generations will face no struggles regarding sustenance or clothing. This is the dividend of the reform and opening up policy. Some individuals seize the opportunity, while others merely benefit from serendipitous fortune. Ultimately, a portion of the population will bask in this prosperity and successfully alter their destinies. Li Mobai is aware of the pathways to wealth, yet he cannot simply rush to eastern Guangdong to purchase land and construct houses for future rental purposes. While these business opportunities are indeed enticing, they hold little relevance to him at present. His mother's fried chicken and hamburger business is flourishing. He contemplates ways to enhance the business further. Could it be feasible to operate on a 24-hour basis? The issue of raw materials has already been addressed. Now, the more they sell, the more they earn. There is no reason for Li Mobai to be at odds with money. His mother has also mentioned that some laid-off sisters have approached her seeking employment, leaving her unsure of how to respond. If they were to operate at night, it would necessitate additional manpower, potentially providing job opportunities for 2 or 3 more laid-off workers, thereby contributing positively to the community. As for the business aspect, Li Mobai remains optimistic. High school and junior high school students, after evening study sessions, inevitably crave nourishment. Given the intense competition for college entrance examinations, It is customary for parents to buy a hamburger for their children as a late-night snack. Moreover, Tycoon must also proactively promote its offerings to compete with the fried chicken. They should provide breakfast options, including youtiao, soy milk, and lean meat congee, all of which are marketable. Operating 24 hours a day would undoubtedly yield greater profits than a mere 12-hour operation. The increase in costs would be minimal, yet the potential revenue could see a significant rise. This is indeed a splendid idea, one worth pursuing. As Li Mobai finds himself increasingly elated, another thought strikes him: purchasing a mobile phone. Shen Jiong had advised him that while emails are quite convenient, having a mobile phone facilitates quicker communication. He must buy one. Although the phone he considers resembles a brick and costs over 2,000, there is no alternative. Rarity dictates value. In this day and age, most individuals hesitate to part with their money for a mobile device. Even if one can afford it, the monthly phone bill can be a painful expense. It is worth noting that once the era of smartphones arrives, such a device will be relegated to the category of senior phones, available on online marketplaces for merely 50 yuan. Once a luxury item purchased for 2,000 yuan, ultimately, it could only be exchanged for a stainless steel basin. Of course, these are matters of the future. If Li Mobai were to tell someone that their mobile phone would be worthless one day, even the scrap collectors would refuse it. He would likely be met with hostility. Although feeling a pang of loss, he still proceeded to make the purchase. The Telecommunications Bureau offered it for 2,100 yuan, along with a phone card requiring a prepayment of 300 yuan for call credits. After this series of transactions, Li Mobai acquired a rather hefty black Nokia phone. Who could have predicted that Nokia, once at the zenith of its success, would soon fade into obscurity? After buying the phone, Li Mobai sent his new number to Chen Jiong, facilitating future communications. Having previously used a large-screen smartphone, he found little interest in this black and white feature phone, casually stowing it in his backpack. Old Zhang from the chicken farm delivered over 400 frozen white-feathered chickens from his inventory. Dai Ryu, accompanied by her staff, busily organized the stock. Li Mingwu was tasked with procuring various supplies. Historically, procurement has always been a lucrative venture in business, especially within large enterprises like hotels and restaurants, where profits abound. Tycoon essentially operates as a family business. Dai Ryu was hesitant to allow outsiders to meddle in procurement matters, hence she enlisted Li Mingwu's assistance. After all, one's capacity for focus is inherently limited. As Li Mingwu dedicated time to supporting his wife's entrepreneurial efforts, it was inevitable that his own work responsibilities would suffer from some neglect. Chapter 27. The father facing exclusion and the soaring ginkgo prices. A prevalent issue within state-owned factories is the inability to promote solely based on merit. When a leader deems one capable, they are deemed capable, regardless of their actual performance. Conversely, if deemed unqualified, they are similarly dismissed. Despite the shoe factory maintaining decent profitability, Li Mingwu, known for his extensive network, held a particular disdain for his direct superior, Sun Wuliang, the head of the sales department. This individual had ascended the ranks solely through familial connections, being the factory director's brother-in-law. Under his leadership, the sales department was mired in chaos. A deplorable state of affairs. Sun Wuliang thrived on flattery from those around him, but unfortunately for him, Li Mingwu remained indifferent. Sun Wuliang, in turn, harbored animosity towards Li Mingwu, yet with Li's commendable performance, the entire sales department relied heavily on his contributions. Moreover, as Li Mingwu adhered to professional conduct, Sun Wuliang found it challenging to pinpoint opportunities for retribution. His only strategy was to suppress Li Mingwu's prospects for advancement. Recently, Li Mingwu had taken to frequently requesting leave, which provided Sun Wuliang with a leverage point. At last, you have fallen into my grasp. I shall make an example of you for your arrogance. Sun Wuliang claimed that Li Mingwu had disregarded authority by leaving his post without permission, labeling the situation as severe enough to warrant a formal reprimand and a subsequent deduction of wages. It was evident to all that this was a blatant act of retaliation. Li Mingwu had indeed requested leave, yet Sun Wuliang had unjustly withheld approval. Furthermore, according to the regulations governing state-owned enterprises, such matters should merely be addressed through educational reprimands. A wage deduction was wholly inappropriate, considering the modest earnings that families depended upon for their daily sustenance. To impose such a penalty directly could render individuals unable to provide for their households. Were this to occur to an ordinary individual, it would indeed be an unbearable burden. it is highly likely that one must bow down and concede. But who is Li Mingwu? He has a son who is as audacious as the heavens. You can forget about salary deductions. Even if his wages were withheld, he would not starve. If one possesses the capability, they might as well dismiss me outright. I would welcome it, just like my wife, who has negotiated a severance from the factory, receiving a sum in the tens of thousands. I would leave immediately, dedicating myself to the art of fried chicken. Who knows, I might even become the wealthiest in Qinzhou. Alas, such aspirations of Li Mingwu are exceedingly difficult to realize. The factory is not naive. Although Sun Wuliang may lack intelligence, he understands that the sales department's performance hinges on Li Mingwu. Should Li Mingwu depart, the factory sales would plummet immediately. He might manage to humble Li Mingwu, but he would never contemplate his dismissal. If he dared to act so recklessly, his brother-in-law, the factory director, would be the first to take issue with him. Upon learning of Sun Wuliang's underhanded tactics, Li Mingwu merely scoffed and disregarded them. In his view, Sun Wuliang's petty maneuvers were akin to childish play. I entered the factory at 18 and began my sales career at 22. A quick calculation reveals nearly 2 decades have passed. I have traversed the nation, encountering all manner of individuals, contending with all sorts of shady characters. Does Sun Wuliang dare to challenge me? I could easily outmaneuver him with the smallest of efforts. Li Mingwu is, indeed, a man of unwavering principles. While other salespeople, after 5 or 6 years, are often wealthy, he remains steadfastly clean and principled, devoid of any illicit earnings. Thus, he pays no heed to a leader as ineffectual as Sun Wuliang. A person of integrity fears not the shadows of deceit. I may be somewhat impoverished, yet I am at peace with my conscience, disdainful of sycophancy. Should anyone wish to challenge me, I invite them to do so. Li Mobai is unaware of the sordid affairs his father faces. The family has already installed broadband and can access the internet at any time. Li Mobai has promised his mother that he would refrain from online gaming. In truth, he has never indulged in any games. What a jest! To him, the current games seem rather trivial. The trend these days leans towards arcade games, where one can acquire 4 tokens for a single yuan, playing titles like Round Table Knights, King of Fighters, and Metal Slug. Many children are entranced, utterly absorbed. However, Li Mobai finds no interest in such diversions. What amusement do they offer? Is it more enjoyable than PUBG or Honor of Kings? They are all beneath his consideration. When I find the time, I shall create a globally popular game for you to behold. He has registered an account on a messaging platform, yet this penguin application lacks recognition at present. At least among his circle, none have adopted it. Its widespread popularity is likely a matter for 2 or 3 years hence. For Li Mobai, it is imperative to incorporate it into his endeavors within this year. Money, oh money, the pursuit of wealth is essential. How vexing. What entrepreneurial opportunities remain? We stand at the dawn of a lucrative era. It is critical to seize this wave of opportunity. Mom and Dad, I have heard of a folk remedy. Boiling an egg accompanied by a few ginkgo nuts is said to be beneficial for the bronchial tubes. Perhaps I shall give it a try, especially since there is a ginkgo tree in my family's courtyard. Li Mobai faintly heard his mother's voice from downstairs. This in itself was inconsequential, yet suddenly, he felt a jolt of realization. Goodness, the ginkgo tree. How could I have forgotten about it? My heavens, if I miss this opportunity, I shall weep in despair. I recall that during this year's ginkgo harvest, the prices surged dramatically. What once sold for merely 1 yuan per pound skyrocketed 20-fold. Ginkgo nuts of superior quality and size could even fetch 26 to 27 yuan per pound, with reports of prices reaching an astonishing 30 yuan. This frenzied price surge allowed those fortunate enough to possess ginkgo trees to profit immensely. Li Mobai hails from a rural background, and his village is aptly named Ginkgo Village. Renowned as the homeland of ginkgo trees in the Ming Dynasty. Riding the wave of this newfound fame, they garnered national attention. Initially, Li Mobai's family also benefited, with their tree yielding 200 to 300 pounds and bringing in 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, a substantial sum in today's economy. However, the soaring prices ignited the greed in many, prompting some to scavenge for fallen ginkgo nuts. Even more alarming were the peculiar relatives of Li Mobai who resorted to climbing walls to steal them. Others, lacking their own ginkgo trees yet envious of the profits others were reaping, resorted to poisoning the trees with pesticides. Such instances occurred multiple times, escalating to the point of homicide, causing a sensation at the time. Money truly corrupts. Human nature, when confronted with the allure of wealth, is often put to the test and found wanting. just as the townsfolk believed they could rely on their ancestral ginkgo trees for a lifetime of comfort. The prices plummeted in the third year. From a peak nearing 30 yuan, they fell to a mere 3 yuan, languishing around this low point for subsequent years. Consequently, many once treasured ginkgo trees were felled and repurposed as cutting boards. As ginkgo wood cutting boards grew in popularity. Currently, the price of ginkgo is modest. A single tree might yield a meager profit of 2 to 300 yuan. The common folk are reluctant to engage in the laborious endeavor. When one considers the 4 to 5 days required to harvest the fruit, clean it, and end up covered in pulp, only to sell it for an equivalent wage to regular employment, who would willingly undertake such thankless toil? Li Mobai has set his sights on this business opportunity. To him, it represents an exceptional chance. If memory serves, there exists a ginkgo grove in his hometown of Xianwei Town, encompassing around 200 mature ginkgo trees. The annual yield is approximately 50,000 pounds. Based on peak market value, this equates to over 130,000 yuan, an astronomical figure. This grove belongs to Li Changben, the wealthiest individual in Xianwei Town and its first billionaire. He is indeed a legendary figure. In a previous life, I recall the elders speaking of a man who was the first millionaire in Xianwei Town, having risen from humble beginnings in the carpet business. His enterprise flourished, becoming the leading company in the town and a significant taxpayer, with products that even reached overseas markets, including Japan and both South and North Korea. At the height of his success, 1/5 of the townspeople were employed by him. He was known for his generosity and straightforwardness. In contemporary parlance, one might say he was not short of funds. Regrettably, despite being a commercial prodigy, his descendants lacked ambition. His 2 sons were notorious for their reckless behavior. The elder indulged in vices of all kinds, gambling, drinking, and debauchery, rumored to revel in nightly escapades, heedless of the toll on his health. The younger son was even more audacious, adding drug use to his repertoire of misdeeds. Born into wealth, he had a life of luxury from an early age, and by the age of 20, he brazenly stole 300,000 yuan from his family to gamble in Macau, losing it all within 2 days and requiring an additional 200,000 yuan to secure his release from the casino. Such conduct in an ordinary family would have led to severe repercussions, yet in the household of the affluent, it was hardly deemed a significant issue. Li Binchang's educational approach was equally unconventional. He did not admonish his son for losing 50,000 yuan, but was rather embarrassed by the fact that his son had been detained by the casino, fearing it would tarnish his reputation among friends. Consequently, his method of education involved gifting his son 1,000,000 yuan to encourage him to reclaim his losses at the casino. This peculiar approach to parenting left many astounded, exemplifying the disparity between the wealthy and the common folk. Li Binchang seemed to have transcended conventional educational philosophies, perhaps viewing them as beneath him due to his resources. He likely believed that by providing his sons with the means to indulge, they would eventually tire of their hedonistic pursuits and seek a more virtuous path. This notion parallels some parent strategies with children engrossed in the digital realm, allowing unrestricted access to the internet in hopes that they would eventually grow weary of it. Such extreme methods may yield results, but they are not universally applicable. Li Binchang's sons were not typical. They squandered the fortune their father had painstakingly built, remaining entrenched in their indulgences. Ultimately, Li Binchang's life was tragically cut short by the very offspring he had sought to guide. The elder son succumbed to the consequences of his relationships, while the younger was apprehended for substance abuse, leaving the once proud Li Binchang humiliated and heartbroken, leading to his untimely demise. Thus, the illustrious chapter of Xuanwei's wealthiest man concluded in disarray. Upon reflecting on these past events, Li Mobai could not help but sigh in lamentation. This narrative serves as a profound reminder to the world of the significance of familial education, regardless of one's wealth. Encountering a prodigal individual can inevitably lead to financial ruin. Li Mobai's acquisition of this forest was undoubtedly insufficient in terms of funds. However, securing a 3-year lease seemed entirely feasible. His family shares a distant kinship with the Li Binchang family, tracing back 4 or 5 generations. Perhaps they are indeed one family. It would be prudent for his father to take the lead in negotiations, given his eloquence. Yes, that is the course of action. The thought of earning millions from the sale of ginkgo nuts, enough to fund the purchase of penguins, filled Li Mobai with exhilaration. The wealth accumulated since his rebirth pales in comparison to this lucrative venture. It is utterly negligible. This matter must be pursued with urgency, procrastination would render it impossible. In the music scene of Hong Kong, female singer Liang Jingru emerged spectacularly with her song Courage, instantly captivating the entire industry. The lyrics, simple yet profound, resonated deeply with the student demographic. At this juncture, Hong Kong undeniably surpassed the mainland in various aspects. For an extended period, Hong Kong's films, television, and music would become the favored forms of entertainment among the mainland populace. During this period, numerous Hong Kong stars became well known to mainland audiences. Their hairstyles and fashion choices became iconic trends, eagerly emulated by the youth. The mainland market was vast, and Hong Kong celebrities were not about to forfeit this opportunity. It was their golden era. A mere commercial performance, singing a handful of songs, could yield earnings in the hundreds of thousands, sums that many workers would never amass in a lifetime. However, this was also the time when some unsavory social practices began to take root. After all, children were influenced by the glitz of stardom and the ease with which celebrities amassed wealth, who would still aspire to become scientists, laborers, or contribute to the nation's development. The most despicable were some celebrities from Hong Kong and Taiwan, who profited from the mainland while disparaging it. Upon returning, they would shamelessly mock mainland audiences on various variety shows. Contemplating this infuriated Li Mobai immensely. Bah, what nonsense. Originally, Liang Jingru was an obscure singer in the Hong Kong music scene, yet this song catapulted her to fame, her gentle and endearing persona making her a household name. Curiosity swirled regarding the lyricist and composer of this remarkably talented piece. For the first time, the name Li Mobai graced the Hong Kong music industry. Shortly thereafter, 3 more hit songs, Because of Love, Therefore Love, At Least There Is You, and Star Wish, echoed throughout Hong Kong, bringing boundless joy to listeners akin to the festive spirit of the new year. A truly exceptional song can be remarkably healing. In a short span, 4 classic songs emerged from the Hong Kong music scene, prompting many locals to wonder if a golden era was once again dawning upon their music industry. To the untrained eye, it appeared as mere spectacle. To the connoisseur, it revealed the intricacies beneath the surface. Ordinary individuals often find immense joy in listening to beautiful music. However, those within the music industry are aware that these 4 remarkable songs were penned by a talented lyricist from the mainland. Crafting a single captivating song is an achievement. Yet the ability to compose 4 timeless classics in succession showcases true artistry. Many celebrities, along with their managers, became restless and felt compelled to pay homage to this extraordinary talent. Indeed, the mainland is a treasure trove of hidden gems. Yet, only Chen Jiong possesses knowledge of Li Mobai's pertinent information, thus elevating him to a coveted status in the music realm. Of course, Li Mobai remains oblivious to these developments as he fervently encourages his father to acquire Li Bunchang's ginkgo orchard. Li Mingwu remarks, "What is the fuss about ginkgo orchards? How much can ginkgo sell for per pound? Is it worth the trouble? It hardly fetches a yuan a pound. It would be far better to cultivate grain. At least you can consume what you grow. Ginkgo, if overindulged, can lead to discomfort and is detrimental to one's health." Li Mobai ponders aloud, indeed. This matter poses quite a challenge. How can I persuade my father? He resolves to employ a straightforward, yet forceful tactic. "Father, it was my grandfather who appeared to me in a dream. He foretold that this year and next, ginkgo prices will soar. We must seize this opportunity." Li Mobai recognizes his grandfather's esteemed position in his father's heart. Declaring a dream from him would surely compel his father to believe. Upon hearing that his father had a dream about this, Li Mingwu's expression turned solemn. Very well, if the old man had a dream, then it must be credible. He thumped his thigh, deciding to take this matter seriously. However, he soon confronted a pressing issue. The family was financially strained. The savings accumulated over the years by him and his wife, along with her severance pay, had all been invested in Deekshire. Although the business was thriving, raising the funds to rent the ginkgo orchard seemed daunting. Li Mobai reassures him, "No worries, I have money. Didn't T-Mom tell you? I earn from writing songs." Li Mingwu coughs. "How could I possibly spend my son's money? What would people think? Where would my dignity go? Besides, how much could you possibly have?" He waved his hands dismissively, feigning moral high ground. Li Mobai counters, "Why speak like that? You are my father. It is only natural for a father to spend his son's money. Besides, when I earn more, I will repay you double. I have several thousand yuan. Just go speak with Li Binchang about the rental terms for 3 years, and we can figure it out later." Li Mingwu, initially hesitant, suddenly perked up when he heard the mention of a car. A few thousand? You've been hiding quite a stash, haven't you? Compared to Dai Ryu, Li Mingwu is more open-minded and encouraging. Father, we mustn't disclose this to mother, otherwise she will overthink it. Rest assured, this money is all from the earnings of Xiangjiang Music Company, absolutely reliable. Let us work diligently this year, and by year's end, you could treat yourself to a small car. Right? Li Mobai entices. Li Mingwu, who had been wavering, felt his resolve strengthen at the prospect of a car. Whoever claimed that adults lack hobbies and interests? For Li Mingwu, his greatest passion lies in automobiles. That fellow has always harbored a fervent desire for a car. The moment his son mentioned the prospect of purchasing one by year-end, he seemed invigorated, as though he had been infused with a surge of energy. Regardless of the situation, he was determined to act. In truth, Li Mingwu shares a certain camaraderie with Li Benchong, who had watched him grow up. In his childhood, Li Mingwu had even urinated on Li Benchong's shoulders. Although they are now distanced by 5 familial generations, the bond of their shared surname remains strong. If he were to approach Li Benchong, there is a high likelihood that he would not be turned away. Given Li Benchong's easygoing nature, it is conceivable that he might allow Li Mingwu to begin working with him immediately. After all, Li Benchong is currently enjoying tremendous success in the carpet business. He plans to fell the entire ginkgo forest to sell the timber for cash, as maintaining such a grove incurs significant expenses. The ginkgo nuts are virtually worthless. Selling them would barely cover the labor costs. Nonetheless, Li Mobai still advised his father to formalize an agreement with Li Benchong. A 3-year contract would suffice, ideally. 2 years would be preferable, as prices are expected to plummet in the 3rd year. All right, I understand. Stop being so tedious. Your father is not a fool. It's as if you think you're the one in charge, Li Mingwu muttered as he rode off on his motorcycle to seek out the wealthy Li. Li Mobai was left both amused and exasperated. It seems that the allure of a car holds greater sway over his father. Dai Ryu's fried chicken and hamburger business is thriving remarkably well. The flavors are delightful, and the prices are reasonable. While one cannot claim it rivals the likes of KFC, the establishment is busy from opening until closing. The daily profits are indeed quite substantial, yet the workload is exhausting. She chuckled to herself, recalling how she once believed that factory workers had the toughest jobs, with their relentless shifts. Now, however, she realizes that running a business is the true test of endurance. She no longer envies those who profit from their enterprises. They have earned their success. As her life steadily improves, uninvited guests have begun to appear at her door. Her aunt called, requesting Dai Ryu to assist in preparing a meal since her parents and siblings were visiting. Upon receiving her sister-in-law's call, Dai Ryu found herself both amused and dismayed. I am currently busier than ever, sleeping later than a cow and rising earlier than a rooster. Tomorrow is Saturday, the peak of business at the shop. How could I possibly find time to cook for you? In truth, Dai Ryu and her brother possess fundamentally different temperaments. She is far more resolute than he. Although societal norms regarding gender roles, such as the notion of men as breadwinners and women as homemakers, have influenced her reluctance to defy her brother and sister-in-law. Previously, when Li Mobai was less ambitious, she hoped her nephew would eventually succeed and assist her son. Under such beliefs, she felt unable to assert herself in front of her brother and sister-in-law. However, circumstances have changed. Her son has achieved success, and she has embarked on her own entrepreneurial journey. With both her and her parents now self-sufficient, she is certainly no longer inclined to bow down before her brother and sister-in-law as she once did. She is neither the indecisive type nor a masochist. At present, she simply wishes to distance herself from her brother and sister-in-law. Every glance towards them evokes memories of past humiliations. For the sake of familial harmony and to spare her parents from distress, Dai Ryu prefers to avoid any direct confrontation with her brother and sister-in-law. I have no time tomorrow, Dai Ryu firmly declined. Her aunt, Xiao Hongmei, upon hearing this, momentarily doubted her own hearing. You have quite the audacity. I ask you to help, and you refuse? What could possibly be so pressing? Haven't you already lost your job? She bellowed. Dai Ryu thought to herself. What a condescending tone. This disdainful attitude made Li Mobai, who was sitting nearby indulging in a midnight snack, frown. It truly is disconcerting. After all, we are family. Why such harshness? If things do not go your way, must you rub salt in others' wounds? That is rather cruel. Having recently embarked on a new venture, establishing a fast food business with her mother, she reflected that had she remained idle, her mother would likely be languishing at home, feeling despondent. As a sister-in-law, Instead of offering comfort to your sister-in-law, you choose to attack her vulnerabilities. How heartless. For years, her mother had toiled for their family, and Dai Ryu recalled how, in her more fragile moments, she would have sought a secluded spot to weep. But times have changed. She is now a small business owner, managing 6 or 7 employees. With a son who is doing remarkably well, why should she allow Xiao Hongmei to upset her? It is simply not worth it. Indeed, I am unemployed, but I am busy tomorrow. Find someone else. I must hang up now. With that, Dai Ryu ended the call without engaging in further argument. In that moment, she exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. After years of swallowing her pride, she finally stood her ground. Li Mobai, sitting nearby, felt a sense of satisfaction. This is the formidable mother I know, not one to indulge my aunt's bad habits. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongmei, clutching the phone, trembled with rage at the busy signal. Her face contorted with anger as she struggled to comprehend Dai Ryu's newfound assertiveness. For years, Dai Ryu had been subservient, easily manipulated, and Xiao Hongmei had grown accustomed to bullying her. The notion that Dai Ryu would dare to defy her was an unsettling revelation that she could not accept. Being inherently sharp-tongued, encountering resistance from her once docile sister-in-law was a blow she did not anticipate. Tonight, Xiao Hongmei would likely be seething with anger. Alas, one could only pity her unfortunate uncle, married to such a fierce woman. Chapter 30. The relatives who elevate and demean. The scaled-up fried chicken and hamburger business Li Mingwu, heeding his son's words, approached Li Benchong to discuss the matter of contracting the ginkgo forest. Upon the arrival of Li Mingwu, Li Shofu found his spirits considerably elevated. His 2 sons were preoccupied with indulgence and revelry. Li Mingwu, of a similar age to his eldest son, had been nurtured under Li Shofu's watchful eye. He was a person of integrity, never seeking to ingratiate himself due to his wealth. Li Shofu held him in high regard and contemplated the notion of adopting him as a godson. Upon learning of Li Mingwu's intentions, Li Benchong promptly thumped his chest, expressing, "If you desire it, take it as you please. Just ensure you don't deplete the trees." Li Mingwu, adhering to his son's counsel, insisted on formalizing the arrangement through a contract. "I will not take advantage of you. While your family possesses vast wealth and may not care for such trifles, I am a man of principle." Seeing Li Mingwu's steadfastness, Li Benchong relented and agreed to lease the ginkgo grove for 3 years at a price of 100,000 yuan. During this period, aside from the prohibition against felling trees, Li Mingwu was free to manage the ginkgo fruits as he saw fit. After securing the contract, Li Benchong invited him for drinks. Declaring that they would not return until intoxicated, Li Mingwu, having successfully fulfilled his mission, accepted the invitation and indulged in revelry with the affluent patriarch. Meanwhile, Li Mobai had gathered all his savings and combined them with his father's funds to transfer 100,000 yuan to Li Benchong. The wealth of others was their own affair. One must adhere to their word. Although this sum was insignificant to Li Benchong, it considerably drained the pockets of Li Mingwu and his father. Fortunately, Dai Ryu's business was thriving, ensuring that they would not face financial woes in the immediate future. Li Mingwu busied himself, neglecting his responsibilities at the factory. He was indifferent to this neglect, realizing that there was little prospect in the sales department. It would be wiser to plan an exit strategy. From his perspective, if the factory failed to innovate, it would inevitably follow the path of decline seen in many food production facilities. With his wife's flourishing business providing a safety net, he felt no qualms about potentially becoming a dependent husband. In fact, he looked forward to the experience with a certain anticipation. This attitude, however, greatly displeased his superior. "Son Wuliang, do you have no regard for me as your section chief? Oh, it appears you have never acknowledged my presence. Are you envious of my position?" Son Wuliang resolved to teach him a lesson, reminding him that he was unaware of the depth of his own ignorance. In the relatively small city of Qinzhou, connections among the various state-owned enterprises were inevitable. Son Wuliang happened to know Li Mobai's uncle, who operated a pig farm, a position secured through the influence of their grandfather. Despite being state-owned, the pig farming enterprise was a lucrative opportunity. While ordinary families could only enjoy meat during festive seasons, Li Mobai's uncle always had meat on the table, eliciting deep envy from young Li Mobai. This very affluence was why his ambitious aunt had married him. However, like all declining state-owned enterprises, the breeding farm eventually lost its appeal. Consequently, my uncle transitioned to selling feed. While they may not be extraordinarily wealthy, they certainly do not lack funds. Sun Wuliang was aware that Li Mingwu was Dai Qingcai's brother-in-law. By chance, they encountered each other at the dinner table and exchanged a few words. Naturally, he refrained from speaking highly of Li Mingwu. Your brother-in-law is quite outrageous. He shows blatant disregard for authority and exhibits an arrogant demeanor. Now, he has taken it a step further by not even showing up for work. Such behavior warrants dismissal without question. Dai Qingcai responded, What? Is that true? My sister just lost her job recently. He cannot afford to be dismissed. Upon hearing this, Sun Wuliang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What? Your wife is unemployed. And yet he dares to act so defiantly? How audacious. In an instant, Sun Wuliang felt emboldened, convinced he could easily manipulate Li Mingwu. Director Sun, don't stoop to his level. I'll find an opportunity to have a serious talk with him. This fellow is just a stubborn mule. Dai Qingcai consoled. Sun Wuliang chuckled, plotting to make Li Mingwu beg for mercy. I shall see just how obstinate you truly are. With both of you unemployed, I am curious to know how your family will manage. Li Mingwu sneezed twice, suspecting that someone was speaking ill of him. The ginkgo forest had been contracted, but if the price of ginkgo did not rise this year, it would result in substantial losses. Li Mobai confidently declared, Rest assured, the prices will rise. They certainly will. This venture was one undertaken by father and son, unbeknownst to their mother. If Dai Ryu discovered that they had invested 100,000 to contract the ginkgo forest, it would likely cause her immense anxiety and sleepless nights. Li Mobai proposed to his mother that they consider keeping Delicacy open 24 hours. They could explore late-night snacks and breakfast options. Upon hearing her son's suggestion, Dai Ryu felt it might be a daunting task. What kind of business can one expect from selling fried chicken and burgers in the morning? No matter how delicious. Who would want to eat such greasy food first thing in the morning? Li Mobai replied, Who said we would sell fried chicken in the morning? We could offer traditional breakfast items. How about congee, fried dough sticks, or refreshing sandwiches? These are all viable business options, aren't they? Dai Ryu's eyes lit up at her son's words. Indeed, that sounds like it could be worth trying. Let us do it. Who would ever complain about having too much money? Li Mobai believed that to ensure the business flourished, it was imperative to increase sales while simultaneously reducing and compressing costs. In this regard, Delicacy still had much room for improvement. For instance, regarding raw material supply, they should prepare all ingredients as semi-finished products and freeze them. During store sales, they would only need to heat and fry them. This method would simplify operations and significantly enhance supply capacity. Isn't that the strategy used by KFC? Their ability to establish stores nationwide is due to their robust supply chain. He asserted, We must adopt a similar approach. However, at this moment, discussing such ideas with his mother felt somewhat far-fetched. It is likely that she cannot comprehend this matter. Dai Ryu never contemplated that one day Dakoshi would open its doors for franchises, with stores spread across the nation. Li Mobai, who found himself financially constrained, had been eagerly anticipating news of a surge in ginkgo prices. Regrettably, there has been no sign of such developments on the internet. Having done all that he could, the only course left was to wait in silence. In her pursuit of swiftly establishing a breakfast business, Dai Ryu devoted herself entirely to this endeavor, neglecting thoughts of Li Mobai. Indeed, the allure of wealth far surpasses that of a son. Chapter 31. The sarcastic aunt's overdramatic antics. Dai Qingcai returned home and informed his wife that Li Mingwu had recently been lackluster in his work, much to the displeasure of his superiors, who were contemplating taking action against him. He felt compelled to counsel Li Mingwu, questioning how a grown man could behave so childishly. In a state-owned enterprise, what is most detrimental? Offending one's superiors. The internal environment of a state-owned enterprise resembles a microcosm of society. If you anger a leader, they can make your life difficult, rendering your career untenable. No matter how talented you may be, it is of no consequence. In such enterprises, skills are secondary. The ability to navigate relationships is paramount. Those who excel in interpersonal skills often outshine those who are merely competent. Li Mingwu is a prime example of this truth. What does it matter if he possesses talent when he is overlooked for promotion? Complaining is futile. Dai Qingcai considered himself the elder brother-in-law, entitled to impart wisdom to Li Mingwu. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongmei harbored resentment towards Dai Ryu. Upon hearing her husband's words, she retorted fiercely, Why should you? This is none of your business. Why meddle in their affairs? I only have good intentions, he replied timidly. I worry that if both of them lose their jobs, what will become of their future? Xiao Hongmei scoffed. Oh, so you have a heart of gold? If they claim they can no longer make ends meet and come asking you for money, will you lend it to them? If they say they can no longer support your parents, what will you say? Let me tell you, it is best you remain oblivious to this. If their family faces hardship, that is their own doing and has nothing to do with us. Xiao Hongmei's harsh words made Dai Chengkai retract his neck, ultimately deciding to steer clear of this matter. He genuinely feared that Li Mingwu might ask him for financial assistance. Deep down, Dai Chengkai valued money above all else. A person who is reluctant to spend on their own parents would never lend money to their brother-in-law. It was simply unimaginable. In Xiangjiang, popular songs flowed into the mainland, filling the streets with the melody of courage. Li Mobai listened with great delight, reveling in the beauty of the music. Shenzhen was inundated with requests from various artists and agents seeking to obtain Li Mobai's contact information, nearly trampling his doorstep in their eagerness. If Shenzhen were to divulge even a morsel of information, he would be rewarded handsomely. However, Shenzhen held firm to his principles and refrained from revealing a single word. He represented a segment of Xiangjiang compatriots who were dedicated to their work and remained impervious to the lure of money. He continues to embody the virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust from Confucian culture. It was not until Li Mobai took the initiative to express, "It's all right, please feel free to recommend me. I am currently rather short on funds and am quite troubled by it. If possible, I would be willing to write a couple of songs to earn some extra income." Shenzhen exclaimed, "Is it truly possible that such a talented individual as yourself is in such dire financial straits, relying on songwriting for income?" Shenzhen found this hard to believe. However, since Li Mobai had openly offered, he felt it inappropriate to obstruct another's path to prosperity. Thus, a multitude of Hong Kong singers and prominent figures in the music industry made their way to Qinzhou. A lyricist of such talent deserved to be treated with utmost respect. An obscure singer could suddenly rise to fame overnight due to a single song they had penned. The allure of such success is undeniably significant. In the entertainment industry, who does not yearn for fame? The choice to enter this realm is driven by the aspiration to become a star, to be recognized by all, to amass countless fans, and to experience life as if walking down a red carpet. Singers are willing to make great sacrifices for a remarkable song, and actors for a compelling role. Despite having prepared himself mentally, Li Mobai had underestimated the fervor of the numerous Hong Kong singers. The first wave, comprising more than 10 individuals, rushed over, eager to meet the esteemed lyricist Mr. Li Mobai. A throng gathered around Li Mobai's residence, including several influential singers from the mainland who had come in person to express their sincerity. In his previous life, Li Mobai had a profound love for music. During his years of confinement to a bed, music had accompanied him through many dark times, providing him with immense solace. However, despite his love for music, he had never delved deeply into the world of celebrities and had little interest in the entertainment industry. Apart from the top-tier stars like the Four Heavenly Kings and Jay Chou, he was largely unaware of the second- and third-tier celebrities, nor did he pay them any mind. When he encountered this group of Hong Kong stars, he remained remarkably composed, devoid of any excitement. To him, they were merely individuals arriving to offer him financial opportunities. It was a mutually beneficial relationship, purely one of collaboration. Nevertheless, the arrival of so many Hong Kong singers in a third-tier city like Qinzhou would inevitably attract attention. Local news media caught wind of the situation and rushed over for interviews and reports. Li Mobai could not host these guests at his home. Thus, he suggested, "Let us go to Dakoshi. I am in need of funds. As for you, you seek excellent songs. Why don't we consider holding a fair auction event? Regardless of whether you are a singer or the owner of a music company, all will be treated equally here. The highest bidder shall prevail. Furthermore, I am not interested in a one-time transaction. I expect my share of the subsequent profits to be honored in full. If this arrangement is agreeable, we may proceed. If not, then kindly return from whence you came." Ah, what an intriguing scenario. While many lyricists might require a wealth of life experiences, complemented by fleeting moments of inspiration amidst the tumult of creativity, it seems that for Li Mobai, crafting a classic song approaches the ease of wholesale goods in a bustling marketplace. There exists an abundance of remarkable songs, contingent solely upon the willingness of listeners to meet the price. The array of musicians from Hong Kong, having navigated this industry for quite some time, find themselves in a most peculiar situation. It is indeed a novelty for them. Li Mobai silently praises his own ingenuity, marveling at his brilliant idea. To enhance the fervor surrounding the upcoming auction of golden melodies and attract affluent musicians, he enlisted the help of Chun Jiong for promotional efforts in Hong Kong. The event is scheduled for 2 weeks hence, promising no fewer than 15 classic songs for sale. Chun Jiong, utterly bewildered, exclaims in disbelief at such unconventional antics, feeling as though his worldview has been completely upended. Music is, after all, a sacred endeavor. It is unfathomable for musicians to conceive that their songs could one day be entwined with the concept of auctions. Despite feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Chun Jiong assists Li Mobai with the promotion and resolves to personally visit Qinzhou to discern the true nature of Li Mobai's pursuits. Currently, Li Mobai is too preoccupied to ponder Chun Jiong's thoughts. He has single-handedly elevated Qinzhou's prominence. Chapter 32. I propose we host a concert following coverage by the media. It has become widely known that a group of Hong Kong celebrities has arrived in Qinzhou. The hearts of the youth from surrounding cities are aflame with excitement. We find ourselves in a golden era where Hong Kong films, television dramas, and songs dominate the mainland. Many young individuals idolize celebrities from Hong Kong, and a significant number are fervent fans. Previously, they could only admire these stars from afar on television. Now that they have come to the mainland, attending in person is an opportunity not to be missed. Thus, young people from various cities within the province flock in droves, eager to catch a glimpse of their idols. Accommodations are fully booked, and upon learning that the stars frequently visit the Kaisai, they gather there in anticipation. Hunger inevitably strikes, leading them to indulge in fried chicken and burgers. The youth of the Millennium are a passionate and idealistic bunch, though they may be somewhat financially constrained. Their enthusiasm and aspirations shine brightly. In response to the influx of young admirers, local officials have bolstered police presence. Simultaneously, the architect of this excitement, Li Mobai, is summoned for a discussion. You cannot simply create such a stir and then walk away. They admonish. These young people need someone to provide reassurance. If possible, arrange for the Hong Kong stars to meet their fans and then gently encourage them to return home. Stability is the overarching priority for the leaders. Maintaining order is essential. If chaos ensues, the risk of losing one's position looms. It was the first time Li Mobai encountered the esteemed figures of Qinzhou. In his previous life, after sacrificing himself to save others, he too had received numerous visits of commendation from various leaders for a period. Yet, as the fervor surrounding such events waned, so too did the memories. The heroic act would soon be forgotten. He realized that in the coming days, he would ensure that these talented musicians from Hong Kong would return whence they came. However, a sudden thought struck him. Could they seize this rare opportunity to organize a concert? The leaders of Qinzhou were taken aback by the novelty of the term concert, which sounded intriguingly delightful to them. In truth, for a nation like Minghua, which had embraced reform and opened itself to the world, hosting a concert was no novel endeavor. Since a decade ago, various domestic and international music groups had begun to hold concerts. Nevertheless, these events invariably took place in first-tier cities such as Yanjing and Zhonghai, metropolises at the forefront of global trends. What could a lesser-known city like Qinzhou possibly offer in terms of hosting a concert? It would take another 10 years before they could even hope to welcome a third-tier artist. This was indeed a rare opportunity. With so many exceptional musicians from Hong Kong, inviting some mainland music groups for a grand musical celebration could greatly enhance Qinzhou's visibility and foster a closer connection with Xiangjiang. It would also serve as a wonderful chance for the people of Qinzhou to broaden their horizons. The more Li Mobai pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Convinced that this venture was feasible, the venue would be the Qinzhou Workers' Stadium, an aging structure from the last century capable of accommodating over 20,000 spectators. With so many stars from Hong Kong, it would be a missed opportunity not to utilize this space. The leaders of Qinzhou looked at Li Mobai, a mere high school student, and marveled at his audacity. Yet, they recognized the potential of this rare opportunity. Qinzhou needed to elevate its profile and stand out among neighboring cities. Organizing a concert was indeed an excellent prospect. Furthermore, Li Mobai assured them that he would handle the arrangements concerning the artists, requiring only the city's cooperation. If viewed from this angle, it seemed quite feasible. Such a promotional opportunity was exceedingly rare for Qinzhou. Once missed, it would be lost forever. Persuaded by Li Mobai's enthusiasm, the officials of Qinzhou were swayed. Meanwhile, Li Mobai was invigorated by his own whimsical idea. He immediately contacted Chun Jiong, informing him not to rush over, as Qinzhou was planning a concert. If any interested singers from Hong Kong were willing to participate, Regardless of their stature, they were welcome. All travel and accommodation expenses would be covered. However, there would be no performance fees. Instead, they would have the chance to engage in close exchanges with mainland musicians and explore the allure of music alongside the renowned lyricist Li Mobai. Such an opportunity was too precious to let slip away. Chun Jiong exclaimed, "What a clever game you're playing. You truly have a knack for this." He was left speechless, filled with admiration for Li Mobai's audacity. Li Mobai humbly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Not at all. I truly appreciate your assistance. I still need to reach out to musicians from the mainland." He conveyed the same message to the musical groups in the mainland, making phone calls and sending emails to inform them that Qingzhou is planning to host a concert. He invited any interested singers or musical groups to participate, regardless of their stature, assuring them that all transportation and accommodation expenses would be covered. However, he made it clear that there would be no performance fee. Instead, he offered them an invaluable opportunity to engage in close interactions with musicians from Hong Kong, as well as to discuss the allure of music with the esteemed lyricist Li Mobai. This rare opportunity was one not to be missed. His approach was audacious, to say the least. Yet, it proved to be effective, as both sides of the music industry were genuinely interested in one another, eager to exchange ideas, compete, and learn. The mainland music scene was witnessing the rise of numerous emerging talents. Isolating oneself would undoubtedly lead to stagnation. Only through competition could one hope to progress. Utilizing this strategy, Li Mobai successfully attracted a significant number of musicians to participate in the Qingzhou concert. He was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling as if he had inadvertently stumbled upon a flourishing opportunity. Initially intending only to auction songs, he had unwittingly transformed the event into a full-fledged concert. He realized he needed capable assistants to help him orchestrate this event beautifully. The official sector of Qingzhou mobilized as well. The first task was to conduct a thorough cleaning of the workers' sports stadium, aiming to have it spotless within 2 days. Over 200 sanitation workers were enlisted for this endeavor. When Li Mobai shared his ambitious plans with his father, Li Mingwu was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. However, there was no time for astonishment. Time was of the essence. With a son as adventurous as Li Mobai, they had to take action. Li Mingwu, well-connected, quickly gathered 8 or 9 trusted friends to assist Li Mobai in organizing the event, including printing tickets and preparing posters. Chapter 33. The Unruly Factory Uncle no longer serves me. The notion of hosting a concert, born from Li Mobai's wild imagination, swiftly came to fruition. Thanks to the robust support from the Qingzhou government, there were no concerns regarding the necessary equipment. It was directly allocated from the city. While not the most advanced technology, it was sufficient for hosting a concert. The hosts and presenters were all sourced from the Qingzhou television station, featuring handsome and beautiful presenters from the evening news. The Qingzhou government announced through various channels that the Qingzhou Music Festival concert would be held on the 15th, featuring top-tier musicians from the mainland and outstanding talents from Hong Kong, promising an auditory and visual feast for the citizens of Qingzhou, who often lacked entertainment. This was undoubtedly an eagerly anticipated event. Not only the locals, but people from across the nation were stirred, with many planning to attend the concert in person. Li Mobai, along with his father and leaders from the cultural department of Qingzhou, deliberated and decided on ticket prices. VIP tickets priced at 500 yuan, first-class seats at 300, second-class seats at 200, and third-class seats at 100 yuan. This pricing was certainly not inexpensive. However, the ticket purchasers remain numerous. It is anticipated that all tickets will be sold out before the concert commences. Additionally, Li Mobai has enlisted volunteers, primarily comprised of enthusiastic young fans who arrived early to pursue their idols. They will undergo rapid training to familiarize themselves with the venue, donning coordinated uniforms to provide guidance and assistance to attendees of the concert. Their meals will be covered, and they will enjoy the concert for free. With such a modest investment, Li Mobai has secured over 100 highly qualified service personnel. Li Mingwu praises his son's cunning. No, rather, his intelligence. It is worth noting that contemporary celebrities are quite commendable, having not yet developed any unpleasant dispositions often associated with overly indulgent fans. They remain exceptionally approachable. Perhaps the allure of Li Mobai, a renowned lyricist, is simply too great, as numerous musicians from Hong Kong have gradually arrived. Li Mobai indeed recognized several familiar faces among them, some of whom are destined to achieve fame across the mainland in the coming years, even if they may later fade from the spotlight. Nevertheless, They are undeniably courteous, offering warm smiles regardless of their sincerity, which creates a pleasant atmosphere. Musicians from the mainland are also flocking in, prompting Li Mobai to reserve an entire 4-star hotel in the city, clearing it exclusively to host the concert participants. The cost of booking the hotel alone reaches an astonishing 30 to 40,000 yuan per day. While this expense can be settled post-concert, Li Mobai still feels quite the pinch. He contemplates the need to find an opportunity to share this financial burden with the city, asserting that he is promoting Qingzhou's reputation and shouldn't bear the costs alone. This concert has indeed brought unprecedented prosperity to Qingzhou. Gradually, fans are arriving with their families. In this day and age, those willing to spend several hundred yuan on a concert ticket are undoubtedly affluent individuals. Their purchasing power is indisputable. Once they arrive in Qingzhou, it is certain they will contribute to various industries. The hospitality and catering sectors have experienced a significant influx of customers. Merchants are beaming with joy, as business has never been this good, even during festive seasons. Li Mobai did not foresee that he would propel this endeavor with such vigor. Meanwhile, his father's superior, Sun Wuliang, is plotting how to reprimand Li Mingwu. An underling has suggested convening a criticism meeting, compelling Li Mingwu to take the stage for self-criticism. They plan to invite factory leaders to participate, aiming to publicly humiliate him. If he dares to refuse, they will claim he is unrepentant and unwilling to accept the department's corrective education, thereby isolating himself from the factory. In such a case, even if severe measures are taken, outsiders would find it difficult to object. After all, in a state-owned enterprise, the most detested trait is arrogance stemming from talent. Li Mingwu has committed all the taboos imaginable. Any form of reprimand would be justified. Sun Wuliang is quite pleased with this plan. He confidently calls Li Mingwu to inform him that his week-long absence constitutes a serious violation of factory regulations, and he intends to take action against him. Meanwhile, Li Mingwu has been entirely preoccupied with the concert preparations. Unable to sleep for even 5 hours a day, he is fortunate to have a background in sales. Accustomed to enduring hardship, most individuals would truly struggle to cope. However, despite the toil, it has granted him considerable insight. He must navigate dealings with various power authorities, seeking approval from numerous leaders. While he cannot claim to have established exceptionally close relationships, at the very least, he has become a familiar face. Furthermore, those engaged in sales are notably astute. For every leader, he ensures the presentation of 3 VIP tickets, valued at 1,500 yuan, equivalent to the salary of many laborers for over a month. Initially, the leaders would naturally refuse such gestures. Yet, with his eloquence, Li Mingwu would remark, "The success of this grand event has certainly required your dedicated efforts. These 3 tickets are merely a token of my gratitude. Please accept them." With such words, the leaders found it difficult to decline and consequently accepted the offering. In the midst of his bustling schedule, Li Mingwu had no time to endure the reprimands of Sun Wuliang. Therefore, before Sun could finish his tirade, Li Mingwu retorted sharply, "To hell with you. I have no time for your childish games. I would rather you dismiss me. Get lost. I have no time to entertain you." After berating Sun Wuliang thoroughly, Li Mingwu abruptly ended the call. In a bid to assert his authority before his subordinates, Sun Wuliang had intentionally put the call on speakerphone, believing that threatening Li Mingwu with dismissal would compel him to relent. However, to his utter astonishment, Li Mingwu completely disregarded him, resulting in a significant loss of face. Embarrassed and flustered, akin to a blushing monkey, Sun Wuliang contemplated what to say next when the phone rang again. Damn it! It must be that rascal Li Mingwu calling to apologize. He thought confidently. Rascal? Has he realized his mistake? As soon as he answered, Sun Wuliang launched into a tirade, only to be interrupted by a voice on the other end. "Who are you shouting at? I am your brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law? My apologies. I mistook you for one of my unruly subordinates. How may I assist you?" Sun Wuliang responded, bowing and scraping like a sycophant. "Could you please inform that Li Mingwu in your sales department to arrange 20 VIP tickets? I am taking the factory leadership to a concert and would like to present a few tickets to the higher-ups as well." The factory director instructed. Clueless, Sun Wuliang was bewildered. "What tickets? Did you hear me? Hurry up and get this done. I am in a hurry." With that, the director abruptly ended the call. Sun Wuliang exclaimed, "My brother-in-law mentioned that Li Mingwu is organizing a concert? Is this true?" One of his sycophants replied, "I heard that a concert is being held in Qingzhou, but I had no idea it was organized by Li Mingwu." Sun Wuliang retorted, My brother-in-law wouldn't be mistaken. What are you all waiting for? Investigate this matter immediately. He bellowed furiously. Yes, yes. A throng of sycophants scurried away in haste. At times, it is wise to maintain a low profile and avoid pretentiousness, for such behavior may attract misfortune. Sun Wuliang serves as a prime example of this principle. Chapter 34. The revenue from tickets is astounding. The ruthless aunt-in-law seeks to exploit. Li Mobai was utterly overwhelmed with busyness. He has taken a 2-week leave from school. During this time, he has been mingling with a multitude of musicians, engaging in casual conversations, and treating them to delectable fried chicken burgers from de couture. It appears that most musicians exhibit a remarkable level of self-discipline, claiming they must protect their vocal cords, thus avoiding such indulgences or merely sampling them in moderation. Nevertheless, some are quite the opposite, indulging freely in food and drink. Li Mobai, lacking any significant musical talent, finds himself in an advantageous position as a reborn individual. He can converse on various musical genres, from pop to English songs, managing to hold his own in discussions. The musicians, impressed, often regard him as a youthful prodigy, which pleases him despite his lack of expertise. Should the conversations delve deeper, his faade would surely crumble. Fortunately, the sheer number of attendees, both from the mainland and Hong Kong, means that no one has the opportunity to engage in a profound dialogue with him. True artists are often engrossed in their craft, rarely concerning themselves with the trivialities of food and fashion. At this juncture, the music industry still prioritizes talent. If one possesses it, they are revered. This stands in stark contrast to a decade later, when superficial beauty becomes the sole criterion for success. Even if a singer's vocalizations resemble a cacophony of wails, a pretty face can still attract fervent admirers, unconditionally worshipped as a deity of song. The mere thought of those who rely on their looks to sing makes Li Mobai feel a wave of nausea. Aside from tickets reserved or given away by his father to build connections, all 20,000 tickets have been sold. The total revenue reached an astonishing 360,000, far exceeding expectations. Li Mingwu deposited 3 million into the bank, utilizing the remaining funds for various expenses. It can be said that as long as the concert concludes smoothly, they will reap substantial profits. For the sake of money, he believes that any hardship endured is worth it. Meanwhile, the investment department of Qingzhou has been proactive, particularly focusing on those out-of-town guests who purchased VIP seats, exploring their interest in potential investments in Qingzhou. Reports suggest that the outcomes have been quite promising. Li Mobai's clever maneuvering has successfully harnessed the resources of the entire city for his benefit. On the other hand, Sun Wuliang has finally grasped the situation. It appears that Li Mingwu has indeed prospered, dramatically turning his fortunes around by organizing such a grand concert. Sun Wuliang feels an intense envy. He realizes he is powerless against Li Mingwu's success. Not only he, a mere section chief, but even the factory director's brother-in-law is seeking tickets from him. Ironically, he has inadvertently offended Li Mingwu. How awkward. After recognizing that the threat of dismissing Li Mingwu would hold no weight, Sun Wuliang suddenly recalled someone, Dai Chenkai. Being Li Mingwu's uncle-in-law, surely he could approach Li Mingwu and request tickets, as he would be obliged to honor such a familial connection, wouldn't he? Dai Chenkai and his wife, Xiao Hongmei, have always preferred to live their lives in seclusion, disdainful of any association with Li Mingwu's family. In their eyes, Li Mobai's family represents a sinking ship, too precarious to approach, lest they be ensnared in complications. Thus, they maintain a considerable distance. Thus, although they were aware that a grand concert was imminent in Qingzhou, they remained oblivious to the fact that the masterminds behind it were the very individuals they held in disdain, Li Mingwu and his son. When Dai Chenkai learned of this revelation, he exhibited an extraordinary sense of astonishment. Are you certain of this? This concert is organized by my brother-in-law? How can that be possible? He lacks the capability. Initially, Dai Chenkai found it hard to believe, but soon, with a tinge of envy, he muttered under his breath. Sun Wuliang interjected, "What? You were unaware of this? Is this how a big brother-in-law should behave? Did he not ask for your assistance?" Sun Wuliang questioned, his tone laden with incredulity. Dai Chenkai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, given their close familial ties, it was peculiar that Li Mingwu had not confided in him about such a significant event, clearly regarding him as an outsider. He did invite me, but I was preoccupied with matters at my aquaculture farm and could not accept, Dai Chengkai fabricated an excuse to extricate himself from the situation. Meanwhile, Sun Wuliang, in a state of urgency, was not inclined to scrutinize the veracity of Dai Chengkai's words. He implored Dai Chengkai to approach Li Mingwu and procure some VIP tickets, assuring him that rewards would follow upon success. Dai Chengkai ambiguously acquiesced. Subsequently, in a fit of exasperation, he relayed the situation to his wife, Xiao Hongmei. This is outrageous. What does Li Mingwu mean by this? Does he not regard me as his elder brother-in-law? And what of Dai Ryu? Have I wronged her in any way? How dare they conceal such a monumental affair from me? Dai Chengkai fumed, resembling a cat with its tail caught, gasping for breath. Xiao Hongmei, perplexed, exclaimed, "What did you say? Li Mingwu and his wife are organizing a concert?" She had not fully grasped the conversation, mistakenly believing that the event was solely a product of their partnership. As for Li Mobai, in her eyes as an ant, he was merely a worthless good-for-nothing, deserving of her complete disregard. At his core, Dai Chengkai was an exceedingly selfish individual. Among his peers, many had numerous siblings, whereas his grandparents had only him as their sole grandson, leading to a certain degree of pampering. Consequently, this had fostered his avarice and self-centeredness. The reason his true nature remained obscured was due to his wife's folly, which diverted attention from his shortcomings. Thus, even Li Mingwu perceived Dai Chengkai as a decent elder brother-in-law, misguided by his overly submissive spouse. In truth, Dai Chengkai was also a formidable character. Indeed, had it not been for the call from our department head, I would still be in the dark. Well, this couple has grown quite audacious. I wonder if you think Dai Ryu would dare refuse to come and cook for us. Huh. Let us prepare ourselves. We shall confront them and clarify this matter. Dai Chengkai exclaimed, seething with rage. Xiao Hongmei, a tempestuous woman, relished causing a ruckus. Her combative spirit positioned her as the queen among unruly women. The couple's worldview was rather peculiar, as they believed that Li Mingwu and his wife ought to serve them dutifully. It remained a mystery from whom they derived such audacity. Li Mingwu and his son were utterly engrossed in their endeavors, having gone over 10 days without proper rest. The concert was set to commence the following day, and for them, it felt akin to 10 years of arduous study culminating in an examination. Anticipation, excitement, and trepidation enveloped them. The emotions are indeed quite intricate. Li Mingwu advised his son to rest well for the night, as the forthcoming battles would undoubtedly be brutal. During this period, Dai Ryu has seen her fried chicken and hamburger establishment thrive remarkably, now operating around the clock. Due to the concert, late-night patrons from afar have been frequenting her restaurant. If business continues to flourish in this manner, she would be thoroughly content. However, once the concert concludes and the tourists depart, it is likely that foot traffic will diminish significantly. In a rare moment of warmth for the family of three, they could never have anticipated the arrival of misfortune. Chapter 35. The eccentric relatives with unreasonable demands. Dai Chengkai and Xiao Hongmei had already conspired on how to address the situation as they made their way over to demand an explanation. They intended to compel Li Mingwu to procure 30 tickets for the VIP section and 30 for the first class, as a form of apology. They would generously overlook the matter for the time being. With these tickets in hand, they could leverage them for favors. Xiao Hongmei had meticulously planned the allocation of the tickets, who would receive them among the leaders, colleagues, and relatives at home. It was a sight to behold, indeed. One could only imagine how Li Mobai would remain silent, and how the miserly would shed tears. What was the Creator thinking when crafting humanity? Why would such a peculiar couple be allowed to exist? While Li Mobai's family was intent on enjoying a peaceful evening, someone began to pound on their door with considerable force, clearly signaling a tumultuous arrival. Li Mobai exclaimed, "Who could it be at this late hour?" With a furrowed brow, Li Mingwu frowned slightly. Given the raucous nature of that knocking, it seems our visitor does not come in peace. As anticipated, his suspicions were confirmed. "Ah, my dear brother-in-law, what brings you both to my humble abode?" Li Mingwu jested mockingly. One must understand that Dai Chengkai and his wife would typically scorn visiting, even during the new year. They would be preoccupied with paying respects to various leaders before heading to Xiao Hongmei's family to visit her relatives. Such endeavors would consume their entire spring festival holiday. Yet today, devoid of any festive occasion, they had arrived uninvited, clearly indicating their intentions were far from benevolent. "Humph, Li Mingwu, you hold quite the air about you. Do you still regard us?" Xiao Hongmei sneered as she strode into the house with an air of arrogance, followed closely by Dai Chengkai. Their haughty demeanor suggested they believed the residence belonged to them. It was evident that this flamboyant couple had come seeking trouble, most likely regarding the concert. Upon seeing her brother and sister-in-law, Dai Ryu felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Their visit promised no good tidings. With their parents already retired for the night, she wished to avoid disturbing the elderly couple. Thus, she approached them proactively. "How bold of you to come here," she thought, astonished by their audacity. "One must truly admire the thickness of their skin. I wonder what extraordinary material their faces are crafted from. The military should study this for the development of advanced bulletproof vests." Li Mobai muttered to himself in bemusement. "Brother, sister-in-law, do you require something?" Dai Ryu inquired with feigned politeness. She is a cultured woman, though only a few years younger than Xiao Hongmei. However, she does not possess the same audacity as Xiao Hongmei. She is a rather reserved individual. If you were to ask her to make a scene in public or to act in a desperate manner, she would find it utterly impossible. Thus, even when faced with her unreasonable and trouble-seeking sister-in-law, she maintains a polite demeanor and engages her with kind words. "Dai Ryu, Li Mingwu, what cunning methods you both possess. How dare you conceal such a significant matter from me?" Dai Chengkai exclaimed furiously, abandoning even the pretense of decorum as he confronted them. Li Mingwu replied calmly, "Get some water." He instructed his wife to pour water for the two of them, then continued with composure, "Brother-in-law, I do not comprehend your accusation. What exactly is it that I have concealed from you?" Xiao Hongmei retorted, "Are you still pretending? Do you think we are unaware of your concert plans? What are your true intentions?" she exclaimed, her demeanor aggressive. Li Mingwu regarded the quarreling couple with incredulity, responding, "What business is this of yours? You are merely my wife's brother and sister-in-law. Must I report my family matters to you? What kind of logic is that?" Dai Chinkai remarked. Previously, Li Mingwu had been cautious of various influences, thus avoiding confrontation. However, times have changed. His son has succeeded, and there is no longer a need to rely on the support of your family. Naturally, he will no longer endure indignities. "Oh my, look at that. It appears you have truly achieved success. Did I not tell you before? This family is filled with ungrateful wretches, all white-eyed wolves." Xiao Hongmei glared with her characteristic squint, preparing to act petulantly. Li Mingwu and Dai Ryu found themselves both amused and exasperated by her words. "You too. From whence do you draw the audacity to label our family as white-eyed wolves? For all these years, it has only been you two who have taken advantage of us, reaping benefits. We have not gained a single penny from you. For your family, we have contributed our time, money, and effort. And now we are the ungrateful ones? Your ability to turn the tables is truly remarkable." Dai Chinkai observed the mocking expression on Li Mingwu's face and recalled how, over the years, they had relied on this couple for assistance, even having their parents cared for by them. If this matter were to be debated further, he would find himself in an indefensible position. Thus, he feigned indifference, soothing his wife, and said, "Mingwu, I regard you as a brother. I trust you can sense my concern for you. Your success is commendable, and it brings us joy, does it not? But you should not keep us in the dark. We can assist you with this matter, right? After all, family is surely more trustworthy than outsiders." Li Mingwu thought to himself, when the hard approach fails, they resort to the soft one, playing the family card. I remain expressionless, though inwardly I find it amusing. This couple is likely here to benefit themselves. I can easily discern their true motives. Indeed, after a pretentious criticism from Dai Chinkai, he solemnly remarked, "You are still too young and inexperienced in dealing with people. However, as your elder brother, I cannot truly hold this against you. Just procure some concert tickets for me, and I shall assist you in navigating social relationships." Li Mingwu was utterly bemused by his shameless brother-in-law's audacity. He longed to inquire how one could utter such brazen words with such apparent entitlement. "You wish to help me with social favors? Is this a jest? Do you truly believe I require your assistance in procuring tickets? Am I incapable of handling this myself? It seems you have indulged in far too many trivial self-help books, mistaking yourself for a sage." Li Mingwu, being a professional salesman, was acutely aware of the ulterior motives at play. Despite his inner mockery of Dai Chenkai's petty schemes, he opted to overlook it for the sake of his wife. A small concession would suffice to expedite their departure. "Very well, I shall provide you with 5 first-class tickets tomorrow. You may take your children along. And I will also allocate 2 tickets as favors," Li Mingwu conceded. Dai Ryu was pleased with her husband's generosity, acknowledging it as a commendable gesture. 5 tickets amounted to a significant sum of 1,500 yuan. 5. Li Mingwu, are you sending beggars away? Xiao Hongmei's voice escalated, her demeanor aggressive. As if preparing to pounce, Li Mingwu was taken aback. What is the matter? Are 5 tickets insufficient for your family of 3? You are truly unreasonable, Li Mingwu. How am I to assist you with just 5 tickets? One must not be so miserly, especially for men like us, who aspire to achieve great things. We must possess a broad-minded spirit. I am here to support you. Do you think I covet your meager tickets? Let us revise this. Procure 30 VIP tickets and 30 first-class tickets for now. If that proves inadequate later, I shall return for more, Dai Chenkai proclaimed, his belly protruding prominently. Li Mingwu was rendered speechless, glancing at his wife. Do you see? This is your brother and sister-in-law. They are unabashedly greedy. Dai Ryu trembled with indignation. She was aware of their avarice, but had not anticipated such a blatant lack of boundaries. This was egregious. They were clearly attempting to exploit their family as unwitting benefactors. Regrettably, there are no excess VIP tickets available, as all have been reserved. I may be able to assist with first-class tickets, but it will incur a fee, 100 yuan per ticket. I can manage to secure 5 at most. Li Mingwu stated resolutely. He reflected that perhaps his years of sincerity had been perceived as weakness, inviting others to take advantage of him. Much like the insufferable son Wu Yang, and now his brother-in-law. Li Mingwu, do not mistake my goodwill for weakness. The request for tickets is a sign of respect. And yet you presume to act superior? Simply put, will you provide the tickets or not? Xiao Hongmei demanded imperiously. She has always been accustomed to wielding power and acting tyrannically. Li Mingwu's attitude today greatly displeased her. Dai Ryu exclaimed, Sister-in-law, please do not behave this way. We have already done our utmost. These votes are finite. We cannot conjure up such a multitude of votes from thin air. She defended her husband. Silence. Do you think you have a say here? Dai Chenkai scolded his sister harshly. Dai Ryu retorted, do you see this? Your dear sister is loyal to her husband, while you, dear brother, and I, your sister-in-law, are mere outsiders. Why would she consider us? Xiao Hongmei mockingly interjected, her tone dripping with sarcasm. The relentless provocation and biting ridicule challenged Li Mingwu's limits. On the surface, he appeared jovial, yet beneath lay a resilient spirit. Dai Ryu was his beloved wife, and their bond was profound, having weathered many storms together. What right do you have to mock my wife? If you wish to criticize, you ought to first assess your own standing. By the way, you are indeed outsiders, and it seems you fail to comprehend your own position. You shamelessly come to my home, creating a ruckus. Is this not overly presumptuous? You, who cannot even care for your own parents, dare to come here and dictate terms. I address you as brother-in-law out of respect for my wife. Do you truly consider yourself significant? I assure you, there will be no votes for you. If you wish to see them, buy them yourself. We are retiring for the night. You may leave as you came. Li Mingwu slammed the table, his voice booming. The frustration within him had simmered for far too long. He had not rested well lately, and today's intention to retire early was thwarted by this couple's disturbance, likely robbing him of another peaceful night. His wife, with her tender heart, might very well shed tears of grievance in the dead of night, which did nothing to alleviate Li Mingwu's spirits. What are you doing? Do you intend to resort to violence? Xiao Hongmei was taken aback by Li Mingwu's sudden outburst. It was her first time witnessing his typically amiable demeanor erupt in fury, leaving her trembling. Even Li Mobai, separated by 2 doors, could hear his father's thunderous roar. One could only wonder what egregious deeds this couple had committed to provoke such wrath from a normally good-natured man. Dai Chengsai's face quivered, and his heart raced. He had believed he had Li Mingwu under his thumb, free to make demands, but he had inadvertently pushed him to his limits. Clearly, his demands had been excessive. Before the peculiar couple could regain their composure, Li Mingwu forcefully ushered them towards the door. In the prime of his life, he exerted little effort to expel the bothersome duo. Ignoring their protests, he shut the door firmly behind them and returned to his slumber. Is it truly appropriate to act this way? Dai Ryu lamented, listening to the unpleasant curses from her brother and sister-in-law, feeling utterly humiliated. How would the neighbors perceive this? What is inappropriate about it? Li Mingwu replied, let me tell you this, do not concern yourself with their antics. My disdain for them has not emerged overnight. I have long desired to give them a taste of their own medicine. Let us return home and rest. Li Mingwu firmly grasped his wife's hand and departed. Dai Ryu observed her furious siblings-in-law outside, feeling a slight turmoil within. Nevertheless, she was not one to waver in indecision. The actions of her siblings-in-law over the years had indeed been excessive. A lesson was warranted. Thus, the couple retired for the night. Li Mobai, witnessing this scene, exhaled a sigh of relief. Good. Very good. I find solace in this. It seems my parents are equally decisive. The melodramatic trope of a benevolent protagonist showing compassion to antagonists shall not befall me. In his previous life, upon encountering such protagonists, who lamented the plight of the world while espousing a foolish ideal that they would not wrong others no matter the cost, he would promptly change the channel. Such pretentiousness was utterly nauseating. He had no desire to continue watching. It was all so unrealistic. Even Confucius had his faults. Who were they to preach? Day in and day out, they propagate such misguided notions. The prevailing ethics of society should dictate that good is rewarded and evil is punished, rather than good people suffering while evildoers thrive for a millennium. That night, the family enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Sometimes, in dealing with malevolence, taking a step back only breeds further frustration, whereas advancing forward brings clarity and refreshment. Chapter 37. The domestic fried chicken burger becomes an overnight sensation at times. Confronting eccentric relatives can be far more liberating than maintaining a facade of cordiality. The most exasperating individuals are those who, despite harboring disdain and irritation, feel compelled to feign a close relationship. That is truly a torment. The younger generation cannot endure such dynamics. Yet the older generation adheres to the principle of avoiding confrontation whenever possible, maintaining strained connections. Xiao Hongmei, having suffered a setback, could not sleep that night. She was furious. Her anger felt as though it would explode her very lungs. When had she ever endured such a humiliation? And to be belittled by someone she had always looked down upon was an unbearable reality. In stark contrast, Dai Qingsai's demeanor was far more ominous. His cunning far surpassed that of his arrogant wife. In Dai Qingsai's eyes, Li Mingwu's hosting of the concert not only garnered fame, but, more importantly, generated substantial profits. Although the exact figures eluded him, he speculated that, after deducting costs, there must be at least several $100,000 in profit. This was a significant sum. That old fox was clever, yet not astutely so. Several $100,000? What a naivete. The sum was indeed $3 million. Of course, Li Mingwu would not be foolish enough to disclose this information willingly. Such actions would only incite resentment. In this day and age, everyone is relatively impoverished. To suddenly amass wealth would undoubtedly breed envy among others. Moreover, one might attract the attention of those with ill intentions. As Dai Chunkai pondered Li Mingwu's newfound affluence, discontent swelled within him. On one hand, there was jealousy. On the other, a sense of resentment. He felt that Li Mingwu, a person who was inferior to him in every aspect, had no right to enjoy such extraordinary fortune. It must be said that this individual possessed an astonishing level of self-assurance. Naturally, Xiao Hongmei was discontented about not securing a ticket, as she had eagerly boasted about it to her relatives and friends, who were all waiting with bated breath. Not only her friends and family, but even the leaders at their factory were anticipating some form of tribute. In a small third-tier city like Qingzhou, such a grand event was a rare occurrence, and everyone wished to witness it. With a surge of visitors from other regions, tickets became exceedingly scarce, and many were reluctant to purchase them. At such a moment, if one could obtain a ticket without spending a dime, it would not only save a considerable sum, but also demonstrate one's connections, which was indeed a source of pride. The couple, Dai Chunkai and his wife, hoped to leverage this opportunity to enhance their social relations. Initially, they were confident of success, but in the end, it turned into a complete fiasco, leading to quite an awkward situation. How could they explain this to others? For the sake of their dignity, they reluctantly had to approach again to request tickets. However, to their surprise, early that morning, Li Mobai and his family were all preoccupied with their own affairs. Li Mobai was busy discussing the song repertoire with numerous musicians. Determined to ensure the concert's resounding success, he had poured his heart into composing more than 10 songs, leaving the musicians utterly astonished. This concert was indeed rather unconventional. Unlike formal solo concerts by established stars, it had no meticulous arrangements or attention to detail. To put it simply, it was all about enjoyment. The audience was not overly discerning, they simply sought joy. They had spent real money on tickets, and it was vital to make them feel they received value beyond their expenditure. With so many singers present, many lesser-known artists could only partake in group performances, with each person allotted merely a line of solo lyrics. Only those already renowned could seize the opportunity to perform a solo song. It could be said that Li Mobai truly struck gold. However, not everything was as simple as it seemed. Some singers, feeling disgruntled, declared that they would not perform unless compensated. In response to such a lack of courtesy, Li Mobai did not hesitate to say, "If you're unwilling, then don't expect to purchase my songs." Nevertheless, he would still graciously provide food and lodging. After all, he was a principled person. Those singers who opted out of performing, upon witnessing the multitude of exceptional songs Li Mobai had penned, suddenly appeared rather dismayed. Being seasoned members of the industry, they were well aware of the caliber of music. Each of Li Mobai's songs was a classic, possessing the potential to catapult a singer to fame. Whether or not one achieved stardom ultimately depended on a blend of skill and luck. The music industry is rife with instances of songs becoming popular while the artists themselves remain obscure. However, securing a song that suits one's voice significantly enhances the probability of success. Which singer would not wish to seize such an opportunity? Thus, someone shamelessly returned to plead with Li Mobai for a chance, admitting prior mistakes and expressing willingness to perform. Li Mobai, without hesitation, agreed, stating that as long as one is willing to return from a life of folly, he could indeed offer a chance. Consequently, this concert promised to be a spectacle worth witnessing. Considering the extended duration, Li Mobai instructed his mother to prepare plenty of family buckets. It was likely that selling several hundred family buckets would pose no challenge for this fellow. This concert was destined to be a historic musical gala, unparalleled in its grandeur. While it cannot be claimed that there will never be a similar event in the future, Li Mobai was confident that such a celebration would remain unsurpassed for quite some time. Dai Ryu initially believed that the revenue on the opening day was the pinnacle of success, especially with promotions and discounts in place. However, reality proved that consumer potential is boundless. As long as the market is sufficiently expansive, the revenue will continually reach new heights. Under Li Mobai's orchestration, Dakosi became the catering sponsor and supplier for the Ginkgo Century Music Concert. Media representatives and reporters could dine for free upon presentation of their credentials. Although the cost was minimal, the adage holds true: one is more inclined to be generous when treated. For Dakosi, it was also a splendid promotional opportunity. The partnered poultry farm could consistently supply white-feathered chickens. With newfound wealth, Dai Ryu grew bolder, expanding the cold storage. Once stock consumption exceeded 1/3, she instructed old Zhang to dispatch shipments. Business thrived during this period. Although overall profits slightly dipped due to numerous complimentary offerings, the brand recognition surged. Dai Ryu began harboring small ambitions, contemplating the possibility of opening a branch. But such thoughts were for another time. First, the concert needed to be successfully concluded. Chapter 38. Where have you two been all this time? Li Mobai was revered by musicians from the mainland and Hong Kong as a prodigy. Many expressed that aside from a minor vocal flaw, he was otherwise well suited for the music industry. Li Mobai thought, what a statement. He couldn't be deemed tone-deaf. Rather, in comparison to these exceptionally talented musicians, he felt somewhat ordinary. After all, lacking a unique characteristic would make it impossible to thrive in this realm. Li Mobai had no intention of pursuing an artistic path. His primary goal was financial gain. This concert had initially been a spontaneous endeavor, yet its scale had ballooned as more artists joined, ultimately transforming it into a grand celebration. Even provincial authorities were stirred, with rumors of influential figures attending the event. Li Mingwu learned of this news at the last minute but had reserved VIP tickets, so it should suffice. The Ginkgo authorities were quite pleased with his foresight and preparation. This marked another moment of prominence for Li Mingwu. In contrast, his brother-in-law and his wife found themselves in a rather unfortunate predicament, resorting to seeking refuge with their grandparents. Dai Chunkai was astute, given that his grandfather was also a person of considerable intellect. In that era, university students were quite a handful. A father knows his child best. The son and daughter-in-law, in their seemingly innocuous attentiveness, harbor ulterior motives. The grandmother may be oblivious, but the grandfather is far from it. It was you who cast the elderly couple out. After residing here for such an extended period, you have never bothered to check on them. Not even a single phone call to inquire about their well-being. And now you appear? What is the reason? Is it not merely to seek favors from your daughter and son-in-law? Although the grandfather seldom intervenes in matters, he is well aware that tickets to this concert do not come cheaply. The audacity of the son and daughter-in-law, approaching with such brazen demands, is utterly shameless. What distinguishes your actions from robbery? As elder siblings, Instead of assisting your younger sister and brother-in-law, you are solely intent on exploiting them. How could you have raised such a son? This matter is beyond my purview. You ought to address it with Ryu and the others, the grandfather calmly stated. Dai Chenkai exclaimed, Didn't I mention this to him last night? And what happened? Your esteemed son-in-law acted like a rabid dog, forcibly expelling us. Can one truly conduct themselves in such a manner? After all, I am his brother-in-law. His tone was filled with grievance. Xia Hongmei chimed in, expressing her disdain for Dai Ryu, who had seemingly become a mere sycophant to Li Mingwu, disregarding her own familial ties. Observing his son and daughter-in-law vent their frustrations about their daughter and son-in-law, the grandfather maintained an extraordinarily calm demeanor, as though he were deaf to their complaints. After enduring so many trials, he had long discerned the true nature of this couple. He was not a fool. Why would he trouble his dutiful daughter and son-in-law for the sake of these ungrateful individuals? While the grandmother attempted to interject, presumably wishing for her husband to mediate, the grandfather preempted her. What can I possibly say? You and your mother cast us out. It is your sister's family that has taken us in. Otherwise, we would have been left to sleep on the streets. For now, we must simply take care of ourselves, living day by day. You shall manage your own affairs. His words left Dai Chenkai feeling somewhat embarrassed, his face flushing with shame, causing his ample flesh to quiver. As Xia Hongmei prepared to retort, the grandfather delivered another poignant remark. In life, one's intentions must be righteous. You are my son. I taught you to read, and I have always told you that the wheel of fate turns. Who can escape the judgment of heaven? If a person is so consumed by greed that they cannot even tolerate their own parents, how will their children treat them in the future? Reflect on this. These words tightened the knot in Dai Chenkai's heart, yet Xia Hongmei, with a raised voice, retorted, Stop with your cryptic insinuations. Is it not true that now, with your daughter and son-in-law rising in fortune, you look down upon your own son? You are solely fixated on climbing the social ladder. At your age, instead of aiding your son, you choose to support your daughter. Do you not fear the scorn of others when they hear of this? My son bears the surname Dai, the rightful heir to the family legacy, while their son bears the surname Li, which has no connection to us. Do not let it come to pass that, during festive seasons, no one is left to offer you paper offerings. Xia Hongmei's words were exceedingly disrespectful, especially given that she was addressing her father-in-law. Addressing elders in such a manner truly reflects a lack of respect, especially when uttered by someone of considerable age. Initially, the grandmother, who had her heart set on her son, was incensed upon hearing these words, causing her breath to quicken. The grandfather gently patted his wife's back, urging her to remain calm. It was hardly worth it to let such unfilial and rebellious offspring provoke her to ill health. After all, as parents, they had fulfilled their duties diligently. I secured employment for you, built you a home, and divided the family estate. I have been a responsible father. Your ingratitude leaves me powerless. You are my son. I cannot bring about your ruin. Thus, I shall regard you as though you were never born. The grandfather differed from those traditional rural elders who view their sons as their very lifeblood. They believe that even at the expense of their own suffering, they must ensure their sons live comfortably, as sons are seen as the bearers of the family legacy. Some even go so far as to exploit not only themselves, but also their daughters, viewing them merely as vessels for providing wealth to their brothers. Such examples persist even today, as the mentality of valuing sons over daughters has long poisoned the minds of the people. Although Dai Chenkai may not voice it, such thoughts linger in his heart. This is, in essence, a familial tragedy. While the grandparents may be pitiful, their initial indulgence played a pivotal role in the unfolding of this tragedy. Thankfully, the elderly couple has managed to find their way back, avoiding a path of no return, which is indeed a source of solace. Otherwise, had they encountered those muddled, unreasonable parents who, while residing with their daughter and son-in-law, still fixated on aiding their son and daughter-in-law, it would have surely driven Li Mobai to despair. It is not merely a matter of financial concern, it is about pride. The fervor surrounding the concert in Qinzhou continues to escalate, garnering increasing attention and support from official channels. Relevant departments have dispatched substantial manpower to assist. The Qinzhou side aims to transform this event into a grand celebration, deploying over 1,000 police officers to ensure public order, supplemented by the numerous volunteers organized by Li Mobai. This arrangement assures the concert's smooth execution. The performances and the order of songs have been meticulously planned, and now they await the exuberant moment when the entire city rejoices. Chapter 39. The overbearing factory director arrives. Li Mingwu felt a profound sense of accomplishment and satisfaction, particularly as Sun Wuliang, resembling a defeated dog, came to apologize, nearly kneeling in contrition. The factory leaders awaited their VIP tickets to attend the concert. The factory director's brother-in-law entrusted this matter to Sun Wuliang. Initially perceived as a simple task, it had devolved into a situation that left him utterly embarrassed. He had considered having his brother-in-law Dai Chengkai intervene, understanding that Li Mingwu would be reluctant to assist due to their past grievances. Surely, Dai Chengkai would not refuse to lend his support. However, it must be said that Sun Wuliang's cleverness backfired. Had he approached Li Mingwu directly with a sincere apology instead of seeking Dai Chengkai's intervention, perhaps Li Mingwu would have chosen to overlook the incident altogether. As a result, he insisted on having Dai Chengkai intervene. Wasn't this akin to administering poison to Li Mingwu? To outsiders, they appeared to be merely a brother-in-law and a sister's husband. However, in reality, their relationship resembled that of adversaries. Over the years, Dai Ryu had trailed behind her brother-in-law and sister-in-law, serving them diligently. Though it would be an exaggeration to say she toiled like a beast of burden, yet she was, indeed, a caretaker who dedicated her spare moments to their service. Although Li Mingwu remained silent on the matter, it was evident that he bore a heavy heart. After all, that was his wife. He couldn't bear to see her endure such hardship. How could they, as her brother and sister-in-law, act so shamelessly? The crux of the matter was that despite her efforts, they remained ungrateful. Standing there with hands on hips and bellies protruding, they criticized her every move, pointing out her shortcomings. Could Li Mingwu truly find solace in such a situation? Once his pent-up frustration reached a certain threshold, it merely awaited a catalyst to erupt. The rebirth of Li Mobai served as that very catalyst. Upon witnessing his son sever ties with past malevolence, Li Mingwu felt a sense of relief. He firmly believed that his son would achieve greatness in the future, rendering the need to curry favor with others unnecessary. After enduring for so many years, he had no intention of conceding to the eccentricities of his brother-in-law any longer. Thus, when Sun Wuliang suggested that he seek out Dai Chengkai as a mediator, Li Mingwu nearly exploded with indignation. After dismissing Sun Wuliang, he returned to his preparations for the concert. Observing that he had reached an impasse, Sun Wuliang swiftly sought assistance from the factory director, his brother-in-law. Naturally, he would not take the blame upon himself, but rather embellish the tale regarding Li Mingwu. Brother-in-law, this Li Mingwu is utterly insufferable. As the head of my department, I approached him for a favor, stating it was at your behest. But you should have seen his despicable countenance. He outright rejected me. Is this not the very definition of a petty man relishing in his triumph? He clearly lacks respect for authority. His arrogance is intolerable, Sun Wuliang reported, adding fuel to the fire. The factory director, Xiao Shanpao, was incensed. What did you say? Such an incident occurred? Does Li Mingwu intend to abandon our factory? His face quivered with rage. As the director of a well-performing enterprise in Qinzhou, Xiao Shanpao considered himself a person of considerable standing in the community. Even the city's officials treated him with due respect. With over 1,000 workers under his command, his influence was not to be taken lightly. For a mere employee to refuse a task? Unthinkable. I believe Li Mingwu is due for a reckoning. While Xiao Shanpao was skeptical of Sun Wuliang's account, he was astute enough to recognize the implications. No matter how one spun it, Sun Wuliang was his brother-in-law, part of the inner circle. Li Mingwu's refusal to show Sun Wuliang respect would be tantamount to slapping Xiao Shanpao's own face. He could not permit such a brazen individual to exist within the shoe factory. It was clear, he would either have to play the subordinate or be cast out. There would be no room for dissent. Resolute, Xiao Shanpao decided to take matters into his own hands, ensuring that Li Mingwu would dutifully deliver the concert tickets. With mere hours remaining until the performance, Li Mingwu relished a moment of vindication. After all, there was a time when he, too, was a spirited youth. Regrettably, as one reaches middle age, the pressures of life can lead to a certain degree of compromise and retreat. However, that is no longer the case. He is determined to prove himself. Regardless of who speaks, he shall offer no deference, save for those who are truly formidable. With unwavering confidence, Xiao Shanpao believes that by presenting himself with the stature of a factory director, he can compel Li Mingwu to comply. Expecting him to be as fervently eager and apprehensive as the ordinary workers, dutifully completing his tasks. Little does he realize, Li Mingwu is not easily swayed. At his core, Li Mingwu possesses a rebellious spirit. In recent years, the shoe factory has been on a downward trajectory, primarily due to the ineffectiveness of the factory leadership led by Xiaoshan Pao. These individuals excel in indulgence and revelry, yet are woefully inadequate in their professional duties. Presently, Li Mingwu no longer relies on this meager salary to support his family. Once the music festival concludes, he intends to seek independent ventures, as there is no future for him in the shoe factory. His recent confrontation with Sun Wuliang and Xiaoshan Pao has severely soured relations, further diminishing any prospect of favorable circumstances. While he does not consider living off his wife to be shameful, the discomfort of idleness at a mature age weighs heavily upon him. Xiaoshan Pao, accompanied by several factory leaders, drives straight to the workers' sports stadium. He is intent on bringing Li Mingwu to heel before the factory director. At worst, he could offer a sweet deal, suggesting that if Li Mingwu complies, he might arrange for him to hold the position of deputy section chief. After all, he holds absolute sway in the factory, akin to a local emperor who has the final say. Many state-owned enterprises suffer from this flaw. The factory director wields excessive power. As the top authority within his domain, he can act with impunity, doing as he pleases. Unlike functional departments, this factory resembles a microcosm of society, where the director enjoys supreme authority. It will not be long before, amidst a wave of mass layoffs, some former factory leaders morph into the first batch of private entrepreneurs, seizing the opportunity to enrich themselves at the expense of the workers, who suffer while they line their own pockets. The state assets are sold off at derisory prices, and they profit handsomely from the scheme. Contemplating this historical backdrop, Li Mobai cannot help but tremble with indignation. This is truly reprehensible. Li Mingwu remains oblivious to the events that the future holds. He only knows that he is no longer dependent on the shoe factory for his livelihood. The vast expanse of the future offers great potential. Go fetch your superior, Li Mingwu, and inform him that his director has arrived. Xiaoshan Pao, with his imposing belly, barks orders at the busy volunteers. The volunteers, though unsure of who Xiaoshan Pao might be, do not dawdle. They promptly pick up the radio to report the situation to Li Mingwu. Before Li Mingwu can respond, Xiaoshan Pao brazenly commandeers the radio. Li Mingwu, is it? I am Xiaoshan Pao. You better come out right now. His tone is abrasive and reveals a spoiled disposition. Chapter 40. The arrogant director is completely extinguished. Meanwhile, Li Mingwu is attending to matters in the VIP area when he hears the raucous shouting through the radio, causing his expression to darken significantly. This is a minor demon being confronted by an elder one. The infamous Xiaoshan Pao has personally arrived. True to his name, he certainly embodies it. Ensure everything is tidied up here. Time is of the essence. Hurry. Li Mingwu urged his subordinates to expedite arrangements before he approached this esteemed factory chief. Li Mingwu. Oh, Li Mingwu, you're quite audacious now. Has it come to the point where the factory chief must personally seek you out? Much like Dai Qingkai, Xiaoshan Pao attempts to overwhelm Li Mingwu with sheer presence. However, unlike Dai Qingkai's bluster, Xiaoshan Pao exudes an unspoken authority. As he is indeed a prominent figure in Qingzhou, Li Mingwu remarked, I fail to comprehend your words, chief. If you have matters to discuss, please do so, for I am quite occupied. He maintained a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance. Xiaoshan Pao was taken aback by this attitude. What was this young man attempting? Was he putting on airs before me? Arrange a few VIP tickets for me. Of course, if that proves difficult, I could settle for second-class seats. That would still count as a contribution to the factory. Rest assured, I shall not neglect your efforts. After all, the sales department is in need of a deputy chief. Xiaoshan Pao enticed. Had this been a few years prior, Li Mingwu would have undoubtedly been tempted. After all, who does not aspire to hold an official position? The Chinese have an inherent obsession with authority. However, at this moment, it was indeed challenging to ignite his interest, for he understood that remaining in the factory bore no future. Not to mention, with Xiaoshan Pao still around, even the position of deputy chief would be futile. If you had arrived earlier, I could have arranged a few tickets for you, but alas, that is no longer possible. All VIP and first-class seats are sold out. I can only offer you a few second and third-class seats. Li Mingwu replied calmly. Upon hearing the suggestion of second and third-class seating, Xiaoshan Pao felt his temper nearly reach a boiling point. How outrageous. I, Xiaoshan Pao, must travel in a private car, and when taking the train, I only sit in first-class soft sleepers. Even when attending performances, I occupy the VIP section. To be relegated to second-class seating for a mere concert Such audacity to disrespect my status. Li Mingwu, have I disrespected you? You dare to wield a chicken feather as a command. Who do you think you are? Xiaoshan Pao's jowls quivered as he pointed an accusatory finger at Li Mingwu. His words laced with venom. Had there not been bystanders to restrain him, he might have lunged at Li Mingwu in fury. Li Mingwu recognized the factory chief's notoriously brash demeanor, accustomed as he was to supremacy. Yet, he had not anticipated such brazen arrogance, particularly in front of so many witnesses. It was evident that his behavior in the factory was even more tyrannical. Chief Xiaoshan, what brings you here? Just as the tension threatened to erupt, a group of well-dressed individuals approached. A middle-aged man, flanked by admirers, observed Xiaoshan Pao's antics, his expression darkening in disapproval. Such an utter display of folly. Soon, officials from the province are set to arrive. If they witness the state of affairs in Qinzhou, where the director of a major factory is of such low caliber, it would not only tarnish the reputation of Xiaoshan, but also the dignity of the governor. Governor He, there is nothing amiss. It's just that our director Xiao is venting his frustrations at me. You requested that I arrange the esteemed tickets for the provincial officials, which I have managed. However, I truly have no additional seats available. Yet, our director Xiao is dissatisfied and insists that I find a solution. His stance is clear, regardless of others. His demands must be met. I am at a loss. If it comes to it, perhaps we could offer the provincial officials second-class seats, allowing the VIP seats to be allocated to our director Xiao and other factory leaders? Li Mingwu interjected with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshan Pao appeared as if struck by lightning. What nonsense is this? The provincial officials? They are significant figures. Governor He Qichong exclaimed. Is this how it is? Director Xiao, you wield considerable influence. If you have objections, you may address them with me directly. Why trouble others? He Qichong glared at Xiaoshan Pao. Just moments ago, the once arrogant Xiaoshan Pao was abruptly subdued. He may have ruled his small domain at the shoe factory, but in the presence of He Qichong, continuing to boast would be sheer folly. He is the patriarch of Qinzhou City. To offend He Qichong could cost Xiaoshan Pao his directorship. I did not mean it that way. I was just joking with my brother Mingwu. We were merely having some fun. Xiaoshan Pao, being astute, quickly shifted his demeanor upon sensing the tension. Upon hearing this, Li Mingwu's lips curled into a slight smile. So now you are jesting with me? Just a moment ago, your words suggested otherwise. Did you not claim I was wielding a feather as if it were an official decree? Were you not seeking to settle scores with me? Li Mingwu wished to impart a lesson to Xiaoshan Pao in front of the governor. However, it was evident that Governor He had no intention of engaging in a dispute with Xiaoshan Pao. He aimed to ensure that the concert proceeded flawlessly. If there is nothing further, you may leave. Don't embarrass me here. Should anything go awry, you shall see how I handle this. Governor He admonished Xiaoshan Pao before ushering Li Mingwu inside. Xiaoshan Pao, in front of so many, particularly before his subordinates, was chastised like a dog, leaving him utterly humiliated. His enthusiasm for the concert had dissipated entirely. Accompanied by the other factory leaders, he left in disgrace. This marked the most significant setback he had encountered since assuming the directorship. Li Mingwu conducted a tour of the venue with He Qichong, who was quite pleased, remarking that the arrangements were indeed thorough and commendable. The artists are being coordinated by my son. There will be no errors. Li Mingwu subtly highlighted his son's involvement. To his surprise, Governor He indeed held a favorable impression of Li Mobai, as this musical extravaganza had originally been proposed and initiated by that young man. The decision to hold the concert had sparked extensive discussion within the leadership of Qinzhou, with a considerable number opposing the idea. However, ultimately, the reformists led by He Qichong gained the upper hand, mobilizing the entirety of the city's resources to orchestrate this grand event. After this concert concludes, I shall take charge and host a celebration for you and your son, He Qichong vowed. On the surface, Li Mingwu appeared composed, humbly attributing the success to his leaders. Yet inwardly, he was elated. Who wouldn't desire to be in the limelight? This time, Li Mingwu had shed several pounds due to the busyness. Although he had indeed profited, he yearned for both fame and fortune. In Chapter 41, titled The Embarrassing Farce of Buying a Tiger Head, the father and son duo coordinated seamlessly, managing their tasks with a calm demeanor. Despite it being their inaugural event, they executed it with remarkable flair. With the collaboration of 6 handsome hosts and beautiful hostesses, the concert commenced. Li Mingwu and his son fixated on the stage, their nerves palpable. The audience below was undeniably enthusiastic, with the workers' stadium, which accommodates 20,000. Filled to capacity. Both the provincial and municipal television stations were broadcasting live. This evening, it was likely that many would be glued to their screens to witness the concert. The concert continued well into the night, and only after the final chorus of thousands did the audience reluctantly exit. Some fervent fans rushed backstage, eager for autographs and photographs, leading to a minor chaos. However, He Chichong had anticipated this scenario, dispatching over 1,000 police officers to maintain order, thereby preventing any major disruptions. It wasn't until past 2 in the morning that the workers' stadium gradually quieted down. Qingzhou, a city that typically plunged into darkness after 8 in the evening, was alive throughout the night. Upon returning home, those who attended the concert wore expressions of bliss, animatedly recounting the vibrant atmosphere to their families. Li Mingwu and his son accompanied several esteemed officials back to rest. The dignitaries praised the concert highly, deeming it a cultural feast, akin to a panacea for a small city like Qingzhou. That evening, a multitude of media reporters were present, and it was believed that Qingzhou would garner national recognition the following day. Both He Chichong and Li Mingwu had successfully made their mark, and the collective mood was one of joy. Li Mobai felt compelled to express his exhaustion, stating that he wished to manage nothing further and simply desired a good night's sleep. After conferring with Chen Jiong, they decided to hold a song auction the following day, with the consensus that everyone should rest well and replenish their energy that night. The success of this concert signified that he had assisted his father in establishing a foothold in the city. Even if Li Mingwu faced ostracism from the shoe factory, or if Xiaoshan Pao attempted to leverage his social connections to undermine him, they would need to reconsider their actions. Observing her husband and son sleeping soundly, Dai Ryu felt a pang of tenderness, yet also a swell of pride. Their family was flourishing, though not everyone shared in the happiness, particularly her peculiar brother and sister-in-law. Dai Chengkai and Xiao Hongmei were seething with anger, having lost face over the concert, as their relatives, friends, and factory leaders eagerly awaited tickets from them. After all, this couple had boasted early on, proudly proclaiming that Li Mingwu was their brother-in-law, whom they could easily manipulate. They spoke to him with an air of authority, leading outsiders to mistakenly believe that Li Mingwu was merely a servant in their household. This situation mirrors the mindset of certain individuals from the hometown of a bumbling comedian from Diyunxi, who gained fame years later. Initially, they looked down upon him, considering him inferior and foolish, only to be taken aback when he unexpectedly struck it rich. As he began to accumulate wealth, their attitudes became somewhat distorted. They sought to restore their sense of balance by disparaging him in public and reminiscing about his past shortcomings. They would insist that he had always held them in contempt. "I'll give him a call," they'd say, and he'll be like a lapdog, eager to please. Deep down, this was the mentality of the couple, Dai Chengkai and his wife. When Dai Ryu lost her job, they mocked her mercilessly, with Xiao Hongmei hurling barbs that implied she was foolish for not utilizing connections to secure favors. If she had any sense, she wouldn't have been laid off. When news of Li Mingwu's impending job loss reached them, their glee intensified, reveling in the prospect of his family's misfortune. Though they also feared that both he and his wife might become unable to support their elderly parents or resort to borrowing money. Thus, they resolved to minimize contact with Li Mingwu's family to avoid uncomfortable conversations about such topics. It must be said, the human heart can be treacherous and malicious. However, they failed to anticipate that Li Mingwu had a remarkable son, Li Mobai, who would not allow his parents to endure such indignities. Having been reborn, he was determined not only to live a life of splendor, but also to ensure his parents could hold their heads high. Anyone who dared to mock his parents, even harboring such thoughts, would face the consequences. He would demonstrate this through his actions. The couple, Dai Chengkai and his wife, were filled with animosity toward Li Mobai's family. As the saying goes, a grain of kindness begets a bushel of resentment. Dai Ryu had been excessively generous to her family, losing sight of herself in the process. Decades of selfless giving had failed to elicit gratitude. Instead, it fostered a sense of entitlement. Their appetites had grown, and any slight dissatisfaction would lead to immediate reprimands. This time, they had completely turned against him. Dai Chengkai, infuriated, was scheming about how to undermine Li Mingwu discreetly. Their information was lacking. Xiao Hongmei suggested that they should make Li Mingwu feel the consequences through the shoe factory. "Aren't you familiar with Sun Wuliang? Why not embellish the story a bit? He must be quite displeased with Li Mobai as well. The enemy of my enemy is my friend," They are determined to tarnish Li Mingwu's reputation. What these two fools do not realize is that the factory director of Shaoshan Cannon has already suffered setbacks under Li Mingwu, not to mention the useless son Wuliang. The father and son duo enjoyed a delightful slumber, awakening with hearty appetites. In recent days, Li Mobai had been overwhelmed with blisters from his relentless busyness. Yet, miraculously, after a night's rest, all the blisters vanished. Such remarkable physical resilience is indeed unparalleled. At the dining table, Li Mingwu excitedly boasted to his son about the profits from the recent concert. After deducting all expenses, it is estimated that he could pocket a tidy sum of nearly 3 million. Such a substantial amount could easily afford him a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. In these times, even a Santana priced at 2,000 is considered a luxury vehicle. A Mercedes-Benz? That would undoubtedly be imported, with prices ranging from 600 to 700,000 being quite common. Throughout Qinzhou, it seems that there are no more than 3 legitimate Mercedes-Benzes. Li Binchong possesses an older model, which from Li Mobai's perspective, is practically fit for the scrapyard. Yet, it remains a highly coveted possession. If someone were to borrow it for a wedding procession, it would undoubtedly elevate their status. Li Mingwu's desire was insatiable. Possessing wealth without acquiring a car would torment him endlessly. Upon learning that his father had set his sights on a tiger head Mercedes, Li Mobai nearly choked on his porridge, followed by a fit of intense coughing. What do you think? My dear son, do you not agree that this idea is simply brilliant? Li Mingwu rubbed his hands together in excitement. Li Mobai retorted, Dad, have you lost your senses? A tiger head Mercedes? What are you thinking? Do you have any idea how many luxury cars are there in Qinzhou? Do you know what car the governor drives? What about the richest man? And you want to aim for a tiger head Mercedes right off the bat? You must understand the saying, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Li Mingwu, once brimming with enthusiasm, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him upon hearing his son's words. He instantly felt deflated. Cough, cough. You make a valid point. I may have gotten carried away. Uncle Li Binchong, with a fortune in the hundreds of millions, still drives an old Mercedes. I cannot be reckless. He reflected. Li Mobai scoffed lightly. At least you have some sense. Then I shall settle for a Santana, just to get some practice. Once the time is ripe, we can consider upgrading. Li Mingwu quickly shifted his stance. For him, the mere thought of having a small car with 4 wheels to drive around was exhilarating, and he could hardly contain his eagerness. As for Li Mobai, as long as his father did not indulge in such ostentatious desires as a tiger head Mercedes, he had no objections. The Santana, while common, would still allow his father to bask in the limelight. He could only imagine the expressions on the faces of people like Dai Chengkai when they saw his father driving a car. It would surely be quite amusing. Li Mobai was already impatiently looking forward to that comical scene, having looked down upon his family for most of his life. Seeing his most despised sister and brother-in-law get a taste of their own medicine would undoubtedly be satisfying. This was precisely the effect Li Mobai desired. In the past, you treated me with indifference. Now, I shall make you unreachable. Within the hotel, a grand auction of musical compositions slowly commenced. Although Li Mobai currently found himself in no shortage of funds, one can never have too much money, as there remain numerous significant endeavors awaiting his attention. Thus, he could not afford to be without financial resources. Presenting over 10 of his own compositions for auction was indeed a pioneering venture within the music industry, a feat only a remarkable individual like Li Mobai could achieve. The singers from the mainland and Hong Kong had already performed these songs the previous night, garnering an exceedingly favorable response. Consequently, the auction was particularly fierce, culminating in the sale of all 12 songs, resulting in Li Mobai's earnings amounting to 490,000, with further income anticipated from related copyrights. Each participant seemed to have fulfilled their respective needs. For many aspiring artists, the primary objective at present is to achieve fame, and other priorities must yield to this fundamental task. Li Mobai had substantially enriched his coffers, embodying the essence of the music industry in his eyes. Indeed, the absence of intermediaries reaping profits was a gratifying experience. Once the auction concluded, the music festival effectively approached its finale, with several artists beginning to depart. However, Chen Jiong developed a keen interest in Li Mobai. With utmost seriousness, he engaged Li Mobai in conversation regarding the potential establishment of a music company. Should Li Mobai entertain such an idea, Chen expressed his willingness to collaborate, combining his industry connections and resources with Li Mobai's talent, a partnership that promised to be a match made in heaven. Together, they could achieve remarkable success, contingent only upon securing an investor. With a modest startup capital of several hundred thousand, this venture could indeed be explored. Li Mobai had never contemplated entering the entertainment industry, at least not at this juncture. Yet, upon hearing Chen Jiong's proposition, he felt a stirring of interest. Entertainment is, after all, an indispensable source of spiritual sustenance, and he could consider a strategic advance. Chen Jiong, being a seasoned veteran of the industry, possessed a wealth of experience and integrity, making him a rare talent. Li Mobai believed that collaboration with him would lead to promising prospects. Moreover, opportunities abound in this era, with everything burgeoning in a phase of wild growth. Li Mobai was confident that financial success was within reach. Observing the fervor in Chen Jiong's eyes, Li Mobai acquiesced. He would establish a cultural company in the mainland, and subsequently, Chen Jiong would carry a copy of the business license to Hong Kong to register the enterprise. The entire process was relatively straightforward. As Li Mobai was of legal age, there were no complications in the administrative procedures. He also remarked, patting the back of his head, that his first signed artist would undoubtedly be Jay Cho, insisting that they must secure this young talent. Chen Jiong exclaimed, Jay Cho? Oh, yes, I recall such a figure. However, I believe he hails from Taiwan. His singing is rather indistinct. One can hardly discern what he is articulating. Chen Jiong reminisced. Indeed, according to contemporary mainstream musical aesthetics, Jay Chou's songs do possess a certain peculiar quality. Ambiguous and speaking at a rapid pace, he could be heard humming to himself. As for the lyrics, they were utterly indecipherable to the average listener. Even seasoned individuals like Chen Jiong were not optimistic about him, highlighting the precarious situation Zhou Jieluan currently faced. Indeed, unless one were to experience a rebirth, it would be hard for anyone to believe that this young man, singing as if with a lollipop in his mouth, could one day become a music sensation across Asia. Li Mobai recognized the astonishing potential that Zhou Jieluan possessed for the future, and thus, he was determined to secure him at all costs. It was of no consequence. He firmly believed that Zhou would undoubtedly demonstrate immense explosive talent and remarkable potential. Upon your return, you must ensure his signing. Let him dictate the terms, as long as they are not excessively unreasonable, Li Mobai instructed. Although Chen Jiong could not fathom why Li Mobai placed such importance on an obscure Taiwanese singer, he nodded in agreement, persuaded by Li Mobai's serious demeanor. He had faith in Li Mobai. This young man possessed an extraordinary intuition. He should be trusted. Besides, it was he who had insisted on pursuing this matter. If it ultimately proved unfeasible, it would not reflect poorly on him. I have said all I needed to say. The following day, Li Mobai accompanied Chen Jiong to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to obtain a business license. Chen Jiong expressed that he would be content as a minor shareholder, holding a 10% stake, while Li Mobai would command 90%. The registered capital amounted to 100,000 yuan. Although this sum may appear modest, within the context of a predominantly individual entrepreneur landscape, it represented a significant amount and was quite rare. Chapter 43. Even buying a Santana feels like a disgraced Jiuzhou Cultural Entertainment Company, Limited. This was the name Li Mobai selected for the new company, and Chen Jiong deemed it quite impressive. Jiuzhou signifies the Central Plains, and adopting this name reflects Li Mobai's lofty ambitions. After finalizing the relevant procedures, Chen Jiong returned to Hong Kong, and Li Mobai's life gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility. Li Mingwu was entirely consumed with the prospect of purchasing a car. Dai Ruyu, however, was not particularly supportive, questioning whether it might appear overly ostentatious. We are just ordinary folk. I am still an unemployed worker. Our business has only just begun to show signs of improvement, and now you want to buy a car? What will others think? Upon hearing this, Li Mingwu expressed his discontent. Why should I care what others think? As long as I am happy, that is all that matters. Our family is certainly capable. Furthermore, he believed he had been sufficiently low-key. After being chastised by his son, he felt he had curtailed his extravagant desires and merely wished to buy a Santana. If she continued to oppose him, it would be rather tiresome. Reluctantly, Dai Ruyu acquiesced to her husband's desire for a new car. Li Mingwu acted with remarkable speed, retrieving the new vehicle just 3 days later. Li Mobai was astonished by his father's swift action. He had never witnessed such enthusiasm from him before. He proudly drove the new car to pick up his mother from work, reveling in the joy of the journey. Although Dai Ruyu insisted she would not ride in it, and was content with her bicycle, there was no comparison between a bicycle and a car. however modest the Santana might be. However, it also provides shelter from the wind and rain. Sitting inside, watching people ride bicycles and stroll by, the experience is indeed unparalleled. Behold, this is the air conditioning vent. Ah, with this car, winter will be warm and summer cool. There's even a cup holder here. I can just place my water bottle there. This seat can recline as well. I assure you, it is far more comfortable than a sofa. Li Mingwu was exuberantly showcasing his new vehicle to his wife. That thing is simply magnificent. Dai Ryu observed her husband flaunting his new toy like a child and couldn't bear to dampen his enthusiasm, so she feigned cooperation. Are you planning to drive to work in the future? Dai Ryu inquired. Li Mingwu exclaimed, Work? What work? I will never work in my life. Upon hearing his wife's words, Li Mingwu immediately declined with righteous fervor. Dai Ryu responded, You're not going to work? Then what do you intend to do? She asked, her face a portrait of alarm. In this day and age, a grown man declaring he will not work is bound to be seen as a ne'er-do-well. If one does not work, they are considered idle. If idle, they lack skills. If lacking skills, they become a destabilizing element in society. All of these are interconnected. Dai Ryu could not bear to see her husband gradually descend into the abyss of decline. Their family may have some money now, but their son has yet to enter college, marry, or have children. The future holds many financial demands. Does he wish to become a carefree idler, living a retirement life prematurely? Such thoughts are fanciful. Dai Ryu is a traditional woman of the Ming dynasty, one of the countless hard-working individuals. She grew up during an economically challenging period, where even a meal of meat felt like a festive occasion. Now, although conditions have improved, and she has earned a considerable sum, she still feels a lack of security. Or rather, her current income does not allow her to fully relax. Her parents are aging daily, and their health is deteriorating. What if they fall ill and require expensive medical treatment in the future? She knows her siblings are miserly. They are as tight-fisted as can be. Relying on them to cover her parents' medical expenses is utterly impractical. She must take on that responsibility herself. She is also quite concerned about her son. Although Li Mobai has undergone a transformation and is no longer as wayward as before, she remains anxious until he is accepted into a university. Even if he does get into college, there are still marriage and children to consider. And then, the expenses of raising those children for education. Oh dear. Such thoughts overwhelm Dai Ryu with an endless list of concerns. Just imagine, in her state of urgency. Her husband spends a staggering $16,000 on a car. Fine, buy it if you wish, but now doesn't he even want to work? Is this not a case of losing ambition? What difference is there from her son's past obsession with internet cafes and neglecting his studies? At such an age, can't he spare her some worry? Li Mingwu replied, Look, why are you so anxious? Let me tell you. My son has assigned me a new task, which involves the formal restructuring of our Dakoshi brand and the opening of franchises. During the recent Chinjo Music Festival concert, our Dakoshi brand truly stole the limelight. It won TB long before inquiries for franchise opportunities begin to flow in. If we aspire to achieve a scale akin to that of KFC, we must also consider opening franchises and perhaps even establish direct-operated stores. Are you familiar with the concept of direct-operated stores? They are establishments managed solely by us. This process is exceedingly intricate and cumbersome. My son has penned dozens of pages for the project proposal alone. I have been diligently studying this matter recently. I must tell you, there is a profound depth of knowledge involved. Upon hearing this, Dai Ryu found herself somewhat bewildered. To be candid, Dai Ryu is undoubtedly a skilled worker. However, when it comes to discussing specialized knowledge or advanced business theories, she tends to falter. This is not to say she lacks intelligence. In fact, she is quite astute. It is merely that her thinking has yet to evolve. Her current logic dictates that if she wishes to earn money, she must toil tirelessly, adhering to a traditional laborer's mindset. She has not contemplated the possibility of shortcuts or the existence of easier ways to generate income. In contrast, Li Mingwu possesses a far greater understanding in this regard. He excels at learning and reflecting. The series of documents penned by Li Mobai may seem like a fanciful dream to Dai Ryu, who would struggle to comprehend even a single word. However, Li Mingwu perceives a future within those pages. Therefore, he is determined to follow his son's guidance. Although Dai Ryu feels somewhat dizzy from the information, she understands that her husband does not intend to lounge at home idly. This reassures her. Regardless of what Li Mingwu engages in, as long as he remains active, she is content. The family has recently acquired a vehicle, which is indeed a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. Such significant events call for a feast, as is the long-standing tradition among the Chinese. Whenever there is good news at home, be it the arrival of a new family member or the purchase of a house or car, it is customary to treat friends and family to a meal to share in the joy. Even a decade from now, if a family were to buy a car, it would still be a grand affair, complete with firecrackers and a celebratory feast. Li Mingwu has no qualms about inviting his friends to dinner. True brothers and companions would relish in his success, as it would surely reflect positively upon them as well. However, concerns arise regarding his colleagues at the factory and some petty relatives, such as Dai Qingkai. Li Mingwu worries that he might inadvertently provoke his brother-in-law into a fit of rage. Furthermore, there is Xiao Hongmei, whose malicious nature is unpredictable. It is difficult to ascertain what she might do. There is a high likelihood that she would be unable to contain her anger and might resort to vandalism, such as slashing the tires in the dead of night. Indeed, she would not hesitate to engage in such mischief. The thought of not inviting my brother-in-law and sister-in-law to the celebratory meal for the new car seems rather inappropriate. Dai Ryu wore a troubled expression, feeling that such an action was not right. Li Mingwu replied, "Do you think I am unwilling? What kind of person is your brother-in-law? If others are unaware, do you not know either? You invited them to dinner with good intentions, yet they have the remarkable ability to cause discontent among everyone else. Is it truly worth offending a multitude of friends and family for such individuals?" Li Mingwu retorted. Dai Ryu acknowledged, "My husband's words hold merit." For a moment, she fell silent. "Well then, let's refrain from discussing this matter with them for now, to avoid sparking any unnecessary thoughts." In truth, the couple, Dai Qingkai and his wife, had shifted all their pressures onto their son. If they could not outshine the elders, let their son surpass them instead. Li Mobai, that good-for-nothing, surely would not gain admission to a prestigious university. My son is different. He excels academically. His performance in the college entrance examination will undoubtedly be remarkable, allowing him to trample Li Mobai underfoot. Previously, these words were often spoken by Xiao Hongmei, while Dai Qingkai deemed them beneath him. It was not that he disagreed. Rather, he had chosen to disregard his nephew entirely, as if he did not exist. However, circumstances had changed, and he now found himself somewhat frantic. After repeatedly losing face before Li Mingwu, he could no longer maintain his composure. He understood that no matter how resilient he felt internally, he could not alter the fact that he was far behind Li Mingwu. Initially, he had wished to witness others' misfortunes, but ultimately, he had become the subject of ridicule himself. At this moment, the only way to restore his dignity was through his son's academic achievements. Thus, he banned his son from all activities outside of studying, insisting he focus solely on his education. Once the examination results were released, he intended to reclaim every ounce of lost face. Unbeknownst to Li Mobai, he was now regarded as the son of the third high school. Admittedly, this title may sound peculiar, but in truth, he truly was exceptional. He had gifted concert tickets to all the faculty and staff of the third high school, along with his close friends like Hu Bing. As a result, his popularity at school rivaled that of the principal. It is no exaggeration to say that at the third high school, one may not know who the principal is, but they certainly cannot be unaware of the name Li Mobai. He had become quite the figure. Hu Bing had already proclaimed, "I want to associate with Li Mobai from now on. It will surely be advantageous." Li Mobai was somewhat surprised by his own popularity. It was a small surprise indeed. With just over a month remaining until the college entrance examination, one would expect this to be a time of intense preparation. However, Li Mobai found it hard to sit still. In his previous life, he had been bedridden and had read an overwhelming number of books, so many that he could not even recall how many he had read. In this life, reborn, the thought of enduring endless study once more felt unbearable. Regardless, he had already grasped all the essential knowledge. When the time came for the examination, it would depend on his performance. Deep within, he felt a surge of confidence. He possessed the capability to aim for a top university. Why? Because he was aware of the examination questions. Otherwise, what would be the point of his rebirth? In his previous life, he had indeed participated in the college entrance examination. Although it is improbable to memorize the entire set of examination papers, he retains a semblance of recollection regarding the more challenging questions. Generally, he possesses a broad understanding of the material, and a focused review would suffice. With such an advantage, achieving a commendable score should be a given. Otherwise, it would indeed suggest a lack of intellect. Thus, After acclimatizing to his surroundings, Li Mobai is disinclined to squander any more time at school. With funds available, he is eager to venture to Sichuan City to meet with General Ma Huading. Aren't you selling your penguin? Very well, I am willing to take it off your hands. To acquire a penguin. Goodness, that's something I could scarcely have dreamt of in my previous life. However, the pressing dilemma facing Li Mobai is that while he can manage his affairs in Qinzhou, informing his parents of his intention to temporarily abandon his studies to acquire a penguin in Sichuan City would likely result in a mixed reception. Even if his father is generally amenable, departing at this time would be quite inappropriate. Li Mingwu heeded his son's advice and registered Decosi Food Company, steadily guiding their small workshop onto the right path. Meanwhile, at the shoe factory, Sun Wuliang has completely lost his fervor. Like a sickly tiger, he can no longer project any arrogance. Without Li Mingwu, the sales department has become a mere shell. Over the years, Sun Wuliang has led the sales department into disarray, failing to promote capable individuals while forcing them to endure indignities. Who would wish to remain in such an environment? Prior to Li Mingwu's departure, many competent employees had already sought opportunities elsewhere, with many heading to coastal cities for their careers. Li Mingwu's thoughts have long since wandered from this place. He yearns for a confrontation with Sun Wuliang, hoping to leave with a severance package. Yet, factory director Xiao Shanpao is far from foolish. Although he suffered a significant loss and embarrassment before Li Mingwu, he refrained from retaliating and instead promoted Li Mingwu to the position of deputy section chief. Sun Wuliang is perplexed as to why his brother-in-law would act in such a manner. He has been so oppressive towards us, yet you elevate him? Why? Fool! You imbecile! What do you understand? He is no longer merely a salesperson under your authority. He is someone who can speak in front of the governor. If you possessed even a modicum of intelligence, you would recognize that he is not to be trifled with, at least not for the time being. We shall wait until this storm passes. Xiao Shanpao replied coldly. Everyone perceives Xiao Shanpao as boisterous and unrefined, as if he were a brute lacking self-control. However, if he were truly a simpleton, could he have ascended to his current position? That notion is preposterous. He is, without doubt, a man of considerable acumen. Chapter 45. Persuading my father to invest in the pharmaceutical industry. Xiao Shanpao is by no means as coarse and vulgar as he appears. The demeanor he projects is merely a fade intended for the eyes of outsiders. In contrast, only those closest to him can discern his true character. Sun Wuliang, I understand now. My brother-in-law is wise. However, brother-in-law, this fellow has become exceedingly arrogant. Hasn't he shown up for work in nearly 20 days? What should I do? Sun Wuliang inquired further of his brother-in-law. Xiao Shanpao, that is of little consequence. Let him be. If he wishes to be aloof, then let him float. The more this individual drifts aimlessly, the more vulnerabilities will be revealed. When the time comes, it will be quite convenient for us to deal with him. After all, the factory is not reliant on a single person drawing a salary for nothing. Xiao Shanpao remarked nonchalantly. Sun Wuliang smacked his lips, his expression awkward. He had not anticipated that his brother-in-law would be so indifferent towards this matter. The multitude of words he intended to express now remained unspoken. With Li Mingwu's absence, the sales department had essentially come to a standstill. The remaining personnel were merely his loyal subordinates, adept at flattery, yet utterly lacking in practical skills. If this situation persists, it would not be long before it adversely impacts the factory's operations. After all, no one is left to cultivate new clients. What shall be done with the products produced? Yet today, his brother-in-law's mood seemed rather unfavorable, so Sun Wuliang dared not broach the subject. Perhaps it would be better to wait a couple of days. In the grand scheme of things, a moment's delay would not be fatal. In the Millennium of Minghua, the nation was undergoing an unprecedented historical transformation. Li Mobai and his companions resided in the bustling urban center of Qinzhou, undoubtedly reaping the benefits of the city's prosperity. As a dual-income household, they could be considered among the most fortunate citizens of Qinzhou. However, even so, it merely allowed them to enjoy a few additional meals of meat each week and perhaps indulge in the occasional new article of clothing. Beyond that, there was little improvement in their circumstances. Watching a few more films, occasionally participating in the factory's festive activities, to Li Mobai, these were rather mundane pursuits. Ultimately, it all boiled down to one thing: a lack of money, a feeble economy. Even if one were to establish grand shopping malls or entertainment venues, what good would it do? The common folk have no money to spend, which cannot support domestic consumption. His mother's food factory serves as a prime example. It has barely been a short while since Dai Ryu was laid off, and now the second wave of layoffs has been announced, eliminating 50 positions outright. Moreover, the severance pay will only amount to half of the tenure compensation, as the factory is financially strapped. A plethora of products lies unsold in the warehouse, with funds unable to circulate, and workers' wages are on the verge of being unpaid. Following Mingguo's accession to the World Trade Organization, the influx of foreign capital and advanced management techniques has dealt a devastating blow to the nation's traditional industries, particularly the once reliable state-owned enterprises. Their previous existence had been exceedingly comfortable. Under the planned economy, even products of poor quality were not a cause for concern, as the state provided a safety net. However, such a luxury is no longer viable. In the southeastern coastal region, a multitude of modern factories are rising rapidly, characterized by standardized, large-scale production and stringent demands on workers, all supported by substantial foreign investment. They are outclassing all enterprises in the interior. Mark my words, this is merely the beginning. In the coming years, a significant number of factories will collapse, especially those state-owned giants lacking ambition. Li Mobai is acutely aware of this overarching trend. Yet, he remains but a solitary individual. Even with a second chance at life, he cannot alter the course of this historical tide. Many will endure considerable suffering during this period, but those who persevere will ultimately be greeted by the radiant springtime. By the end of the year at the latest, the food factory where my mother has labored for over 2 decades will be consigned to the annals of history. The tide of progress is relentless and unstoppable. Anyone attempting to impede the advancement of society is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Li Mobai is aware that his father currently possesses a sum of money, which, if left idle, serves no purpose. Thus, making an investment would be ideal. He has already devised a plan that ensures not only his own financial security for the latter half of his life, but also promises prosperity for future generations. Yangtze River Pharmaceuticals, the pride of Qinzhou. Although this enterprise may currently appear unremarkable, it is destined to become a leading force in the domestic pharmaceutical industry within a few years. Before his rebirth, this company had already amassed tens of thousands of employees and boasted total assets worth hundreds of billions, making it the foremost pharmaceutical company in the province. Although Yangtze River Pharmaceuticals had found its footing by the turn of the millennium, it still likely faced challenges regarding funding. This presents an opportune moment for investment. 1 million is sufficient for the Li family to acquire a stake in Yangtze River Pharmaceuticals and gain a voice in its operations. We shall only invest for equity, refraining from interfering in daily management, and simply await the profit sharing at year's end. This serves as a contingency for Li Mobai. Should he face utter defeat in the future, his shares in Yangtze River would provide a means for him to make a comeback. Alternatively, should he choose not to return to the fray, he could enjoy a carefree life, allowing his parents to live out their golden years peacefully. Quite splendid. Upon learning that his son intended to invest 1 million, Li Mingwu shook his head vigorously, as if he were a rattledrum. What kind of joke is this? 1 million. That is an immense sum. My annual salary, along with bonuses and various other sources of income, barely amounts to 30,000. You expect me to produce an amount equivalent to 33 years of hard-earned money to invest in a pharmaceutical company? Have you lost your mind? Are you still the clever and astute son I raised? Li Mobai urged. Father, just trust me on this. It will be worth it. Do not fret over this relatively small sum. Have faith in me. When have I ever miscalculated? He understood that his father's agitation was entirely reasonable, as such a substantial amount of money would excite anyone. 1 million is equivalent to tens of millions, or even 100 million, 20 years from now. The sheer magnitude of this wealth would surprise Li Mingwu if he agreed readily. You do possess the capability, he conceded, but success is not guaranteed every time. For instance, take ginkgo. Did you not predict a price surge this year? Yet, here we are, and there has been no sign of movement. Li Mingwu grumbled. Li Mobai replied, we have yet to reach the season for mature ginkgo. Let us exercise a bit of patience, shall we? Regardless, you must negotiate this investment. If you refuse, I will go myself. Li Mobai threatened. Observing his son's serious demeanor, Li Mingwu scratched his head. After a moment of contemplation, he resigned himself. Very well. I shall go. You are still too young and inexperienced in business negotiations. It is best if I step in. Since investment was unavoidable, he resolved to secure a more substantial share. Seeing that his father had been persuaded, Li Mobai let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 46. Poverty breeds short ambitions. In no more than 3 years, you will come to appreciate the strategies devised by your son today. Father, I notice you no longer work at the factory. Have you truly decided to liberate yourself? Aren't you concerned about the factory leaders scheming against you? Li Mobai jested. Li Mingwu replied, I have no intention of working at all. With my wife and son being so capable, if I stubbornly cling to my job, what place would I have in this household? Besides, I actually hope for some troubles from them. Yet, that son Wu Liang is quite the nuisance. I am genuinely seeking to cause him trouble, but he seems to shrink away, shamelessly asking me to be the deputy section chief. He can forget it. Li Mobai remarked. It's because he sees your formidable rise that he seeks to curry favor with you. People are inherently like this. They readily embellish success, but seldom provide genuine assistance in times of need. As our family thrives, those around us will show us greater respect. However, we must remain vigilant against those who may harbor ill intentions. Li Mingwu reassured, Rest easy, my good son. Your father has not squandered these years. I am well aware. A concert catapulted Li Mobai into the limelight, earning him a substantial profit. Numerous singers aspired to have songs crafted by him. However, as someone who already owned a company and had a team, these tasks fell under Chen Zhiyong's purview. In Hong Kong, Chen Zhiyong delivered promising news to Li Mobai. He had signed the renowned Jay Chou from Taiwan. This young man, with his vague speech and unclear articulation, was remarkably reserved and did not impose any unreasonable demands, save for one. He wished for the company to refrain from interfering in his musical creations. Chen Zhiyong, having encountered many artists, recognized that only those who had already achieved fame and a degree of recognition dared to make such requests. For an obscure newcomer to harbor such notions seemed entirely superfluous. Despite his internal disdain, Li Mobai repeatedly advised him to respect Jay Chou, thereby forcing a smile and a reluctant nod of agreement. He was curious to see what surprises this Taiwanese youth could bring forth. Upon learning of Jay Chou's signing, Li Mobai was elated. Goodness, what is this? A veritable cash cow, he exclaimed. Li Mobai instructed Chen Zhiyong to set aside other tasks for the time being, declaring that the immediate priority for Zhuzhou culture was to promote Jay Chou once he produced a representative work. Chen Zhiyong candidly confessed, to be honest, at this moment, I regret having left my previous position to partner with you, thinking I would soar to great heights with this genius youth. Now, it appears he may be somewhat unhinged. This series of captivating maneuvers is truly perplexing. He is either mad or a prophet of sorts. Sensing Chen Zhiyong's resistance and dissatisfaction, Li Mobai promptly reassured him to trust in himself and in the young artist. His talent is on par with yours, my friend. This individual is a prodigious musician, blessed by the heavens. It won't be long before he astonishes the Chinese music scene. What we are currently engaged in pales in comparison to the substantial rewards of the future. Trust me, it is indisputable. Similar to Li Mingwu, Chen Zhiyong has decided to place his faith in him once more. The songs penned by Li Mobai have garnered immense popularity across both sides of the Taiwan Strait. Initially, he merely sought to profit from selling his compositions. However, the magnitude of this influence has become astonishingly overwhelming. Although the Zhuzhou Cultural Group has shielded him from the prying eyes of tabloid journalists from Hong Kong, the cultural sphere in the mainland remains profoundly shaken. From the perspective of Li Mobai, a reincarnated individual, the most glaring deficiency in contemporary Mingwa is, in fact, a lack of self-confidence. Indeed, it is a scarcity of confidence. After being secluded for so long, suddenly gazing upon the world has left everyone astounded. From economics to culture and beyond, Mingwa is undeniably lagging behind. This realization leaves people feeling disoriented, uncertain of how to proceed. It is akin to a child from a mountain village suddenly arriving in a bustling metropolis illuminated by bright lights. The sheer impact renders him bewildered. Everyone is acutely aware of the disparities between them. Yet, no one anticipated the chasm to be this vast. Such an immense sense of disparity breeds profound feelings of inferiority. On the internet, public intellectuals reign supreme, incessantly extolling the virtues of foreign nations, highlighting their prosperity and the high caliber of their citizens. Conversely, they portray the people of Mingwa as insignificant. At this juncture, everyone takes pride in the ability to travel abroad, whether for study or to settle overseas. The prevailing sentiment is that going abroad is the ultimate achievement. The simplest measure of one's capabilities is whether they possess a green card from a foreign country. Not to mention Western nations. Even in Southeast Asia, The capital of Siam outshines Zhonghai City in terms of vibrancy. They boast 24-hour large-scale supermarkets and a plethora of private vehicles on the streets, facilities that even the first-tier cities of Ningbo lack. Nevertheless, Li Mobai is acutely aware that, despite the current stark contrasts, our homeland is rich in human resources. We possess hundreds of millions of skilled laborers, nearly all of whom have undergone comprehensive 9-year compulsory education. This lays a solid foundation for Ningbo's emergence as the world's factory. The road ahead is destined to be winding and arduous. Yet it is also a broad avenue filled with hope. Even in lowly positions, one must not forget the concerns of the nation. Even if no one knows me, Li Mobai aspires to contribute to his country in some capacity. Presently, it is a phase of accumulating resources. However, within the cultural landscape of Ningbo, opinions regarding Li Mobai's endeavor to profit from songwriting are decidedly mixed. Some view it as a positive development, a prodigious talent elevating our national prestige, demonstrating to the people of Hong Kong the prowess of mainland musicians. Others perceive his actions as reeking of commercialism, evoking a sense of vulgarity. They argue that if our compatriots in Hong Kong witnessed this, they might erroneously believe that we mainlanders are merely avaricious, fixated on wealth. It is exceedingly embarrassing. To speak candidly, such a mindset is a manifestation of inferiority complex. Li Mobai does not see anything wrong in his actions. What is wrong with making money? Is earning a living shameful? Not in the slightest. You engage in unscrupulous profiteering, resorting to methods that benefit yourself at the expense of others. Such behavior is disgraceful and deserving of condemnation. Yet, Li Mobai stands apart. He prides himself on earning his wealth through intellect and skill, feeling a sense of honor in his achievements. What does it mean to be blinded by money? Please, the people of Hong Kong thrive in a capitalist society, exemplifying a culture that celebrates wealth rather than scorns it. Having endured prolonged colonial rule by the British, the mindset of Hong Kongers diverges significantly from that of those in the mainland. They are far too pragmatic to indulge in the pretentiousness often exhibited by the traditional scholars of the mainland, who hesitate and ponder whether their actions might reflect poorly on them. If one naively allows others to siphon away their wealth, that, in the eyes of the world, is truly shameful. The rapidly developing economy of Hong Kong is marked by its realism. Its people are practical, focusing on financial gain. It is only a matter of time before the mainland adopts a similar mindset. However, many are currently preoccupied with matters of reputation, akin to a poor individual feeling overwhelmed in the presence of a wealthy relative. Even when the affluent relative invites the less fortunate to a humble street stall, the latter feels a sense of astonishment, viewing the wealthy relative as someone who remains grounded. Yet, when the poor individual attempts to reciprocate the gesture, they would never consider a modest meal. Even if they must borrow money, they would insist on dining in an upscale establishment, fearing judgment from their wealthy relative. This is what it means to maintain an inflated self-image. Li Mobai disapproves of such behavior. He cannot comprehend why individuals would choose to live in deprivation merely to uphold superficial appearances. Is this not a form of madness? What distinguishes them from those who would sell a kidney to buy an iPhone years hence? In the face of public condemnation, he chooses to dismiss it as inconsequential. The time is running out for these fastidious traditionalists. They will soon realize how their so-called compatriots in Hong Kong will humiliate them. Without wealth, even one's closest relatives look down upon you, let alone so-called compatriots. Chapter 47. No more classes, to entice and withdraw to possess sufficient influence in this ruthless world. One must amass wealth. When a nation is prosperous, its strength becomes formidable. With such strength, others will be inclined to lend an ear to your discourse. This principle is crystal clear to Li Mobai, perhaps more so than to anyone else. Though Li Mobai remains composed, those around him are unable to contain themselves. Chief among them is Sanzhong. As Li Mobai's school, the emergence of such an extraordinary individual naturally attracts media attention. A multitude of reporters line up, eager to interview the principal and Li Mobai's homeroom teacher, seeking to uncover any hidden facets of this remarkable prodigy. In an era devoid of smartphones, the primary channels for the average citizen to access external information are limited to television and newspapers. Although Li Mobai's story did not make it to television, it sparked a fierce debate in the newspapers, generating a level of fervor not unlike the trending topics on social media in subsequent years. Many eagerly stretched their necks to witness the spectacle, as both sides feature seasoned luminaries from the cultural sphere. Li Mobai, this impetuous young lad, may have been the catalyst for the incident, yet he found himself rendered voiceless. The reporters were primarily eager to interview him, to gauge the sentiments of the individual embroiled in this affair. However, Li Mobai harbored little interest in fame. He was a pragmatic soul, solely preoccupied with the pursuit of wealth, at least for the time being. In light of the need to protect Li Mobai and considering the impending college entrance examinations, the school administration contemplated a course of action to mitigate the situation. They proposed that Li Mobai refrain from attending classes, as his academic performance had already plateaued. The school was predominantly focused on review, and any significant progress seemed unrealistic at this juncture. Continuous practice could be achieved at home as well, contingent upon one's self-discipline. Attending school merely offered him a chance to relax. Thus, staying home seemed a more sensible option until the storm passed. The principal conferred with Li Mingwu and Dai Ruyu regarding the matter, realizing that the incessant inquiries from journalists had begun to disrupt the school's normal operations. Feelings of guilt weighed heavily on the couple. The principal reassured them that studying at home would be equally effective, with access to teachers via phone for any challenging questions. Trusting the school's judgment and feeling remorse for the disruption caused to their son's education, the couple ultimately decided that Li Mobai should engage in self-study at home for the time being. After all, the principal had indicated that studying at home would yield the same benefits as being in school. Thus, Li Mobai packed his belongings and returned home, leaving his close friends, such as Hu Bing, feeling despondent. "Your departure has drained so much joy from our lives," they lamented. "Come on, guys," Li Mobai retorted. "I'm just going home. You can visit me anytime. No need for such dramatics, as if I were departing this world." His friends could only awkwardly laugh in response. With a heavy sigh, Li Mobai thought to himself, these troublesome friends. I suppose I shall take my leave now. Li Mingwu, previously indifferent to newspapers, had now subscribed to numerous publications, including the Yangtze Evening News, drawn by their affordability, only 50 cents a copy. He was particularly keen to read any news regarding his son, intrigued by the opinions of various luminaries within the cultural sphere. As he perused the articles, he felt a mix of excitement and pride, pondering why others were not featured in the papers. It was, after all, his son's prowess that garnered such attention. In his eyes, whether praised or criticized, being the center of attention was a talent in itself. In contrast, Li Mobai remained composed and unperturbed, aiming to resolve the matter concerning the penguin incident before the college entrance exams. He considered a trip to Sichuan City. The school had granted him the freedom to study at home, thus rendering him unaccounted for. All that remained was to secure his parents' approval. Li Mobai, being astute, realized that the simplest way to persuade his parents to acquiesce was to convince them that a visit to Sichuan City was imperative, particularly in relation to the exams. To facilitate this, he enlisted the help of Chun Jiong, claiming he had encountered an eminent educator in Sichuan, one of the caliber responsible for creating exam papers. Why Chun Jiong? Because he hailed from Xianjiang, after all. Moreover, he belonged to the category of successful individuals from Hong Kong. His parents held a considerable degree of trust in him. As Li Mobai had previously articulated, the prevailing mindset in the mainland truly reflects a strong inclination towards foreign admiration. There was no alternative but to comply. In the evening, during the family dinner, Chun Jiong indeed made a call, demonstrating their unspoken understanding. Li Mobai deliberately answered the phone in front of his family. On the other end, Chun Jiong's performance was commendable. He rambled on, reciting the rehearsed lines as per the requirements. His parents listened intently, eager to absorb every word. Upon discovering that he was acquainted with such a prominent figure as the creator of the college entrance examination, his parents were overwhelmed with excitement. Subsequently, Chun Jiong expressed his hope that if Li Mobai had the time, he would come to Sichuan to meet and dine with the esteemed figure. Just a hint of information was immensely beneficial. Li Mobai feigned hesitation before his parents, saying, "Oh, it sounds wonderful, but I fear I may not have the time. I need to study at home." "Foolish son, what an excellent opportunity. How could you possibly decline? You must go. Engaging with the creator is far more advantageous than isolating yourself in study," Li Mingwu urged passionately. "Yes, indeed," Li Mobai concurred. "Your father speaks wisely. Such opportunities are rare." His grandfather also advised. Dai Ruyu, not fully grasping the situation, naturally supported her husband and father with enthusiasm. Li Mobai replied, "Very well, I shall go tomorrow, but father, you need not accompany me. There are many matters at home awaiting your attention. I can manage alone, especially with Qin Zhiyong there. There is nothing to worry about. He could not allow his father to join. That would surely reveal everything. That is acceptable. After all, you are an adult now. I trust you, Li Mingwu remarked, eyeing his tall and robust son, feeling assured that no one would dare to trouble or bully him. Since his rebirth, Li Mobai had made it a point to consume copious amounts of meat daily, particularly beef, almost every day and at every meal. Following his meals, he often engaged in exercise, lifting weights, and running at home. Though the time spent was short, his physique had noticeably strengthened. As a young man with a rapid metabolism and a nutritious diet, it was natural for him to undergo such significant transformation. Chapter 48. The fiery foreign beauty sitting beside him, Dai Ryu furrowed her brow slightly. As a mother, she tended to be more meticulous than a father. Moreover, in a mother's eyes, regardless of age, a son remains her baby. She was uneasy about Li Mobai traveling alone. However, under his resolute insistence, she reluctantly acquiesced. Before departing, he took his father's savings card. This trip was for something substantial, and lacking funds was not an option. Traveling from Qinzhou to Xinchuan could be accomplished by either train or plane. After checking the routes, Li Mobai deemed that flying would be more suitable. He would first travel from Qinzhou to Jinling, then take a flight from Jinling to Xinchuan. This route not only minimized travel time, but also ensured greater comfort. Having packed a few garments, Li Mingwu drove his son to Jinling International Airport. This contraption, with a new car at one's disposal. Who wouldn't he take pride in showcasing it? One cannot deny that when it comes to Li Mingwu's driving prowess, it is indeed impressive. After all, he managed to elicit the sensation of an Audi 6 while piloting a Santana. Dad, you must admit, owning a private vehicle feels remarkably different. Li Mobai exclaimed earnestly. Li Mingwu couldn't help but feel that his son's words struck a chord deep within him. Indeed, he thought to himself, having a car at home truly enhances convenience in every venture. When you return, I'll drive over to pick you up. This car has been a tremendous boon for our family. Look, it's already clocked over 4,000 kilometers. Li Mingwu declared with exuberance. Li Mobai was somewhat astonished. In just a few days, and it's reached over 4,000 kilometers? You're quite the driver, aren't you? Yet, he was too indifferent to delve into these trivial matters. As long as his father was content, that sufficed. Other concerns were merely insignificant details. Once the novelty wore off, his father's fervor for driving would undoubtedly diminish. In this day and age, flying has become a luxurious experience. Not long ago, the average person found it nearly impossible to board a plane, as one required a letter of introduction from their workplace to purchase a ticket. Ordinary citizens were excluded. It is only in the past couple of years that such restrictions have gradually loosened. With budget airlines yet to emerge, flying was predominantly a privilege for the affluent or those of high status, willing to spend lavishly on tickets. A single ticket cost Li Mobai nearly 2,000 yuan, equivalent to what his father once earned in a month, assuming his father belonged to the higher income bracket. Naturally, one gets what one pays for. The quality of service at such a price was undeniably commendable. The flight attendants of Minghua, in terms of beauty, remained consistently exceptional. Since the inception of the profession, flight attendants have symbolized sophistication, elegance, and allure. Particularly in this era, for young women to secure a position as a flight attendant, traversing the country, is indeed a considerable source of pride. In this time, flight attendants are nearly synonymous with socialites. With ticket in hand, Li Mobai rested in the lounge. Compared to a train station, the airport exuded a far superior ambience. Young women in uniforms attended to guests, offering tea, coffee, and a variety of beverages for free selection. Li Mobai surveyed the surrounding passengers, each one clad in tailored suits. Their hair slicked back to such an extent that one might suspect a fly would slip off if it landed. Dressed in casual attire, Li Mobai felt somewhat out of place amidst this crowd. As boarding time arrived, he slung his bag over his shoulder, ticket in hand, and ascended the aircraft. Though there were distinctions between first class and economy, the latter was surprisingly spacious and comfortable. In Li Mobai's view, economy class offered the highest value for money, as the flight attendants treated all passengers with equal regard, unlike in later years when economy class became as cramped as an anthill, with the beautiful attendants primarily attending to first-class patrons. Seated by the window, Li Mobai appeared remarkably composed, even if his exterior suggested otherwise. However, in reality, his heart raced with excitement, and as he fastened his seatbelt, His hands trembled slightly. In his 2 lifetimes, this was indeed his inaugural flight. It was quite a remarkable feat. Just as he settled into his seat, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Li Mobai, upon catching a whiff, could easily surmise that the person beside him was undoubtedly a young lady. However, the scent was rather overwhelming, leaving him somewhat uncomfortable. He held no disdain for perfume, yet when it is excessively strong, it becomes quite unbearable. Foreigners often mask body odor with heavy fragrances, resulting in an aroma akin to pollen. A subtle hint of scent is all that is needed for a pleasant experience. An overpowering fragrance can come off as vulgar and cheap. Turning his gaze towards the neighboring passenger, his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, a foreign beauty? No, a foreign friend. She was stunning, golden hair, azure eyes, a remarkable figure, and a lovely face. At that moment, Li Mobai felt as though he were not aboard an aircraft, but rather in a furnace. His heart raced, and he began to feel parched and flushed. Who could remain composed in the presence of such allure? To be candid, in both lifetimes, Li Mobai had been a pure and innocent young man. It is indeed abnormal for a teenage boy to feel no desire for the opposite sex. He had preserved his chastity diligently, preoccupied with finding ways to earn a living, leaving little room for thoughts of romance. Many novels depict male protagonists, upon their rebirth, falling head over heels for the class beauty or school idol, entwined in passionate love. Yet, such an occurrence had never transpired for Li Mobai. Although his social circle included female classmates, none had stirred his heart. Even a rabbit does not consume the grass near its burrow, no matter how beastly he might be. He could not pursue his classmates. Besides, among them, there were no prominent beauties. However, this foreign friend was an entirely different story. Compared to his female classmates, her allure was magnified exponentially. Li Mobai discreetly wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, urging himself to remain calm and composed. Truly, as a reincarnated individual, it was rather unbecoming to reveal such weakness upon encountering a foreign lady. Moreover, he represented the men of Ming, and it was his duty to uphold their dignity. Initially, Li Mobai presumed she hailed from a Western nation and contemplated whether he should extend a greeting in English as a gesture of hospitality towards a foreign guest. Yet, just as he was gathering his thoughts, the enchanting girl received a phone call. Upon hearing her language, Li Mobai was taken aback. She was not from the West, but rather from Russia. Oh dear, a representative of the formidable Russian people. What an unexpected twist. In his previous life, while bedridden, he often indulged in Russian films that stirred his blood with fervor. Inspired by this enthusiasm, he had even taken it upon himself to learn the Russian language. Lying in bed renders one incapable of undertaking any tasks. Thus, when he decides to learn something, his progress is remarkably swift, for he can immerse himself in his studies without distraction. This is an advantage that ordinary individuals cannot match. Therefore, although his proficiency in Russian cannot be deemed expert, he engages in simple communication with ease. Zdravstvuyte. Upon observing the beautiful woman finish her call and hang up, Li Mobai seized the opportunity to initiate a conversation. The Russian beauty, momentarily taken aback, looked at Li Mobai with surprise and delight, exclaiming, "Zdravstvuyte, do you speak Russian?" Li Mobai replied, "I know a little." How delightful. Thus, the two began to converse. The striking Russian beauty introduced herself as Natasha, a name quite common in Russia, akin to the likes of Li Hong or Lu Mei in China. Initially, Li Mobai pondered whether he should devise some conversational tactics to communicate with Natasha. However, it soon became evident that such preparations were entirely unnecessary. Natasha exhibited an enthusiasm that surpassed his own, creating an instant rapport that was both exhilarating and invigorating. She shared that during her visit to China, she observed that all the children were studying foreign languages, and without exception, they were learning English. Not a single one was studying Russian, which compelled her to converse with the locals in English. Imagine this amusing scenario: a Russian person in China, communicating with the locals in English. It is truly a testament to their predicament. Moreover, English serves as a foreign language for both parties, resulting in unique accents that complicate their interactions. The scene must have been quite comical. Yet, upon reflection, this situation subtly underscores the dominance of Western nations. After all, one must learn their language. Conversely, do they endeavor to learn your Chinese or Russian? Certainly not. Li Mobai and Natasha engaged in a lively conversation. For Natasha, encountering someone who spoke her native language in a foreign land was a heartwarming experience. Unlike the reserved and subtle Chinese girls, This Russian beauty was extroverted and forthright. Distinct cultural backgrounds foster diverse personalities among the youth. While the Chinese might perceive that only lovers can share such camaraderie, Natasha believed that even ordinary friends could enjoy such a bond. At that moment, Li Mobai found himself unbothered by the strong fragrance of her perfume. As they leaned closer together, engrossed in conversation. After the plane took off, they had become inseparable friends, discussing everything under the sun. Natasha, a graduate of Moscow University, was in China for a graduation trip, but she also sought to explore potential business opportunities. Li Mobai discerned that this well-educated, statuesque Russian beauty aspired to be an international trader. This indeed presented a lucrative opportunity. A decade ago, a neighboring country experienced disintegration, with Russia inheriting a significant portion of its resources. Although it remains a military powerhouse, it must be acknowledged that Russia's economy has faced considerable hardship in recent years. The oligarchs monopolize essential industries, reaping exorbitant profits, while the common folk struggle to make ends meet. Although the Ming Kingdom is currently undergoing a challenging transformation, the issue of hunger has become a trivial concern for its people. In stark contrast, many in Russia continue to suffer from poverty and hunger, where even the most basic sustenance remains a luxury. The northern behemoth is not lacking in industry, but rather in agriculture. History textbooks in the Ming Kingdom enlighten middle school students on Russia's prioritization of industrialization at the expense of agricultural development. This imbalance has resulted in an abundance of military armaments and household appliances, yet the populace finds themselves queuing for bread and meat. Li Mobai had never considered entering the trade of reselling goods until a conversation with Natasha opened his eyes to a new world of opportunity. The potential for profit in this venture is immense. Many traders have capitalized on this rare historical moment to thrive, reaping substantial rewards. In his previous life, Li Mobai, confined to his bed, had indulged in tales of such legendary exploits. Some individuals even exchanged canned goods transported from the Ming Kingdom for aircraft in Russia, with most of them becoming millionaires by recognizing the needs of the Russian populace, not for dollars, rubles, or heavy industry, but for light industrial food and daily necessities. Thus, private trade between the Ming Kingdom and Russia flourished. The shortage of heavy industry in the Ming Kingdom perfectly complemented the lack of light industrial capacity in Russia. Remarkably, some even managed to trade back for aircraft. Initially, traders exchanged various food items and ration tickets, or essential goods. But soon their ambitions snowballed to the point of dealing in airplanes. For instance, a renowned international trader once sold canned goods from a struggling factory to an airline in exchange for an aircraft, simultaneously rescuing two bankrupt companies. After facing setbacks domestically, these traders ventured into European markets, with some even daring to contemplate trading the Eiffel Tower, an idea that defies imagination. The enticing notion of earning a Mercedes-Benz in just a week by trading in Russia has lured countless fortune seekers from the Ming Kingdom, particularly in Yanjing. Russians eagerly purchased daily necessities, showcasing the immense market for these products in their homeland. A steady stream of international trains bound for Moscow appeared at the Yanjing station, swiftly selling out their cargo upon arrival. The gates of the market economy had swung open, allowing for greater entrepreneurial freedom. Despite occasional reports of robberies and misfortunes at the Sino-Russian border, such rumors pale in comparison to the allure of sudden wealth. As Li Mobai contemplated these legendary experiences, he felt a surge of excitement. Gazing at the tall and stunning Natasha, he began to calculate in his mind. What if a partnership with Natasha were a match made in heaven? Li, what are you smiling about? Natasha inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity at the sight of Li Mobai's foolish grin. Li Mobai gazed at the fair-skinned, fiery-lipped Natasha, who wore an expression of bewilderment, and earnestly declared, "No, I was contemplating that perhaps we could collaborate, as my family is indeed engaged in the food industry. Although Dakosi currently operates only a single storefront, the future is brimming with potential. If the opportunity arises, I aspire to expand our business into Russia, establishing a multinational enterprise." Natasha responded with genuine enthusiasm. "Really? How fortuitous. May I visit your home?" Her directness took Li Mobai aback. While he was aware that the spirited daughters of the fighting nation were refreshingly candid, Natasha's sudden desire to visit his home stunned him slightly. "You are quite bold in not treating me as a stranger," he thought. Yet, recognizing her trust, he nodded in agreement. Instantly, Natasha erupted with joy, wrapping her arms around his neck and exclaiming, "Davalishi." Caught off guard, Li Mobai found himself enveloped, his face pressed against Natasha's ample bosom. The softness was overwhelming. Truly, the daughters of the fighting nation possessed a remarkable fortitude. In Chapter 50, foreigners enjoy special treatment. Li Mobai was flustered and nearly overwhelmed. However, Natasha likely had no ulterior motives. Perhaps this was merely her innocent way of expressing excitement. The cultural differences between East and West were indeed stark. In the United States, even married couples might shy away from such public displays of affection. Having consumed beef daily, Li Mobai felt a surge of frustration within him. The unintentional intimacy from Natasha only intensified his turmoil. During their subsequent conversation, he found himself noticeably distracted. As a young man in his adolescence, he was ill-equipped to handle such stimuli, particularly as a lifelong bachelor like himself, akin to a powder keg. He needed to exert considerable effort to rein in his desires. Unbeknownst to Natasha, Li Mobai was grappling with inner turmoil. She felt fortunate to encounter him in the United States, as her visit to Sichuan was for exploration. She had heard that Sichuan was at the forefront of reform in the nation, experiencing rapid transformations. Thus, she was eager to witness it firsthand. Li Mobai proposed that they travel together, facilitating mutual care and allowing him to serve as her guide. Natasha readily accepted his suggestion. By the time their plane touched down at Sichuan Airport, they had already forged a close friendship. In the year 2000, Sichuan was a bustling construction site, with projects underway everywhere. As a major nation, Sichuan possessed abundant resources, technology, talent, and capital. It was no wonder that development was progressing at an astonishing pace. Natasha was exhilarated, stating that here she witnessed hope, the promise of a nation and a people rising like the sun on the horizon. As a Russian, Natasha's enthusiasm and excitement for Mingguo's development left Li Mobai somewhat perplexed. Could this be the legendary camaraderie akin to brotherhood? Li, do you know? In my country, there is a saying that has been circulating. Natasha grasped Li Mobai's hand. Li Mobai replied, "Let us converse calmly. Your fervor makes me feel rather bashful." Without waiting for Li Mobai's response, Natasha continued with a serene demeanor. In fact, this saying has been known for many years. Li Mobai feigned attentiveness, gesturing for Natasha to continue. "Hey, comrade, do you know where Leningrad and Stalingrad are? I cannot find them on the map. They are no more. We have failed. And the white guards and capitalists have once again ridden upon our backs. If you wish to follow that red star, venture eastward, cross the Dnieper River, ascend the Ural Mountains, and reach the end of the Siberian plains, where the sparks of revolution still flicker." Upon hearing Natasha's words, Li Mobai was momentarily stunned, an indescribable emotion rapidly enveloping him. He felt as if he had consumed mustard, tears welling in his eyes. Indeed, only Mingguo can bear this banner. Li Mobai settled into the hotel with Natasha, subsequently calling home to reassure his parents not to worry. According to the narrative conventions of novels, the hotel should have had only one room left, allowing the two of them, an unaccompanied man and woman, to share space. In the dark of night, it would have been only natural for something to occur. Alas, that is fiction, crafted by the imagination of the author. In reality, such good fortune is rare unless one is extraordinarily lucky. Li Mobai and Natasha each booked separate rooms. For Li Mobai, everything proceeded normally, with a straightforward check-in. However, when it was Natasha's turn, the front desk staff displayed an exuberance that was remarkable. Li Mobai observed this blatant disparity in treatment, feeling a twinge of discomfort. This isn't fair. It feels like bullying. Instead of leaving, he lingered to witness the spectacle. The female clerk, upon seeing Natasha's Western features, immediately greeted her in halting English, offering a complimentary room upgrade. The clerk's fervent attitude sent shivers down Li Mobai's spine. For foreigners, visiting Mingguo at this juncture truly felt like a fortuitous occasion. They were as precious as giant pandas, receiving preferential treatment wherever they went. With a wry smile, Natasha lamented that every Mingguo citizen perceived her as an English-speaking Westerner, which was not the case. However, faced with the clerk's enthusiasm, she could not afford to respond coldly. She emphasized, "I am Russian, not an English speaker, but a Russian speaker." Unfortunately, the clerk's English proficiency was evidently lacking. She could only manage a few words, and she failed to comprehend Natasha's statement, leading to an exceedingly awkward situation. Natasha soon realized that she was speaking a different language altogether. With no other option, she pursed her alluring crimson lips and sought assistance from Li Mobai. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Li Mobai said, "Ahem. Well, my beautiful friend, Please refrain from causing a stir. This gentleman here is Russian and does not speak English. The enthusiastic receptionist chimed in. Is that so? Haha. I wondered why she couldn't understand me when I spoke English. The young lady at the front desk awkwardly sought an escape from the situation. Li Mobai retorted, enough already. Sister, even the English wouldn't comprehend your English. After this rather awkward interlude, the two took their room key and headed to the hotel to rest. Li Mobai arrived with cash and earnest intentions, determined to acquire the penguin. Meanwhile, Ma Huateng was engaged in discussions with various parties. His psychological price point was 1 million. However, most individuals failed to recognize the immense potential of the penguin. The majority were engaged in online chats within chat rooms. Sohu was a dominant player in the current internet landscape, a veritable titan in its field. They offered 600,000 for the penguin, which was a consideration for acquisition. Naturally, Ma Huateng was quite displeased. Even though he was in dire need of funds, selling the penguin for 600,000 felt utterly unjustifiable. After all, it was the fruit of his labor. Frustrated, Ma Huateng resolved that he would not sell under such humiliating terms. He would find a way, even if it meant sacrificing everything he had. This sentiment is entirely understandable. It is excruciating to part with something you have painstakingly created, only to have it devalued by an unappreciative buyer at a price that is intolerably low. This is not merely a transaction. It is a direct affront to your dignity. Chapter 51. Reassembling the entire penguin team. Ma Huateng was merely facing a temporary setback. He was not at a point of no return where he had to sell. Unbeknownst to Li Mobai, Ma Huateng had already severed ties with Sohu. Taking a decisive approach, he sought out the address of Tycoon Company, directly informing the receptionist that he was there to see Ma Huateng. Sir, do you have an appointment? The receptionist inquired in a professional manner. I do not have an appointment, Li Mobai replied, but I am here to discuss the acquisition of the penguin with Mr. Ma. Please convey that I have brought 1 million in cash. The receptionist, momentarily taken aback, quickly composed herself and respectfully invited Li Mobai to wait in the lounge while she relayed the message. At that moment, Tycoon was still in its nascent stages, and its operations were not yet fully streamlined. In 10 years, if you were an ordinary person wanting to meet Mr. Ma without an appointment, forget it. Even if you were worth billions, you would not gain an audience with him. Ma Huateng, simmering with frustration, was taken aback upon learning that someone had arrived with 1 million to purchase the penguin. Initially surprised, he then experienced an indescribable sense of relief. Look, there were indeed discerning individuals out there. With a smile, Mr. Ma met Li Mobai in the reception room. Upon seeing the youthful Li Mobai, Mr. Ma was somewhat astonished. Could this be a student? Where did he procure 1 million to buy a penguin? As he observed the scholarly man before him, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, Li Mobai's emotions were equally stirred. This is the wealthiest individual of the Ming dynasty several years hence. Although it may still be said that he is merely a dragon swimming in shallows, Li Mobai, as a reincarnate, finds it impossible to maintain the mindset of an ordinary person when confronted with her. May I inquire your esteemed surname? Ma Huateng could no longer contain his skepticism, pondering whether this fellow was merely toying with him. My humble surname is Li. Mr. Ma, let us dispense with the circumlocution. Do not question my capabilities. I lack the leisure for jest. I require 1 million for the acquisition of penguin. As for the relevant technical personnel, I surmise you shall have no further use for them. Those willing to accompany me, I hope you will not impede. Shall we finalize the contract today? What say you? Li Mobai declared with assertiveness. Upon hearing his forthright proposition, Ma Huateng momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Once he regained his composure, he smiled and replied, Very well, Mr. Li, your candor is commendable. I apologize for my earlier assumptions. Your demands are entirely reasonable. The employees at Penguin are indeed exceptional. I trust, Mr. Li, that you will treat them fairly. Ma Huateng's words revealed a sense of reluctance toward parting with his subordinates. Rest assured, that is a certainty, Li Mobai affirmed confidently. Ma Huateng had, in fact, already prepared the necessary contractual documents, clearly indicating his genuine intent to sell, provided the price was agreeable. Li Mobai perused the contract and found no discrepancies. Unbeknownst to Mr. Ma, in less than 2 years, Penguin would ascend to become the foremost social media platform, brimming with limitless potential. Thus, there was no need for him to engage in any underhanded dealings, as long as the price was fair, ensuring he did not feel as though he labored in vain. All would be well. Once both parties had signed the contract, Due to the limitations imposed by bank transfer caps, Li Mobai completed the transfer in 5 installments to remit the 1 million. A delightful partnership, Ma Huiting exclaimed. Upon confirmation of the fund's arrival by the company's accounting department, Mr. Ma displayed a relieved smile, having finally shed this considerable burden. Calculating his profits, he realized he would still gain several $100,000. Next, he led Li Mobai to meet the operational team of Penguin. Ma Huiting introduced him to several prominent figures from years to come. Among them, the name Yao Guangquan struck a familiar chord. He was a formidable individual who had propelled Penguin to unprecedented heights within the span of 2 years. Penguin was entirely transferred to Mr. Li, who was willing to embrace the entire team, allowing everyone the freedom to choose. At this juncture, Ma Huiting felt a twinge of sorrow. For Penguin had felt like a child he had nurtured, and relinquishing it was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Yao Guangquan sighed, his expression downcast. He recognized that the company was devoid of funds, and such measures were unavoidable. Without action, Penguin would drain the company's cash flow entirely, leading to dire consequences for all. Thus, one could understand the predicament. Observing the collective dejection among the staff, Li Mobai felt compelled to intervene. There is no need for such gloom. I am not a ravenous beast. Those who join me will also have a promising future. Brother Yao, here is my proposal. For all employees of the Penguin team who wish to accompany me, a 15% salary increase shall be granted, along with a doubling of year-end bonuses and performance incentives. You are willing to engage in conversation with me, and I shall entrust you with the comprehensive management of Penguin's development and operations. I will provide the funding, and you may proceed with your endeavors unrestrained. As for me, I shall not linger long in Sichuan. What do you think? Please feel free to express any requests. I shall strive to accommodate them. Li Mobai exhibited genuine sincerity and remarkable courtesy. Merely acquiring Penguin serves little purpose. One must have capable individuals to operate and manage it. Otherwise, it remains an empty shell, rendering $1 million merely a waste of effort. At this juncture, Li Mobai was imploring Yao Guangquan. Should he harbor lingering loyalties to his former employer and consult Teng Sun, Li Mobai would find himself in dire straits. Naturally, he could seek others to take over, yet time is of the essence. Finding a leader well-versed in Penguin who can earn the team's trust is no easy task. Thus, Li Mobai presented generous terms, which piqued the interest of the ordinary employees. However, Yao Guangquan's expression merely shifted slightly, indicating his satisfaction with the offer, yet it did not seem sufficient to compel him to immediately align himself with Li Mobai. If you are willing to join, I shall grant you additional shares. Li Mobai's proposition struck a chord with Yao Guangquan. In truth, monetary compensation was not his primary concern. He valued his sense of existence. In this context, shares represented the most effective manifestation of that existence. Mr. Ma respected Yao Guangquan's choices. For during his tenure at Teng Sun, Yao Guangquan was responsible for the Penguin sector. Now that Penguin had been sold, what role remained for him? His position was indeed precarious. Following a moment of shared understanding, Yao Guangquan accepted Li Mobai's invitation. Li Mobai granted him 5% of the shares and established Kyushu Technology Company, Limited in Sichuan. It must be noted that Sichuan, as a pioneer of reform and opening up in Minghua, indeed excels in administrative efficiency compared to many inland cities. Initially, Li Mobai anticipated a lengthy wait to register the company and obtain the business license. To his astonishment, the staff informed him that he could collect it by the afternoon. Chapter 52. I am only responsible for investing. The foreign beauties treat me to a feast. Morning processing, afternoon receipt. This level of administrative efficiency left Li Mobai thoroughly satisfied, truly remarkable. With such high efficiency, it would be challenging for Sichuan not to prosper. Li Mobai pooled together the proceeds from his music sales and the remaining funds from his father. Aside from the 1 million invested in Yangtze River Pharmaceutical, he had over 130,000 remaining. In 20 years, this sum could be deemed astronomical, especially in this new millennium. Li Mobai deposited 1 million into the account of Kyushu Technology Company, designating it for Yao Guangquan's management of Penguin's daily operations, server leasing, and expansion. This sum would not be long in use. However, Li Mobai assured him that the remaining payments would flow steadily. There was no need to worry about financial matters. Observing Li Mobai's unwavering trust, Yao Guangquan promptly assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Li, I shall work diligently. I will elevate Penguin to become the leading social software in the country." Li Mobai, of course, believed in this promise, For Penguin's advantages were abundantly clear. Though the brilliance may be obscured at present, it is merely a matter of time before soaring success is achieved. After resolving matters with the Penguin's side, Li Mobai returned to his hotel, weary and in need of rest. Just as he settled down, a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by none other than Natasha. Clad in a refreshing outfit, she arrived bearing a bundle of beer and barbecue. Seeking to share a late-night feast with Li Mobai. "What is the meaning of this?" Li Mobai exclaimed, his sleepiness instantly dissipating at the sight of Natasha in her denim shorts and low-cut top. Indeed, it is often said that the women of this fighting nation are strikingly beautiful, possessing slender waists and long legs. However, one must not scrutinize their skin too closely, as the rumors suggest it is coarse and unrefined. Yet, upon closer inspection, Li Mobai discovered such claims to be utterly unfounded. Who had spread such tales? Look at Natasha's fair complexion, delicately kissed by a hint of sun-kissed warmth, an emblem of health. In that moment, Li Mobai felt invigorated, his fatigue vanishing as Natasha's alluring fragrance enveloped him. How could one possibly remain drowsy in the presence of such a captivating figure? "Allow me to treat you to a drink." "Chilled beer." Natasha beamed, her smile enchanting Li Mobai, leaving him momentarily dazed. It was only natural to be entranced by such an alluring woman. "Thank you. I happen to be a bit thirsty and hungry," Li Mobai replied with a chuckle. Natasha, undeterred by formality, stepped into his room, only to furrow her brow in confusion. "Why is your room so much smaller than mine, despite us paying the same price?" "Mine boasts a splendid balcony," she remarked incredulously. Li Mobai retorted, "Isn't that a rather obvious observation? Had you not possessed that foreign visage, your accommodations would mirror mine." Dismissing the matter, he suggested, "Well then, let us enjoy drinks in my room." Natasha, with her carefree demeanor, paid little heed to the details. As Li Mobai accepted the chilled beer, he felt compelled to alleviate Natasha of her burden, despite her slightly taller stature that belied any notion of fragility. After all, she was a lady, and he could not allow her to bear the weight. Upon entering Natasha's room, Li Mobai was struck by the stark contrast. Her accommodations far exceeded his. The balcony provided a splendid view, where one could relish the evening breeze while sipping cold beer and indulging in barbecue. Just the thought of it filled Li Mobai with a sense of delight, particularly with such an exotic beauty seated across from him. This was the essence of youth. "Cheers." Natasha poured a glass of beer for Li Mobai. They clinked their glasses and drank heartily, a refreshing sensation cascading through them. "I specifically ordered 10 skewers of kidneys, just for you." Natasha pointed to the array before him. Li Mobai nearly choked upon hearing this. "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I need a boost in vigor? How exceedingly generous." "A roasted kidney and a grilled oyster. These are famously regarded as a man's fuel station." However, Natasha, as a Russian, evidently fails to grasp the underlying significance. She merely recounts that when she inquired with the barbecue stall owner about what men should eat, he fervently recommended the roasted kidney. Li Mobai coughed awkwardly. "This owner, is quite an amusing character." Natasha replied, "I don't think much of it. His laughter was rather lewd, and I dislike that. It's too greasy." Upon hearing this, Li Mobai couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed a tad unfair to the stall owner. If he were the proprietor and encountered a foreign beauty like Natasha, he might indeed laugh even more lasciviously. Despite the slight awkwardness, one must admit that the roasted kidney was truly delightful, flavorful, and stimulating. Li Mobai relished the combination of an ice-cold beer and a generous bite of kidney, feeling as though he could run back to Qingzhou from Sichuan after such a feast. Though Natasha boasted an outgoing and carefree demeanor, her manner of eating was quite elegant, indicating she had received fine upbringing. Upon learning that Li Mobai was merely a high school student about to face his college entrance examination, she was taken aback. She remarked that he looked far older, having assumed he was at least a university student or a graduate. "You're 4 years younger than me. Goodness." Natasha laughed, as if she had stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. Li Mobai observed a faint trace of wine at the corner of Natasha's mouth and found the scene rather picturesque. Alas, the mobile phones of this era lacked the capability for photography. Had it been possible to capture this moment, he would have cherished it for an eternity. To divert the conversation from age, Li Mobai inquired about Natasha's activities for the day and whether she had gained any insights. Natasha candidly responded, expressing that the Chinese are remarkably hardworking. She had visited a factory and discovered the working conditions were rather poor, yet the workers were fervently industrious. The factory manager, upon noticing her Western appearance, welcomed her with enthusiasm akin to that of a hotel receptionist. Despite the language barrier, Natasha, through gestures and expressions, understood that the workers operated in 2 shifts, laboring from 7 in the morning until 7 in the evening, with merely an hour for lunch. Even more astonishing to her was that many workers resumed their tasks shortly after lunch, resting only for half an hour or 20 minutes. Such labor intensity struck Natasha as utterly inconceivable. Wasn't this akin to a sweatshop? Nevertheless, the workers continued with unyielding vigor, resembling tireless robots, which was quite alarming. Li Mobai remarked, "That's quite normal. Our nation is renowned for its resilience and industrious spirit. Although our country is vast and rich in resources, we are burdened by a large population. Moreover, in recent years, the fear of poverty has gripped everyone. Now that we have this opportunity, of course, we must seize it. In our work ethic, we adhere to the creed. As long as we're not dead, we'll work ourselves to the bone. In our studies, our parents and teachers believe, as long as we're not dead, we'll study relentlessly. It's indeed quite arduous." Li Mobai and Natasha exchanged bittersweet smiles. Natasha exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, how terrifying. Such a dreadful thought." Upon hearing this, Natasha instinctively covered her mouth, clearly finding the notion rather astonishing. However, Li Mobai countered, "It is not frightening. For all of us, this presents an opportunity that must be seized. The world needs us, and we, in turn, require the world. You shall soon understand." He raised a toast with Natasha. "This kidney is truly delectable. I must say, the barbecue nowadays is genuinely of high quality. Perhaps the technology has not yet advanced to the point where counterfeit goods are rampant. Whether it's this icy beer or the barbecue, Li Mobai found the flavors exquisite." Chapter 53. The background of Natasha. The charming young woman inviting cohabitation. Natasha's family background in Russia appears to be quite respectable, likely belonging to the upper middle class. At this point in time, Russia is not particularly affluent either. The common folk live in dire circumstances. In such a scenario, having the means to send a child on a graduation trip, especially an international one, suggests a certain financial foundation. Although the current consumer levels in Mingwa are relatively low, the expenses associated with travel are not something an average Russian family could readily afford. Natasha is proficient in English, possesses a smattering of Chinese, and her native tongue, effectively making her trilingual. Such a child, 20 years hence, would be difficult to cultivate within an ordinary Ming family. One can often gauge a child's family background through their education, attire, and social interactions. Li Mobai, however, remained somewhat naive. After all, in his previous life, he was confined to a bed, having accumulated extensive theoretical knowledge but lacking practical experience. This life is just beginning for him. Had he been a seasoned charmer in his past existence, he could have easily won Natasha's affection in a mere 2 days. Alas, he was not. He remained too innocent. It is indeed a wonder to blush in the presence of beauty. No surprise he is single. If someone like him were to have a girlfriend, it would defy all logic. A large pitcher of beer was swiftly consumed by the two. Li Mobai did not become intoxicated, yet after consuming such a quantity, he felt the pressing need to relieve himself. "You eat first. I shall visit the restroom," he announced, heading to the lavatory. It must be said that foreign friends are afforded certain privileges. The restroom was significantly superior to Li Mobai's own room, even boasting a bathtub. Frankly, in this era, most ordinary households cannot afford a bathtub. In truth, for the majority, bathing consists of a quick rinse, while those with means might frequent a bathhouse, where a wooden tub is standard. Li Mobai's family did possess a tub, a relic of his mother's dowry, utilized for decades. Even after it began to leak, it was patched and continued to serve. Only in recent years had they acquired a shower and a flush toilet, luxuries for city dwellers. In rural areas, it is quite common to bathe in rivers or at wells during the summer months. Upon contemplating these matters, Li Mobai felt a disquietude within his heart. Poverty weighed heavily upon him, too heavy, indeed. Perhaps due to having suppressed his feelings for so long, the release came with an extended duration. Once the burden was alleviated, a wave of comfort washed over him. But wait, what was this? 2 small pieces of black fabric caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he felt his cheeks flush. It was indeed intimate apparel belonging to a woman. Well, to be fair, Natasha seemed quite alluring. Goodness, what was he thinking? How indecent. He chastised himself, striving to banish any improper thoughts. After washing his hands, Li Mobai opened the restroom door and was startled. To his astonishment, Natasha was waiting just outside. The two nearly collided in an unexpected embrace. "I need to use the restroom too," Natasha said, licking her lips. Li Mobai stammered. "Well, go ahead." He swallowed hard. "Why must you lick your lips in front of me? Are you unaware of the potency of your allure over men?" Indeed, he thought. Fortunate was he to be a man of virtue. Were it another, well, the implications could be quite different. The beer and barbecue had been entirely consumed, and Li Mobai had achieved the purpose of his journey to Xinchuan. He had completed his tasks, and it was time to prepare for his return. His parents frequently contacted him through calls and messages, their concern evident. Not wanting to burden them further, he resolved to return to Qingzhou in the next couple of days. When Natasha emerged from the restroom, she glanced at her room and then recalled Li Mobai's cramped quarters. She proposed, "Li, why not forfeit your room and stay with me? It's more comfortable and cost-effective." Li Mobai, upon hearing this, wondered if he had misheard. "Are you inviting me to share a room with you? Just the two of us? Do you understand what that implies?" In the context of his homeland, a man and woman sharing a hotel room could only mean they were either married or engaged. Was it possible that Natasha harbored feelings for him? Good heavens! Were women of the battle-hardened nation so bold? In that moment, Li Mobai's thoughts drifted into an array of improper imaginings. The bed is quite spacious, and there are 2 sets of bedding. We could each have our own, and it would be perfectly fine, Natasha continued, oblivious to Li Mobai's flustered demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Li Mobai snapped back to reality. It seemed she merely wished to save money, with no ulterior motives. Perhaps he was overthinking the situation. Awkwardly rubbing his nose, he considered declining the offer, yet he was reluctant to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. In his 2 lifetimes, this would be his first experience sharing a room and a bed with a woman, even if nothing transpires. The mere chance to observe Natasha's enchanting sleeping form up close felt like a delight in itself. "Would I be a bother to you?" he asked, swallowing again. "Not at all. You are a fascinating man. I enjoy our conversations," she replied. "Did we not agree that I would visit your home?" Natasha said with a radiant smile, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. Li Mobai replied, "Oh yes, I had completely forgotten about that. Should I check out now?" Upon contemplating this, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Natasha would accompany him back to Qingzhou, so sharing a bed that night seemed far less embarrassing. "All right, my door will remain unlocked," Natasha said as she prepared to tidy up the balcony, collecting the empty bottles from their earlier revelry. With a heart brimming with excitement, Li Mobai proceeded to check out. "Oh heavens, you truly have been kind to me. I am grateful to my ancestors for this fortuitous encounter with such an intriguing Russian girl. What young man hasn't he fantasized during his adolescence about having a beautiful confidant? With a captivating figure, a lively personality, and an abundance of conversation, Natasha epitomized all these qualities, enhanced by a touch of exotic charm. Li Mobai couldn't help but feel elated at the thought of it all. He carried only a single backpack with him as he headed to the front desk. Soon, he found himself at Natasha's room, his heart racing with anticipation. Chapter 54. Natasha under the night sky, having finished tidying the balcony. Natasha was now busy making the bed for Li Mobai. Kneeling on the mattress, from Li Mobai's perspective, she presented an exquisite silhouette. Heavens, he swore to the skies. Such a remarkable figure. I have only ever seen in television and magazines. She surpassed any so-called starlet, rivaled only by supermodels. Just a fleeting glance left him parched, his heart ablaze with desire. "So soon? I just finished arranging your blankets," Natasha said as she gracefully descended from the bed, casually tossing her hair into a simple ponytail. The golden strands swayed gently, causing Li Mobai's heart to flutter uncontrollably. My goodness, how can one withstand such beauty? No, I must recite a mantra to maintain my composure. The front desk was nearly deserted, and he quickly completed the checkout process. I could manage to sleep on the sofa if necessary," Li Mobai blurted out, immediately regretting his words. Wasn't that akin to revealing his own insecurities? A foolish addition to an already simple statement. It only served to highlight his inner turmoil. Truly, he had yet to master the art of charm. "There's no need for that," Natasha replied. "This bed is large enough for both of us to sleep comfortably side by side. So, do you snore, grind your teeth, or talk in your sleep?" she teased. "Certainly not. I am a splendid sleeper," Li Mobai insisted, shaking his head vigorously. He could not afford to bear such a huge stigma. It was crucial to uphold his image in the eyes of women. Seeing Li Mobai's anxious demeanor, Natasha burst into laughter, her expression one of playful mockery. Very well. I concede. I cannot outwit you. Let us take a stroll. Eating a late-night snack before sleep is not conducive to good health, Natasha suggested. Such a health-conscious proposal was one Li Mobai could not decline. Natasha placed her hand directly on Li Mobai's shoulder, exuding an air of intimacy. Upon reflection, it has not been long since their acquaintance. Yet, their relationship has progressed at an astonishing pace. This swift development may largely stem from Natasha's personality. Presently, Xinchuan resembles a vast construction site, with towering edifices rising from the ground, embodying a scene of fervent activity. Li Mobai remains somewhat cautious about venturing out at night, as the prevailing social security situation has been less than satisfactory. Society is hurtling forward with reckless abandon, and the existing order has been thoroughly disrupted, while a new social hierarchy has yet to be fully established. In such tumultuous times, various nefarious forces are prone to emergence. However, Natasha was in high spirits. Despite her exquisite features attracting the attention of numerous night wanderers, who frequently turned to gaze at her, none approached to disturb them. In stark contrast to Qingzhou, which plunges into darkness by 8 or 9 in the evening, Xinchuan City retains a certain vibrancy, with some establishments operating around the clock. Li Mobai purchased 2 bottles of cola. Gazing at the antiquated packaging, he was suddenly reminded that there are indeed domestic colas available now, though regrettably, they cannot compete with Pepsi and Coca-Cola and have dwindled to niche brands. Do you have a girl you like? Natasha inquired after taking a sip of her cola. Catching Li Mobai off guard with the question, he promptly replied, I do not have a girlfriend. Expecting Natasha to elaborate, he was taken aback when she merely uttered an "oh" and fell silent. A sense of disappointment washed over him. After strolling for over an hour, Li Mobai sensed it was getting late and decided it was time to return and rest. He felt a certain anticipation for the night's sleep, which is understandable for a man. Natasha's fair and slender legs, illuminated by the moonlight, were undeniably alluring. Xinchuan's weather is sweltering, allowing for light clothing year-round, while Natasha's homeland is cloaked in snow for a considerable part of the year. Thus, she is resilient to the cold, but not to heat. Dressed in hot pants reminiscent of later-era denim shorts and a crop top that exposed her waist, Natasha's attire was something that the women of Mingguo would never dare to attempt, at least not in this era. At this hour, some ruffians began to emerge, which is hardly surprising. Who, in their right mind, would be out and about at such a late hour? It is neither a holiday nor a break. Students must attend school, and workers must go to their jobs. Only those who are idle and without responsibilities roam the streets at this hour. Generally, the common troublemakers are manageable, but one fears the intoxicated or drug-affected individuals whose minds are clouded. Provoked, they can become reckless, emboldened by liquid courage, capable of committing unspeakable acts. Many significant crimes have transpired under such circumstances in recent times. Having lived 2 lives and having been bedridden for many years, Li Mobai cultivated a character marked by meticulousness and caution. To say he is infallibly astute would be an exaggeration, bordering on myth. However, to say that he was unprepared would be utterly inaccurate. He feared that wandering outside with Natasha at night might attract unnecessary trouble. Thus he wished to return her home as soon as possible. Natasha, showing him respect, agreed, and the pair began their journey back to the hotel. Yet, as fate would have it, trouble lurked nearby. As they passed through a dimly lit alley, a group of unruly individuals suddenly emerged. Upon spotting Natasha, their eyes nearly bulged out of their heads. Under the night sky, Natasha appeared to be a veritable enchantress, irresistible even to the most steadfast of men, particularly inebriated ones. Emboldened by drink, Li Mobai caught a whiff of the cheap alcohol emanating from them, his heart racing with trepidation. Such individuals were notoriously difficult to manage, intoxicated to the point of being oblivious to their actions. Reasoning with them was utterly futile and would only lead to frustration. Let us not engage with them. We should leave quickly, Li Mobai urged, attempting to steer Natasha away. To his astonishment, Natasha exhibited no sign of fear. Instead, she remained remarkably composed. It's all right. Such drunks are a common sight in Russia. During winter, many succumb to the cold on the streets, she remarked nonchalantly. Li Mobai thought to himself, indeed, when it comes to alcoholism, Russians could boast unparalleled prowess. No one would dare claim the top spot. The infamous fighting spirit of this nation often led individuals to behave recklessly under the influence, with tales of drunken men wrestling bears not merely folklore, but reality in Russia. Chapter 55. Natasha defeats a gang of thugs. Ahem. Let us not linger with them. We should be on our way, Li Mobai insisted, grasping Natasha's hand. However, the unruly group closed in around them, blocking their path. What do you want? Li Mobai furrowed his brow. Hey, mate, you sure know how to charm the ladies. The leader, a brash individual with bleached hair, taunted, followed by raucous laughter from his companions. The scene mirrored that of a television drama, where thugs bully the innocent. Natasha, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of Mandarin, remained oblivious to the vulgarities being hurled at them. Yet, the demeanor of these miscreants conveyed everything. We are strangers and wish to part ways. Please, do not pursue us. Li Mobai spoke with restrained patience. His demeanor appeared somewhat timid, but he had no choice. In reality, initiating violence was a luxury reserved for fictional narratives. In the real world, one could not easily resort to physical confrontation. Even a minor injury could lead to dire consequences. Regardless of the adversary's character, one could not strike first. How such matters were resolved was a concern for the authorities. Aside from self-defense, one could only call for help, unless one was as foolish as Tian Zhuangfei, who possessed enough leverage over his opponent, even after being thoroughly beaten. His adversary would not dare retaliate. Thus, Li Mobai felt emboldened to deal with him. However, this gang of unruly thugs proved to be a formidable challenge for him. Brother, while you indulge in meat, you must allow us to enjoy some soup as well. You may depart, but leave this foreign lady behind for our amusement. How does that sound? The leader, a man with yellow hair, leered at Natasha, his gaze filled with a lascivious desire that sent shivers down her spine. Disgusting. Get lost. Even Li Mobai, known for his patience, could hardly endure such humiliation. To tease a companion in front of a man is the act of a coward. How dare you overstep your bounds? Fueled by liquor, the yellow-haired man, emboldened, staggered forward to slap Li Mobai, intending to teach him a lesson. Li Mobai, having consumed beef daily and maintained a rigorous exercise regimen, had grown strong during his adolescence. In a confrontation, he felt no fear of these ruffians, who, despite their numbers, were fundamentally weak and would crumble in a fight. Had it not been for the desire to avoid unnecessary trouble, he would have retaliated long ago. However, upon witnessing the yellow-haired man make the first move, Li Mobai prepared to strike back, only to be surprised by Natasha's swift and graceful sweep of her leg. The yellow-haired man, caught off guard, found himself propelled backward by her long, fair limb. Remarkable skill, Li Mobai marveled, astonished by Natasha's prowess. Her technique was nothing short of impressive. The other ruffians, witnessing their leader being bested, especially by a woman, could hardly contain their outrage, particularly in their drunken state. They charged forward, shouting in a frenzy. Natasha, with a disdainful smirk, was ready to showcase her abilities. Her movements were a whirlwind, fluid and powerful, leaving Li Mobai awestruck. Initially prepared to be the hero, he now felt superfluous, merely a bystander to this extraordinary display. Just as he hesitated, one of the fallen ruffians, fueled by adrenaline and alcohol, spotted a pipe on the ground and picked it up, swinging it menacingly at Natasha's back. Li Mobai's mind raced. "Natasha, watch out," he shouted, rushing in to shield her from the impending blow. The pipe struck him squarely on the back, sending a wave of pain coursing through him. Fortunately, his newfound strength mitigated the impact. Had he still been the frail boy he once was, that blow could have easily incapacitated him. "Li," Natasha exclaimed, pulling him aside before executing a stunning flying kick that sent the assailant sprawling. With that, all the ruffians lay defeated. Natasha's skills were indeed remarkable. "Are you all right?" she inquired with concern. "I'm fine, really. I'm in great shape," he reassured her. Although he spoke those words, Li Mobai's entire back had already succumbed to numbness. Bystanders who witnessed the scene promptly called the police. A patrol car sped onto the scene, and two young officers alighted to assess the situation. "What a ruckus. A brawl, I presume," one officer remarked with a furrowed brow. For them, nothing was more vexatious than a brawl. The young ruffians rarely held back in their violence, often leading to severe injuries or even fatalities. "It's not a brawl. They instigated the trouble. We were merely defending ourselves," Li Mobai hastily clarified. "Who are you?" The officer, now focusing on Li Mobai, approached with a flashlight. Li Mobai urged Natasha to remain silent while he spoke on their behalf. "And this young lady, who is she to you?" The officer's demeanor faltered upon seeing the striking and spirited Natasha, a momentary lapse that could be understood. After all, even in uniform, One cannot entirely suppress their desires. She is my friend, a Russian. We were on our way back to the hotel when these drunken louts began to harass her. I attempted to dissuade them from causing a scene, suggesting we all part ways peacefully. Yet they refused to heed my advice, continuing their drunken antics and even laying hands on her. To our surprise, this lady is quite skilled in combat, dispatching them all effortlessly. I was struck from behind during the fray, as you can see from my injuries, Li Mobai explained, lifting his short sleeve to reveal his wound and gesturing towards the weapon on the ground. With his handsome features and scholarly demeanor, Li Mobai was quite likable. The sight of the scattered ruffians bolstered the officer's inclination to believe him. She single-handedly subdued all of them? One officer questioned incredulously. Indeed, her skills are remarkable. I was utterly astonished. Li Mobai replied. These are the same troublemakers who were released just 2 days ago, one officer remarked, inspecting the groaning ruffians on the ground, recognizing them as familiar faces from their precinct. This revelation undoubtedly lent further credence to Li Mobai's account. Chapter 56. A hero saves the beauty. Hearts entwined, I am the one who struck them. I can return with you for an investigation. May I contact the Russian embassy? Natasha expressed her concern for Li Mobai's potential troubles, speaking in halting Mandarin. There's no need for that. The officer interjected. In these times, foreign visitors in Minghua are afforded a certain reverence. From official channels to the general populace, the instinctive response upon encountering a foreigner is to ensure their well-being. Diplomatic matters hold significant weight. One must be mindful of international implications and public opinion, never allowing foreigners to witness any disgraceful behavior, as it would be quite embarrassing for a nation that has prided itself for millennia. The two officers were already inclined towards Li Mobai and Natasha, and upon seeing the enchanting Natasha, their partiality only intensified. With her mention of contacting the embassy, one officer waved his hand dismissively. No. Your actions were entirely justified. Your actions are fully lawful and protected by the law. We can assist you in applying for recognition of your bravery, the officer added with a smile. As for those ruffians, they are seasoned troublemakers. As long as you don't leave them maimed, you're in the clear. Thank you. You are truly commendable officers. After hearing Li Mobai's translation, Natasha's enticing lips curled into a slight smile as she extended her hand to shake with the two officers. Li Mobai remarked, well, Miss Natasha says you are remarkable, competent, and professional. With a cheerful demeanor, he conveyed the message to the officers. Upon hearing this, the officers felt a wave of relief wash over them. They eagerly shook Natasha's hand and requested Li Mobai to translate their sentiments, expressing their hope that she would not be disturbed by any ruffians and that she could enjoy her time in Minghua, should she require assistance. She was to contact the police directly. The Sichuan police pledged their unwavering service. Li Mobai found their enthusiasm rather overwhelming. It was excessively warm. After exchanging a few more courteous words, the officers suggested that Li Mobai and Natasha return to rest, assuring them that they would handle the situation from there. Li Mobai felt his worldview had once again been broadened. Indeed, the treatment afforded to those with foreign appearances was distinctly different. No wonder he had seen reports in the news about foreigners receiving preferential treatment when filing complaints. It certainly wasn't baseless. Observing the current situation, he mused that had it been an ordinary Minghua girl facing harassment instead of Natasha, the outcome would likely not have been so straightforward. Similarly, the attention given to complaints by locals compared to foreigners would not be the same. A report from a foreigner would undoubtedly garner more consideration, thus increasing the likelihood of resolution. Though this disparity stemmed from systemic issues, it nonetheless left Li Mobai feeling somewhat disheartened. What a peculiar circumstance. Upon returning to the hotel, Natasha expressed concern and urged Li Mobai to undress. What are you staring at? Get into bed, take off your clothes. Natasha insisted. Li Mobai hesitated. Isn't this a bit too soon? Natasha countered. For you. While I anticipate further development with Natasha, he is inherently an honest individual. Moreover, his upbringing inclined him towards a gradual approach to romance, progressing only when both parties deeply understand one another. Thus, Natasha's directness left him feeling somewhat flustered. Quickly? I can apply some ointment on your back. It will heal faster, she explained. Upon hearing this, Li Mobai was momentarily taken aback. It turned out her suggestion was merely about applying medication. Oh dear, could you please be clearer next time? You had me all riled up for nothing. He awkwardly brushed it off. I'm fine. This minor injury is nothing. The embarrassment of misinterpreting her intentions was profoundly humiliating. How overly sentimental of him. I have experience. If you don't apply the ointment, tomorrow you will be so swollen that you won't be able to wear clothes. Without allowing him to protest, Natasha proceeded to undress him. Li Mobai felt he could not refuse any longer and reluctantly removed his shirt. The impact of the blow had indeed been quite severe. Upon seeing the extensive, angry welts on Li Mobai's back, Natasha's heart ached with compassion. If it were not for Li Mobai, she would have been the one injured. For a pair of individuals to swiftly elevate their emotional bond, they must endure certain thrilling and perilous experiences together. After all, among the 4 cardinal principles of life, only those who share both honor and disgrace can be deemed true friends. The same holds true for romantic relationships. Why do couples formed in youth invariably surpass those who marry later in life? It is because they lack the shared memories that blossom during their formative years. Natasha's upbringing has exposed her to men who possess a certain arrogance. Even her father embodies this trait. The men of the fighting nation are often plagued by a penchant for heavy drinking, unable to survive without vodka. The societal and familial status of women is markedly inferior to that of men. This phenomenon is reminiscent of the situation in Mingwa. However, the implementation of the one-child policy in recent years has fostered a degree of gender equality, albeit with lingering instances of male preference in various regions. Nevertheless, it is a vast improvement compared to Russia. Natasha might not be accustomed to being so diligently protected by a man. With great care, she applied ointment to Li Mobai's wounds, her gaze imbued with exceptional tenderness. Li Mobai felt fortunate for his recent commitment to fitness and nourishment. Thankfully, his physique was presentable. Were he burdened with excess fat or too gaunt, it would surely tarnish the image of a representative of Mingwa in front of international peers. As the old adage goes, one should not merely pursue the sustenance, but also uphold one's dignity. After applying the ointment, Natasha suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Fortunately, she was a clever girl and promptly declared her intention to take a shower, suggesting that Li Mobai could watch television in the meantime. He softly acknowledged her with a sound and watched as she carried her change of clothes into the bathroom. 10 seconds later, the sound of water from the shower filled the air, a sound that stirred Li Mobai's heart and ignited a fervent desire within him. Could Natasha truly trust him so implicitly? Did she not fear that he might succumb to his primal instincts and rush in? While she believed in his character, he was not entirely confident in his self-control. Li Mobai felt a flame igniting within him, and in an effort to calm himself, he began to gulp down water. What a perplexing situation. What extraordinary events had he found himself entangled in? At that moment, his phone rang. It was his father calling. "Hello, Dad. What is the matter?" Li Mobai responded, somewhat irritable. Li Mingwu said, "Son, have you read the newspaper? I saw an article stating that an American expert claims, through scientific research, that ginkgo has anti-cancer properties." Li Mobai exclaimed, "Really? Are you sure about that?" His spirits lifted instantly. This was indeed good news. Such positive publicity would undoubtedly cause prices to soar. Anti-cancer properties? Surely, that must be worth a considerable sum. Moreover, the fact that it came from an American scientist only adds to its credibility. In this era, it seems that even the slightest actions of the Americans are met with unwarranted admiration domestically. Moreover, when it comes to American scientists, the reverence only intensifies. "Father, the price of ginkgo is bound to skyrocket," Li Mobai declared with a sense of assurance. Li Mingwu concurred. "I share the same sentiment. If the Americans endorse it, it must indeed be something worthwhile. Alas, it is a pity that so many ginkgos went to waste in the past, left to rot in the fields. Who could have anticipated that this commodity would possess anti-cancer properties?" The thought of such squander weighed heavily on Li Mingwu's mind. In contrast to his father's somewhat miserly demeanor, Li Mobai maintained a composed outlook. There is no need to be overly distressed. Trends come and go like a passing breeze. While it is true that ginkgo has medicinal value, it is certainly not as exaggerated as the current claims suggest. Li Mobai was acutely aware that this ginkgo craze would not last long. In 2 years, it would likely plunge back into obscurity, forgotten by all. Our goal should be to seize this fleeting opportunity and profit handsomely before cashing out, he asserted. There is no cause for concern. We simply need to capitalize on this moment. The ginkgo harvesting season is fast approaching. "Father, have you discussed matters with Li Benchong? He wouldn't reconsider his stance due to the soaring prices, would he?" Li Mobai's greatest worry was that Li Shofu might become envious. After all, the ginkgo trees belonged to him, and there were agreements in place. However, if Li Shofu were to have second thoughts, it could lead to complications. In these times, legal disputes could drag one into an abyss. Rest assured, Li Mingwu replied confidently. He is not that kind of person. If he were to disregard his integrity, he wouldn't have built such a substantial business. Besides, this is merely a trifling sum for someone of his wealth, which amounts to hundreds of millions. Li Mobai nodded in reassurance. Indeed, Li Binchong was a remarkable figure, having become a topic of conversation for the older generation in Qinzhou. One could observe his rise to prominence, witness his grand feasts, and then see his downfall. The fate he met in his previous life is truly lamentable, Li Mobai reflected. He felt that if given the chance in this lifetime, he must make a mark. According to his father, Li Shoufu had treated him well, thus, it would be prudent to lend a hand if possible. Oh, by the way, father, I met a Russian girl named Natasha in Sichuan. She wishes to visit my home, Li Mobai mentioned, hoping to prepare his family for her arrival. Upon hearing his son's intention to bring back a Russian girl, Li Mingwu was taken aback but quickly agreed, displaying a carefree attitude. Fathers often possess such a nonchalant disposition, rarely delving into deeper considerations. Had it been Dai Ryu, the situation would have been different, as she would have probed endlessly into the matter. Li Mingwu, however, preferred to respect his child's privacy. Or as one might say less charitably, he enjoyed being an indifferent bystander. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Mobai ended the call. At this moment, the sound of running water in the bathroom ceased. Natasha had finished her shower. Li Mobai found himself captivated by the enchanting image of a beauty emerging from her bath. A flutter of excitement stirring within him. However, the next moment, the sound of a hair dryer filled the air. Natasha was drying her hair. Was this not a cruel tease? Li Mobai felt an irritable frustration. Indeed, as a certain internet slang would express years hence, I have shed my pants, and this is what you show me. Li, you may come in for a shower now, Natasha called, her movements swift as she donned a white bathrobe, towel in hand, drying her hair. Okay, Li Mobai replied, feeling a rush of steam as the bathroom door swung open. Natasha's already fair skin glowed even more radiantly post-bath, her complexion a delightful rosy hue. Truly, she was a vision of beauty. While many might claim that Russian beauties tend to age prematurely, it remained undeniable that they were stunning in their prime. He recalled a famous Russian prosecutor from a past life, a mother of several children, yet her photographs continued to circulate wildly on the internet, a testament to her enduring allure. Her beauty inspired numerous classic comic characters crafted by various artists. Li Mobai had been equally awestruck upon first seeing her image. She was simply breathtaking. Natasha eclipsed that beauty, exuding vitality that perfectly aligned with Eastern aesthetic sensibilities. Setting aside all else, having such a captivating confidant in this rebirth felt like an immense stroke of fortune. Given that Natasha had just bathed, the bathroom was still quite humid, with water pooling in the shower area. Her discarded garments lay on the sink, black, form-fitting attire that caught Li Mobai's eye, compelling him to glance a second time. According to some less savory narratives, this would be the moment for him to act inappropriately. However, he was a man of integrity. He could not stoop to such base actions with her personal items. It was simply indecent. Moreover, should Natasha later approach to do laundry and discover any anomalies, it would be terribly awkward. Young people have rapid metabolisms, and Li Mobai had perspired considerably today, accumulating quite a bit of dirt. It took him a while to cleanse himself thoroughly. Upon emerging, he found Natasha reclining elegantly on the bed, engrossed in a book under the soft, dim light. The scene was irresistibly captivating, leaving Li Mobai entranced. The aesthetic pleasure was overwhelming. He was enchanted. It's getting late. Let us rest, Natasha remarked, glancing at the somewhat dazed Li Mobai, fully aware of his thoughts. This young man was clearly stirred by youthful desires. The Slavic people are known for their openness, a trait shared by many in the Western world. Even in a modernized and reformed China, the level of openness regarding intimate relationships could not compare to that found in these countries. Although Li Mobai and she belong to different ethnicities and have only recently acquainted themselves, she harbors a considerable fondness for him. Moreover, this evening, Li Mobai performed a gallant rescue, which undoubtedly enhanced his appeal. On the second day of their acquaintance, they found themselves in the same room, sharing a bed, which clearly indicates that Natasha feels no aversion towards him, despite being several years his senior. The fact that Li Mobai is a reborn individual perfectly bridges the gap of their ages. When they are together, there is no sense of awkwardness. Instead, they converse freely and enjoyably. This state of affairs is one that hovers just above friendship, yet remains below the threshold of romance. Now, it remains to be seen whether either of them harbors a desire to take things further or who might take the initiative. A single step forward from either party could seal the matter. Is there a hint of milk fragrance about you? After Li Mobai lay down, Natasha inhaled deeply, her expression one of shock. Really? Is there? Li Mobai replied, equally astonished, perplexed as to where such a scent could arise from, especially since he had not consumed any milk that day. Natasha, her cheeks flushed and intrigued, leaned closer for a sniff, confidently declaring, "It's definitely a milk fragrance. I cannot be mistaken. Could it be the scent of shampoo or body wash?" Li Mobai speculated. "No, it's purely the scent of milk. The fragrance of a young man," Natasha exclaimed, causing Li Mobai to nearly choke in astonishment. "Are you openly teasing me?" he retorted. "Honestly, where could such a scent come from? This is truly a mark of youth." Natasha, with her penetrating gaze, scrutinized Li Mobai, her enigmatic smile revealing her intentions. Li Mobai had ample reason to believe that this alluring woman was indeed flirting with him. "Natasha, do you comprehend the concept of playing with fire?" he gasped, struggling to maintain composure. As a healthy young man in his prime, he found himself highly susceptible to such provocations, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, exceedingly sensitive. Yet, Natasha continued to tantalize him further. "Are you testing my humanity?" Natasha, evidently oblivious to the idiom, given her limited command of the language, could nevertheless infer much from Li Mobai's expression and tone. Her laughter was delightful, sending ripples of excitement through him. "This cannot continue. I must act decisively. If I remain courteous and gentlemanly, she may regard me as lacking the assertiveness expected of a man." If Natasha were to return to her homeland and recount this encounter to her friends, how could he save face? With a determined bite of his lip, Li Mobai hesitantly extended his hand, his wicked intent almost reaching Natasha's slender, resilient waist. Suddenly, she turned away. "All right, enough of the teasing. Let us rest." Natasha suddenly slammed on the brakes, catching Li Mobai off guard. "What do you mean by this? You leave me in such an awkward position and then just stop playing? Is it fair to bully someone like this?" Li Mobai was utterly exasperated. He had never encountered someone so playful. Indeed, she was a true daughter of the fighting nation. Although he felt somewhat displeased at being forcefully shut down, he had no choice but to respect her wishes. He couldn't possibly go against a woman's intentions and commit mischief. Frustrated, Li Mobai lost interest and turned his back on Natasha to sleep. Chapter 58. Introducing Natasha to family and playing host, sharing a bed with a foreign beauty. This is the dream of countless men throughout their lives. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would make it difficult to fall asleep. However, after 2 exhausting days, Li Mobai was genuinely fatigued. Moreover, the bed in Natasha's room was exceptionally comfortable, with high-quality bedding and a delightful mattress. Within 10 minutes, he happily drifted off into slumber. Despite her outwardly carefree demeanor, Natasha harbored a degree of caution in her heart. What if the fighting nation were not fools? Although she held confidence in her abilities and trusted that Li Mobai was not a beast, one must always be wary of others. She initially expected Li Mobai to make some small advances, at the very least to take advantage of the situation. However, to her utter astonishment, he did nothing and soon fell into a soft snore. Natasha, taken aback, thought, "You actually fell asleep just like that? Am I so inconsequential to you?" She was quite annoyed. She had encountered straightforward men before, but never one as blunt as Li Mobai. Li Mobai enjoyed a refreshing sleep, awakening with a sense of vitality and strength. Yet, when he opened his eyes, he was startled to discover Natasha nestled in his embrace. The two were in an extraordinarily intimate position. Just a glance sent his blood racing. He never imagined that his first experience sleeping beside a woman in his 2 lifetimes would be with a foreign friend. As for Natasha, although she wore pajamas, her alluring figure was undeniable. After a night of sleep, her attire had become wrinkled, revealing an enticing sight. Li Mobai could hardly suppress a gulp. He longed to kiss her, convinced the experience would be delightful. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted when Natasha opened her eyes. Upon seeing their close sleeping arrangement, she couldn't help but laugh. Li Mobai's captivated gaze was caught in the act, creating an awkward moment. "Have you seen enough?" Natasha teased. "No, I didn't see anything. I'm just going to wash up," Li Mobai stammered, his courage faltering under her playful gaze as he made a hasty retreat. Truly, he felt he had embarrassed himself as a man from Ming. On the bed, Natasha laughed heartily, the scene becoming quite tumultuous. He was indeed an amusing young man. After the two individuals completed their morning routines, Li Mobai prepared to return. Naturally, Natasha intended to accompany him back to Qinzhou. Although this trip to Shunchuan had incurred considerable expenses, Li Mobai was wielding his father's bank card, allowing him to spend freely. The concert ticket funds were earned through his own initiative, though it must be acknowledged that his father had also contributed significantly. Yet, isn't it the duty of a father to support his son? Li Mobai felt no remorse in using his father's money, for he was confident that he would earn much more in the future. Natasha was expected to purchase her own plane ticket, but Li Mobai declined that notion. You are my friend. In our culture, it is customary to extend hospitality to friends on one's own turf. Faced with his resolute stance, Natasha refrained from further protest and simply promised to treat Li Mobai well when he visited Russia in the future. Prior to takeoff, Li Mobai called his father to arrange for his arrival at Jinling Airport. Li Mingwu affirmed he would be there, as he was already en route to Jinling. In the afternoon, the flight arrived punctually in Jinling. Li Mobai and Natasha enjoyed a meal at the airport restaurant, relishing some fast food. Natasha appeared to have no aversion to this Western cuisine, which was understandable given that Russia was not vastly superior to their own country. When the first KFC opened in Russia, it drew crowds beyond imagination. It is a common trend. Not only does their nation exhibit a fascination with foreign cultures, but even Russia, as a foreign entity, displays similar inclinations, perhaps even more fervently. When Li Mobai and Natasha located his father in the parking lot, Li Mingwu was smoking a cigarette. Dad, this is my Russian friend, Natasha. Li Mobai greeted his father. Li Mingwu exclaimed, What is that name? It's quite a mouthful. Oh my, this girl is truly captivating. Upon seeing the tall and striking Natasha, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Overwhelmed by his excitement, this reaction was not entirely unwarranted. Foreigners had become quite the rarity, especially stunning women like Natasha. Hello, uncle. Natasha, displaying her understanding of etiquette, greeted him warmly. Hello. This girl really knows her manners. I feel rather embarrassed as I haven't prepared any gifts for our meeting. Li Mingwu began rummaging through his pockets, considering the idea of giving a red envelope. Li Mobai was left in a state of disarray. Dad, what are you doing? Is this really necessary? Can we not maintain a bit of composure? Just because she is a foreigner doesn't mean we need to be overly enthusiastic. Besides, what gifts are needed? According to our customs, it is only appropriate to offer a red envelope when a future daughter-in-law visits. Enough. Let us get going. Drive. Li Mobai intervened, halting his father's exuberance as he helped Natasha stow her luggage. The three of them then set off in the car. Logically speaking, as a seasoned salesman, Li Mingwu had traversed many places and witnessed countless scenes. He shouldn't have been so animated. Yet, it was undeniable that a foreigner, especially a female one, was indeed a source of intrigue. Li Mingwu, having grown up, experienced his first close encounter like this. Throughout the journey, Li Mobai rolled his eyes countless times. It seemed as if his father possessed a myriad of questions, exuding an enthusiasm towards Natasha that was hard to overlook. To make matters worse, while they engaged in conversation, he was relegated to the role of translator, relaying their words back and forth, which was quite infuriating. Finally arriving home, Natasha's presence surprised his grandparents, especially his grandmother, who had never seen a girl with brown hair and golden eyes before. Moreover, Natasha's height was quite impressive. She showed no signs of shyness, greeting them with a cheerful smile. While his grandmother felt a bit bashful, the response from his grandfather was unexpectedly astonishing. He greeted Natasha in Russian, albeit with a heavy accent, yet it was indeed Russian. Li Mobai was taken aback. He had no idea his grandfather possessed such a skill. Chapter 59. The charming foreign girl mastering flattery. To Li Mobai's astonishment, his grandfather was conversing with Natasha in Russian, an unexpected turn of events. Natasha was equally shocked. She could hardly believe that this elder from Mingwa spoke Russian. Although it bore the distinctive accent of Mingwa, her surprise remained. Back in our school days, we learned Russian as our foreign language. At that time, English wasn't in vogue. To gain admission to university, one had to know a bit of Russian. His grandfather proudly explained. Li Mobai couldn't help but admire him, proclaiming, Impressive. Grandfather is formidable. During his grandfather's schooling, Mingwa and Russia were in a honeymoon period, with highly amicable relations. Russia had extended extensive aid to Mingwa, with thousands of Russian engineers arriving to help establish a comprehensive industrial system. The assistance provided to Mingwa at that time was undeniable, making the study of Russian quite fashionable. With international guests in their home, it was only natural to extend a warm welcome, as this was of utmost importance in Mingwa culture. Li Mingwu called his wife, urging her to return home promptly to prepare a meal for their guests. Dai Ryu hurriedly rode her bicycle back home. Li Mobai took Natasha on a tour of his house, particularly showcasing his room. When Natasha spotted Li Mobai's laptop, her eyes brightened with curiosity. She inquired if the computer could connect to the internet. Of course, though the speed might be a bit sluggish, Li Mobai replied. No problem. I would like to send an email home and share my travel photos with my family. Natasha exclaimed excitedly. Such a reasonable request deserved fulfillment, and Li Mobai readily agreed. Natasha then began uploading photos from her camera's memory card. Li Mobai's laptop was among the best available at the time, and Natasha noted how smoothly the system operated. Naturally, considering Li Mobai only used it for work without cluttering it with unnecessary software or games, the user experience was excellent. Due to the less-than-ideal internet speed, uploading the photos took some time, just as his mother returned home. Thus, the two individuals descended the stairs, allowing the computer to upload autonomously. Upon catching sight of Natasha, the mother's eyes widened in astonishment. This young lady's physique seemed extraordinarily exceptional. Tall and statuesque, she rivaled even the most alluring of women in America. Unlike Li Mingwu's boisterous demeanor, Dai Ryu's immediate concern was whether her son might be led astray by this foreign girl. The child was still young, health was paramount, and reckless choices could have lifelong repercussions. One must acknowledge the attentiveness of a mother. However, upon observing her son's vibrant energy and robust vitality, she felt considerably reassured. This indicated that he had not been drained by Natasha, which was a relief. Indeed, Li Mobai resembled a fully charged power bank, devoid of any opportunity to discharge energy. Naturally, he exhibited no signs of exhaustion. Had he displayed dark circles under his eyes or walked with a languid gait, Dai Ryu might have felt compelled to alert the authorities, exclaiming, "This foreign enchantress is draining my son dry. Officer, will you intervene?" Despite her slight apprehension, Dai Ryu swiftly prepared a sumptuous feast. The culinary delights of the Ming dynasty are unparalleled, and there is no room for contradiction. Our ancestors devoted themselves to the art of gastronomy, making it impossible for anyone to rival their prowess. Though merely home-cooked dishes, Natasha expressed her admiration, praising the flavors profusely. Russian cuisine, characterized by sausages, bread, and vodka, could hardly compare to the exquisite offerings of Ming cuisine. This was merely a simple meal. Had she been presented with more intricate classic dishes, such as Farewell, My Concubine, it would surely have left her in awe. At the dining table, Natasha freely lavished compliments, much to Dai Ryu's delight, who felt her heart swell with joy. Any lingering reservations she held towards Natasha dissipated in that moment. She warmly encouraged Natasha to indulge, assuring her to treat the place as her own home. The atmosphere of the dinner was simply splendid. Li Mobai could sense that the household had not experienced such liveliness in a long while. The gathering enjoyed their meal for over 2 hours, with Natasha's cheerful disposition and refined upbringing allowing her to engage seamlessly with the family. Dai Ryu cautiously inquired about Natasha's family background. Natasha revealed that her father was an officer, her mother a physician, her grandfather a university professor, and her maternal grandfather the chief engineer of a large factory. What a distinguished family indeed. Frankly speaking, such a background would be beyond the reach of the Li family in Ming society. Though we no longer live in a feudal era, the concept of social stratification persists. Even among the common populace, city dwellers often look down upon those from rural areas, perceiving them as unsophisticated. This remains true even in a society where everyone ostensibly shares the same status as ordinary citizens. Due to differing household registrations, even within the same city, a hierarchy of disdain emerges. If one party belongs to the social elite, the disparity becomes even more pronounced. Fortunately, the Li family has been on the rise during this period. Under the gradual stewardship of Li Mobai, they have accumulated a modest fortune, paving the way for a brighter future. This has instilled a sense of confidence in Li Mingwu and his wife. Otherwise, their current existence would undoubtedly be rather stifling. Observing the stunning Russian beauty, Natasha, alongside Li Mobai, their grandfather hopes that these two young individuals can forge a path together. Alas, a slight disappointment lingers. Li Mobai is still quite young. Although he has reached adulthood, He has yet to complete his university education. It would be premature for him to marry and start a family at this juncture. Upon learning of Natasha's family background, the parents' demeanor became markedly more enthusiastic. It is no wonder that such an outstanding and independent young woman has emerged. Her remarkable upbringing is truly commendable. Dai Ryu encourages her son to learn from Natasha, leaving Li Mobai rather bewildered. What should I learn? Should I learn how Natasha flirts with innocent young men? Or how she stands me up? If that is the case, I must firmly decline. After dinner, Natasha contemplated whether she should assist with household chores, but was firmly rebuffed by Dai Ryu. What nonsense! How could we ask our foreign guest to work? You two enjoy yourselves. Li Mobai, take good care of her. Be more attentive, his mother instructed. Chapter 60. Staying up late with Natasha to discuss becoming a tycoon. What could Li Mobai say? Could he not be attentive? Just last night, they had shared a warm bed. Indeed, Natasha was certainly going to stay at their home that evening. However, Dai Ryu found herself in a quandary. Li Mobai's room was on the second floor, and he occupied it alone. Though there were guest rooms on that floor, the thought of two young individuals, one male, one female, spending the night together raised concerns. What if something were to transpire? Li Mingwu, upon hearing his wife's worries, could only respond with a mix of laughter and exasperation. What is the big deal? This isn't anything serious. Besides, our son won't be at a disadvantage. Just look at Natasha. She is quite beautiful. Dai Ryu was incensed by her husband's nonchalant remarks. Is this how you behave as a father? Aren't you putting our son in a precarious position? You might as well drive me to my grave. Recognizing Dai Ryu's concerns, their grandfather quickly intervened. Don't overthink it. What do you consider Natasha to be? In Russia, she is also a lady of distinction. In your eyes, your son is a treasure, but to her, he may not hold the same significance. Do you understand? It seems that this matter requires the wisdom of the grandfather. As he spoke, Dai Ryu fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, in a mother's eyes, her child is the most precious being. Sometimes, this perspective can become somewhat skewed. Seeing the calm expressions on her father and husband's faces, Dai Ryu let out a deep sigh and murmured, "My son is quite remarkable. I think he is exceptional. Please do not look down upon him." These words ring true. How could I ever belittle my own son? However, we must also exercise rationality. As for Natasha, I must tell you, she hails from a respectable family in Russia. Not to mention her attire and various electronic gadgets. I once witnessed someone using that very camera during a business trip to the South China Sea. It seems she may not be interested in your son. If she truly were, I would wholeheartedly support a romance between them. I would find it quite splendid if my son were to marry a stunning Russian beauty. Double thumbs up. Li Mingwu shook his head. In this era, many women aspire to marry foreign men, particularly those who wish to settle in Western nations. The reasoning is similar. Who wouldn't want to wed a blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman? Such a union would undoubtedly be a source of pride for one's family. Li Mingwu harbored high hopes for his son. Enough of your fantasies, Dai Ryu retorted. Li Mobai strolled with Natasha, although there was little of interest to see. Passers-by frequently cast glances at Natasha, yet she had grown accustomed to such attention and remained quite composed. Regarding the development of Qingzhou, she found it rather mediocre, unable to compare to Jinling or Xinchuan. Li Mobai nodded with a wry smile, acknowledging this point. Even 20 years from now, discussions about Qingzhou would likely evoke disdain, as it is viewed as merely an enlarged county town. While this assessment may be somewhat absolute, it certainly highlights Qingzhou's predicament. It's not that one lacks excellence, but rather that neighboring cities are simply too remarkable. Is this the fried chicken shop your family owns? Li Mobai intended to show Natasha his family's business. Thus they arrived at Deekshire. Indeed. Come, let us take a look. Li Mobai exclaimed. Natasha, not one to be shy, joined him inside Deekshire. Though the dinner hour had passed, the establishment remained bustling with patrons, making it the liveliest shop on the street. Scanning the room, there were no available seats. Natasha playfully stuck out her tongue, expressing her surprise at the thriving business. Our flavors have been continuously refined. Admittedly, we still have a ways to go to rival the renowned chicken, but we incorporate unique elements from Ming culture. Li Mobai explained. Li, you are truly a commercial genius. Natasha exclaimed, nodding vigorously in admiration of his innovative ideas. Li Mobai humbly smiled. Oh, it's just the beginning. The road ahead is long. Natasha expressed her desire to open a Deekshire in Russia, believing it would thrive there as well. Li Mobai considered this a splendid suggestion, offering to provide relevant technical support. Though Russia may be sparsely populated, a fried chicken and burger shop would surely find its clientele. As their conversation grew increasingly animated, Natasha absorbed numerous advanced concepts from Li Mobai, for after all, he was a person reborn. On their way back, Natasha expressed her hope of engaging in international trade during her time in Ming. The current state of affairs in Russia was indeed quite dire. Although various large heavy industrial equipment and sizable household appliances like refrigerators are piled high, these items cannot satiate one's hunger. The crux of the matter is that Russia has always pursued a robust and rugged industrial path. Their products, while durable, fall short in both quality and aesthetic appeal. In today's global landscape of household appliances, Japanese brands are universally acknowledged as the finest and most sought after, enjoying widespread popularity across the globe. This can be attributed to Japan's unwavering craftsmanship and dedication to innovation, coupled with the necessity of resource conservation as an island nation. Thus, guided by this spirit, their products are undoubtedly of exceptional value. In stark contrast, Russian and Chinese craftsmanship tends to be cumbersome and unrefined. Domestically, the lack of options compels consumers to purchase these products despite their shortcomings, but on the international stage, they simply lack competitiveness. This is a significant reason for the increasing number of traders in recent years. For the average Russian, putting food on the table is a struggle, while the elite indulge in excess. As long as there is food and daily necessities, a plethora of industrial products can be exchanged from Russia. Li Mobai trusts Natasha's character, and Natasha believes in Li Mobai's talents. The two are in perfect harmony, preparing to embark on a venture together. Natasha perceives a shortage of canned food in Russia. High-quality canned goods would be even more coveted. Additionally, clothing, shoes, socks, and hats are also scarce commodities. Russia's light industry is exceedingly weak, unable to achieve self-sufficiency. Once a vast red empire where everyone was akin to brothers, the constituent nations supplemented one another through barter. However, now that these nations have become independent, such exchanges are no longer feasible, which explains the urgent demand for various essential goods in the Russian market. Chapter 61. Did you sleep well last night, son? The two conversing individuals, growing increasingly synergetic, feel that it is merely a matter of time before they become billionaires. Natasha expresses her intention to discuss the matter with her family upon her return home, striving to expedite their cooperation. Li Mobai assures her that he has some savings and can assist financially, eliminating concerns regarding initial capital. Natasha is even more exhilarated, with both wealth and capable partners. They are already halfway to success. The two return home, brimming with excitement. In the kitchen, Dai Ryu observes her son engaged in lively conversation with the foreign beauty, experiencing a tumultuous mix of emotions. She is uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. On one hand, she worries about her son's relationship with Natasha. On the other hand, Natasha is indeed remarkable, and her son would not be at a disadvantage. It is a challenging predicament. Being a parent is undeniably difficult. The guest room has been prepared. The second floor now belongs to the two young individuals. Dai Ryu busied herself with slicing some fruits to send over, but was halted by her husband. What fruits are you cutting? Just let the children be together. Li Mingwu retorted. What nonsense are you talking about? You are simply too carefree. Dai Ryu expressed her exasperation. Is this how a father behaves? However, Li Mingwu believed that his actions exemplified true fatherhood, convinced that his son would be grateful for it. Furthermore, he thought that in such matters, the man would certainly not be at a disadvantage. All men are no good, Dai Ryu exclaimed through gritted teeth. Li Mobai and Natasha did not engage in the turmoil anticipated by their families. On the contrary, the two were animatedly discussing business matters. Both young individuals shared a common interest, the pursuit of wealth, particularly the accumulation of small fortunes. For Li Mobai, having such an exquisite beauty before him, and yet feeling no desire was utterly perplexing. This was largely due to his preoccupation with thoughts of making money, as well as his inexperience with the nuances of love. What is love? What does it mean for two individuals to be consumed by passion? These questions remained foreign to Li Mobai, whose expectations of love existed solely within the confines of his imagination. As the old saying goes, I could endure the darkness, but you have shown me the light. Li Mobai had yet to witness that light, allowing him to tolerate the shadows. Were he to experience the joys of romantic intimacy, his composure would likely shatter. The news of Li Mobai bringing home a foreign girl quickly spread throughout the small town, as secrets were scarce among neighbors. This was in stark contrast to years later when people began residing in gated communities, where one could live for years without knowing their neighbors or their families. However, prior to that time, the relationships among neighbors were a vital aspect of social interaction. Take Li Mobai's family, for instance. They were acutely aware of even the minutest details concerning their neighbors. Distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors, aptly describes this situation. When any family encountered an issue, the neighbors would invariably lend a helping hand. Events such as weddings and funerals were communal affairs, with everyone pitching in. The harmony of neighborhood relations directly influenced one's standing in society. In stark contrast, the neighborhood relations of Li Mobai's uncle's family were notoriously poor. Merely mentioning their name would elicit frowns from the neighbors. Yet, they remained unconcerned, as they were well regarded in the eyes of their superiors. Adept at navigating interpersonal relations through flattery and sycophancy, ensuring that their leaders were comfortably appeased. Thus, the couple held little regard for fostering connections with the ordinary populace. Had it not been for their eventual relocation to a community after a property redevelopment, they would have faced utter isolation. Even after moving into the new community, Xiao Hongmei continued to create trouble, constantly seeking to claim more communal space, placing shoe cabinets in the corridor, and leaving smelly shoes outside the door. Indeed, there is nothing that she cannot accomplish, as the neighbors lament in despair. They have resorted to calling the police and seeking help from the community, employing every method available. Yet to no avail. In the end, the neighbors were driven to seek her relatives, asking them to persuade her. This left Dai Ryu with a wry smile. Is she someone who can heed advice? Unless it is from a person who instills fear, she would continue her disruptive antics unabated. Just consider. The ability to coerce her neighbors into appealing to her family demonstrates her formidable nature. Li Mobai conversed with Natasha until the late hours of the night. The second floor boasted a bathroom, and after both took a refreshing shower, they exchanged goodnights. The following morning, Li Mobai noticed an unusual glint in his father's eyes, a gaze laden with meaning and depth. While he could not pinpoint what felt amiss, his intuition suggested it was a subtlety understood solely among men. Li Mingwu inquired, "Son, did you sleep well last night?" "Yes," Li Mobai replied calmly. "I slept quite well." "Do you not feel tired? Worn out?" Li Mingwu pressed with further concern. His father's cryptic remarks left Li Mobai perplexed. Why would he feel fatigued? Sleep is meant to rejuvenate, not deplete one's energy. "Ah, I see. That's good. Come, let us have breakfast." Li Mingwu scrutinized his son and, upon determining there was no issue, shook his head in disappointment. Li Mobai found his father's bizarre behavior utterly bewildering. What was this all about? So mysterious and elusive. "Foolish boy. You're letting good food go to waste." Li Mingwu lamented, evidently regretting the serene quietude of the previous night on the second floor. The breakfast spread was lavish, golden. Fragrant fried eggs alongside sausages specially prepared by his mother for Natasha, complemented by youtiao, steamed buns, pickled vegetables, congee, milk, soy milk, and tofu pudding. It was a veritable feast, filling the table to the brim. "Mom, is it necessary to prepare such a sumptuous meal?" "It's just Natasha," Li Mobai questioned in bewilderment. "Surely, she cannot consume all this." "Ask your father," Dai Ryu replied. "He insisted on preparing extra, saying your physical exertion would be considerable and you need to eat more." She muttered. Li Mobai was utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 62. A wave of factory closures. Li Mobai was at a loss for words. Even he, despite his naivety, understood the implication of his father's words. Good heavens. So you think I spent the night in wild revelry with Natasha? Therefore, more food is necessary? My word, dear father. Your line of thinking is quite troubling. What do you take your son for? Am I truly that sort of person? You are questioning my character indeed. Natasha, upon seeing the lavish breakfast spread, once again expressed her gratitude towards Dai Ryu. This family was exceedingly warm and welcoming to her. Her embarrassment was quite palpable. Natasha also expressed that during her time in Minghua, the locals she encountered were exceptionally warm and friendly, offering her considerable assistance. Li Mobai couldn't help but think that it was undoubtedly due to her stunningly exotic features. While the family enjoyed their breakfast, Dai Ryu remarked that many former colleagues had come to seek her out recently, stating that the situation at the factory had deteriorated drastically, to the point it could be described as a steep decline. Initially, the workers who had not been laid off felt a sense of pride, believing they had secured their jobs, only to find their joy short-lived as wages became elusive. They were first informed of the factory's difficulties. which necessitated a disbursement of only half a month's salary, with promises to compensate later when conditions improved. The workers, though distressed, thought they could manage by tightening their belts, believing it better than being unemployed. However, as the following month approached, even half a month's pay was unattainable, let alone the compensation for delayed wages. This drove the workers to a breaking point. They were all waiting for sustenance. With the factory's mismanagement jeopardizing their livelihoods, the agitated workers sought explanations from the factory leaders. Yet, it was easy to predict the response. There was simply no money in the factory's accounts. Ultimately, after various negotiations, the factory agreed to provide a minimal living allowance, a mere few hundred yuan, which paled in comparison to half a month's salary. The workers were understandably dissatisfied, but what could they do? Approach the authorities? They had done their utmost. From having nothing, at least there was now some basic living support. The workers, though innocent, were not naive. This situation was clearly a harbinger of impending collapse. If this month was already perilous, what would the next month bring? When basic wages ceased altogether, what would they do? Would their families face starvation? Among those employed at the food factory, the couple was particularly anxious. If anything were to happen to the food factory, both would be laid off, leading to the collapse of their household. At that moment, Dai Ryu, once the subject of ridicule, became the envy of many. Not only was she thriving with her small business, but she also managed to secure the full severance pay for her years of service. A feat that left others in awe. Many were now unemployed, receiving no compensation whatsoever. Regardless of how they protested, they were left with nothing to show for their efforts. In comparison to them, Dai Ryu emerged as a true victor in life's game. Observing the dire circumstances of her former colleagues, she felt an immense sense of relief. Grateful she had heeded her son's advice to accept the severance package. Had she followed the suggestions of her brother-in-law to curry favor with the leadership to retain her job, she would now be left with nothing. Yet, while she had successfully navigated this storm, her former colleagues faced dire misfortune, living in constant trepidation. For many who had dedicated their lives to the factory, sudden unemployment was a profound blow, an immense setback. The factory, which they relied upon for survival, was on the brink of collapse, facing imminent closure. The once coveted job security had become utterly worthless. Such a profound psychological disparity was difficult for any rational individual to accept within a short span of time. Many sought out Dai Ryu, inquiring with a tone tinged with desperation whether she still required assistance, even if it involved menial tasks such as washing dishes or cleaning toilets. After all, their families depended on a steady income. For the average working-class family, enduring 2 consecutive months without sufficient wages rendered their situation exceedingly precarious. Dai Ryu, a compassionate soul, felt a deep sympathy for her former colleagues. Yet, despite her empathy, she found herself unable to accommodate them. Her modest establishment, even operating around the clock, could not support the influx of displaced workers. The heart may be willing, but the means were lacking. During a family discussion at the dining table, Li Mobai served as a translator, relaying their conversation to Natasha. "Our country has endured similar suffering," Natasha remarked, her voice heavy with memories. "The streets are filled with elderly beggars. It's truly tragic." She shook her head, unable to bear the recollections. Li Mobai sighed deeply. He was not particularly concerned that Mingwa would experience such a calamity, for its people were industrious and frugal. No matter how dire the circumstances, begging in the streets was simply not an option. Families would tighten their belts and persevere through hardships. Moreover, Mingwa was on the cusp of becoming the world's factory, necessitating a vast labor force. In the coming years, a significant influx of young workers would migrate to coastal cities, thereby augmenting household incomes. However, this migration would also engender various negative repercussions, such as the plight of left-behind children. Yet, such sacrifices were unavoidable. Life must go on. Who would willingly abandon their parents and children? No one desired to do so, but remaining in their hometown could lead to starvation. All actions were ultimately aimed at providing a better life for their families, a reality that could not be circumvented. As Natasha and Li Mobai's family engaged in dialogue, the initial unfamiliarity faded away. Communication proved invaluable, fostering friendships among individuals of different nationalities, ethnicities, and skin colors, a remarkable outcome. Li Mobai contemplated the possibility of taking over the food factory. If memory served him correctly, the factory had ultimately been sold off at a bargain price in a previous life. The state lacked the funds to provide support, leading to desperate measures. Such scenarios were all too common. It had reached a point where anything was up for sale for the right price. The vast food factory was eventually sold for less than $3 million, with only a handful of workers remaining employed while the majority were laid off. Many were compelled to leave their homes in search of work, a truly arduous journey. Li Mobai was no saint. He merely recognized the potential for profit in this situation. The machinery and equipment in the food factory were still in good condition, and purchasing it would be a wise investment. It was akin to acquiring high-quality equipment at the price of scrap metal. This venture was undoubtedly profitable. Chapter 63. Introducing Natasha to friends. As for the workers at his mother's factory, he recalled that, aside from a few peculiar individuals, the majority were honest folk. In these times, the hearts of people remain pure. Those like his uncle and aunt are indeed a rarity. Any assistance offered is invaluable, even when the family finances run low. Though ticket sales had been profitable, they had unfortunately been squandered on the Penguin venture. Moreover, the future of the Penguin project loomed as a seemingly bottomless pit, requiring substantial investment. Without it, development would be stifled. Natasha had sent photographs taken in Mingwa back to her parents' email, simultaneously reassuring them that she had encountered a friend like Li Mobai and that they need not worry about her. Natasha was preparing to return home. She expressed to Li Mobai that her journey to Mingwa had been immensely enriching, broadening her horizons significantly, and that the friendships she forged were her greatest treasure. Though Li Mobai and Natasha had known each other for only a few days, she had already brought a sense of youthful innocence to his life. For Li Mobai, Natasha was a vibrant and striking presence amidst the grayness of his adolescence. He invited his close friends, including Hu Bing, to join them for a meal. Intending to introduce Natasha to his circle, the foreign beauty was, of course, poised and charming. However, Hu Bing and the others appeared taken aback, even a bit bashful. This was entirely normal. They were merely a group of shy young men. While they may boast before their comrades, they were rendered timid in the presence of a lady, especially one as formidable as Natasha from a warrior nation. The fact that they didn't flee at the sight of her was already a considerable concession to Li Mobai. Natasha's extroverted nature and her buoyant spirit gradually eased the tension among Hu Bing and the others. Yet, in comparison to Li Mobai, these friends remained somewhat immature. This was understandable. After all, they had not experienced a rebirth. You managed to charm a foreign girl. That's quite impressive. I hope you aren't too worn out. Hu Bing remarked cheekily. Li Mobai retorted, please, do not project your own thoughts onto me. My friendship with Natasha is purely platonic, not what you imagine. His expression darkened in response to the insinuations. You're sounding just like your father, worrying about whether you'll be exhausted later in the evening, Hu Bing teased. Huh. I don't believe it, Hu Bing scoffed. Don't pretend to be innocent. With such a stunning beauty at your side, it would be unreasonable not to make a move. Exactly. Unless you aren't a man. Another friend chimed in. Li Mobai was flabbergasted by the way they harmonized in their teasing. So, if I don't win Natasha's affection, I am no longer a man. Why are your thoughts so impure? Is it impossible for a genuine friendship to exist between men and women? Li, what's wrong? Natasha noticed the peculiar expression on Li Mobai's face and placed her hand gently on his arm, inquiring with concern. This gesture, for the two of them, was as simple as could be. After all, they had shared a bed together. Yet, to Hu Bing and the others, this was undeniable proof. They were holding hands and still claimed they were not involved? Who would believe that? It must be said, this is typical of adolescent boys, quick to jump to conclusions, eager to stir up chaos. Despite their own cowardice, they delight in urging their friends to pursue girls and engage in romance. Li Mobai had once been of that age. Thus he understood these situations all too well. Nothing much, just that my friends think you're beautiful, Li Mobai explained with a wry smile. Natasha responded with a teasing tone. Oh, is that so? Did they mention that I resemble your girlfriend? She playfully lifted his chin with her delicate fingers, enticing him. This scene caught everyone off guard, leaving them utterly bewildered. Li Mobai stood frozen, while Hu Bing and the others were in a state of frantic disbelief, completely unable to look away. This moment dealt a serious blow to their innocent hearts. What is this? It's a blatant display of affection. Oh heavens, is there truly someone so bold? How are we single folks supposed to survive this? On one side stood the most beautiful girl he had encountered in his youth. On the other, his incessantly teasing friends. After a brief hesitation, Li Mobai resolved to take decisive action, no longer willing to cower. The girl had made her feelings unmistakably clear. What was there to fear? Natasha was soon returning to her home country. If he missed this opportunity, he would surely wake in the night, regretting his timidity. Thus, under the watchful eyes of his friends, Li Mobai boldly embraced Natasha and kissed her fervently. The moment was so unexpected that Natasha was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to resist. Yet, Li Mobai's somewhat awkward kiss was imbued with an overwhelming intensity. Natasha quickly succumbed to the passion and reciprocated fiercely, guiding him in their embrace. Hu Bing and the other friends were left speechless. In that instance, the two were lost to the world, oblivious to their surroundings as they kissed, creating an atmosphere where time seemed to stand still. They were engrossed in their own realm, leaving their single friends feeling utterly devastated. Hu Bing and the others bit their lips, striving to suppress their cries. This was truly excessive. While it is acceptable to express affection, must it be done so brazenly? Single individuals deserve protection, after all. Perhaps Li Mobai's overwhelming desire contributed to the fervor of his kiss. Natasha had opened the door, but the journey was his to navigate. At that moment, he suddenly realized that kissing felt like this, an extraordinary delight. He relished it. He yearned for romance. He wished to dance through a garden of flowers, untouched by any thorn. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted, reluctant to end the moment. Meanwhile, Hu Bing and the others were on the brink of insanity, declaring they were losing their minds. Oh heavens, what a world! In broad daylight, under the clear sky, these two individuals unabashedly displayed their affection for each other. Is there no sense of propriety left? If you wish to flaunt your love, could you not do so in the privacy of your own home? Must you come here to disrupt the peace of us honest folk? Flushed with embarrassment, Li Mobai gazed at the exquisite beauty before him, feeling as though he were the victor of life at that very moment. The thoughts swirling in Natasha's mind remained a mystery, yet one could surmise that she must feel quite content. Chapter 64. Officially dating the foreign beauty, caught by father after subtly hinting for quite some time. This foolish lad finally took the initiative. It was unexpected. Sometimes, the little rascal could indeed be quite daring. Natasha, I believe I have developed feelings for you, Li Mobai boldly declared, summoning his courage. This was, without a doubt, a heartfelt confession. If one were to reflect on this in years to come, they might say, "Ah, Li Mobai, your words hold multiple meanings." Was he truly enamored with the foreign beauty, Natasha, or was he merely drawn to the allure of her presence? Clarity was essential. However, at this moment, all was pure and innocent. There were no ulterior motives at play. As long as one's feelings were sincere, there was no cause for concern. Natasha's lips curled into a gentle smile as she responded to Li Mobai with yet another kiss. Undoubtedly, her heart had long been secretly captivated by him as well. While the two basked in their blissful romance, the multitude of single souls around them felt disillusioned and weary of love. Ahem, you too. If this is how it's going to be, it loses its charm, doesn't it? Are you treating us to a meal? Or should we take our leave and leave the space to you? Hu Bing exclaimed in exasperation. Li Mobai had changed. He was no longer the same loyal friend he once was. Now, he appeared to be utterly infatuated with the opposite sex. How could this be? Excuse me. I couldn't help myself. Nevertheless, our friendship remains as solid as a rock. No need to worry. My dear friends will always hold a place in my heart. Li Mobai reassured Hu Bing and the others, determined not to let them think he valued romance over friendship. Hu Bing regarded him with a skeptical expression. The exuberant Natasha felt a touch of embarrassment. Although foreigners are often seen as outgoing and carefree, she felt it necessary to maintain some decorum in front of Li Mobai's friends. Spare me the nonsense. Do you even think about your friends anymore? Look at your eyes, filled with desire. Hu Bing scoffed, fully aware of their long-standing friendship. He could bet that at this moment, Li Mobai's mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of Natasha. And indeed, he was right. Li Mobai felt as though he had finally found a refreshing oasis after a long drought. At this moment, he wished to explore the future of humanity alongside Natasha. After 2 lifetimes of being a virgin, he finally saw the prospect of liberation from that status. How could he not be exhilarated? Ahem. All right, let us get serious. The college entrance examination is approaching. What are your plans, my friends? Li Mobai inquired, genuinely concerned about his companions. Hu Bing and the others did not boast impressive academic records. College seemed a distant dream for them. In their previous lives, they had also struggled as laborers or engaged in minor business ventures, seemingly leading rather mediocre lives. Li Mobai has now been reborn. Since they are his brothers, he certainly cannot treat them unfairly. While it may not guarantee them a lifetime of immense wealth, It will certainly ensure they live without worry for their daily needs, sparing them from the toil of hard-earned money. Hu Bing exclaimed, "Did we not agree that once I graduate, I would work at Dakoshi? Are you having second thoughts?" Hu Bing immediately became agitated, and the expressions of the other two close friends mirrored his own, filled with indignation as if Li Mobai no longer regarded them as brothers. Calm down, calm down. Li Mobai quickly reassured them. Of course, working at Dakoshi is no problem. However, I believe it would be a misallocation of talent. You are all my brothers. How could I not understand you? Hu Bing released a long sigh of relief. Well, that sounds much more reasonable. The key is, what else can we do? Hu Bing inquired, demonstrating a commendable awareness of the situation. Li Mobai replied, I, along with Natasha, am preparing to engage in international trade. We will need assistance. And if you are willing to join, you are welcome to come aboard. Additionally, I have established a technology company in Sichuan focused on instant communication. If you do not wish to remain confined to the small town of Qinzhou for the rest of your lives, consider visiting Sichuan to broaden your horizons. One must see more of the world. Goodness, so you have been secretly weaving such a grand network without us. How impressive. Does this mean we can follow you to the pinnacle of life? Hu Bing exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Do not get ahead of yourselves. Your future hinges on your own efforts. I cannot guarantee that you will become wealthy, Li Mobai cautioned, though his intentions were good, as he did not wish for his brothers to become complacent, which would be counterproductive. Rest assured, we are wholeheartedly committed to following you. Whatever you ask of us, we shall do without hesitation. Hu Bing and the others pledged fervently. At that moment, Natasha remained quiet, silently observing Li Mobai as he discussed serious matters, her eyes occasionally shimmering with tenderness. This elicited a wave of envy from Li Mobai's brothers, who marveled at his good fortune. You have a girlfriend. And not just any girlfriend, but one so beautiful and gentle. Are you trying to make us envious? After concluding their serious discussion, Hu Bing and his companions, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, took their leave, refusing to stay any longer. Good luck, my good brother. Take care of your health. They all urged with sly smiles, leaving Li Mobai feeling somewhat embarrassed by their teasing. Once Natasha stepped outside, she took the initiative to grasp Li Mobai's hand. Her touch was slightly cool, yet incredibly comfortable for him. On the way home, Li Mobai felt an extraordinary sense of joy, nearly bursting into song. Eager to announce to the world that he had a girlfriend, Natasha would occasionally lean against his arm like a delicate bird, providing him with a unique thrill. Consider, a woman of such strength is willing to humble herself before you. What a profound sense of achievement that brings. As they approached home, a Santana appeared behind them, driven by Li Mingwu. From a distance, he recognized the pair's familiar silhouettes. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than his son and Natasha. There was no mistaking it. Natasha's flowing golden waves were unmistakably distinctive. Initially, Li Mingwu dismissed it, thinking it was merely two children walking home together. What was the big deal? However, upon a more thorough glance, he was suddenly struck with alarm. Something was amiss. Why were they holding hands? Moreover, Natasha was affectionately kissing his son from time to time. Goodness, they were being excessively affectionate. Even Li Mingwu, a typically open-minded father, felt a blush creeping to his cheeks. If Dai Ryu were to witness this, it would surely stir up a tempest of chaos. Chapter 65. The grandparents' divine assistance in making Natasha their granddaughter-in-law. Li Mobai and Natasha, hand in hand, were spotted by their father. Li Mingwu was in a state of distress. Poor father. This simply wouldn't he do? They needed to exercise some discretion. They were in public, and one must be mindful of appearances. Once they returned home, they could indulge in whatever antics they wished, but such behavior outside was unacceptable. Li Mingwu considered honking to alert them, yet he feared startling the young couple. In a flurry of anxiety, he scratched his head, uncertain of how to proceed. Fortunately, Li Mobai was not so blinded by love. As they neared home, he maintained a respectful distance from Natasha. Natasha, I like you too. Once I enter university, we can be together openly, all right? Li Mobai promised. Natasha smiled softly, her eyes sparkling with affection. However, this was not the moment for declarations of love. At least not publicly. If her mother were to learn that she was not focused on her studies, she would surely worry herself sick. Though the family was no longer in financial distress, Dai Ryu still harbored hopes for her son to excel academically. Money is indeed a good thing, and no one would refuse more of it. However, Dai Ryu wished for her son to pursue a different path, one that would lead him to a prestigious university, secure a respectable job, and ultimately inherit the family's hard-earned legacy. One could say that parents have paved every possible path for their children. Truly, the heart of a parent is a poignant thing. As Natasha was set to return home the following day, their final meal together was a sumptuous affair. Dai Ryu, a traditional and emotionally inclined woman, embodied the warmth and kindness characteristic of her homeland. Though she had only known Natasha for a few days, she already regarded her as family. She wished for Natasha to stay a few more days to explore and savor their time together. Natasha appreciated the gesture, but noted that her flight was already booked. Nevertheless, she promised that she would visit Chinzhou whenever the opportunity arose to enjoy Dai Ryu's cooking once more. After the family had their fill, grandfather and grandmother exchanged a knowing glance before summoning Natasha aside. Li Mobai, perplexed, wondered what was afoot. Natasha, equally bewildered, was taken aback when her grandmother presented her with a stunning jade pendant. Although Natasha did not fully comprehend its significance, she recognized its considerable value and hesitated to accept it. However, her grandparents insisted on bestowing it upon her. Having lived for many years, the elderly couple had honed their perceptive skills. Despite Li Mobai and Natasha's efforts to conceal their feelings from their parents, they could not deceive the keen eyes of their grandparents. They understood that the two young individuals had likely developed mutual affections. Li Mobai, whom they had watched grow, was now living with his daughter and son-in-law, and it seemed Natasha might soon become their granddaughter-in-law. As loving grandparents, it was only natural for them to present a token of their affection. In truth, grandfather and grandmother hailed from affluence. In her youth, grandmother was a lady of distinction. Although circumstances had led to the family's decline, they still preserved some ancestral jewelry. The couple had selected a pair of jade earrings for Natasha, which served as both a greeting gift and a gesture of their goodwill. Seeking reassurance, Natasha glanced back at Li Mobai, who winked at her, indicating she need not worry and should graciously accept the gift. This was a traditional custom among the Chinese. The monetary value of a gift was secondary to the heartfelt intention behind it. Thank you, grandfather and grandmother. Natasha finally relented and accepted the pendant, swiftly adorning herself with it. Truth be told, the earrings, imbued with Eastern elements, harmonized beautifully with Natasha's sharply defined Western features, creating a unique aesthetic appeal. Lovely, exquisite. Grandfather and grandmother nodded in satisfaction. Li Mobai, equally taken aback, found them breathtaking. Are they not beautiful? Natasha proudly showcased them to him. How could Li Mobai possibly say otherwise? That would be unthinkable. Besides, they were indeed stunning, an extraordinary beauty. Beautiful, simply beautiful. Li Mobai exclaimed in admiration. Even Dai Ryu found them appealing, while Li Mingwu grinned broadly. Well, it's clear that experience prevails. No need to ponder. The old folks have certainly sensed something. They must have realized the relationship between these two young ones is far from ordinary, prompting them to present a gift before parting ways. According to traditional customs, accepting the jade earrings signified Natasha's implicit agreement to the union. Li Mingwu mused to himself. Who would have thought that it would be grandfather and grandmother delivering such a decisive blow? I shall have a beautiful daughter-in-law from a warrior nation. How delightful that would be. I wonder if my future grandchildren will inherit such beauty. Oh, how I look forward to it. As the two prepared to ascend the stairs for rest, Li Mingwu abruptly seized his son. Li Mobai, he exclaimed, confusion evident in his tone. What is it, Dad? Li Mobai inquired, puzzled. Well, son, time is running short for you. You are about to return to your homeland. You must seize the moment. Li Mingwu said to his son with a knowing glance. Li Mobai, however, found his father's words profoundly suggestive. Even he, with all his innocence, could discern the underlying implication. Nevertheless, he merely forced a smile and refrained from responding directly. Is this how a father should behave? It seems you are urging your son towards, well, you know what. Truly. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, only Li Mobai was privy to his true feelings. Today, he and Natasha had indeed broken through that delicate barrier. One might say it was an official announcement. Over the past few nights, Li Mobai had not been sleeping well. Every time he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with the exquisite figure of Natasha. Presumably, Natasha felt the same way. Upon catching his father's encouraging gaze, Li Mobai swallowed hard and ascended the stairs with determination. What are you and our son whispering about? Dai Ryu inquired, stepping forward. Nothing much. Just encouraging him to rest well, Li Mingwu replied, his eyes evading hers. Are you two conspiring behind my back? This all seems rather mysterious, Dai Ryu remarked suspiciously. At her words, Li Mingwu felt a pang of anxiety rise in his throat. Chapter 66. The Food Factory and the Glamorous Girl's Bath. Having an elderly person in the family is like possessing a treasure. Grandparents have been of immense help. Dai Ruyu's transformation startled her husband, Li Mingwu. When did my wife become so astute and sharp-witted? Truly, she is not to be underestimated. It appears I must be more cautious moving forward. Indeed, running a business is a tremendous test of character, and Dai Ruyu is the perfect example. Previously, while working at the food factory, she was merely a follower, lacking her own opinions. But now, she has undergone a remarkable change, with her emotional and intellectual quotient soaring. Li Mingwu found himself hesitant to harbor any secretive thoughts in her presence. Come here, I have something to discuss with you. Fortunately, Dai Ryu had pressing matters to deliberate with her husband, thus refraining from pursuing her inquiries further. Once the couple returned to their room, they began to address serious business. The food factory was utterly doomed. It was reported that they could not even pay the interest on their loans to the bank. The city's finances were also quite strained, leaving no funds to inject into the failing enterprise. It was evident to all that this was a bottomless pit. No amount of money could resurrect it. According to reliable sources, the city planned to bundle and sell the food factory, including the buildings and machinery, for an estimated few million. The factory workers had already been left without jobs. Some were crowding around the factory leaders' offices, seeking answers, while others had already begun to look for odd jobs. After all, with responsibilities to support, they could not afford to linger without income. Do you remember? When you were laid off, our son said the food factory wouldn't last long. He urged you to accept the severance and leave. You hesitated back then, but now it appears you made a timely escape. If you had waited even a moment longer, we would have been in dire straits. Li Mingwu reflected with a lingering sense of trepidation. This matter is indeed fraught with uncertainty. Dai Ryu bears a countenance filled with trepidation. Who could have imagined that such a vast food factory could simply vanish into thin air? The very thought is beyond comprehension. What are you contemplating in your heart? Li Mingwu extracted a cigarette and ignited it, then turned to his wife with a smile. Dai Ryu replied, I was thinking, didn't we agree to consider opening a branch? And what about our son's talk of franchising? Currently, our raw materials can barely sustain production through a small workshop. However, once we scale up, we will undoubtedly require a supportive factory for production. To be frank, I believe our food factory has great potential. Do not be misled by its lackluster performance and chaotic management. That is primarily due to the incompetence of the factory leaders, who are merely driven by greed. In reality, the production capacity is immense, and with capable management, it is bound to thrive. Dai Ryu articulated her thoughts, counting on her fingers. Li Mingwu responded, I see what you mean. Are you interested in the food factory? Do you wish to acquire it? You are quite ambitious. You seek to transition from employee to owner, turning the food factory into a Dai enterprise. Li Mingwu jested. Dai Ruyu's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully smacked her husband, retorting, Stop joking. I am serious. Without further ado, this venture is certainly lucrative. The food factory is undergoing bankruptcy liquidation. How much could it possibly sell for? I estimate we could secure it for merely 20 to 30% of its total value. Perhaps even less. Did you not mention that many have approached you about franchising? As long as we establish a stable raw material production base, we need not fear franchising. At that point, the more, the merrier. Importantly, this approach would provide employment for many workers who have families to support. It is not easy for them. Her words resonated with sincerity and a balance of public and private interests. Indeed, if Takoshi aspires to expand and strengthen its presence, relying solely on a single store, no matter how prosperous, will not suffice. Multiple outlets are essential. A model akin to KFC, with locations nationwide, epitomizes true success. The idea is commendable. However, we must consider whether we possess sufficient funds. Without several million, this endeavor may prove unfeasible, Li Mingwu mused while stroking his chin. Observing her husband's support for her aspirations provided Dai Ryu with a sense of reassurance. Consequently, she expressed her intention to gather all the family funds, asserting that it should be manageable. After all, wasn't the concert ticket sales a substantial windfall? The interest earned from the bank is minuscule compared to the potential investment returns. Li Mingwu replied, Very well, I understand. I will look into it. By the way, I believe the card is with our son. I will ask him for it tomorrow. He murmured. Little did the couple realize that the funds had already been largely depleted by Li Mobai. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Li Mobai had numerous expenditures ahead of him. The revenue from ticket sales was but a drop in the bucket. On the second floor, Li Mobai cautiously locked the door at the top of the stairs to prevent his parents from ascending in the middle of the night, which would undoubtedly be quite awkward. Of course, the likelihood of such an occurrence was nearly non-existent, but better safe than sorry. Natasha was taking a shower in the bathroom, while Li Mobai was contemplating in his heart that today marked her last night in the Ming Kingdom. No matter what, he had to seize this opportunity. After tidying up the bed, he felt an exhilarating thrill within him, almost floating as he walked. At long last, the day he had awaited had arrived. He had longed for this moment, eagerly anticipating the time to applaud for love. After an indeterminate amount of time, Natasha emerged from the bathroom clad in her nightgown. Li Mobai pretended to pour her some water, gazing at her stunning figure. The words that were on the tip of his tongue suddenly eluded him, leaving him feeling utterly cowardly. Li Mobai couldn't help but scorn such a version of himself. As Natasha dried her hair, she playfully surveyed the flustered young man before her, deeming him exceptionally adorable. "It might be chilly tonight, so why not sleep in my room?" Li Mobai blurted out, fumbling over his words. It was almost the season for ice pops and air conditioning, yet here he was, suggesting that it would be cold for a girl to sleep. Had he lost his senses? Natasha, amused yet bemused, chose not to expose his folly, preserving his dignity instead. "Hurry and take a shower," she urged. "All right, just give me a moment," he replied, immediately dashing into the bathroom to wash up. Meanwhile, Natasha elegantly nestled herself into Li Mobai's bed, book in hand. Since his rebirth, Li Mobai had constantly reminded himself to remain low-key, to avoid drawing attention. He had adhered to this principle, but tonight, he found it impossible to be discreet. Chapter 67. Natasha remarked that he snored when they slept. The mere thought of impending happiness made Li Mobai wish to burst into song. After a cheerful shower, he tiptoed back to his room, where Natasha was already reclining in bed, still engrossed in her book. The cultural depth of this warrior nation was indeed remarkable. From Li Mobai's observations, it seemed that reading before sleep was a necessity for someone like Natasha, regardless of whether she was truly absorbed in her reading. The fact that she made the effort to engage in it left Li Mobai feeling somewhat inadequate. Even if it was merely for show, it was far superior to his own lack of ambition. "I'm here," Li Mobai exclaimed as he slipped under the covers. Having taken a warm shower, he felt considerably more at ease, his nerves settling. Natasha gracefully closed her book and assumed a posture of invitation, causing Li Mobai's heart to race uncontrollably. "Natasha, you are truly beautiful." His heart raced to its limits, so much so that he could almost hear it pounding in his chest. Natasha then took the initiative to wrap her arms around his neck, and they shared a passionate kiss. In that moment, the world around them ceased to exist. After what felt like an eternity of fervent kissing, Li Mobai instinctively began to unfasten Natasha's nightgown. Men are indeed such creatures. Even if they have never encountered anything before, once given the opportunity, they can deftly unlock the requisite skills. Li Mobai serves as a vivid illustration of this phenomenon. After 2 lifetimes as a solitary bachelor, in just a few days, he has managed to engage fervently with a charming foreign lady. Though their passionate kisses by day are undeniably exhilarating, the public setting constrains their freedom somewhat. However, under the cloak of night, the atmosphere shifts dramatically, allowing for uninhibited exploration. Li Mobai thinks to himself, "Now, it is my time to shine." Eager and aflame with desire, Li Mobai is poised for a moment of profound intimacy when, unexpectedly, Natasha's expression changes, halting him in his tracks. It feels akin to a speeding car suddenly slamming to a halt. Li Mobai finds it challenging to regain control. He had assumed Natasha was simply feeling shy. Thus, he intended to take the initiative and dismantle her psychological defenses. Yet, Natasha, visibly agitated, perceives that Li Mobai is becoming overly enthusiastic, and with a decisive movement, she shoves him aside. Li Mobai, bewildered and confused, wonders what just happened. Wasn't everything fine just moments ago? Why the abrupt change? He feels innocent, questioning if he had erred in some way. "Surely I have been gentle," he muses. In her flustered state, Natasha cannot spare time to explain to the dazed Li Mobai. She rushes into the bathroom, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Inside the bathroom, Natasha exhales deeply, then calls out, "Li, could you do me a favor and fetch a sanitary pad from my suitcase?" Li Mobai, though inexperienced, is not oblivious. This request signals that Natasha's monthly visitor has arrived. "Oh heavens, how could this happen?" he laments. What did I do wrong? Could you not simply tell me? This is just moments away from something significant, and now this. It is truly disheartening. Despite his disappointment and despair, Li Mobai swiftly retrieves the sanitary pad for Natasha. This unforeseen turn of events leaves him utterly despondent. It seems that the knight's endeavors are thwarted. Had I known, I should have taken the initiative yesterday. I have missed my chance, and now it is too late for regrets. Once Natasha emerges from the bathroom, her countenance lacks the previous vibrancy. Both she and Li Mobai share a sense of melancholy. Natasha genuinely harbors feelings for him, yet this unexpected complication has arisen. It is indeed vexing. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Natasha enters the room to find Li Mobai has thoughtfully prepared warm water for her. Quick, get under the covers so you don't catch a chill. It's all right. We have plenty of time ahead of us, he reassures her with a smile. Oh, Li, Natasha exclaims, feeling a wave of vulnerability wash over her. Then, she actively threw herself into Li Mobai's embrace. Li Mobai wrapped his arms around her delicate shoulders, comforting her as one would a child. There. It's all right. In our Ming dynasty, we have an old saying, good things come to those who endure hardship. It means that to achieve success, one must inevitably face some setbacks. Only then does success become truly precious, right? Li Mobai spoke gently, wiping away the tears from Natasha's eyes with great effort until her spirits finally calmed down. It was no easy feat, although they did not achieve their initial goal. For Li Mobai, the experience was still immensely valuable. At the very least, the two of them had grown closer in spirit. Natasha's gaze towards him had softened considerably. Sometimes, enhancing feelings between couples does not necessarily require physical intimacy. Mutual care and concern can suffice. Just as Li Mobai and Natasha were doing now, it was filled with warmth. The two held each other tightly, exchanging sweet words as they drifted into slumber. Upon waking, Li Mobai felt refreshed and inexplicably content. For him, it felt as though he had completely shed his single status. His girlfriend was a stunning beauty, truly a winner in life. Natasha slept soundly in his arms, a slight smile gracing her lips, leaving him curious about the delightful dreams she might be having. Unable to resist, he leaned in and kissed the enchanting sleeping beauty again and again. Ah, my girlfriend is indeed exquisite. I adore her. Natasha, drowsily opening her eyes, met Li Mobai's smiling face and instantly felt a wave of shyness. It is often said that the women of the warrior nation are fierce, but that largely depends on whom they face. When confronting enemies or strangers, they may indeed appear formidable. Yet, when in the presence of their beloved, they reveal their tender femininity. Regardless, Li Mobai found great joy in the current version of Natasha. You snored last night, Natasha shyly remarked. Li Mobai exclaimed, what? How is that possible? I had no idea. He was taken aback. Natasha shot him a playful glare. You slept like a little pig. If you could have known. That would have been a miracle. Chapter 68. Father's fury explodes. Li Mobai and Natasha indulged in sweet moments in bed that morning. Despite Natasha's teasing about his snoring, Li Mobai was entirely unbothered. What a trivial matter. Perhaps he had simply been swept away by the beauty of last night's dreams, unable to contain his snores. After sharing some affectionate moments, they reluctantly got out of bed. Natasha had a flight at 11 that morning, so they needed to have breakfast and then rush to Jinling. Father played the role of the driver. Before parting, both mother and grandparents expressed profound reluctance. They urged Natasha to visit whenever she had the chance. Natasha promised that she would miss everyone and would return if given the opportunity. After an emotional farewell, Li Mingwu drove the two to the airport. Throughout the journey, Li Mingwu was quite chatty, even asking Natasha to extend his greetings to her parents, which left Li Mobai somewhat perplexed. Why are you sending greetings to her parents? What does that have to do with you? Natasha was utterly resolute, affirming her commitment to her goals. Upon arriving at the airport, Li Mobai accompanied Natasha to the departure lounge while Li Mingwu awaited his son in the vehicle. The charming foreign girl felt a pang of reluctance. Yet there was no alternative. She had to return home. The two shared an emotional embrace at the airport, drawing the attention of onlookers, for Natasha's beauty was striking, reminiscent of a Hollywood star. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Natasha, Li Mobai found himself enveloped in a sense of melancholy, a lingering feeling of loss. With the fragrance of the enchanting girl still clinging to him, he resolved to put such thoughts aside and focus on earning a substantial income. He envisioned accumulating wealth to eventually purchase a private jet, enabling him to visit Natasha whenever he desired. The father and son returned to Qingzhou. during which Li Mingwu casually mentioned that he and his wife were planning to raise funds to acquire a food factory. Li Mobai was taken aback, but recognized that his parents believed he would support this endeavor, given his evident business acumen. Indeed, he did support the idea. Yet he lamented the lack of funds. After all, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. He had already expended most of his resources. Calm down, Dad. This matter requires careful planning. The current circumstances are uncertain. We must not act hastily, Li Mobai advised. Li Mingwu acknowledged his son's wisdom, assuring him they were merely in the preliminary stages of fundraising. Well, the money spent on concert tickets has nearly depleted my funds, Li Mobai confessed, his gaze distant. Li Mingwu chuckled. Oh, you rascal, stop joking. There's still 2 million left. How could you have spent it all? He expressed disbelief. I invested in a company in Sichuan, Li Mobai replied. The atmosphere in the car grew tense. Li Mingwu fell silent, incredulous. What company did you buy? 2 million just gone like that? If he weren't driving, he might have given his son a stern kick. Please, Dad, calm down. There's no need to be so agitated. Anger is detrimental to your health. Rest assured, I have not squandered the money recklessly. This is a sound investment that will yield returns. Li Mobai sought to soothe his father, who remained visibly upset. You wanted to spend a few $100,000 on a fancy car, yet you disallowed me. And now you have spent 2 million without a second thought. You are the real spendthrift here, Li Mingwu exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Despite his anger, the money had already been spent. What could he say? Moreover, it was Li Mobai who had earned such a significant sum. Without him, Li Mingwu would not have been able to amass such wealth. Though he understood this logic, he was still reluctant to accept it. His precious son was behaving in an outrageous manner. This was no longer mere extravagance. It was reckless squandering. If Dai Ryu were to find out, chaos would surely ensue at home. Please, Dad, remain calm. Trust in your son's capabilities. I will earn this money back very soon. Li Mobai hurriedly reassured his heartbroken father. Li Mingwu's expression was one of utter dejection. Once, he was immensely wealthy, boasting savings of 3 million, a true winner in life. But now, alas, his fortune had vanished, completely squandered by his son. Heavens, what sin have I committed to deserve such a ruthless child? The depth of Li Mingwu's despair was beyond words. I wanted to buy a tiger head Benz, but you wouldn't allow it, lecturing me with grand principles. Fine. I trusted you just this once. And what was the result? That scoundrel spent more than the price of 3 tiger head Benzes. You truly are my exemplary son. Li Mingwu fumed. Yet, after all, he was his own child. What could he do? As Li Mingwu gradually calmed down, Li Mobai offered a smile, admitting that he had acted improperly and should have consulted his father first. However, given the peculiar circumstances, he had to act swiftly. Do not speak to me of such things, Li Mingwu interjected. The deed is done. What use is there in discussing it now? I might be able to cover for you for a while, but if your mother inquires, I cannot shield you any longer. You must resolve this issue swiftly. Hearing his father's words, Li Mobai let out a sigh of relief. He assured his father that he would take full responsibility and manage the situation effectively. So there was no need for concern. Upon returning home, Li Mobai dashed to his room. He had spent the past few days with Natasha, neglecting to check emails and other communications. He needed to see if he had missed any crucial information. Indeed, 2 emails had arrived from Chinjiao. Zhou Jieluan had performed quite well, winning a newcomer award. Certainly, this marked the beginning of his emergence, yet it did not qualify him as a dark horse, given his years of experience in the music industry. Now, after all this time, he had merely received a newcomer award, a rather unimpressive achievement. Furthermore, many had commented that his singing pace was excessively rapid, rendering the lyrics indecipherable. After reading the emails, Li Mobai promptly replied to Chinjiao, instructing him to disregard Zhou Jieluan's performance and allow him the freedom to create as he wished, free from interference. Chinjiao, sipping coffee, let out a wry smile upon seeing his boss's response. He was baffled by Li Mobai's unwavering support for such an artist. What merit did he possess? It was completely incomprehensible. He could easily name 10 more talented young singers without breaking a sweat. Why waste time on him? Chapter 69. Let us establish a membership recharge system in his father's eyes. Li Mobai had lost much of his former charm. After all, his reckless spending was truly alarming. 2 million, just like that, dissipated. I would never have squandered my money on a tiger head Benz, Li Mingwu lamented. You, my son, are even more extravagant than I. The father. Li Mobai felt a pang of embarrassment. He knew he must work diligently to earn more money. Otherwise, he would never gain his parents' approval. Engaging in a conversation about the future prospects of penguins with them would undoubtedly be futile. Nevertheless, the quest for swiftly amassing a fortune exceeding 1 million remains a formidable challenge for Li Mobai. He has sequestered himself in his study, under the pretense of reviewing his studies, while he diligently explores avenues for financial gain. With only a few days remaining until the college entrance examination, Li Mobai has been indulging in leisure activities. Though his parents refrain from voicing their concerns, it is evident that they harbor worries. Now, with his newfound willingness to immerse himself in focused study, his parents could not be more pleased. Li Mobai intends to return to his hometown once the examinations conclude, eager to uncover the secrets buried beneath the ginkgo tree in his family's courtyard. Should he choose to continue composing songs, there lies potential for additional income, though he perceives this method as somewhat sluggish. Indeed, his appetite for wealth has grown insatiable. Li Mobai contemplates the possibility of establishing a platform through Jiuzhou culture to facilitate performances of Hong Kong artists in the mainland. The demand for commercial performances in first-tier cities of the mainland remains robust, with numerous events such as mall openings and property groundbreaking ceremonies, all requiring the presence of entertainers. Hong Kong artists are the preferred choice for affluent patrons who desire that distinctive Cantonese flair. However, the performance fees for top-tier stars, akin to the Four Heavenly Kings, are prohibitively expensive for most mainland tycoons, who often deem such expenditures unjustifiable. They might reason, "I spend hundreds of thousands to have you perform a couple of songs, and then you leave as if it were effortless." While these wealthy individuals are willing to spend, they are equally reluctant to overspend. Thus, recruiting lesser-known Hong Kong artists for live performances presents a mutually beneficial solution. It affords an air of prestige, as the public is largely unaware of the disparities among artists. Aside from fervent fans and avid followers, who truly recognizes the visage of a celebrity, simply announcing the presence of a renowned Hong Kong singer is enough to entice the masses. The greater the audience, the more vibrant the atmosphere becomes, effectively achieving the merchant's objectives. Attaining their goals at a relatively modest performance fee constitutes a shrewd business move, seizing the opportunity before a surge of Hong Kong artists flood the market for profit. Li Mobai plans to take the initiative, securing his own financial success while leaving others with little to gain. Upon learning of this scheme, Chen Jiong expressed his wholehearted approval, declaring it a promising venture with lucrative potential. Given the prospects for profit, he is eager to proceed, as he finds himself in dire need of funds to address his financial gaps. The mainland is currently particularly receptive to exchanges among the three regions, fostering connections among fellow descendants of the Yellow Emperor and heirs of the Dragon. As the old saying goes, mutual understanding through communication is paramount. Chen Jiong's identity as a compatriot from Hong Kong renders him exceptionally well suited for this endeavor. It is not a matter of self-deprecation on Li Mobai's part. Rather, when individuals from Hong Kong engage, their influence undoubtedly surpasses that of their mainland counterparts, particularly in dealings with official departments. The results are truly remarkable. If one could enlist the assistance of a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes, the impact would be immeasurable. Consequently, Chen Jiong promptly resolved to expand his business back to the mainland. Compared to the limited territory of Hong Kong, the vast expanse of the mainland market is a veritable treasure trove. Gradually, the public discourse surrounding Li Mobai began to wane. The school announced that Li Mobai could return to classes for the final sprint before the college entrance examination. However, to be candid, Li Mobai was reluctant to return, as it would only delay matters further. Yet, succumbing to his mother's persistent urging, he reluctantly made his way back. The school was acutely aware of his celebrity status. The principal personally intervened, instructing all teachers not to disturb him. He was free to engage in any activities he wished, provided he did not cause any serious disturbances. Indeed, Li Mobai was the only student afforded such privileges. His close friends, such as Hu Bing, were ecstatic to see him, exclaiming that they had found their anchor. However, Li Mobai was disinclined to socialize with them. While perusing newspapers in the library, he stumbled upon a small article, no larger than a tofu block. It detailed how a university student in the city had utilized his theoretical knowledge to develop a computer membership system, akin to banking services. Equipped with the necessary devices, members could obtain a card that allowed them to load money onto it. Subsequently, during their next purchase, they could simply swipe the card instead of using cash. This was undoubtedly a groundbreaking achievement. Li Mobai felt a surge of excitement. This was splendid, so convenient. The nation was destined to enter a cashless payment era, where one could merely scan a code with their mobile phone. However, for now, cash remained the mainstream payment method. Nevertheless, if Deekshire could promote the membership card initiative, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Most importantly, for merchants, it would allow for the rapid accumulation of significant funds. In professional terms, this is referred to as a capital pool, where funds are consolidated. Although the government would impose stricter regulations in over a decade, for now, this was a no man's land. Upon examining the inventor's name, Li Mobai's memory began to stir. If he recalled correctly, this young university student had developed this technology to establish a tech company that garnered substantial profits, only to be acquired later by a larger corporation, resulting in a considerable windfall. Subsequently, he engaged in fierce competition with foreign tech companies, battling for market share. In his previous life, this individual was undoubtedly a golden collar, worth billions. Li Mobai pondered the necessity of befriending such an impressive young individual. Should they collaborate, it would be an unparalleled opportunity. It is worth noting the journalist's lack of professionalism in revealing the inventor's address. Such ignorance of privacy is truly regrettable. Yet, one must consider that, in this era, being featured in the newspaper is a matter of great pride. Moreover, it must be said that this invention does not seem to hold much significance for contemporary individuals, nor is there any fear of it attracting the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. In Chapter 70, one might remark that those who are reborn appear to have an extraordinary advantage, almost as if they possess foresight. There is scarcely anything beyond their knowledge. Many individuals, who will later rise to prominence and wield great influence in a decade or two, are currently obscure figures. At this juncture, Li Mobai's investment in these future titans is akin to providing timely assistance. How could these magnates possibly forget such benevolence? Henceforth, whenever they meet, there is an implicit expectation for cordiality towards him. Li Mobai has resolved to promote a membership prepayment system at Dekoshi. Should this endeavor prove successful, it would swiftly replenish significant capital. More crucially, it would greatly enhance customer loyalty. After all, the mere thought of possessing a Dekoshi membership card, with funds available, would naturally compel customers to indulge in spending. Li Mobai took note of the inventor's residential address, intending to visit him with his father. If the opportunity arises, they could collaborate and earn a modest profit together. Although he is a reborn individual, Li Mobai understands that approaching the inventor alone may not inspire trust. Qingzhou differs from Sichuan. As an inland city, its culture remains quite conservative. The populace is often hesitant to embrace novel ideas and may even exhibit some resistance. If a young man like Li Mobai were to approach them proposing collaboration, it is likely to be met with reluctance. However, having Li Mingwu accompany him would lend considerable credibility to the proposal. It must be acknowledged that, in these times, the ability to drive a car is a clear symbol of strength and status. With Li Mingwu present, the likelihood of success would soar to nearly 80%. This is the confidence and allure that tangible assets confer. There is no denying it. After school, Li Mobai sauntered home and informed his father about his plan to meet with an inventor to discuss a potential partnership. Li Mingwu expressed his surprise, asking, "My good son, I must admit, I am a bit apprehensive now. What scheme have you concocted? Is it going to require a significant expenditure?" Li Mobai quickly reassured him, "Oh, Dad, worry not. I am not one to squander money recklessly. You know my character well." Li Mingwu retorted, "Oh, spare me. You are indeed my father." Their relationship is characterized by harmony. Li Mingwu believes that as long as his child stays on the right path, refraining from engaging in nefarious activities and focusing on his studies, he should be allowed the freedom to explore his ambitions. He is not the type of parent who exerts excessive control over every aspect of his child's life. With a naive smile, Li Mobai briefly outlined his thoughts to his father regarding the membership prepayment initiative and how to implement it. His father listened, occasionally taken aback, before finally exclaiming, "I see what you mean now. According to your assertion, it essentially implies that we are facilitating the issuance of bank cards for our customers. The customers deposit their funds with us, and subsequently, they can directly use their cards for transactions." Li Mingwu suddenly comprehended the situation. Li Mobai nodded, acknowledging his father's astuteness. Truly, his background in sales had served him well. Li Mingwu took a deep breath. After all, he was a seasoned veteran. He was acutely aware of the myriad hidden benefits involved, to say nothing of the substantial sums deposited by customers, which could facilitate numerous ventures. This is tantamount to what? It equates to an interest-free loan, a tremendous boon. There is absolutely no reason to decline it. Li Mingwu exclaimed, "This is indeed a remarkable opportunity. However, my son, could there be any security risks involved? For instance, hackers or the like?" Li Mobai reassured him, "The likelihood of that is minimal. Look at this newspaper. It clearly states that the inventor hails from our very own Qinzhou, not far from our home. Drive me over there. We can have a discussion." After perusing the newspaper, Li Mingwu felt a surge of interest. He acquiesced to his son's suggestion, but believed that the offer must not be undervalued. Otherwise, how could they ensure that the inventor would collaborate with them? Li Mobai confidently replied, "Dad, rest assured. Currently, there aren't many who grasp the true value of this innovation. If we are willing, he will be eager to partner with us. Is that so? Then let us not delay. Tomorrow it shall be." Li Mingwu decisively proclaimed. The business at home, Tycoon, was indeed thriving. Even in a third-tier city, the market, though not expansive, remained bustling with customers. Dai Ryu yearned to show more concern for her son, yet the demands of the business kept her tethered and unable to leave. This provided considerable operational latitude for the father and son duo. In truth, this arrangement was quite beneficial. Each family member engaged in their own endeavors, thereby minimizing conflicts and disagreements. In their previous life, both parents had faced unemployment, remaining idle at home. Although they did not quarrel, an underlying anxiety persisted due to the lack of financial stability. Now, in midlife, with aging parents above and young children below, the absence of money breeds insecurity. Dai Ryu's current state of mind was notably positive, having shed her former despondency. The following day, the father and son ventured to the address advertised in the newspaper to meet the inventor. However, he could hardly be labeled an inventor. He was more aptly described as a technological innovator. Coincidentally, the individual was just stepping out to mail a letter. Upon seeing Li Mingwu disembark from a brand new Santana, his expression exhibited a hint of surprise. Li Mobai scrutinized this future billionaire, noting his scholarly demeanor, complete with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of intellectualism befitting a researcher. Li Mingwu, direct and to the point, expressed that he had read about the young man's interview in the newspaper and was greatly intrigued. The young man, named Zhu Qingji, was a graduate of Jinling University of Information Engineering. During his academic tenure, he had a penchant for researching related technologies, which ultimately led to the development of this system post-graduation. In truth, this was not groundbreaking. Western nations had already implemented similar systems. However, it remained a rarity domestically. Initially, Zhu Qingji was somewhat skeptical. However, upon discovering that Tycoon belonged to their family, he instantly felt invigorated. He had dined at Tycoon before and was aware of its thriving business. The other party indeed had a demand in this regard, and it seemed that his system could prove to be immensely beneficial. Li Mingwu expressed his unfamiliarity with these matters, deferring to his son. He suggested that the two young men engage in conversation. Zhu Qingji exchanged a glance with Li Mobai, who, without further ado, directly inquired about the maintenance of the system should they choose to implement it. Was there a possibility of vulnerabilities that could be exploited by intruders? Zhu Qingji realized at once that Li Mobai was well-versed in the field as soon as he spoke. Chapter 71. One must be skilled at painting grand visions, and experts' initial move reveals their competence. Li Mobai's inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. Yet, Zhu Qingji, a straightforward and earnest engineer, was not the least bit offended. Rather, he was exceptionally thrilled. This was professionalism. Engaging with a fellow expert was a true delight. Indeed, this was a matter that required refinement. However, a more secure approach would be single-store usage. To illustrate simply, this system could be likened to a computer. Under what circumstances would a computer become infected with a virus? Only when it is connected to the internet. Conversely, under what circumstances is it immune to such threats? When it operates offline, in solitary mode. In that case, no matter how formidable the virus, it cannot infiltrate. This method is undeniably safe. Nevertheless, the drawback is its limitation. Should there be multiple chain stores, coordinated usage would be impossible. Each store would operate its own system, and although users have registered at one brand's outlet, they would be unable to utilize their cards at other franchise locations. This would inevitably lead to customer dissatisfaction. Zhu Qingji elaborated passionately. Li Mobai acknowledged, this is indeed inconvenient. However, for transitional use, it should suffice. Can your system guarantee that there are no vulnerabilities? Is it stable and reliable? Is there a risk of crashing? He inquired with concern. Zhu Qingji assured him, the likelihood of this system crashing is virtually zero. In truth, the program is quite straightforward. It employs the most primitive code, ensuring high stability with minimal technical demands. As long as there are no issues with the hardware, it remains simple and easy to maintain. However, we cannot find such supportive manufacturers in Qingzhou. We must go to Xinchuan. That area is an open frontier with numerous advanced manufacturers and some of the finest programmers in the country. I plan to venture to Xinchuan to see if I can find someone willing to invest in my project. After saying this, he proudly displayed the train ticket he had just purchased. Lo and behold, it was for the day after tomorrow. Had he delayed for another couple of days, he would have missed the opportunity entirely. Li Mobai silently thanked his decisive nature. Otherwise, goodness gracious. I happen to know a tech company in Xinchuan. Do you use QQ? Li Mobai inquired with a grin. Zhu Qingji replied, I do. I have a 6-digit QQ number. He stated with considerable pride. A 6-digit QQ number would be quite valuable in 10 years, but for now, it was not quite time. Currently, the general understanding of penguins remains rather limited. Aside from a few young individuals, most middle-aged and older people are not well versed in this phenomenon. Making phone calls and sending messages are still the mainstream methods of communication. Li Mobai chuckled and remarked, what a coincidence. The penguin is mine. Zhu Qingji exclaimed, is that for real? No way. Isn't the penguin associated with Tingsun? Li Mobai replied, yes, it used to be, but it hasn't been for a few weeks now. I acquired it, right here in Xinchuan. Zhu Qingji was utterly astonished. Beside them, Li Mingwu also perked up, questioning, what is going on? Did you really spend $1 million on this? As your father, I am deeply pained. Li Mobai responded, you truly have an eye for potential. I believe the penguin has limitless prospects. Mastering it means seizing control of the social market in the internet era. It is an enormous opportunity. Zhu Qingji's words left Li Mobai quite impressed. Indeed, this young man possesses remarkable talent. As a reborn individual, Li Mobai knew such matters were not extraordinary. However, for a university student like Zhu Qingji to have such foresight was commendable. Li Mobai proposed a collaboration with Zhu Qingji to first register a copyright, after which Zhu Qingji could head to Xinchuan, where Li Mobai would facilitate coordination with the penguin team to provide him with maximum support. They would collectively refine the system. As the programmers behind the penguin are exceptionally skilled, any issues could be discussed collaboratively. Zhu Qingji would effectively be investing his technical expertise and could enjoy profit sharing in the future. Li Mobai is inherently generous. He seeks to maximize his earnings, but is also willing to share profits with others. He understands that fixating solely on the small portion of meat in the pot will never suffice. Their goal is to expand the cake. Once the cake grows larger, everyone can indulge, enabling them to continue contributing to its expansion. This creates a virtuous cycle. One should not always aspire to monopolize profits alone. That is simply unattainable. Even if feasible, it would only be temporary, and such times cannot last long. In life, we must maintain a broader perspective. Indeed, the generous offer made by Li Mobai was simply irresistible for Zhu Qingji. What Li Mobai was unaware of was that, despite Zhu Qingji's keen interest in this innovation, his family did not support it. Similar to Li Mobai's background, Zhu Qingji came from an ordinary working-class family. Both of his parents were workers facing potential unemployment. At this moment, they wished for their son to seek stable employment rather than engaging in uncertain ventures. Finding a secure job was paramount, especially since Zhu Qingji was a graduate of a prestigious university in this era, which had once been a source of pride for his parents. Yet now, other children were earning money to support their families, while he, a university graduate, remained unemployed, which was quite unacceptable. His parents urged him to consider civil service or even take up a technician position in a factory. However, Zhu Qingji was unwilling to settle. He believed he deserved a brighter future and was determined to break free from a mundane existence, eager to venture forth and seize his opportunities. At this moment, Li Mobai made his entrance, undoubtedly a beacon of hope amid the shadows of his tumultuous existence. What more is there to say? Action is imperative. I am willing. I shall oversee the technical aspects, and as for the rest, your team shall handle it. Zhu Qingji could no longer afford to underestimate this young compatriot. The depth of Li Mobai's logical reasoning left Zhu Qingji feeling somewhat awed. Li Mobai declared, it is settled. I hope that Dakosi can implement this system swiftly. I firmly believe that within 2 years, you shall become a millionaire. As a reborn individual, Li Mobai possessed an extraordinary talent for painting grand visions. When the moment calls for sweetness, one must take the initiative to provide it. In truth, his words were rather conservative. To become a millionaire in 2 years? If circumstances are favorable, it could potentially take merely a year. We live in an era of rapid development, teeming with opportunities. If one seizes the moment, earning money is truly not a difficult endeavor. Zhu Qingji felt a surge of excitement, envisioning the day he would return home in glory. Chapter 72. Stars bring quick wealth initially. He believed that for the company to be profitable, it would take at least 5 or 6 years. However, to his astonishment, it began to generate a steady stream of income. Li Mobai felt his eloquence was indeed unparalleled. Fortuitously, he remained on the right path, avoiding any missteps. Otherwise, it would have been unthinkable. Zhu Qingji, a man unwilling to accept mediocrity, was perfectly understood by Li Mobai. Since you are not content with mediocrity, that makes things easier. I am not afraid of your ambition, but rather of your lack thereof. Zhu Qingji and Li Mobai forged a collaborative intent. He would venture to Xinchuan to engage with various experts, refining the system. Once everything was in place, they could launch it commercially. He would join Jiuzhou Technology as a manager in the R&D department, with a monthly salary of 4,000 plus bonuses. A monthly salary of 4,000, even 2 decades hence, would not be considered low, let alone in this new millennium. Zhu Qingji found himself unable to refuse the offer. Having secured Zhu Qingji, Li Mobai was filled with enthusiasm. Once this value storage system was operational, wouldn't the money flow in abundantly? On Li Mingwu's side, the soaring price of ginkgo restored his confidence in his son. Indeed, his son's prophecy had once again proven accurate. Ginkgo prices had sharply risen. Although it was not yet the harvest season, individuals had already begun to seek reservations, with prices climbing from 5 yuan to 10 yuan. Li Mingwu felt exhilarated at the thought of signing contracts, yet his son cautioned him against it. Are you joking? 10 yuan per pound? That's just the beginning. Nowhere near the mark. Today's ginkgo price can reach as high as 30 yuan per pound. We are only at 1/3 of that value. As days passed, Li Mobai received a report from Yao Guangquan, indicating that the development momentum of the penguin venture was exceptionally robust, the only drawback being the need for capital. Li Mobai replied, the next round of funding will be in place shortly. Spend what needs to be spent. Though he spoke with an air of nonchalance, uncertainty lingered in his heart. During this period, they had indeed accrued some income. However, to cope with the immense expenses of the penguin, it is undoubtedly insufficient. It is time to contemplate allowing the penguin to accept investments. Historically, by the end of this year, the penguin is set to receive investments amounting to as much as $30 million. This investment is precisely what propels the penguin to soar to new heights. Even if ginkgo successfully sells at a high price, the income of over $1 million would merely be a drop in the bucket. Li Mobai has now pinned all his hopes on Xinjiang. Jiuzhou culture has already commenced operations in the mainland. It must be said that this business is indeed thriving. Li Mobai possesses a remarkably keen eye for opportunity. He has astutely identified a flourishing venture. Thus, even with his entry into the scene, Xinjiang proves to be a remarkable talent. Although he hails from Hong Kong, he holds deep affection for the mainland, recognizing that it is the root of Hong Kong's identity. The majority of present-day Hong Kong residents have origins in the mainland. Unfortunately, there are too few individuals in Hong Kong who share this sentiment. The vast majority exhibit a distinct arrogance, a curious confidence that leads them to look down upon their compatriots from the mainland, considering themselves part of a noble Western system. These individuals have knelt for too long, forgetting that they indeed possess knees. Xinjiang, on the other hand, excels in managing interpersonal relationships and navigates the mainland with the ease of a fish in water. His identity as a Hong Kong compatriot naturally engenders goodwill, and coupled with his affable nature and eloquence, he has quickly carved out a niche in the bustling commercial districts of first-tier cities in the mainland. Opportunities have poured in like snowflakes. Various commercial performances have kept the multitude of singers he has signed on a relentless schedule. On weekends, for instance, they are often required to perform multiple shows in a single day. Though the artists may find it exhausting, the financial rewards are substantial. The entertainment industry in Hong Kong has become excessively developed, resulting in an oversaturation of stars and a dearth of commercial performance opportunities. This thriving industry has led many young individuals to aspire to enter the market, dreaming of overnight success and becoming household names. However, upon entering, they often find themselves disillusioned. realizing that it is nearly impossible for newcomers to rise to prominence. While everyone witnesses the glamorous exterior and boundless charm of the major stars, who pays heed to the trials and tribulations of the lesser-known artists? Particularly in a place like Hong Kong, where every inch of land is precious. It can only be said that they managed to scrape by. The dream of home ownership and starting a family feels utterly unattainable. The real estate prices in Hong Kong can be deemed the highest in the world. As for the income of artists, apart from a minuscule number at the pinnacle of the pyramid, the majority fall at the base. Ironically, many artists remain arrogant, despite their struggles, looking down upon the mainland. Is this not a form of folly? Have you ever seen someone on the brink of starvation still being choosy? Their continued pretentiousness only serves to demonstrate one point. They are not yet desperate enough, not yet pushed to the edge. Just wait, in 7 or 8 years, when stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan flock to the mainland. Why? Because the mainland has become prosperous. There is a consensus that coming to the mainland to seek wealth is the way forward. Alas, human nature can be so contemptible. These individuals partake in the feast while disparaging their benefactors. They have undeniably profited in the mainland, yet upon returning, they mock the locals for their supposed naivety and lack of worldly experience. They engage in scathing critiques of their financial backers across various platforms. Is there a greater display of shamelessness? Even someone like Li Mobai, who has endured the trials of life, would be incensed upon encountering such reports. Wishing to confront these traitorous opportunists, it is imperative that these disloyal individuals are barred from profiting in the mainland again. I shall seize control of the market first. Truth be told, Li Mobai's initial collaboration with Chun Jiong was merely a spontaneous decision. He harbored no grand expectations for Zhuzhou culture. He assumed that meaningful profits would take several years to materialize. Yet, to his astonishment, it has become a continuous source of revenue. Chun Jiong has proven to be exceedingly reliable. After preliminary calculations, deducting costs, operational expenses, and fees for the artists, Li Mobai still stands to earn a net profit of 1 to 200,000 daily. Where else could one find such a lucrative venture? Most remarkably, there are no taxes to pay. While this practice may not be entirely ethical, the current regulatory framework in the country is insufficient to trace these earnings, thus allowing Li Mobai to amass wealth. Li Mobai is also willing to invest in Chun Jiong, directly enhancing his shareholding. As the entrance into the film industry approaches, Li Mobai finds himself enamored with Chun Jiong. With such a talent at his side, what great endeavors could he not achieve? It appears he is destined to become a significant figure in the entertainment circles of the Greater China region. Chun Jiong, in Li Mobai's eyes, embodies the ideal subordinate, capable, discerning, ambitious, yet fiercely loyal. He does not resort to cunning simply because of his youth. Such employees are rare and invaluable. Li Mobai is a man who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grievance. In his previous life, bedridden and immersed in literature, he came to understand that to accomplish great things, one must attract talent. To ensure that talent is devoted and engaged, a clear system of rewards and penalties must be established. Consequently, he has granted Chun Jiong substantial autonomy and increased his stake. Currently, Li Mobai serves merely as a titular leader, while Chun Jiong is the de facto executor. Li Mobai refrains from interfering in the company's daily operations, leaving them entirely in Chun Jiong's capable hands. The remaining profits of the company are earmarked by Li Mobai to cover the substantial expenditures of the Penguin venture. Zhuzhou culture stands as an undeniable treasure trove. Li Mobai is acutely aware of the mainland's burgeoning appetite for spiritual nourishment, a demand that is bound to expand further in the future. Consider the emergence of exorbitant salaries for stars and the ensuing scandals surrounding shady contracts. These phenomena are simply the result of indulgence. Film celebrities are reaping wealth with astonishing ease, amassing fortunes that ordinary individuals could scarcely dream of earning in a lifetime. How might the working masses react to this disparity? A singer earns hundreds of thousands or even millions from a single song. What are your thoughts on this? A so-called young star, a fresh face in the industry, performs in a film or television drama. Their acting skills are sorely lacking, with little more than a vacant stare to offer, leaving viewers feeling quite awkward. Yet, upon completion of the project, they receive 1 or 2 billion in earnings. How do you think a struggling office worker, toiling away for a meager salary of 6 or 7,000 a month, perceives such a phenomenon? I digress. In any case, Li Mobai sincerely hopes to avoid witnessing such morally questionable events in the future. Chen Jiong suggested to Li Mobai that they might consider venturing into the film industry. He possesses valuable resources and connections, and filming dramas in the mainland should yield success. This is a promising opportunity. The newly opened mainland market is in need of captivating dramas to fill the void. Although there are production teams in the mainland, it must be acknowledged that there is a disparity in both technical capabilities and the overall quality of actors compared to Hong Kong. Otherwise, one would not find an abundance of Hong Kong songs playing everywhere, nor the rampant distribution of pirated DVDs of various Hong Kong films. Li Mobai found this suggestion quite appealing. He even began to contemplate what to produce, envisioning a remake of My Fair Princess, which is bound to be a massive hit. Speaking of this drama, I wonder if My Fair Princess has already commenced production. Is there still a chance for me to get involved? Li Mobai's heart began to race with excitement. While others may be unaware, he, as a reborn individual, certainly knows better. The original My Fair Princess achieved a staggering peak viewership rating of over 62%. What does that mean? It signifies that out of 100 televisions, 62 were tuned in to watch My Fair Princess. Moreover, there were additional viewers for reruns. It was indeed a household name, drawing crowds in droves. Furthermore, this drama remained popular for a decade. Mango TV would air it every summer, consistently garnering impressive ratings. It can be said to be timeless, raking in substantial profits. Had it not been for the subsequent revelations about the moral failings of several lead actors, Li Mobai speculated that this drama could have become a perennial favorite in the market for Republic-era television productions. It is no exaggeration to say that My Fair Princess epitomized the concept of low investment and high returns. Li Mobai did not wish to miss out on such a lucrative opportunity. He asked Chen Jiong to assist in contacting a renowned female writer from Taiwan named Xiong Yao. Chen Jiong, maintaining a composed demeanor, recognized Xiong Yao as a highly esteemed author. While her works may not be regarded as literary masterpieces, they certainly possess significant market appeal. It seemed quite reasonable for Li Mobai to seek collaboration with her. It was certainly a far more sensible approach than signing with an unknown Taiwanese singer. Days passed, and soon the day of the college entrance examination arrived. Li Mobai was laden with expectations. Although his family had become affluent, ensuring a life free from financial worry, his parents, in their busy lives, naturally placed even greater hopes on his academic achievements. They wished for him to excel dramatically, bringing pride to the family. Dai Ryu seemed to bear this burden a bit more lightly, while Li Mingwu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Though he remained silent and low-key, he was internally overwhelmed by the humiliation inflicted by his brother-in-law and his wife. Over the years, while other matters were manageable, discussions about children's academic performance became the darkest moments of Li Mingwu's life. What father would willingly witness his son being scorned by others? Yet, it was undeniable that Li Mobai had previously failed to live up to expectations, indulging in leisure while his grades suffered, leaving him without a valid rebuttal. This time, Li Mingwu earnestly hoped for his son to apply himself diligently, so he could finally retaliate against Dai Chengkai and Xiao Hongmei. Dai Chengkai had already made bold claims, asserting that his son would surely excel academically. This couple had long been envious of the flourishing business of Li Mingwu and his wife, having attempted to partake in their success multiple times, only to face repeated failures. Their jealousy transformed into an obsession, with no other means to assert themselves. The couple planned to host a grand banquet after their son's college entrance examination results were announced, deliberately inviting Li Mingwu and his wife to publicly humiliate them. In their eyes, Li Mobai epitomized mediocrity, clearly incapable of achieving commendable results. They intended to ask Li Mingwu about his son's performance, knowing that, regardless of Li Mingwu's financial successes, he would be left utterly embarrassed. Dai Chengkai lamented, "Didn't I mention this last night? And what happened? Your esteemed son-in-law treated us like rabid dogs and expelled us. Is this how one conducts oneself? After all, I am his elder brother-in-law." He expressed his grievances while Xiao Hongmei echoed his sentiments, criticizing their daughter Dai Ryu for becoming a mere sycophant to Li Mingwu, disregarding her familial ties. Observing his son and daughter-in-law venting their frustrations about their daughter and son-in-law, the old man maintained an eerily calm demeanor, as if he were deaf to their complaints. Chapter 74. The children are still too innocent in this world. The most repugnant individuals are those who wield their children as weapons. The academic achievements of children become tools for their parents to launch attacks on others. Such individuals are truly the nightmares of every child's childhood. Unfortunately, Li Mobai found himself entangled with such relatives. While he felt a sense of injustice, his grievances paled in comparison to his parents, who had been enduring this for over a decade, hoping for a chance to reclaim their dignity. Li Mobai was burdened with high expectations. Yet he calmly assured his parents that he would not disappoint them, promising to achieve a remarkable turnaround. Li Mingwu was filled with joy, confident that his son was intelligent enough to vindicate his father. Dai Ryu recognized that her brother and sister-in-law had acted excessively, but being blood relatives, she did not harbor grudges like Li Mingwu. Naturally, she wished for her son to excel academically. Simultaneously, she harbored hopes that her nephew would excel and achieve commendable results, not letting the years of diligent study go to waste. The 3-day college entrance examination had concluded, and Li Mobai navigated it with remarkable ease. The questions bore little difference from those he had encountered in his previous life. His performance was exceedingly smooth, bolstered by focused and strategic revision, naturally leading to commendable results. Upon exiting the examination hall, Li Mobai's stride was particularly light and buoyant. At that moment, Natasha, timing her call perfectly, reached out to congratulate him on his newfound freedom. Li Mobai, filled with affection, expressed his eagerness to fly to Natasha's side to accompany her, deeply moving her. Though lacking practical experience, Li Mobai possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Regardless of the outcome, this signified the conclusion of his high school journey, a milestone deserving of celebration. That evening, the city's internet cafes were bound to be overflowing, alongside karaoke establishments filled with exuberant youths. Li Mobai, too, was drawn into the revelry, led by his friends to a karaoke venue. Truth be told, the ambience of the average karaoke bar resembled that of a dingy internet CAF, filthy, chaotic, and permeated with an unpleasant odor, which Li Mobai found rather off-putting. He often indulged in various expenditures, yet when it came to leisure, he felt no reluctance to spend. It was essential to find a more refined environment, especially for his good friends. Presently, several upscale hotels in Qingzhou offered singing services, a stark contrast to those shabby establishments. While Li Mobai regarded such places as merely adequate, his friends had yet to experience such sophistication. Moreover, these venues provided internet access, allowing them to indulge in gaming, an absolute paradise for Hu Bing and his companions. In this era, while the average person earned a modest salary of about 1,000 yuan a month, Li Mobai and his friends casually spent over 600 on a meal, followed by several hundred more in the hotel for singing and gaming. How delightful it was! Li Mobai reclined on the sofa, sipping beer, exclaiming, "What a pleasure! Indeed, it's exhilarating. I've never felt this comfortable before." Hu Bing responded, blissfully. The others echoed similar sentiments, many experiencing such high-end hospitality for the first time. As Li Mobai listened to his friends' raucous singing, he couldn't help but reflect on their innocence. In 10 years, such simple joys as singing would hardly suffice to address life as complexities. Singing? He chuckled to himself, considering the lack of charm without a few accompanying ladies. Having one perched on his lap and another in his embrace, now that was the true way to enjoy singing. For Hu Bing and the others, their uncomplicated satisfaction was a rare treasure, an embodiment of pure and simple joy. Their singing, albeit lacking in finesse, was nonetheless worthy of praise for its fervor. The group took turns performing, occasionally pausing to play games and unwind. For students, this truly must be the most blissful time of their lives. Li Mobai harbored little interest in singing and found video games rather uninspiring. The current offerings in the gaming realm seemed woefully subpar to him, crude and hastily produced. They failed to ignite any enthusiasm. While he abstained from gaming, he indulged in copious amounts of beer. In this era, if there was anything that brought him satisfaction, it was undoubtedly the food and drink. The culinary delights were genuinely exquisite. Take, for instance, the simplest pork. Its flavor far surpassed that of the factory-farmed pork he would encounter years later. The same could be said for chicken, duck, fish, and goose. As for the beer, Li Mobai found the hops remarkably refreshing. Paired with savory snacks, he found himself pleasantly tipsy. This was, without a doubt, the most leisurely evening he had experienced since his rebirth, effortlessly relaxed. "You all continue to enjoy yourselves. I shall step out for a moment," he announced, unsteadily rising to make his way to the restroom. It was rather perplexing that such an upscale hotel lacked private bathrooms within the booths, clearly a design oversight. Amidst the revelry, Hu Bing and the others were lost in their merriment, oblivious to his departure. Exiting the raucous booth, he navigated to the restroom in the corridor. After a release akin to a torrential flood, he experienced an unparalleled sense of relief and comfort. Youth truly had its advantages, and his vitality was abundant. After washing his face, he stepped out only to encounter several similarly inebriated middle-aged men approaching, reeking of cigarette smoke. They, too, must have been indulging in the singing festivities. These gentlemen appeared rather portly, leaving a less than favorable first impression, especially with their jowls and bald heads, adorned with ostentatious gold chains and small watches. Indeed, they fit the quintessential socialite stereotype. Wishing to avoid further interaction, Li Mobai sidestepped them. Their paths had no real intersection, and just then, a stunningly beautiful young woman emerged from the ladies' room, radiating an enchanting fragrance. She was a true gem, strikingly beautiful. The drunken men, in their stupor, could not resist the temptation to harass her, their instincts compelling them to do so. The young woman, probably caught off guard by the sudden encounter with the inebriated men, slightly paled, yet like Li Mobai, she wished to evade conflict, retreating to a corner in hopes that they would pass. Such a beautiful lady. Let me steal a kiss. One of the drunken men slurred, advancing to take advantage. Li Mobai's fortune was indeed remarkable, merely stepping out for a song and relaxation. He found himself embroiled in a scenario reminiscent of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Was this the halo of a protagonist? Surely, there must be some mistake. The woman, subjected to such ridicule, wore a visibly distressed expression. For her, it was an unprecedented affront, a humiliation of the highest order. Show some respect, step aside. The stunning young woman found herself cornered, dwarfed by a group of drunken hulks. Respect? My dear sister, it appears that your brother is unfamiliar with the very concept. Ha ha ha. Come now, let me take a look at your figure. The bloated-faced drunkard was evidently a seasoned rogue, leering with the intent to take advantage of the beautiful woman. Stop! Help! Get away from me, you scoundrel! The woman screamed in terror, her voice echoing through the corridor. Yet, she was encircled by several burly men, and with no hotel staff in sight, only Li Mobai could come to her rescue. To be candid, Li Mobai had initially wished to remain uninvolved. If the woman were merely being teased, with the drunken men engaging in lewd banter without escalating their actions, he would have turned a blind eye. After all, one cannot reason with a drunken fool. However, given the current circumstances, he found it increasingly difficult to look away. Li Mobai could not abide the mistreatment of women. It is one thing for intoxicated men to jest with a beautiful girl, perhaps even whistle at her, which, while inappropriate, could be somewhat understood. Yet, when they resort to lewd behavior under the guise of their inebriation, that crosses the line. With a deep sigh, Li Mobai turned and barked. Stop! Let her go? In that moment, Li Mobai must have appeared exceptionally dashing, akin to a film hero confronting villains who harass a damsel. Release that young lady. If you have grievances, direct them at me. His furious declaration was a beacon of hope for the distressed woman, who quickly turned to him for aid. The drunken men, in their inebriated state, were particularly volatile, their minds clouded. Li Mobai had previously dealt with a gang of unruly drunks in Sichuan. But these men were of a different caliber, seasoned players in the game of life. In this era, those clad in suits and sporting bulging bellies often possessed some degree of influence. Frankly speaking, the likelihood is that these corpulent individuals hailed from affluent backgrounds, as ordinary folks cannot indulge in lavish feasts of poultry and fish. Their robust physiques suggest hidden avenues of wealth, secrets not meant for the ears of outsiders. Who do you think you are? This is none of your business. Get lost. The hulking men dismissed Li Mobai with brutal contempt. Call the police. Find the hotel security. The beautiful woman pleaded, standing on her tiptoes for emphasis. Li Mobai turned in response to her voice, and upon recognition, he was taken aback. The face was all too familiar. Hemingway. In a previous life, he had sacrificed his own mobility to save her. What a twist of fate to encounter her here. Caught in a bewildered state, Li Mobai found himself momentarily paralyzed, his mind blank. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Hemingway was left to face the dire situation. The leading drunkard audaciously reached out to caress her delicate face. The nauseating stench of alcohol emanating from him made Hemingway feel utterly repulsed. It was her piercing scream, filled with despair, that struck Li Mobai like a bolt from the blue. No, he could not stand idly by. He swiftly removed his coat and wrapped it around his right hand, for the buttons were made of sturdy brass. When dealing with these inebriated men, a fist was the most effective means of communication. Drawing from his experiences in Sichuan, Li Mobai wasted no time and delivered a powerful blow to a lecherous man who had been pointing at him. The hard brass button sent the man crashing to the ground, howling in pain. The drunken men, clearly taken aback by Li Mobai's audacity to strike, were momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, the beautiful woman slipped from their grasp and hid behind Li Mobai. "It's all right, you should leave." Li Mobai could feel Haimingwei's terror, her ample bosom brushing against his arm, yet he was too preoccupied to dwell on such sensations. "I'll go call for help, you should run." Haimingwei, after all, was a decisive young woman. Unlike the heroines in melodramatic films, who insist on sharing their fates with the male lead, she acted swiftly to escape. The drunken men, witnessing their catch slip away, grew furious. Li Mobai's action of taking down one of their own further ignited their wrath, leading to an intense confrontation. The burly men sought to gang up on Li Mobai, but he had grown sufficiently strong. With his coat wrapped around his hand, his strikes were akin to those of a boxing glove. Faced with a group of staggering drunks, he found it relatively easy to evade their wild punches and counterattack with precision. Soon, the ground was littered with their fallen forms. Such commotion naturally attracted onlookers. The first to arrive were the hotel security personnel. A man who appeared to be the security manager rushed over, his expression changing dramatically upon seeing the incapacitated drunks. He cried out in alarm for Brother Hu, instructing his subordinates to assist the battered figure. Li Mobai, to be frank, found Brother Hu the most detestable among the lewd drunks. Thus, he delivered a couple more punches to him, only to realize he might have crossed paths with someone formidable. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he was the gallant hero in this scenario. Moreover, no matter how powerful Brother Hu's connections might be, could they rival Haimingwei's allure? He found that hard to believe. With an air of captivating charm, she stood as a rare beauty amidst the inebriated men who were now clouded in drunken stupor. Naturally, when a stunning woman appeared, they felt compelled to make advances. The beautiful woman, just emerging from the restroom, could not have anticipated encountering the drunken men so soon. Slightly taken aback, she, like Li Mobai, wished to avoid confrontation, standing back against the wall, hoping the drunks would pass. "What a lovely young lady. Let me steal a kiss," they shouted lewdly. The intoxicated man brazenly sought to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 76. The heroic rescue amidst thunderous strikes in shallow waters. Turtles abound, and everywhere are big brothers. Li Mobai was uncertain about many things, but one point was abundantly clear. Haimingwei was a figure of great reverence. Her familial connections were unfathomably deep, and the extent of her influence remained shrouded in mystery. She undoubtedly belonged to the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. The so-called Tiger Brother and his ilk were mere jesters in her presence. This was precisely why Li Mobai dared to take the initiative. He relished the thought of sending these ruffians scurrying for cover. The more fiercely he fought, the closer his bond with Haimingwei would grow. Hu Bing and his companions finally sensed something amiss and rushed out. Upon witnessing Li Mobai in a standoff with the hotel security, a group of brash youths immediately charged forward. These youngsters were fiercely loyal, and since Li Mobai had invited them to enjoy themselves, they could not idly stand by as he was bullied. "How dare you strike Tiger Brother? Do you have any idea who he is? He is a figure who commands both the underworld and the legitimate world in Qinzhou. With a single phone call, he could take half your life," barked the security captain. Li Mobai retorted, "Who is this Tiger Brother? I have no acquaintance with him. Even if he is the king of the heavens, I fear him not." His bravado was palpable. Hu Bing and his companions, having consumed a fair amount of beer, were in a tipsy state, their emotions easily ignited. The moment they saw the hotel security threatening Li Mobai, they erupted with indignation. "How dare you threaten our brother? Do you not regard us as worthy?" In this day and age, hotels and entertainment venues are the breeding grounds for disturbances, with everyone perceiving themselves as a big shot. Particularly after being influenced by numerous Hong Kong gangster films, anyone daring to show disrespect would not hesitate to resort to violence. Tiger Brothers' gang were the local enforcers of such establishments, tasked with maintaining order and deterring troublemakers. Most of them had criminal records and were seasoned offenders, having long since abandoned any notion of reform. Ordinary people would do well to avoid crossing paths with them, for attempting to reason with such individuals was utterly futile. They thrived on the assumption that no one would dare confront them. To the security personnel, Li Mobai and his young companions were mere novices, foolishly challenging the ruthless Tiger Brother, as if they were courting death. "What are you shouting about? Let me tell you, none of you will escape. Otherwise, Tiger Brother will come looking for us to vent his frustrations. The security captain cowardly instructed his subordinates to block Li Mobai and his friend's retreat, effectively planning to sell Li Mobai out to appease Tiger Brother. What a cunning calculation. Bah! This scoundrel dares to harass respectable women. I will strike him every time I see him. If he dares to show his face again, I shall kick him to death, shattering his very essence. Li Mobai audaciously proclaimed, relishing the chaos. After all, Tiger Brother was, at the very least, a figure of some repute, having navigated the underworld for many years. Relying on nothing but his reputation, people are willing to show him respect for his face. Thus, he possesses authority. However, today, it is evident that his dignity has been thoroughly tarnished. Li Mobai, in his ruthlessness, has left him no room for reprieve. One must ponder, after this incident spreads, who will still hold Tiger Brother in esteem. He has been ruthlessly beaten by a group of young brats. How can he continue to mingle in society? Wouldn't he that provoke laughter? Tiger Brother, enraged, exclaimed, "You bastard, I will crush you." Staggering to his feet, he drew a spring knife he habitually carried, intending to draw blood from Li Mobai. Those who inhabit the underworld always keep such small knives close at hand. In this era, there is no concept of controlling bladed instruments. As long as it is not a firearm or an excessively large machete, the police generally do not intervene. Even if caught, one could simply claim it to be a fruit knife for personal use. What could anyone say to that? Just as the situation seemed poised to escalate further, a new group approached, exuding an aura of menace. The leader bellowed, "Everyone, stand down." His voice was powerful, resonating with authority, instantly jolting Tiger Brother from his intoxicated stupor. Subsequently, a middle-aged man with a square face entered, followed by several capable young men. A dignified woman brought up the rear, offering comfort to Hai Mingwei. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Mobai breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, reinforcements had arrived. As expected, the middle-aged man's eyes glinted with lethal intent, a stark contrast to Tiger Brother and his ilk. "Who are you, the clown that has emerged from the shadows? What business do you have here?" Tiger Brother roared with lifeless eyes, oblivious to the peril he faced. Director Gao, the hotel's head of security, clearly possessing discernment, had previously attended to prominent figures in the city. Their line of work necessitated such acumen, as one must flatter the powerful. If a city bigwig visited the hotel and was treated like an ordinary guest, a petty grievance could lead to significant repercussions for the hotel. The imposing figure before them was none other than Director Gao of the city's police department. Known for his strong-handed approach, he was a stern enforcer of justice, intolerant of any wrongdoing. Encountering today's debacle was undoubtedly a troublesome affair for him. "Mingwei, are these the culprits?" Director Gao disregarded the obsequious head of security and turned to Hai Mingwei. "Indeed, it is them. Had it not been for this young man's assistance, I would have been unable to escape." Hai Mingwei sobbed, her tears akin to wilting blossoms, evoking deep sympathy. To see such a beautiful woman weep is truly an unforgivable sin. Upon observing this scene, Li Mobai could hardly restrain himself from giving Tiger Brother another sound thrashing, feeling that would suffice to ease his ire. "Arrest them all and take them away." With a commanding gesture, Director Gao signaled, and several capable young men surged forward, handcuffing the bewildered Tiger Brother and his companions. The drunken brutes, in their agitation, began to brandish various small weapons in a futile attempt to resist. Alas, this only exacerbated their predicament, as their actions escalated from public disorder to assaulting law enforcement. "Tiger Brother, cease your struggles. This is Director Gao of the city police. You cannot afford to provoke him." The hotel security captain quietly reminded the others. His intentions were well-meaning, yet for the intoxicated Tiger Brother, such considerations held little weight. "Heaven is the oldest, earth the second, and I am the third. What do I care about your high-ranking positions? Here, I am the boss. To hell with it. What high-ranking positions are you talking about? Even if the king of heaven himself came, I would not be afraid." Tiger Brother bellowed arrogantly. The hotel security captain could only watch as a look of despair washed over his face, while Li Mobai felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. Chapter 77. The Beauty Like a Delicate Flower. For Li Mobai, this was indeed a moment of glory. While Tiger Brother and his unruly gang could bully the common folk, they were foolish to think they could throw their weight around in front of the authorities. The police, not one to indulge such insolence, swiftly apprehended Tiger Brother and his cohorts at the command of the chief. At that moment, a substantial reinforcements of police arrived, surrounding the entire hotel. The management, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurried over. Upon learning that a friend of the chief had been harassed within their establishment, the hotel manager nearly collapsed from shock. What are we to do now? Thank you so much. Have we met somewhere before? You look very familiar, Hai Mingwei said, disregarding the sycophantic hotel executives and directly expressing her gratitude to Li Mobai. Upon seeing him, she felt a sense of dizziness. For reasons unknown, this young face seemed familiar, invoking a strange sense of closeness within her, as if they had been lovers in a past life. In truth, they had shared a profound bond in their previous existence. You also seem very familiar, as if we knew each other from a past life, Li Mobai jested. Hai Mingwei wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and sincerely thanked him once again. Li Mobai instantly replied that it was his duty. No one could stand idly by in the face of such events. Director Gao approached, admiring the gallant young man before him, and expressed his high regard for his courageous actions with a pat on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Hu Bing, quick-witted as always, discerned the situation and recognized that Director Gao was a significant figure, one that the hotel could not afford to offend. Thus, he interjected on Li Mobai's behalf, stating, "Uncle, you don't know? Just a moment ago, the hotel security tried to apprehend us, claiming that Tiger Brother was someone we couldn't provoke. They wanted to hand us over to those thugs to appease him. Had you not arrived in time, we would have been in dire straits. They were utterly arrogant." Li Mobai was taken aback. This was not a line he had prompted Hu Bing to deliver, yet it resonated deeply with him. The hotel's actions in this incident were indeed infuriating. Ideally, when I choose to patronize your establishment, you bear the obligation to ensure my safety. This is the most fundamental rule of conducting business. Yet, rather than protect their guests, you colluded with the thugs. If such behavior goes unpunished, what will happen the next time someone is bullied? Such occurrences should not be tolerated. Director Gao's suppressed fury surged once more. Indeed, we can all bear witness. His close friends chimed in, eager to testify. The hotel, even if it wished to deny the truth, found itself cornered. A misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. The hotel manager forced a smile. Hai Mingwei interjected, "Uncle Gao, you handle this as you see fit. I shall take my leave. This wretched place disgusts me." Director Gao stood speechless. Li Mobai was equally taken aback. Hai Mingwei's words, though not a death sentence for the hotel, certainly cast a shadow over its reputation. "Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. This matter will be dealt with severely," Director Gao solemnly assured Hai Mingwei. "Are all these your classmates? They appear to be fine young men. Please leave me your contact number," he continued. Hai Mingwei produced an adorable pink phone, while Li Mobai promptly shared his number as well. Hu Bing and the others, basking in Hai Mingwei's praise, could hardly contain their glee, their spirits lifted by the compliment of an attractive woman. Such admiration from the opposite sex is simply irresistible to men. A large contingent of police arrived, initiating a comprehensive and thorough inspection of the hotel. Frankly, in this day and age, it is nearly impossible for hotels to be entirely pristine. There are invariably murky areas lurking. Such establishments often find it difficult to avoid harboring filth. Once an investigation is underway, it is a certainty that the truth will be unveiled. Was the hotel truly innocent? One could argue it was quite unjustly implicated. Had the notorious Tiger not made an appearance today, none of this would have transpired. Yet, fate can be cruel. Li Mobai and his companions were reveling in their merriment, having spent a considerable sum, yet now the hotel dared not demand payment. It was more likely they would offer compensation to quell their ire. A throng of young students surrounded Hai Mingwei as she exited the hotel. A woman of such charm holds undeniable allure for young men. "Sister Mingwei, you drive? That is so cool," Hu Bing exclaimed upon spotting Hai Mingwei's sleek black car, his eyes wide in astonishment. In this era, owning a car is a definite symbol of status. Hai Mingwei, still youthful, with her vehicle adorned with the distinguished license plate numbered 00009, exuded an air of capability and strength. "How will you all return? Do you need a ride?" She playfully tossed her hair. Li Mobai was momentarily entranced. Truly, she was breathtaking. In a previous life, he had encountered Hai Mingwei on numerous occasions, yet at that time, he lay bedridden, consumed by despair, unable to appreciate her beauty. Now, he had the chance to admire her up close. In his mind, he compared Hai Mingwei to Natasha, concluding that while Natasha possessed a striking, heroic beauty, Hai Mingwei embodied a tender allure. Both women wielded a formidable charisma that could easily captivate men. Perhaps Haiming Wei aligns more with the aesthetic ideals of the Chinese, representing the traditional image of elegance and grace. Li Mobai had consumed quite a bit of beer, although he had recently indulged in considerable libations. His head still spun with a delightful haze, gazing at the enchanting beauty before him. He could not help but reminisce about Natasha and the cherished moments they had shared in intimate repose. Those were truly nostalgic days. Now that he had completed his college entrance examinations, he felt liberated at last. By a stroke of fortune, he had also become acquainted with Haiming Wei and formed a promising bond. Life had indeed been generous to him, in gratitude towards this spirited group of young individuals. Filled with a sense of justice, Haiming Wei offered to escort them home to spare their families from worry about their late return. No need, no need. We can take a taxi, they replied. Today had been exceedingly delightful. They had enjoyed a complimentary day at the hotel, indulging in sumptuous feasts. Hu Bing was particularly exhilarated. For the youth, sometimes a small advantage could ignite an overwhelming sense of joy. In Chapter 78, Correcting Bad Habits, Li Mobai found himself abandoned by his friends. To be precise, Hu Bing and the others intended to create an opportunity for him. Truly, what good brothers they were. The four of them squeezed into a taxi, leaving Li Mobai alone in the night, accompanied only by Haiming Wei. Once it was just the two of them, Haiming Wei relaxed considerably. After all, he was the one who had rescued her from danger. There was nothing to conceal from him. Believe it or not, I feel as if we have met before, and there is this inexplicable bond between us, as if we are long-lost friends who have faced life and death together, Haiming Wei said, her stunning, expressive eyes fixed intently on Li Mobai. This was her heartfelt confession, though she had lacked the opportunity to voice it earlier due to the presence of others. Li Mobai, while maintaining a cheerful facade, was inwardly drenched in cold sweat. He was astonished by Haiming Wei's uncanny intuition. It was evident that today marked their first encounter. So why had she made such a statement? Could it be that his actions in a parallel world had saved her? Was there a connection between the two occurrences? He had not experienced this phenomenon with anyone else since his rebirth. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Li Mobai decided to dismiss the matter from his mind and playfully urged Haiming Wei not to overthink it. Upon learning that he was a fresh graduate, Haiming Wei cheerfully inquired about his examination results and which university he intended to attend. Well, I suppose I'll choose one from the top 10 universities. Li Mobai replied nonchalantly. Are you serious? You must be joking, Haiming Wei remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, Li Mobai's claim was rather audacious. Of course, I am serious. I am, after all, a top student, he asserted, feeling a flush of embarrassment as he acknowledged his own boastfulness. However, the words have been spoken, and there is no turning back. A top scholar? I believe you are nowhere near that status. Haiming Wei teased mockingly. Li Mobai coughed. How about this? Let us make a wager. If I am accepted into a prestigious university, you must grant me one request. What do you say? Haiming Wei responded, absolutely. However, what if you fail to gain admission? She scrutinized the tall, handsome young man before her with amusement. In that case, I too shall grant you a request. Do you dare to wager? What is there to fear? It is settled then. Under the cover of night, the two signed their agreement. Subsequently, Haiming Wei offered to drive Li Mobai home. During their journey, she gleaned further insights into Haiming Wei's family. Upon learning that Dakos was her family's venture, she expressed admiration, stating that fried chicken and hamburgers surely have a thriving market. Work diligently, and you could earn a fortune. Li Mobai had previously managed to maintain his composure in the presence of beautiful women, as he had never tasted the sweetness of love. Thus, no matter how stunning the woman, she merely seemed average to him. Yet, now the situation was different. He had nearly applauded alongside Natasha in the name of love, and his immunity to beauty was rapidly diminishing. Haiming Wei resembled a ripe peach, so delectable that merely gazing upon her was a temptation in itself. Li Mobai's heart felt a pang of yearning. After escorting Li Mobai to his home, Haiming Wei advised him to rest early before driving away. Watching the taillights of the beautiful woman's car fade from view, he could not help but sigh deeply. Ah, the age-old lament of unrequited love, a sorrow that seems endless. It is high time I rectify my habit of falling for every attractive face I encounter, lest I devolve into a lecherous old fool. Though I am a person reborn with the foresight of the future, Li Mobai believed it unlikely that a beautiful girl would become hopelessly infatuated with him at first glance. Such notions are merely the fabrications of urban romance novels. Unreliable. Hai Mingwei's fervent interest in him stemmed primarily from her gratitude for his support during her most vulnerable moments. Tread lightly, he thought as he returned home to rest, for tomorrow heralds a new day. The conclusion of the college entrance examination signified a release of the tension that had gripped both students and parents alike. Everyone could finally relax. Decas experienced a slight surge in customer traffic. Li Mingwu had not been to the shoe factory for quite some time, resulting in the sales department coming to a standstill. The factory manager was furious, seething with rage as he demanded harsh penalties for the inaction of the sales team. Yet what could he do? The sales department was the dominion of his brother-in-law, leaving him powerless. Despite his bluster, if it came to consequences, there was no one to take the fall. It was only then that they recognized the immense contribution of Li Mingwu, the diligent workhorse, over the years. Now that he had stepped back, the entire sales operation had fallen apart. You must find a way to bring Li Mingwu back to work, Xiao Shanpao bellowed at his brother-in-law. Son Wuya, dear brother-in-law, please refrain from speaking further. It is evident that Li Mingwu will not be returning. He has embarked on a venture with his wife, earning in a single day what would typically take him an entire month as salary. How could he possibly come back to work? Son Wuliang lamented, his face a portrait of despair. This young man is not foolish. He realizes that without Li Mingwu, he is merely a shadow of his former self. He had contemplated humbly inviting Li Mingwu back, but to his dismay, he faced a humiliating rebuke from him, which left him thoroughly agitated. Yet, he finds himself powerless against Li Mingwu. Xiao Shanpao expressed his disdain, believing Li Mingwu has grown overly arrogant, as if he has ascended to some lofty position. However, recognizing that Li Mingwu has connections with influential figures in the city, he refrains from taking any rash actions. Nevertheless, the fervor surrounding the concert has waned, and it is likely that the city's elite have already forgotten who Li Mingwu is. At this juncture, this young man continues to flaunt his inflated ego before them. And if Xiao Shanpao does not address this, he fears his authority within the factory will be irrevocably compromised. Son Wuliang asserted, brother-in-law. He is merely a small-minded individual who has found momentary success. I believe it is not difficult to find competent salespeople. After all, there are countless individuals in the streets. I plan to publicly announce a recruitment drive to bring in 7 or 8 capable sales professionals to resolve this matter. As soon as you give your approval, I shall set the wheels in motion. Xiao Shanpao nodded, recognizing the value of sales talent in advancing the prepaid card business. Over the past few decades, securing a position in a state-owned factory, thus obtaining a stable livelihood, has been the lifelong aspiration of many ordinary individuals. However, barring a few exceptional periods, typical factories do not easily recruit from the general populace. It is absurd. Internal positions are limited, and fulfilling the needs of employees' children has nearly saturated the available roles. How could they allow outsiders to encroach upon their share? Indeed, this situation is quite normal. The social order is structured thus, and this will remain true even a decade hence. Companies with particularly favorable economic outcomes seldom seek external recruitment. Otherwise, internal employees would raise objections. The next generation must replace us. In professional parlance, this is referred to as succession. It is a hereditary transmission of roles, where positions are passed down through generations. This rigid mechanism serves the interests of a select few, but encroaches upon the broader populace's welfare. Furthermore, it inevitably leads to a decline in the competitiveness of enterprises. Simply put, without a sense of urgency, how can one expect workers to possess any enthusiasm or passion for their jobs? The products produced by such companies are bound to fall short of quality standards, and accountability becomes a challenge. After all, these are state-owned enterprises. What can one do? In the past, individuals had no choice but to endure the situation with resignation. Now, with private enterprises offering competitive products on the market, the public will naturally make informed choices. This phenomenon elucidates the reasons behind the closure of numerous state-owned factories. Indeed, the products simply do not align with market demands. With the continual opening up of the economy, the allure of working in state-owned factories has diminished significantly compared to a decade ago, rendering such positions less coveted. Presently, few aspire to join these enterprises, which seem to be on the brink of collapse themselves. Numerous once mighty factories have faltered, and to seek employment there now would be a folly. The tides of fortune have shifted dramatically over the past 30 years. Entering a factory used to be a prestigious endeavor, whereas venturing into the private sector is now the prevailing trend. Even those of lesser ambition are striving in coastal cities. leaving little desire to languish in factories of third-tier cities. Sun Wuliang anticipated that the announcement of job openings would attract a multitude of talented individuals. However, the disparity between expectation and reality was stark. Following the recruitment notice from the shoe factory, applicants did appear, yet they were predominantly middle-aged men and women, alongside unemployed youths lacking direction. Clearly, such candidates were ill-suited for sales roles. Sun Wuliang was understandably frustrated, while his factory manager brother-in-law was infuriated. Although he wielded considerable power within the factory, this authority was contingent upon his ability to ensure its smooth operation. Should he falter, discontent would arise not only from the workforce, but also from higher-ups seeking accountability. The shoe factory, unlike a food processing plant, boasted a workforce of over 1,000 employees. Any unrest could precipitate substantial upheaval. Few could withstand the turmoil that might ensue. Xiaoshan Pao felt a deep sense of urgency. Realizing that the type of leadership was less critical than the presence of competent employees, particularly those skilled in market expansion. It is no exaggeration to assert that had Li Mingwu not devoted himself to caring for the bedridden Li Mobai in a previous life, he might have forged a successful path in Sichuan. In this life, Li Mobai's sole ambition was to see his father thrive and achieve greatness. While anyone could assume the role of a factory manager, finding capable sales personnel was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Under his son's guidance, Li Mingwu had begun engaging with potential investors interested in joining Dixie. Compared to the high barriers associated with other franchises, Dixie aligned more closely with the current realities of the nation. Furthermore, under Li Mobai's counsel, Dixie had established its own talent reserve center. Upon receiving franchise fees, it would be imperative to dispatch individuals for guidance, ensuring that their local endeavor in the chicken industry would be exemplary. In summary, these initiatives were commendable, yet their sole drawback lay in the financial implications. Indeed, the expenditure was considerable. Li Mingwu confided in his son that he had been reallocating funds from Dai Ruyu's business earnings. His mother placed immense trust in his father, allowing Li Mingwu to deposit the store's revenue into the bank, thereby granting him some operational leeway. However, a strategy of solely inflow without outflow was unsustainable. Even if Dixie were to reap substantial profits, such lavish spending could not be sustained indefinitely. Li Mobai could only reassure his father, urging patience. For this situation was merely temporary, and financial prosperity would soon follow. Meanwhile, in Sichuan, Zhu Qingji had meticulously perfected the entire system. After countless trials, it was confirmed to be flawless. Although future connectivity was feasible, Li Mobai deemed the current technology still immature, opting to refrain from network integration for the time being. Upon receiving the news, Li Mobai instructed Zhu Qingji to return to Qingzhou with a complete system, as his Dexy establishment needed to install this system first. Capitalizing on the post-examination fervor, he aimed to generate substantial revenue. Zhu Qingji had brought along 2,000 membership cards, and Li Mobai requested his father to send over young reserve talent for training, as the current main staff at Dexy were primarily his mother's colleagues. While these seasoned workers were undeniably diligent and hardworking, their capacity to adapt to new technologies was limited due to their age. Thus, the cash register duties would eventually need to be taken over by the younger generation. Dai Ryu, what on earth is happening here? Dai Ryu expressed her confusion upon witnessing Li Mobai's considerable commotion. Li Mobai directed his father to clarify the situation while he busied himself with Zhu Qingji, who would instruct the young recruits on operating the system. The user interface was straightforward, especially since it would not be connected to the internet. A simple understanding of the essential steps sufficed. Dai Ryu, is this thing reliable? Will customers really be able to use their cards for purchases? Li Mobai, mother, what are you saying? How could it not be reliable? This is high technology. We must trust in the power of innovation. In just a few years, we will all embrace the era of electronic payments. What is electronic payment? It means being able to traverse the world with just a mobile phone, without carrying cash. Oh, never mind, you might not grasp all this. Just rest assured, it's entirely dependable. The key is that it saves time and effort, Li Mobai explained. Chapter 80. Accepting investment to launch the cash register system business. The human brain is not a computer. When it comes to calculations, human error is inevitable, especially in bustling environments, which had manifested several times at Dexy. Instances of undercharging or overcharging customers had occurred, leading to inevitable disputes. Consequently, this resulted in a minor financial loss. However, Once the prepaid consumption service was implemented, the process would become significantly simpler, just a mindless swipe of the card. Initially, Dai Ryu held reservations about this novel concept, doubting its potential popularity. However, reality soon contradicted her skepticism. On Saturday, the inaugural day of the membership prepaid service, Li Mobai organized a promotion. Customers who topped up their balance by 100 yuan would receive a complimentary piece of succulent chicken. As a result, Zhu Qingji's computer was inundated with eager customers seeking to recharge their accounts. Many even opted for 200 or 300 yuan at once. Dai Ryu stood by, astonished, while Li Mingwu, despite his calm demeanor, was equally taken aback. "My dear, with this, isn't the money within our grasp?" As the college entrance examination concludes, there remains a considerable influx of students eager to spend. Remarkably, nearly 2,000 prepaid cards were utilized in a single day, resulting in an impressive revenue exceeding 300,000. Moreover, this strategy significantly alleviates the pressure on cashiers during peak hours, a veritable twofold benefit. Li Mingwu, with his sales acumen, remains astutely perceptive. He examined the machine, his mind racing, and then discreetly pulled his son aside. "My eldest son," he exclaimed, "this presents an incredible business opportunity. Why not sell this machine outright? In all my years traversing this vast land, I have never encountered such an innovation. I sense a market waiting to be tapped." Li Mingwu's excitement was palpable. Li Mobai felt his father's words resonate deeply within him. He too had entertained the same notion. This cash register system, currently unprecedented in the domestic market, could indeed fetch a handsome price. "I am well aware of this matter. I have already contemplated the potential for external sales. The entire market could be ours," Li Mobai declared with confidence. Upon hearing this, Li Mingwu nodded approvingly, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he patted his son's shoulder in commendation. With a surge of cash flow, Li Mingwu now possessed the courage and resources to embark on a grand venture. Yet, for Li Mobai, this sum paled in comparison to his ambitious aspirations. If only he had 10 stores, he could truly unleash his potential. He inquired with Zhu Qingji about the minimal cost to implement this prepaid system. Zhu Qingji indicated that, should the scale of operations expand, he could confidently reduce the cost to within a few hundred yuan, though the accompanying computer would be an additional expense. Nonetheless, the operational requirements for the computer were not overly demanding. Upon hearing this, Li Mobai was elated. "Splendid. Perfect," he declared. He entrusted the promotion of this system to his father, confident that with his persuasive abilities, no product would remain unsold. Meanwhile, on the Penguin front, Yao Guangquan reported to Li Mobai that a Hong Kong enterprise expressed willingness to invest. Inca Digital from Hong Kong was prepared to invest $110,000. Having recognized the promising direction of the Penguin's development, Li Mobai remained composed, recalling that it was also at this juncture in the previous life when the Penguin secured its first investment from Inca Digital. Yao Guangquan suggested that they should accept the offer, as the Penguin urgently required funds to expand its server capacity. With the growing user base, failing to augment the servers would lead to catastrophic congestion. Li Mobai agreed, instructing Yao Guangquan to oversee the arrangements. He entrusted him with full responsibility. Simultaneously, he sent Yao Guangquan an email filled with numerous suggestions, all gleaned from a post he had encountered in his previous life. This discussion revolved around the question of why, amidst a fierce competitive landscape, the Penguin emerged victorious. Despite the multitude of formidable adversaries, some with substantial backing and others with immense capital, ultimately, they all faded into oblivion. As for the attainment of victory, the reasons articulated are often quite subtle. For instance, the company has designed colorful avatars with distinct personalities for its users, which are vibrant and animated while online, but turn gray when offline. It has stored users' friend information on its servers, allowing individuals to effortlessly locate their companions regardless of the device they switch to, thus preventing the desolation of their meticulously constructed realms. These minute details reflect the essence of life, delicate, unassuming, yet necessitating careful nurturing. Other social networking platforms of the same era have notably fallen short in this regard. Of course, this phenomenon is understandable. Those with abundant resources do not regard users as deities, but merely as data. This parallels the current wave of closures in state-owned enterprises. Companies that neglect to prioritize user service cannot thrive amidst market competition. Only by placing users at the forefront can they flourish and capture market share. Many applications even perceive an excess of users as a burden, as an influx of users escalates operational costs and complicates revenue collection. This is indeed a vexing dilemma. They overlook a crucial truth. In the internet era, users equate to revenue, and traffic translates to wealth. Once the user base of this platform reached a critical mass, the potential advertising revenue became unimaginable. Previously, the concept of monetizing advertisements on social networking sites was pioneered by this platform, being the first in the world to do so. Other applications followed suit only months later. The staggering daily impressions and clicks achieved by its advertisements are beyond the imagination of any other website. The second strategy involved collaborating with telecommunications operators. This platform approached the national mobile company, with varying responses from provincial branches. After considerable negotiation, a few provinces reluctantly permitted the integration of the platform's system into their data centers for trial use, albeit with a requirement for server hosting fees, akin to luggage storage in a train station. Seizing this opportunity propelled the platform to unprecedented heights, as many users first encountered the internet through its services, especially during the era when its software was pre-installed on mobile devices. At its zenith, nearly half of the revenue from the national mobile company's Dream Network business was monopolized by this platform, with mobile and unified communications companies collecting information fees on its behalf, thus becoming its primary source of income. Additionally, the third initiative involved granting licensing rights for brand derivatives. The platform sold its plump mascot to a private clothing company in Guangzhou at an exceptionally high price, with the licensing agreement renewed annually. Beyond the transfer fee, it also received a commission on sales exceeding a specified threshold. All these avenues represent substantial financial gains. In Chapter 81, having made a resolute decision, the hotel manager comes to plead for mercy. Li Mobai initially believed he could sweep through the world like the protagonists in the reincarnation novels he had previously read. However, reality imparted a vivid lesson to him. Despite his diligent efforts, the achievements he garnered remained relatively modest. Merely being reborn did not render him invincible. Progress must be made step by step. Fortunately, he had successfully acquired the penguin, a veritable treasure trove and a cornerstone for his future commercial aspirations. The period leading up to the release of the college entrance examination results marked the most leisurely time in the lives of the seniors. Once the results were announced, it would be a blend of joy and sorrow for many. Li Mobai remained composed, confident in his performance. "Old Bai, have you heard? The Qingzhou Hotel has been sealed off. Operations are suspended," Hu Bing exclaimed, eager to share the news. "Wow, it seems that the beautiful sister you saved truly has some connections." "Of course," Li Mobai replied. "Did you not notice how polite our city bureau chief was towards her? She must have significant backing." "Indeed, I think your luck is remarkable. From Natasha to this Hemingway, your romantic prospects are endless." Hu Bing chuckled, his laughter tinged with a hint of envy, but devoid of malice. "Come on now, don't be ridiculous. What status do we have compared to her? You should stop daydreaming. I'm telling you, securing a stable job is what truly matters." Li Mobai deftly shifted the topic. Hu Bing languidly asserted that he would simply stick with Li Mobai. After all, as brothers, if Li Mobai had a meal, he would surely share. Li Mobai felt exasperated by Hu Bing's attitude of expecting unearned benefits. Given their friendship, if Hu Bing truly intended to sponge off him, he would have to accept it. For what else could he do? They were, after all, brothers. Li Mobai initially contemplated arranging a relaxed job for Hu Bing. Given his poor academic performance, technical roles would likely be unsuitable for him. Perhaps a management position? However, Li Mobai harbored some reservations about that. With Hu Bing's temperament, he might inadvertently ruin the entire team. Ultimately, he decided to postpone that discussion. As Li Mobai concluded his call with Hu Bing, before he could even set down his phone, another call came in from an unfamiliar number. Although he did not recognize it, the last four digits were 6868, a rather auspicious number. The Chinese place great emphasis on such matters. In this day and age, anyone able to afford a mobile phone undoubtedly held a certain status, and a number with such a lucky sequence signified wealth or nobility, much like a prestigious vehicle registration. Li Mobai could not afford to be dismissive. He answered the call. "Is this Mr. Li?" A fawning voice inquired from the other end. Li Mobai was momentarily taken aback. It was peculiar for someone bearing such a number to address him so obsequiously. Something felt amiss. "This is I. May I ask who is calling?" Li Mobai responded courteously, uncertain of the caller's intentions. Hello. I am Lu Fugui, the general manager of the Qingzhou Hotel. We met the other night. The voice on the line exclaimed with excitement. Oh, it's you. Li Mobai acknowledged. Upon discovering the identity of the visitor, Li Mobai's demeanor immediately grew considerably colder. He had initially thought a deity had arrived, only to realize it was this individual. Li Mobai found little to discuss with the other party, as the events at the hotel that night had left him quite displeased. Mr. Li, do you have a moment? I would like to invite you to dinner. And the location is your choice. Lu Fuguei said warmly. Li Mobai replied curtly, no, thank you. I am quite busy and do not have the time. Without a moment's hesitation, he rebuffed the offer. Lu Fuguei felt a sense of awkwardness, though he had anticipated this reaction from Li Mobai. After all, Li Mobai was no fool. The Qingzhou Hotel had severely offended Hai Mingwei this time. A person of her stature would not easily forgive such a profound humiliation. Li Mobai had only recently established a connection with Hai Mingwei, and he might require her assistance in various matters in the future. At that moment, if he dined with Lu Fuguei, what would Hai Mingwei think? Would it not be a self-inflicted embarrassment? If she were to misunderstand and think he was reconciling with the hotel, he would be at a great loss. If necessary, Li Mobai would have preferred to point an accusatory finger at Lu Fuguei to express his loyalty to Hai Mingwei. Mr. Li, please give us a chance. We acknowledge our mistakes. If you could speak a few kind words on our behalf in front of that young lady, we would be immensely grateful, Lu Fuguei pleaded. To Li Mobai, Lu Fuguei's words were nothing more than empty rhetoric, mere noise to his ears. Am I to run to Hai Mingwei and speak in your favor? Simply for the sake of your incompetence? Do I appear so foolish? The hotel faced an indefinite closure, leaving hundreds of staff, including waiters and chefs, without income. They were innocent, struggling to provide for their families. Lu Fuguei continued to implore Mr. Li. Li Mobai retorted, one must bear the consequences of their own actions. Manager Lu. Surely, you grasp such a simple principle? You are the architects of this situation. What need have you of me? It is paramount that you seek forgiveness from that young lady. In truth, Lu Fuguei's words struck a chord with Li Mobai. While he could disregard the arrogance of the privileged and the vile faces of the established interests, he held deep compassion for the common folk and ordinary laborers. Although the closure of the Qingzhou Hotel might be a mere triviality for Hai Mingwei, it was indeed a calamity for the hotel's regular employees. Li Mobai could not remain indifferent. The security personnel involved have been dealt with severely. They are currently in police custody, and I will expel them without hesitation once they are released. Mr. Li, we were entirely unaware of this situation. It was purely the result of those guards' reckless behavior. How could such a large establishment as ours permit such occurrences? Lu Fuguei explained with a sorrowful expression. Li Mobai considered Lu Fuguei's words. While he might not fully trust them, he found them somewhat credible. Indeed, the Qingzhou Hotel was one of the finest establishments in the city. Even if there were some unsavory elements, they would hardly dare to bring them to light. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lies in the collusion between the hotel's security personnel and the local ruffians, which has brought misfortune upon the establishment. However, one must acknowledge the reality of our times. It is rather inevitable for a hotel security guard to have dealings with individuals of dubious character like Longo. In the end, it is all a matter of fate. Chapter 82. Ignoring the other's bragging. Hai Mingwei's confusion thus, her physical and psychological anomalies defy rational explanation. Even a scientific program would struggle to elucidate the situation. What is most critical is that such matters leave Hai Mingwei with no one to confide in or seek assistance from. On the other hand, Li Mobai, confronted with Lu Fuguei's pleas, could not bear to witness the plight of the hundreds of hotel staff facing unemployment. Enough is enough. I shall speak with Hai Mingwei. Please do not place too much hope in me. You are likely aware of her background by now. She is connected to powerful individuals. I lack confidence in the efficacy of my words. Should my efforts prove futile, you may have to devise alternative solutions, Li Mobai sighed. Lu Fuguei exclaimed, yes, I understand, and I am truly grateful. Regardless of the outcome, you are a benefactor to our Qingzhou Hotel. Seeing Li Mobai finally soften his stance, Lu Fuguei felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. Oh heavens, oh earth! At last, there is a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. This situation is rather delicate. Grant me 2 days to contemplate how to broach the subject, Li Mobai concluded, hanging up the phone before Lu Fuguei could respond further. Yet, the moment he acquiesced to Lu Fuguei, he felt a twinge of regret. He lamented his own bravado, fearing that if the endeavor failed and he inadvertently offended Hai Mingwei, it would spell disaster for him. Caught between a rock and a hard place, he contemplated the hundreds of hotel employees, both young and old, depending on their livelihoods. He felt compelled to make an attempt. Hai Mingwei hails from an esteemed lineage. Surely, her temperament would not be so narrow-minded. Yet, how to approach the subject? Li Mobai found himself in a quandary, worrying that raising the matter might lead Hai Mingwei to misconstrue his intentions, thinking he was allied with those who had wronged her, which would create an awkward situation. Meanwhile, new troubles arose at home. Since his father had severed ties with his uncle, relations between the two families had plummeted to an icy standoff. For Dai Qingkai, it was unbearable to witness his traditionally well-behaved sister and brother-in-law opposing him. This left him feeling humiliated. He secretly employed various schemes to undermine Li Mingwu, yet, regrettably, none succeeded. Instead, they only served to bolster Li Mingwu's standing, allowing him to thrive even more. This enraged Dai Qingkai, who often found himself waking in the middle of the night, pounding his chest in frustration. Such is human nature. When one observes someone who was once inferior suddenly thriving and surpassing them, a sense of resentment inevitably arises. Those with a healthy mindset fare better, as they adjust their perspective and continue with their lives. However, the narrow-minded individual finds himself ensnared in a dead end, unable to accept the situation. He believes that one should not fare better than he does. Consequently, he devises various schemes to impede your progress, attempting to drag you down, so that you may become lesser than he, thus achieving his own satisfaction. Dai Qingkai embodies this very sentiment. Regrettably, he cannot affect Li Mingwu and must seek compensation through other means. Following the conclusion of the college entrance examination, he eagerly inquires about his son's performance. Upon learning that his son has fared quite well, both Dai Qingkai and Xiao Hongmei feel a sense of vindication. To them, Li Mobai remains synonymous with mediocrity. Ideally, they would have waited until the results were released to confront them, but Dai Qingkai is too aggrieved to restrain his pent-up frustration and, with his wife and son in tow, arrives prematurely to boast. Yet, Li Mingwu is preoccupied with promoting his son's cash register and value storage system, while Dai Ruyu is immersed in her work, both not returning until the late hours. The household is left with only the grandparents and Li Mobai. Li Mobai, too, is engrossed in his own significant endeavors and has no time to entertain this peculiar family. They have come to flaunt their success, specifically targeting Li Mingwu's family. Yet they receive no acknowledgement. We are all engaged in our own pursuits, existing on a different plane. The sensation is profoundly disheartening for Dai Qingkai. It is akin to preparing a powerful punch for a confrontation, only to have the opponent deftly evade, leaving one feeling played. Is it infuriating? Anger serves no purpose. There is not a single commendable individual in this family. Xiao Hongmei, like a shrew, erupts in fury. The grandfather, observing his son and daughter-in-law in their rage, cannot suppress a sigh. As a father, his heart must surely be heavy. Yet, what can be done? He is aged and reluctant to expend his energies on admonishments. Moreover, lecturing holds no sway with Dai Qingkai any longer. The family departs in a dejected manner, having come with high hopes, but leaving disheartened. The grandfather turns to his eldest grandson and, with a smile, reassures him, "Do not stoop to the level of your uncle. They are but frogs at the bottom of a well. Their lives will remain as such. You are destined for greatness. Learn to embrace the world." The grandfather, being well-educated, offers words that resonate deeply with Li Mobai, who feels he has gained valuable insights. Although he possesses Hai Mingwei's contact information, reaching out seems inappropriate. Meanwhile, Hai Mingwei has been contemplating Li Mobai over the past few days. Despite being an avowed atheist, she cannot deny the unique sensations he evokes within her. Having lived a considerable life, she considers herself well-versed in the world, yet from the moment she first laid eyes on Li Mobai, she sensed a loss of control. An inexplicable connection to this young man, a phenomenon that perplexes her, because she was certain that she had never interacted with him before, nor had they ever crossed paths. Thus, her physical and psychological anomalies could not be rationally explained. Even a scientific program would struggle to clarify this matter. The most crucial aspect was that Hai Mingwei could not confide in those around her or seek their assistance, even though her status was quite distinguished. Divulging this issue would lead to whispers behind her back, questioning her sanity. Additionally, Hai Mingwei possessed a rather obstinate nature. When faced with a problem, she was relentless until she uncovered the truth. Consequently, she exercised her privileges to access Li Mobai's dossier. Upon reviewing it, she found nothing out of the ordinary. He was merely an average young man, with no peculiarities even in his ancestry spanning 3 generations. The absence of any connection only deepened Hai Mingwei's confusion. In Chapter 83, as Hai Mingwei indulges in the night market, the paths of Li Mobai and Hai Mingwei, which were destined to intersect a year later, have unexpectedly converged. For Li Mobai, it was unfathomable that he held a significant place in Hai Mingwei's thoughts. Traditionally skeptical of deities, Hai Mingwei found herself yearning to seek guidance from the divine, pondering whether she and Li Mobai shared some fateful bond. Having accessed all of Li Mobai's records to date, she realized he had no extraordinary experiences. He was simply a young man from a small city. This very ordinariness piqued her interest even further. Unbeknownst to her, Li Mobai was also seeking an opportunity to converse with her. Following the humiliation Hai Mingwei endured at the Qinzhou Hotel, authorities had mandated its closure for investigation. During the inquiry, several issues indeed came to light. These concerns were of varying degrees of severity. Should she wish to escalate the situation, they could certainly be magnified. If Hai Mingwei sought retribution and desired the Qinzhou Hotel to suffer significantly, a suspension of operations for a year and a half could be warranted based on the findings. However, the Qinzhou Hotel was the premier establishment in the city, and its closure would incur substantial losses. Such a large hotel would naturally possess its own influence. Yet no amount of clout could overshadow Hai Mingwei. At that moment, no one dared to advocate for the Qinzhou Hotel, except for the soft-hearted Li Mobai. After a long day, Hai Mingwei found herself weary of the cafeteria's offerings. Though the meals were abundant and the chef's skills commendable, repetition dulled her appetite. Even a monarch might lose their desire for delicacies if consumed daily. She resolved to seek a different dining experience. Who to accompany her? Without a doubt, Li Mobai was an excellent choice, having previously rendered her significant assistance without her proper gratitude. She decided to invite him to dinner. Upon receiving Hai Mingwei's call, Li Mobai felt a surge of excitement. It was as if his desires had materialized. While he had been rehearsing his lines, she had reached out to him of her own accord. He knew he must accept the invitation. Li Mobai divulged his home address to Hai Mingwei, who promptly drove over to find him. In a bid to create a favorable impression on the charming young woman, thereby increasing his chances of successfully soliciting her assistance, Li Mobai hurriedly took a shower, ensuring he was impeccably tidy. From the second floor, he spotted a black car approaching and quickly positioned himself at the entrance, eagerly awaiting her arrival. It was indeed Hai Mingwei's vehicle. With agility, Li Mobai settled into the passenger seat, where a subtle yet delightful fragrance lingered. This was not his first experience riding in Hai Mingwei's car. However, during their previous nocturnal encounter, he had indulged in a fair amount of drink and had not paid attention to the finer details. Today, he observed that while the car's exterior exuded a modest sophistication, unmistakably resembling an official vehicle, the interior decorations hinted at the owner's feminine taste, such as a pink perfume box and an adorable little mirror. "Is there anything you'd like to eat?" "It's on me," Hai Mingwei cheerfully inquired. She discreetly assessed the young man beside her, surprised to find him utterly composed, displaying an impressive calmness for someone of his age. Truth be told, this tranquility astonished Hai Mingwei. It seemed this young fellow adeptly concealed his emotions. How could Li Mobai not remain composed? Having faced death once, he had long since learned that few things could rattle him. "What would you like to eat?" Li Mobai pondered. He had little interest in fine dining establishments, but found the allure of street vendors rather appealing. Yet, he hesitated, uncertain if Hai Mingwei would be willing to partake in such humble fare, given her esteemed status and possibly unfamiliarity with such locales. "I know of a food street in the southern part of the city. Would you care to join me? We can savor our way from one end to the other," he proposed. "Ah, a food street? I'm aware of it. Many stalls are run by laid-off workers. I've always wanted to check it out, but never had the time. Today presents a perfect opportunity. Let's go," Hai Mingwei exclaimed with genuine enthusiasm. Observing her eager demeanor, Li Mobai realized she was sincere. Despite her privileged background, she did not seem to embody an air of superiority, remaining grounded and relatable. Such a disposition undoubtedly made her more approachable. In light of the wave of closures among state-owned enterprises, many workers found themselves unemployed, yet they still needed to support their families. Consequently, various small businesses sprang up, with a select few emerging as trailblazers, thriving against the odds. Years later, they would find themselves wealthy and influential. However, the majority could not alter their fortunes. After all, Success is reserved for but a handful of individuals. Many engaged in small enterprises found little financial gain and, in some cases, even incurred losses, ultimately returning to seek employment in coastal cities. Nevertheless, those areas remained bustling with activity. In Li Mobai's estimation, this food street would likely face closure in 2 or 3 years due to its overwhelming popularity, which would disrupt the local residents' lives, often leading to conflicts between vendors and inhabitants. Each party had their own struggles. For the vendors, it was a matter of survival, relying on their stalls to make a living. For residents, issues such as cooking fumes, noise, pollution, and garbage significantly disrupt their daily lives. Ultimately, the authorities intervened, abolishing the food street and redesigning an area specifically for night market activities. However, despite the upgraded environment, business has plummeted. The absence of a bustling atmosphere has created a greater distance between vendors and patrons. Merchants are now burdened with various fees, and as a result of these myriad influences, the Qingzhou food street has gradually faded from collective memory, becoming a cherished reminiscence for the old residents of Qingzhou. Given the crowded nature of the food street, traversing it by bicycle is challenging, let alone by car. 2 individuals parked their vehicle by the roadside and opted to stroll through the market. Nowadays, parking difficulties are non-existent. One can stop wherever they please, without fear of receiving a parking ticket from the traffic police. Moreover, even if an officer were to appear, upon noticing the license plate belonging to Haiming Wei, it is likely they would refrain from issuing a fine. As Haiming Wei entered the food street, she was immediately enveloped by a vibrant and bustling atmosphere, causing her to frown slightly. Yet, observing Li Mobai's expression of sheer enjoyment, she decided to follow him further into the venue. Since his rebirth, Li Mobai has been relentlessly busy, and this food street in the southern part of the city holds numerous fond memories for him. However, this was his first visit since his rebirth. He distinctly recalled a stall that served delectable fried skewers, particularly their fried vegetarian chicken, which was simply extraordinary. Paired with their secret sauce, one could never have enough of those skewers. In these times, most people find their stomachs lacking in sustenance. While fried food is undoubtedly unhealthy, the priority between filling one's belly and maintaining a healthy diet clearly leans towards the former. Chapter 84. Haiming Wei's frustration. Li Mobai, accompanied by Haiming Wei, the dream of countless men, ventured to the food street in southern Qingzhou to indulge in street food. If her admirers were to discover this, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Such a captivating beauty, whom they have endeavored to impress by taking her to the finest restaurants, is now being taken to a roadside stall. It is indeed a waste of such beauty, a sheer folly. In truth, Li Mobai is somewhat out of his depth. In his previous life, he was bedridden, and although one might say he was well-read, it was merely theoretical knowledge. He had imagined countless scenarios of dating beautiful women. But fantasy is ultimately just that, fantasy, not reality. Had he not previously been close to Natasha, he would likely be even more flustered now. In his subconscious, taking a girl out for a meal should ideally involve enjoying delicious food, with the environment and location being secondary considerations, a classic case of a straight man's mindset. Haiming Wei, having received an excellent education and being the treasured gem of her family, might not have experienced a life of luxury from childhood, but her needs were undoubtedly well met. She would certainly not expect to dine here. This place is essentially a hub for laid-off workers embarking on a second entrepreneurial venture. Look around. It is not just about food and drinks, but also an array of entertainment options. Over there, they even sell little goldfish. Did you see that? Li Mobai pointed out with great enthusiasm. Haiming Wei. Indeed, this place is quite lively. It's even more crowded than the city center. Haiming Wei covered her nose, realizing she had become accustomed to the various scents surrounding her, and thus ceased to be bashful. Li Mobai, of course. The city center can't compete with the vibrancy here. Let me tell you, the variety of goods is exceptional. Most importantly, they are both high quality and reasonably priced, infused with a sense of warmth. Unlike those newly opened department stores in the city center, where the staff seemed to have their eyes glued to the ceiling, Li Mobai critiqued. Haiming Wei laughed heartily. Li Mobai's words were indeed quite vivid. The vendors here were quite adept at promoting their wares. Such is life, after all. Even the finest wine fears a deep alley. No matter how splendid the products are, if one cannot attract customers, business will surely suffer. Thus, the first principle of commerce is to set aside one's pride. Miss, would you like to try some lamb skewers? Authentic Xinjiang lamb skewers. An uncle wearing a hat characteristic of the border regions called out. Hemingway. While Hemingway was not so easily swayed by the term miss, she believed that complimenting a woman's beauty is always a safe bet. Let's have 2 skewers. She replied with satisfaction. Li Mobai, 2 skewers? That's hardly enough. 10 skewers. He exclaimed, salivating at the thought. Hemingway rolled her eyes in exasperation. The taste of the lamb skewers was indeed delightful, with a distinct lamb flavor that was a far cry from the skewers of years to come, where lamb and beef would taste overwhelmingly of pork, quite disappointing. Of the 10 skewers, Hemingway only managed to eat 2, while Li Mobai devoured the remaining 8 with remarkable speed. After finishing the last skewer, Li Mobai wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, slightly embarrassed. You have some, I've eaten plenty. The beautiful woman was taken aback by Li Mobai's voracious appetite. Seeing him save the final skewer for her, she couldn't help but smile. Go ahead and eat. I invited you to dinner. I can't let you go hungry. Hemingway gestured for Li Mobai to partake. However, even though Li Mobai was a straightforward man, it didn't mean he lacked common sense. After all, it would be quite inappropriate to gorge himself in front of a lady. How about this? You eat half, and I'll take the rest, he proposed. Hemingway, is it really necessary? It's just a skewer of lamb, she replied, bemused, finding Li Mobai utterly amusing. Yet, under his insistence, she reluctantly took a couple of bites, leaving the majority for him. The 2 shared a single lamb skewer, and one might think they were impoverished. After finishing their meal, Li Mobai led Hemingway to continue exploring. The throngs of people on the street were overwhelming, and without much thought, Li Mobai instinctively pulled Hemingway closer to him. At the moment their hands touched, Hemingway felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her body. Perhaps her reaction was exaggerated, for no boy had ever dared to hold her hand so directly before. The Ming dynasty was profoundly influenced by Confucian culture, which has led to a relatively conservative stance on gender relations. Even in a decade or 2, in a more liberated society, it would be inconceivable for a young man to hold a woman's hand on a second date, unless they were truly smitten with each other, akin to a love at first sight scenario. However, such a connection would necessitate extensive communication on platforms like WeChat, establishing a deep mutual understanding. In the case of Li Mobai, one might say he was bordering on the impropriety of teasing a respectable woman. Yet, the notoriously straightforward Li Mobai appeared oblivious to such nuances. To him, his actions were devoid of malice, merely a spontaneous gesture, rather than an attempt to take advantage of the situation. Hemingway, whose hand was grasped firmly by Li Mobai, endeavored to withdraw it, but his grip was surprisingly steadfast. Look, the crepes here are quite delectable, crisp, and with various fillings. Let us order a large portion to share, he exclaimed animatedly. The abundance of culinary delights along the street was overwhelming, and he insisted they could not linger at just one stall. Hemingway was taken aback. It was evident to her that Li Mobai seemed utterly indifferent to her allure. Perhaps, in his eyes, this striking beauty paled in comparison to the appeal of a crepe. This realization was infuriating. Hemingway was, without a doubt, a captivating presence among men, as any normal man would find it hard to resist stealing a glance at her. Passers-by on the street frequently turned their heads to admire her, as her elegance and charm were beyond reproach. In this era, natural beauty was still celebrated. Thus, a lovely young woman radiated an ethereal grace. Despite this, in the eyes of the food-loving Li Mobai, it seemed that lamb skewers, crepes, and various playful games held more allure than Hemingway. This thought left her exasperated, leading her to question whether she had unwittingly brought a fool along. Chapter 85. To win hearts, one must cater to their taste. Li Mobai had a splendid opportunity at hand, yet he chose to forego it in favor of indulging in street food with the beautiful woman at his side. This is quite excessive. Hemingway's expression reflected her displeasure. I refuse to eat, she huffed. Here she was, having her hand held, while he focused solely on persuading the crepe vendor to add extra chili sauce. You truly are a remarkable character. What unspeakable deeds must I have committed to encounter such an eccentric younger brother? She lamented. Li Mobai, with unbridled enthusiasm, exclaimed, It's absolutely delicious, so fragrant. He was completely oblivious to the fact that Hemingway's face was becoming increasingly flushed with indignation. You've already eaten your fill, you glutton, she retorted, clearly annoyed. Li Mobai, resolutely shaking his head, replied, No way. There are still many more stalls to explore. Observing that Li Mobai remained oblivious to her insinuations, Hemingway decisively withdrew her delicate hand, choosing to disregard him. One must admit that Li Mobai's perceptiveness was rather lacking, which was indeed exasperating. While it was one thing to take a beautiful woman to a street vendor, it was another to show no regard for her sensibilities. Truly, if he were not single, who would be? As for the enhanced pancake roll, Hai Mingwei declined to partake, leaving Li Mobai no choice but to consume it himself, devouring it with a voraciousness akin to a whirlwind. It was no exaggeration, despite her less than cheerful mood. Hai Mingwei had to acknowledge that Li Mobai's appetite was truly remarkable, comparable to that of a bottomless pit. By the way, Mingwei, I have a small gift for you, Li Mobai exclaimed as he wiped his hands clean with a napkin, then, as if performing magic, produced a delightful necklace. It was a charming piece of gold jewelry, featuring a quaint little monkey pendant. Hai Mingwei's eyes widened in surprise. Women's resistance to jewelry is virtually non-existent, and she was no exception. Though she was not lacking in gold or jewels, this antiquated necklace captivated her attention. It was exquisitely crafted and exuded a palpable sense of historical depth. With her broad knowledge and experience, she could tell at a glance that it was indeed a treasure. The true value lay not in the gold itself, but in the masterful craftsmanship that had gone into its creation. How did you know I was born in the year of the monkey? Hai Mingwei inquired with a playful glint in her eyes. Li Mobai, taken aback, stammered, "You're a monkey? How awkward. I genuinely had no idea." Nevertheless, despite his blunt demeanor, he possessed some wit, having shared a bed with Natasha. At this moment, if he were to speak his mind, it would indeed be a sign of folly. "Just forget about that. Simply tell me if you like it," he said with a carefree attitude. "I like it." The beautiful young woman nodded with satisfaction. "Is this yours?" she inquired, her surprise turning to skepticism. Li Mobai responded, "What do you mean, is it mine? If it's not mine, then whose could it be? It's a family heirloom. My grandmother gave it to my mother, and my mother passed it down to me." As he spoke, he craned his neck in search of nearby delicacies. Upon hearing this, Hai Mingwei immediately realized the necklace's true worth. She clenched her fist tightly and lowered her voice, saying, "I can't accept this. It's far too precious." Indeed, this necklace had been secretly bestowed upon Li Mobai by his grandparents, who had discreetly kept their lineage's illustrious heritage hidden for generations. Although they appeared unremarkable now, they possessed numerous hidden treasures. Li Mobai, with commendable character, was the sole recipient of this necklace, kept secret from everyone, including Li Mingwu and his wife. "It's all right. My grandmother told me to give it to a girl I like, so I'm giving it to you, Mingwei," he declared boldly. Upon hearing this, the typically composed and unflappable Hai Mingwei felt an overwhelming rush of shyness, her ears turning crimson. "Oh, what nonsense are you speaking? We've only met twice. How could you possibly like me?" she replied, blushing. In her perspective, Li Mobai was undoubtedly engaging in brazen flirtation with a respectable woman. Li Mobai exclaimed, "What of it? You are so striking, beautiful, and intelligent. It is only natural to fall in love at first sight." Now that he was no longer famished, his intellect was back in gear. He had finally learned to converse appropriately with a beautiful woman. Astonishingly, he uttered the most audacious compliments in the calmest of tones. While many praised Hai Mingwei, receiving such admiration from a young man like Li Mobai was a novel experience, particularly given his unique charm. It is a woman's innate nature to appreciate beauty, were it another man showering her with flattery. Hai Mingwei might have perceived it as mere sycophancy intended to curry favor. However, when Li Mobai spoke, she believed it to be sincere, which filled her with pride. I once thought you were a sincere person, but it seems you have also mastered the art of charming discourse," Hai Mingwei remarked, playfully tapping his forehead with her delicate finger. Li Mobai responded earnestly, "Truly, if you doubt me, I could lay my heart bare for you to see." His deeply infatuated expression left Hai Mingwei utterly flustered. Heavens, how can there be such a captivating young man? She mused. Will he not become a bane to beautiful women in the future? If I, with my wealth of life experience, cannot withstand his allure, how will ordinary girls fare? Hai Mingwei covered her slightly flushed cheeks, reminding herself to remain composed. She was no longer a naive girl of 17 or 18. She was of an age where being enchanted by a mere youth would be utterly embarrassing. If word spread about her infatuation, how could she maintain her standing in the political arena? Be quiet. Do not speak nonsense. You saved me last time. It is I who should bestow a gift upon you as a token of gratitude. I cannot allow you to give me anything else. No, I understand. Li Mobai waved dismissively. It is certainly meant for someone cherished. Would it be given to someone despised instead? Hai Mingwei retorted, "You foolish boy. The affection I speak of differs from your interpretation. Regardless, I appreciate your kindness, but I truly cannot accept this." With that, she forcefully returned the necklace to Li Mobai's hands. Observing the slight reluctance on Hai Mingwei's face, Li Mobai immediately grasped her sentiments. In Chapter 86, Taking Risks for Gains, Li Mobai seemed to have stumbled upon a method that unnerved Hai Mingwei the most. She possessed experience in handling worldly men. Their crafty intentions were easily discerned with a mere glance. Yet, Li Mobai's erratic approach left her unprepared and unable to resist. At times, he could provoke her to the brink of exasperation, making her wish to wring his neck in frustration. Moments later, an unexpectedly romantic gesture caught her off guard, elevating her feelings to dizzying heights or plunging them into despair. The stark contrast left even a seasoned individual like Hai Mingwei momentarily unsettled. Despite her fondness for the exquisitely crafted, vintage-style golden monkey necklace, her upbringing and refinement compelled her to decline the gift. She understood that Li Mobai's grandmother intended for him to present this necklace to the woman he cherished. However, Li Mobai, with his carefree demeanor and naivety regarding romantic relationships, had yet to grasp the deeper implications of such a gesture. Accepting the gift would complicate their relationship significantly. Although Hai Mingwei found herself intrigued by the young man and harbored considerable affection for him, the disparities between them were insurmountable. The mere thought of pursuing romance made her feel as though she were committing a transgression. In 10 years, a classic internet quip would emerge: as long as one maintains themselves well, their husband will excel in exams. This sentiment, when applied to Hai Mingwei, felt surprisingly fitting. Of course, coming from an elite background, she could have her pick of charming young suitors, yet she held such prospects in disdain. Li Mobai chuckled, genuinely believing there was no gift that couldn't be bestowed. "Look over there," he exclaimed, pointing into the distance, successfully luring Hai Mingwei's attention. As she turned to see, before she could react, Li Mobai swiftly adorned her neck with the necklace. "Ah," she exclaimed, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Yet, in the next breath, amusement washed over her. "What are you doing? Is there a protocol for such forceful gifting?" she retorted, half laughing, half exasperated. Li Mobai protested, "This isn't coercion. It's just that if I can't even give a gift on my first try, how embarrassing would that be? You absolutely must accept it." With his words hanging in the air, Hai Mingwei knew that refusing would only wound Li Mobai's pride. Being a perceptive woman, she recognized that for a young man like him, reputation was paramount. While the necklace was undoubtedly precious, she could find other ways to reciprocate in the future. "Very well. I shall accept it. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask," she replied with a warm smile. "That's exactly what I was hoping to hear." Li Mobai seized the moment, eager to climb the ladder of opportunity. "Sister Mingwei, I have a favor to ask regarding the Kinzu Hotel," he said, a hint of shyness in his tone. Hai Mingwei, astute as ever, sensed that the young man was grappling with something difficult to articulate. Given that he had rescued her and presented her with a gift, there was surely a request lurking beneath the surface. "What about the Kinzu Hotel? Have they contacted you? Are they threatening you?" she inquired, her brow furrowing with concern. Upon realizing her misunderstanding, Li Mobai quickly sought to clarify. They were begging for mercy. So how could they pose a threat? Consequently, Li Mobai succinctly recounted the events, emphasizing that his mother was a laid-off worker who lost her job due to the poor performance of the factory. At that time, his mother was profoundly saddened. Now, with the Qingzhou Hotel being sealed off, it could not operate, leaving hundreds of service staff without pay. This is a considerable loss. After listening to Li Mobai, Hai Mingwei remained noncommittal. Li Mobai felt a pang of anxiety, questioning whether he had been too rash. If he inadvertently offended Hai Mingwei, it would be a grave miscalculation. "Sister Mingwei, I believe we must hold the hotel's leadership accountable and make them pay the price. The ordinary staff are innocent," Li Mobai added. Unexpectedly, Hai Mingwei did not respond immediately, instead scrutinizing him with a pointed gaze. Li Mobai felt a chill run down his spine. What did that mean? Was she displeased? His heart raced at the thought of incurring a significant loss. "No, I am not a saint. I simply empathize with the working class, for I am one of them. A job may seem trivial to you, but it is vital to the common people." Li Mobai maintained his composure under Hai Mingwei's penetrating gaze. Her eyes were profoundly deep, as if capable of seeing through one's soul. Li Mobai remained unperturbed in the face of her scrutiny. In the midst of the bustling environment, they exchanged glances and smiled simultaneously. Wei patted Li Mobai on the shoulder, a look of appreciation on her face. I initially thought you were just youthful and impetuous, but it appears you possess a noble spirit, caring for the world. Her words left Li Mobai feeling somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to repeatedly downplay her compliments. You flatter me. It's not that grand. I simply cannot bear to see ordinary people lose their jobs. After this brief interlude, Wei set aside her previous grievances. She assured Li Mobai that the Qingzhou Hotel would be unsealed the following day, a personal favor to him. Thus, Li Mobai could rightfully expect gratitude from the Qingzhou Hotel. If the hotel's leadership offers you gifts, graciously accept them. They ought to make some sacrifices, otherwise, it would be too lenient on them. Wei's words struck a chord with Li Mobai. Damn it, I took such a significant risk to resolve this matter for you. Asking for a few benefits is only fair. I heard you accurately predicted a rise in ginkgo prices, which is why you preemptively rented a ginkgo forest. Could you share how you made that calculation? Wei posed another question. Li Mobai felt a rush of surprise. Chapter 87. Wei advocates for health and wellness. Wei investigates Li Mobai's background. No other anomalies were discovered. But the most perplexing aspect for Wei was why he would take the risk of prematurely contracting the ginkgo grove. Prior to his involvement, the price of ginkgo was remarkably low, and it had only recently begun to rise. Li Mobai seemed to have anticipated today's ginkgo prices nearly 2 months in advance, which was nothing short of miraculous and defied logical explanation, unless he were a prophet. Wei's ability to pose such a question indicated that she had undoubtedly conducted a thorough investigation into his past. The fact that she was aware of such a seemingly trivial detail underscored her meticulous nature. Li Mobai understood well that dealing with astute individuals required utmost vigilance. Otherwise, one could easily find themselves in a precarious situation. It was imperative to keep his identity as a reborn individual a closely guarded secret. Otherwise, he might find himself a test subject in a rather unfortunate predicament. I enjoy browsing the internet and often come across various rumors and news, Li Mobai fabricated. Once, I stumbled upon some sensational news about ginkgo, which prompted me to persuade my father to lease a ginkgo plantation. Wei appeared skeptical. You found this online. That excuse feels rather unconvincing. Yet, it's hard to refute. The internet is vast, and finding verification is nearly impossible. Is there even such news online? Wei's doubt was palpable. Nevertheless, Li Mobai's demeanor remained resolute. This is my answer, believe it or not. Indeed, the internet is replete with all manner of oddities. Li Mobai replied dismissively. Wei, being a seasoned internet user herself, acknowledged that there were indeed things beyond the purview of books and newspapers that could be uncovered online. However, the coincidence of Li Mobai encountering ginkgo news and then resolutely deciding to lease was a testament to one's determination and audacity. Many may dare to dream, but few possess the courage to act. Even if one were to act, the requisite initial capital could deter most individuals from proceeding. Li Mobai's series of maneuvers appeared reasonable on the surface, yet they seemed to unfold effortlessly for him. What posed a monumental challenge for others became a walk in the park for him. Wei's instincts hinted at an underlying issue, yet she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Li Mobai was keen to prevent her from probing further. Should she continue, he risked exposing his secret. There's a delightful wonton shop ahead with an exquisite flavor. Let's go and try it. Li Mobai interjected, redirecting Wei's inquiry as he led her to indulge in wontons. Wei remarked, "How is it that you're always thinking about food? You must be the reincarnation of a glutton." Li Mobai retorted, "How can one grow tall without a hearty meal? We've barely begun. Let us go for wontons." The small wontons, also known as zhousha wontons, are a delicacy from the Jiangnan region of the Ming dynasty, characterized by their thin skin, tender filling, and delectable broth. The translucency of the skin allows the filling to be visible, and the wrinkled surface of the wontons lends itself to the name zhou. Thus they are also referred to as zhousha wontons. Wontons are categorized into 2 sizes, with the smaller ones further divided into northern and southern styles. The southern variety, often crafted by Jiangsu natives, features thin skins and minimal fillings, accompanied by exquisite broth enhanced with dried shrimp, pickled vegetables, and egg crepes, resulting in a refreshing and delicate taste with finely minced meat. Li Mobai has a profound affection for wontons. This delectable dish, both appetizing and nutritious, is characterized by a unique flavor that tantalizes the palate, combining savory and sweet elements. Moreover, it possesses calming nutritional properties. Traditionally, it is believed that wontons can suppress malevolent spirits. Indeed, the harmonious pairing of meat and vegetarian fillings in wontons contributes to a soothing effect, ensuring a balanced diet suitable for all ages. Rich in blood-nourishing properties, wontons provide essential amino acids and fatty acids, promoting iron absorption and proving beneficial in treating iron deficiency anemia. Hemingway was coaxed by Li Mobai to sit down and indulge in various dishes. In this era, many aspire to feast on lavish meals daily. However, Hemingway has transcended that phase, embracing a health-conscious lifestyle. Her philosophy dictates that dinner should be light. To maintain her figure, Li Mobai interjected, stating, "Scientific studies indicate that a light evening meal contributes to overall health and can prevent cardiovascular diseases." Hemingway elaborated earnestly. Indeed, her assertions hold merit. Li Mobai is aware that in a few years, as conditions improve and chicken, duck, and fish become commonplace, people will increasingly prioritize healthy eating. There is even a notion of abstaining from food after noon. Within a few years, issues such as hypertension and fatty liver disease may pose significant health risks for the populace. Having endured hardship, it is only natural to compensate for past struggles once circumstances allow. Yet, it is of little concern for you. You are still growing and should indulge in nourishing foods to promote height and muscle growth. Hemingway remarked with a cheerful glint in her eye as she assessed Li Mobai. Speaking of Li Mobai's physique, it is indeed commendable. Today's young women tend to favor pale, delicate, and frail-looking scholars. However, Hemingway possesses a more discerning perspective, having experienced much in life. What good is a frail young man in times of danger? As the old adage goes, a scholar is of no use in practical matters. A robust individual like Li Mobai, who looks good both clothed and unclothed, is truly exceptional and resilient. What am I thinking? How embarrassing. Hemingway suddenly blushed inexplicably, leaving Li Mobai perplexed. Nevertheless, he refrained from inquiry, continuing to indulge in the exquisite wontons. These wontons are undeniably delicious, crafted from simmered pork and chicken bones, showcasing genuine ingredients with unmatched flavor. After finishing a bowl, one feels invigorated and utterly content. "Sister Mingwei, let us go. There are more delicious treats ahead," Li Mobai exclaimed as he paid 3 yuan and led Hemingway onward. Observing his hearty appetite brought her immense comfort. Watching him eat was a sheer delight. Just as they stood up, Hemingway's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her demeanor shifted dramatically, revealing her displeasure. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Mobai instinctively distanced himself, ensuring that Hemingway would not feel uncomfortable speaking in his presence. Most likely, this was a call from someone Hemingway despised. It would be best to act as if he hadn't seen it at all. In Chapter 88, A Grateful Mother's Ambition, Li Mobai observed Hemingway's displeased expression as she answered the phone. Although he had stepped away, curiosity gnawed at him. Who could possibly provoke such a reaction from her? Was it the group from the Qingzhou Hotel? That seemed unlikely. Those rascals were too frightened to approach her now. It must be someone from her past. Undoubtedly a person who irked her greatly. Li Mobai chose not to dwell on it any further. This matter had nothing to do with him, and he had never been one to meddle in others' affairs. Moreover, it was Hemingway's personal business. After the call, Hemingway appeared quite dejected. Li Mobai, perceptive as ever, refrained from bothering her. His task was simply to ensure that Hemingway would speak up, allowing the Qingzhou Hotel to resume operations. With that goal achieved, it was best not to complicate matters further. To Li Mobai, his relationship with Hemingway had yet to reach a level where he could jest freely. Caution was paramount. As it was getting late, he suggested, "Let's head back." Understanding her aimless wandering, he spoke up. "Have you eaten enough?" Hemingway inquired with concern. "Quite satisfied indeed. How could I not be? I could take the bus back." "You carry on with your business," Li Mobai replied. Hemingway recognized that he was merely declining out of consideration for her mood, not wishing to impose on her time. This clever young man was surprisingly observant. Ignoring his polite refusal, she insisted on driving him home. After bidding farewell to the charming lady at his doorstep, Li Mobai received a call from his father, who informed him that someone was interested in his cash register system and requested 5 sample units. Li Mobai promptly provided his father's contact with Zhu Qingji, who was responsible for that area. Once both parties were connected, Li Mobai returned to his study. Just as he sat down and powered on his computer, another call came in. The caller ID displayed Lu Fuguwei. He had only just parted ways with Wei. Could it be that this sister was so efficient? With a hint of curiosity, Li Mobai answered the call. As expected, it was Lu Fuguwei expressing her gratitude. She informed him that the Qingzhou Hotel would resume normal operations the following day and emphasized the importance of thanking Li Mobai properly. Lu Fuguwei was no fool. She understood that seeking help from the right person was crucial, and she expressed her thanks accordingly. Of course, a mere verbal acknowledgement was insufficient for such a significant favor. Failing to show proper appreciation could jeopardize future assistance. If one were to offend someone again, it would truly be disastrous. Lu Fuguwei expressed his earnest intentions in the most luxurious private room of the Qingzhou Hotel, where he had prepared a lavish feast to invite Li Mobai and his family. His sincerity was palpable, making one feel that declining the invitation would be an affront to him. However, Li Mobai was not one to conform to conventional expectations. Did he think a mere meal could placate him? Was he out of his mind? He had taken considerable risks to help resolve their predicament, a fact Lu Fuguwei was oblivious to. If it weren't for his compassion towards the ordinary staff, he would have steered clear of this murky situation. If he were to provoke Wei, the repercussions would be too severe. In truth, Li Mobai had wronged Lu Fuguwei. Certainly, a single meal could not resolve their issues. Lu Fuguwei had also prepared a substantial red envelope containing 20,000 yuan, intended to be presented discreetly at the dining table. Furthermore, from that day forth, Li Mobai would be considered a VIP at the Qingzhou Hotel, enjoying complimentary services on his future visits. However, such a gesture was best kept under wraps. Subtly exchanged amidst the clinking of glasses during the meal, ensuring a joyous atmosphere. Let us forego the dinner. I've been rather busy lately. Please focus on training your staff well, Li Mobai stated, abruptly ending the call. Upon noticing this demeanor, Lu Fuguwei felt an unsettling mix of anxiety and concern. He wondered if the young man was indeed upset. Nevertheless, the hotel was now operational again, a monumental piece of good news. On the other hand, Dai Ruyu's former employer, the Qingzhou Food Factory, was facing increasingly dire circumstances. Production had completely ceased, leaving the workers without any source of income. The inevitable transition to a private enterprise loomed ahead. Dai Ryu had been preoccupied with this matter, believing that with her newfound wealth, she might be able to purchase the shoe factory by scraping together her savings. After all, having been a food worker for decades, she held a deep emotional connection to the factory. However, little did she realize that the family finances had dwindled significantly. Her husband and son had spent most of it without her knowledge. Now, the prospect of buying it seemed unattainable. How about we devise a plan to acquire the shoe factory? It would be a worthwhile investment and could ensure the workers have sustenance. Dai Ryu suggested at the dinner table. Li Mingwu, Li Mobai. Upon hearing this, both father and son's expressions shifted dramatically. Was this not a recipe for disaster? There was hardly any money left. The funds had been nearly depleted. The usually articulate Li Mingwu stammered, struggling for words. His expression torn. He kept signaling to his son, implying that he should remain silent at such a critical moment. After all, it was his son who had squandered their finances. He couldn't afford to falter now. Li Mobai wished to spare his mother any worry. Yet he couldn't reveal that he had appropriated the funds. At that moment, his mind raced, seeking a perfect excuse to divert his mother's attention. At the very least, under the expectant gaze of his father, Li Mobai finally spoke. Mother, may I inquire, after investing millions to acquire the food factory, what are your subsequent plans? Have you contemplated this? Li Mobai asked. Dai Ryu responded, what a question. Naturally, we shall continue production, she said, her tone reflecting a mother's instinctive optimism. With a cold chuckle, Li Mobai retorted, how naive. Continue production? What purpose does that serve if we cannot sell? Shall we allow it to rot in the warehouse? Are you not aware of the surplus stock piling up? Even if the factory is currently unprofitable due to the incompetence of its management, do you truly believe you can turn the tide and sell off all the excess inventory? How long can you endure the losses of the food factory? Li Mobai's barrage of inquiries left Dai Ryu momentarily bewildered. Chapter 89. I am the lamp god here to repay my parents. Li Mobai understood that his mother's persistent attachment to the food factory stemmed from her long-standing relationships with her colleagues, some of whom she had known for over 2 decades. His mother, with her kind heart, could be likened to a benevolent figure. She possessed an inherent goodness that was unchangeable. Even in her own struggles, she felt helpless when witnessing others in distress. However, Once she found herself in a position of capability, her compassion overflowed. Having worked alongside her colleagues for decades, many of whom had families to support, she would undoubtedly feel torn at the sight of their hardship, while she herself possessed newfound wealth. She would grapple with the notion of having the means to assist others, but refraining from doing so, fearing the repercussions of such an action. Li Mobai was acutely aware that gentle persuasion would be futile. He needed to address the issue directly and lay bare the gravity of the situation. Mother, have you considered that if the food factory remains stagnant after you take over, it could become a significant burden? Although our family has some savings, it may not suffice to cover the impending costs. The current leadership consists of state officials, and the workers will likely maintain a degree of restraint, avoiding any overt unrest. Furthermore, the authorities would intervene to prevent matters from spiraling out of control. However, once you acquire the factory, it becomes a private enterprise. On the surface, it may appear advantageous, yet should it fail to generate profit, the consequences could be dire. Despite your good intentions, the workers may not reciprocate that goodwill. They could very well confront you, and should tempers flare, they might even strip our home bare. One misstep on your part could lead to the complete loss of our savings, leaving us unable to return home. Li Mobai elucidated the severity of the predicament to Dai Ryu. Upon hearing her son's words, the once enthusiastic Dai Ryu was left in a state of shock. Is it really that serious? She stammered. Li Mingwu, observing his wife's anxious demeanor, felt a surge of admiration for his son. Beneath the dining table, he silently gave Li Mobai a thumbs up. Well done, my son. I am truly impressed. Only you could manage to daunt your mother in such a manner. Is it really that grave? What are you thinking? Just manage one Dakoshi store well, and you wish to take on the responsibility of such a large food factory? I inquired if he possessed such experience. Even if we were to acquire it, the food factory would inevitably falter, lingering on for merely a few more days. Li Mingwu hastily interjected with a remark. How absurd. What an extraordinary opportunity this is. With his wife's resolve now wavering, it is imperative to seize the moment and dissuade her from this notion swiftly. Dai Ryu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. As the father and son harmonized in their objections, leaving her disheartened, the discussion on this matter ceased. Li Mobai sighed deeply. That evening, he received an email from Chun Jiong containing a financial report. It revealed that over the past period, Jojo Entertainment had amassed funds exceeding 3 million, with a profit margin nearing 40%. This was attributable to Chun Jiong's generous performance fees offered to artists from Hong Kong, significantly elevating labor costs. However, the benefits of such financial investment were undeniably evident, as an increasing number of prominent Hong Kong artists expressed a desire to collaborate with Jojo Entertainment to venture into the mainland market. Naturally, who would not wish to partake in such a vast market, such a substantial slice of the pie? People are inherently pragmatic. The market in Hong Kong is minuscule and has long been saturated. Li Mobai's perspective is that while he welcomes Hong Kong artists to develop and profit in the mainland, there exists a prerequisite: they must be patriotic. This is non-negotiable. One cannot dine at our table and then turn around to undermine us. That would be utterly unacceptable. Chun Jiong assured him of his stringent oversight. In these times, the one with wealth is regarded as the authority. Dai Ryu refrained from contemplating the purchase of the shoe factory. Although it was indeed a grand and ambitious idea, a significant aspiration of hers, she remained rational. Should she stubbornly pursue it to the detriment of her family, she would surely lament and regret it. While Li Mobai feigned intimidation towards his mother, he too harbored thoughts on the matter. His father's aspiration was to acquire a car, which he had successfully fulfilled. Now, it was time to realize his mother's wishes. He perceived himself as akin to a benevolent spirit, here to repay a debt of gratitude, to ensure that the food factory does not repeat past mistakes after takeover. A novel approach must be devised, altering production paradigms to align with the currents of the time. By adapting to the prevailing trends, significant opportunities for success may arise. Chapter 90. The meat is overcooked in the pot on Li Mobai's end. He felt fully prepared, save for the financial resources. His mind brimmed with ideas, yet the available funds were woefully insufficient. Thus, regardless of how imaginative his thoughts were, a lingering sense of incompleteness remained. As for Chun Jiong, he managed Jojo Entertainment with great assurance, and he had also made contact with Sister Cheong Yao from Taiwan. She was indeed in the process of planning a Qing Palace drama and was currently seeking investments. Should Jojo Entertainment be inclined to invest, it would be splendid. In due time, they could share the profits. Upon learning this news, Li Mobai was exhilarated. Excellent. Investment was a must. He would invest decisively. This is no different from giving away money. Yet, the pressing issue before him remains the lack of funds. By the way, shouldn't he take a look at the ginkgo tree in his family's yard? Surely, there must be something valuable beneath it. Li Mobai firmly believes in his judgment. If it turns out to be a priceless treasure, then all his current troubles could be effortlessly resolved. In his previous life, this treasure was squandered by his neighbors. In this life, Li Mobai vows that nothing that belongs to him shall slip away. What is rightfully his shall remain so. No one shall think to profit at his expense. Just the thought of those detestable neighbors from his hometown ignites a surge of anger within him. They truly rival the likes of Dai Chengkai and Xiao Hongmei in their despicable nature. It is enough to make one wonder how such vile individuals can exist in this world. Did the heavens forget to grant them a conscience when they were created? Heartless. They are, with the hearts of wolves and the livers of dogs. Since the misfortunes at home in his previous life, he has witnessed the coldness of society. Many are eager to add embellishments to your success, yet few are willing to offer support in times of need. When others are in distress, standing idly by is commonplace and understandable. After all, life is arduous, and everyone faces their own struggles. However, if one harbors the intention to kick someone while they are down, that reveals a lack of decency. It could even be said that such a person is devoid of integrity. This is the kind of person Li Mobai despises the most. If given the chance, he must settle accounts with his neighbors. The Qingzhou Hotel has reopened, and Li Mobai is its greatest benefactor. Lu Fuguei is a shrewd individual. After Li Mobai declined his invitation, Lu Fuguei sought to compensate in other ways. He inquired about Li Mobai's family background and, upon discovering that delicacy is a family enterprise, he began to devise a plan. Since this young master shows little interest in dining, perhaps he could find a way to ensure the prosperity of his family's business. This is a strategy to align with his interests. How could this objective be achieved? After pondering, Lu Fuguei contemplated a collaboration between the Qingzhou Hotel and delicacy. The hotel could assist in selling delicacy's fried chicken and hamburgers. Although this idea seemed promising, the Qingzhou Hotel is one of the city's premier establishments. Introducing fast food such as fried chicken and hamburgers seems somewhat incongruous. While foreign fast food indeed holds a high status in the country, it is still rare to see guests at a formal banquet forego dishes in favor of munching on hamburgers. Ultimately, such fare should not appear in formal settings. What, then, should be done? Lu Fuguei found himself in a quandary. At that moment, one of his subordinates revealed another piece of information. Li Mobai's father has recently ventured into the cash register business, and several local enterprises have already adopted his systems. Lu Fuguei exclaimed, "This is an opportunity. If I cannot flatter him directly, then I shall find a way to curry favor with his father. After all, flattery is flattery. The meat is already stewing in the pot." Trusting that someone as astute as Li Mobai will undoubtedly recognize his goodwill. "Let us purchase a set," Lu Fuguei declared grandly, gesturing with a sweeping motion. "Indeed, we should rally all the hotels in Qingzhou to partake." His secretary interjected, "Mr. Lu, the price is rather steep." A relative of mine who runs a supermarket mentioned that while it is indeed effective, the initial investment is substantial. However, there is an advantage. It allows for a quick return of funds and encourages customer loyalty. The secretary succinctly briefed Lu Fuguei. Initially, the astute Lu Fuguei regarded this as a mere trifle, contemplating the expenditure on a gift for Li Mobai. Yet, upon further exploration, he was astounded by its potential. "This is remarkable," Lu Fuguei exclaimed after personally experiencing the system at his secretary's relative's supermarket. He promptly recognized that this cash register system would herald a technological innovation. Traditional cashiers may soon find themselves obsolete, particularly with the recharge services, which would be a boon for large supermarkets, shopping malls, and hotels. Take, for instance, the Qingzhou Hotel, which could implement a promotion of a 10,000 yuan recharge with an additional 1,000 as a reward, offering a 10% rebate. While it may appear as a loss for the hotel, in reality, it signifies a substantial profit. Such an influx of cash would significantly enhance the hotel's liquidity, alleviating the need to borrow from banks and saving on interest expenses. Moreover, there are times when banks are unable to provide loans, forcing one to resort to bridge loans, akin to high-interest lending from underground money lenders. This member recharge model promises to transform this predicament. "We must expedite the implementation of this at our hotel. I want 20 sets," Lu Fuguei proclaimed, slapping his thigh in determination. He was convinced that this venture would yield considerable profits. Without delay, Lu Fugui and the hotel's financial team approached Li Mingwu, expressing their eagerness to purchase the cash register equipment and their intent to recommend it throughout the hotel industry. Li Mingwu, unaware of the immense favor Lu Fugui owed Li Mobai due to his son's undisclosed matters with Hai Mingwei, was taken aback by the cordiality of the general manager of Qingzhou Hotel. He graciously expressed his gratitude towards Lu Fugui. Lu Fugui, humbled, quickly acknowledged, "Your products are exceptional. I shall ardently promote them. Such remarkable equipment deserves to be showcased nationwide." Li Mingwu was elated, realizing that once the hotel industry embraced this cash register system, other sectors would inevitably follow suit, allowing him to reap financial rewards. The prospect filled him with joy and excitement, as it would alleviate the financial strain at home. Chapter 91. The thrill of profiting. Meanwhile, Li Mobai received a call from his father, who was particularly animated on the other end. "Today, my son, the general manager of the Qingzhou Hotel, Lu Fugui, came to see me. He extolled our cash register system to the heavens, requesting an order of 20 sets all at once, and intends to promote it throughout the entire Qingzhou hotel industry." Li Mingwu exclaimed with great excitement. Li Mobai remarked, "Goodness, Lu Fugui certainly has a keen nose to find his way to my father. Nevertheless, his vision is commendable. The potential of our cash register system is indeed immense. By entering the market now, he has secured a remarkable bargain. Father, do not be overly courteous with him. He owes you a significant favor. Let us settle accounts fairly, for we are in the business of commerce." Upon hearing his son's words, Li Mingwu experienced a revelation. "I say, this Lu Fugui is the esteemed general manager of the Qingzhou Hotel, a prominent figure in the region. It is unnecessary for him to be so polite to me. Oh, so he owes my son a favor. This clarifies everything. I see now. My son is achieving success and bringing honor to his parents." Li Mingwu felt elated. If it were Dai Ruyu, she would undoubtedly bombard her son with inquiries, eager to know how he came to be owed such a favor and to understand the full context. However, Li Mingwu did not do so. He placed his unconditional trust in his son. Li Mobai, who remained at home, diligently responded to various emails, appearing to be engaged in leisure but was, in fact, working. Days passed in this manner, seemingly unnoticed. The time for the announcement of the college entrance examination results was drawing near, and the Dai family was positively jubilant, boasting with an air of certainty that their son would surely excel. Relatives and friends were indeed deferential, as everyone recognized that although Dai Jiqiang might be taciturn and lacking in social graces, his academic performance was indisputable. A flower-laden sedan chair is carried by the crowd. While the couple, Dai Chenkai and his wife, were not particularly adept in their dealings with others, they were granted respect due to the potential success of their son. After all, should Dai Jiqiang indeed achieve greatness, they might find themselves in need of his assistance someday. Ordinary folk often harbor such thoughts. Initially, there is nothing amiss. It is entirely reasonable for parents to take pride in their accomplished offspring. However, one ought not to elevate their own child while disparaging others. Among relatives, there exists a tendency to boast about their child's prowess and future prospects, only to turn around and belittle the achievements of others, particularly targeting Li Mobai. There is an old saying from the Republic era: a nephew should never stray far from his uncle's door, implying a close bond between them. Yet, it is indeed rare to find a nephew like Li Mobai, treated as an unwelcome thorn in the side by his uncle and aunt. Furthermore, over the years, Dai Ryu has toiled tirelessly for her brother's family. Whether or not her efforts were recognized, she certainly endured hardships. Alas, all her contributions were ultimately dismissed. A mere hint of dissatisfaction can provoke a fierce backlash. What kind of situation is this? Li Mobai expressed his bewilderment and voiced his grievances for his mother. Although his father felt equally wronged, he endured the torment of verbal abuse without having truly labored for it. The real hard work was shouldered by his mother, who toiled diligently and selflessly, only to be met with such slander. Indeed, which son could bear to witness such injustice? Yet, Dai Ryu remained unfazed, accepting her fate without a hint of anger. "Father, do not concern yourself with them. Let them speak," Li Mobai calmly reassured his father. "The results will be out soon, and then we shall see who will be left with egg on their face." Li Mingwu responded, "Is that true? Good son, I trust you. I am counting on you to bring honor to our family." Dai Chenkai and his wife were typically frugal, yet their financial standing was not lacking. After all, their parents' savings over the years had largely been allocated to support them. They managed their household with diligence and prudence, thus enjoying a comfortable life. This time, Dai Chenkai resolved to lavishly celebrate their son's impending success by hosting a banquet at the Qingzhou Hotel. "I will make the reservation tomorrow," he announced to his wife at the dining table. Xiao Hongmei replied, "I have no objections to hosting a feast. But isn't it a bit extravagant to choose the Qingzhou Hotel? How much will it cost?" Her frugality was palpable. "Do you really wish to deny her the pleasure of spending? It's as if you were taking her life." Dai Chenkai retorted, "What do you understand of a woman's perspective? This is a joyous occasion. Of course, we must choose a venue of distinction. Furthermore, if we celebrate at the Qingzhou Hotel, our friends and relatives will surely be inclined to offer generous gifts. The banquet expenses will be covered, and we might even profit from it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongmei experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, that makes sense. However, her insatiable greed led her to ponder how she might receive substantial gifts without having to spend a dime herself. "Previously, we relied on your sister to come over and assist us. She worked efficiently and cooked well, but now, she is utterly unmanageable," Xiao Hongmei lamented. Once, Dai Ryu had taken on nearly all the household responsibilities, granting Xiao Hongmei a life of ease. But now, with Dai Ryu burdened by her own myriad tasks, she had no time to help her mother. Dai Qingcai's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Never mind. This time, I shall take the opportunity to educate those two," he declared through gritted teeth. Li Mingwu sneezed twice, sensing that someone was speaking ill of him behind his back. He had no time to dwell on that thought, as he was overwhelmed with work. His radio business was thriving, and the Decosi brand was gaining recognition. Many, having witnessed the success firsthand, were eager to invest. Li Mingwu's preparations for talent training were nearly complete. He discussed with his son the possibility of opening franchise opportunities, suggesting that the timing had become ripe for such a venture. It was imperative to make decisive moves, as the potential profits from franchising could be quite substantial. The father, believing that the moment had indeed arrived for Decosi to expand through franchises, was enthusiastic about the endeavor. Li Mobai contemplated the idea and found it plausible. However, he advised against the folly of attempting to achieve everything at once. Instead, a gradual and systematic approach was essential. His proposal was to initiate with 4 franchise outlets, thereby alleviating the pressure on raw material supply. The locations would be chosen among cities surrounding Qingzhou, as well as economically robust county-level cities within the jurisdiction of Qingzhou itself. The significance of site selection could not be overstated. As the saying goes, a good beginning is half the success. In business, it is crucial to establish oneself in bustling areas. Opening in a rural locality, where consumer spending might lag, would likely lead to failure. Li Mingwu understood this principle well. Reputation was paramount, directly influencing future profitability. The success of these initial 4 franchises was non-negotiable, and he assured his son that he would handle the matter with utmost diligence. The previous encounter between the elegant Hai Mingwei and Li Mobai concluded in haste. Li Mobai, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, did not wish to impose on her time, as she was indeed preoccupied with pressing issues. Hai Mingwei was undoubtedly one of the preeminent heiresses of Ming country. Although the term heiress was not commonly used in contemporary parlance, it effectively conveyed her status. Many of her peers had already wed, whereas she remained single and without a boyfriend. The Hai family wielded immense power, and as the legitimate granddaughter, Hai Mingwei attracted a multitude of admirers. Among them, Zhou Xinjie stood out, hailing from Beijing and belonging to a distinguished lineage with notable achievements in both politics and business. Upon first laying eyes on Hai Mingwei, he was utterly smitten and aspired to win her affection. Upon learning of his interest in the Hai family's granddaughter, his family wholeheartedly supported his pursuit. Emboldened by his family's backing, Zhou Xinjie showered Hai Mingwei with attention, yet she remained unimpressed. This rejection left him perplexed, as he could not discern his shortcomings. In terms of physique, he maintained a rigorous fitness regimen, standing at 6 feet tall, and although he did not consider himself a paragon of male beauty, he was certainly presentable. While his family background could not rival that of Hai Mingwei's illustrious lineage, it was nonetheless respectable, placing him among the upper echelons of Ming country's society. Repeatedly spurned, Zhou Xinjie found his determination ignited. Throughout his life, he had never failed to obtain what he desired. Love, he believed, should be no exception. His pursuit of Hai Mingwei had evolved beyond mere attraction to her beauty or the prestige of the Hai family. It had become a quest to prove his worth. He refused to accept the notion of failure. Last time, Hai Mingwei's expression darkened suddenly when Zhou Xinjie called her, announcing his arrival in Qinzhou from Yanjing, bearing gifts for her. Upon his arrival, Zhou Xinjie was remarkably proactive, seizing every opportunity to engage with her. Meanwhile, his elders were not idle either, leveraging various connections in hopes of gaining the approval of the Hai family. Hai Mingwei's mother was particularly concerned about her daughter's lifelong happiness. Observing the passage of time and the lack of a suitable partner, she felt it was inappropriate for a young woman to remain unwed, regardless of a woman's professional success. The ultimate goal often remains marriage and motherhood, and Hai Mingwei was no exception. The advantages of early motherhood were apparent. Recovery would be swifter and more seamless, as youth provided a peak in physical vitality. Delaying marriage and childbirth until one's 30s or 40s could lead to numerous complications. As a mother with experience, she yearned for her daughter to encounter a man worthy of lifelong commitment sooner rather than later. She had met Zhou Xinjie and had a favorable impression of him. The Zhou family was regarded as a prominent clan in Yanjing. If this young couple could find happiness together, it would surely delight her. Thus, upon learning that Zhou Xinjie had traveled to Qinzhou for her daughter, she promptly called Hai Mingwei, urging her to treat the young man well. How is it that you excelled in every aspect throughout your life, yet falter in the matter of marriage? She chided. Hai Mingwei retorted, I can disregard others, but I cannot dismiss my mother's pleas. Mother, I have told you countless times that I have no feelings for Zhou Xinjie. Please do not complicate matters further. She expressed with exasperation. Her mother responded, no feelings? What does that even mean? You haven't given him a chance, so of course, you feel nothing. I have met Zhou Xinjie, and he is quite a good match for you. He has been sincere in his pursuit, following you for nearly half a year. And now he has come all the way to Qinzhou to see you. Isn't that commendable? Why not invite him to dinner to foster some understanding? Hai Mingwei objected. I am very busy, and I am not accustomed to dining with strangers. Please, do not put me in such a position. Her mother pressed on, busy, busy, busy. What are you so busy with? Is there truly no time for a meal? Do you understand how worried your father and I are? The incident at the hotel still haunts me. I have nightmares about it. If something were to happen to you, how would your parents cope? Her voice rose, filled with emotion. Hai Mingwei, initially agitated and impatient, found herself momentarily stunned by her mother's words. Recognizing the impact of her approach, Hai Mingwei's mother realized her strategy was effective. Hai Mingwei was known for her filial piety, making this emotional appeal particularly potent. Mother hopes to witness you establish a family and bear children soon, so that in the future, you will have someone to rely on, alleviating her worries. The unpredictability of life is daunting. Should something happen to her unexpectedly, who would care for you? Hai Mingwei. The heartfelt words of her mother struck a deep chord within her. The resolute facade she maintained was instantly shattered. Choking back tears, she reassured her mother not to speak such nonsense, promising that she would live a long life. Mother wishes for you to have a caring companion by your side to nurture and cherish you. In our family, we lack for nothing. Your parents can provide everything except emotional support, which you must strive to attain on your own. Oh, the extraordinary performance of Hai's mother deserves an award for Best Actress. Indeed, receiving a little golden statuette would be well deserved. Chapter 93. The dramatic mother of the elegant Lady Hai's mother is truly remarkable. No matter how capable Hai Mingwei is, even if she were the great sage equal to heaven, she could not escape the grasp of her mother. A mother knows her daughter best. She is acutely aware of her daughter's character and vulnerabilities. Once the right approach is identified, the results are remarkably efficient. As anticipated, under her mother's tender onslaught, Hai Mingwei capitulated. She could not bear to see her parents distressed. Once her objective was achieved, Hai's mother, with tear-filled eyes, ended the call, seemingly consumed with worry over her daughter's marital matters. Yet, once the call was disconnected, she could not help but commend herself. Truly, she is exceptionally clever. This impetuous girl remains somewhat naive. It seems my strategy is infallible. If Hai Mingwei were to discover her mother's true nature, she would likely be exasperated to the point of bloodshed. With continuous support from various quarters, Zhou Xinjie finally had the opportunity to dine with Hai Mingwei. For this moment, he had prepared diligently. First and foremost was selecting the venue. Unlike the forthright Li Mobai, Zhou Xinjie aimed for the most upscale location, crafting the most romantic ambience. As a wealthy heir from Yanjing, Zhou Xinjia held little regard for the dilapidated Qinzhou, disdainfully questioning the lack of decent establishments, even a respectable Western restaurant. Was it not said that Hai Mingwei enjoyed steak? This miserable place had none to offer. Fortunately, Zhou, with his wealth and connections, made a call to a renowned Western restaurant in Jinling, summoning the chef to prepare a meal with ingredients carefully packed in ice. He even enlisted a professor from the music academy to perform soothing romantic melodies. This elaborate arrangement cost Zhou Xinjia a small fortune, an astronomical figure in the eyes of ordinary folk. However, for him, it was merely a trifle. If such an arrangement could lead to winning the heart of the woman he adored, he would gladly pay tenfold. After a meticulous bath and donning a high-end tailored suit, Zhou Xinjia gazed into the mirror, admiring his debonair appearance, feeling undeniably handsome. He is not a narcissistic individual, yet at this moment, he found himself enveloped in profound self-admiration. In pursuit of the goddess of his heart, he traversed great distances to meticulously prepare a romantic dinner. Surely, even the most stoic individual would be moved by such devotion. Beyond the overt arrangements, Zhou Xinjia had also procured an exquisite diamond ring, a lavish investment of over 300,000, acquired from Hong Kong. It is said to be the work of a master jeweler from abroad, highly coveted and extraordinarily rare. This artisan caters exclusively to the aristocracy of the West. In other words, even wealth cannot secure such a gem. It stands as a true emblem of status and identity. Zhou Xinjia exerted considerable effort to obtain this singular piece. In a context where the average salary hovers around 1,000, the significance of a 300,000 diamond is unmistakable. Even someone of Hai Mingwei's esteemed lineage would likely hesitate to adorn herself with such an extravagant ring. The old adage rings true: the rich indulge while the destitute perish. Were Li Mobai to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be consumed with frustration. Spending hundreds of thousands on a so-called Master S diamond from abroad? Such extravagance seems irrational, bordering on madness. Surely, such funds could have been better allocated towards real estate investments. Li Mobai, in his straightforward and somewhat crass nature, struggles to appreciate what he considers the trappings of nobility and the notion of spiritual wealth. It is evident that Zhou Xinjia has poured his heart and soul into this endeavor. Unfortunately, despite his meticulous preparations, his efforts are destined to be in vain. For he has chosen the Qinzhou Hotel as the venue. Indeed, this is the very establishment where Hai Mingwei encountered peril, a veritable nightmare for her. If given the choice, she would wish never to set foot there again. Yet, Zhou Xinjia, amidst a plethora of options, selected this very location. One cannot entirely fault him, as the incident involving Hai Mingwei remains a closely guarded secret. Apart from those present at the time, the information has been meticulously suppressed. Even the now downtrodden Hugo, confined within these walls, is only aware that he has crossed paths with someone formidable, yet the specifics of their background elude him. After all, the Hai family would never permit rumors of their granddaughter being inebriated and harassed to circulate unchecked. Oblivious to these intricacies, Zhou Xinjia merely perceived the hotel as possessing a decent ambience and commendable cleanliness, a vital aspect, considering Hai Mingwei's aversion to untidiness. Surely, she would appreciate such an environment. Indeed, how could it be anything but clean? Following a mandated closure for extensive renovations, the hotel could not afford to let its staff languish idly. Consequently, all hands were mobilized for a thorough cleaning, resulting in a bustling atmosphere of activity. Meanwhile, Hai Mingwei, wishing to spare her parents further worry, reluctantly agreed to dine with Zhou Xinjia. However, upon discovering the chosen location, her expression transformed. How should one articulate it? To put it bluntly, it resembled the discomfort of constipation. She had little interest to begin with, and the revelation of the dinner venue only deepened her disinterest. Initially, her mother had wept, distressed and pleading, leaving her utterly flustered. Now that she has calmed down and regained her composure, though reluctantly, Hai Mingwei is a woman of her word. To spare her mother from worry, she has decided to go, considering it a necessary explanation to avoid a tearful phone call later that night. Rather than dining at a high-end Western restaurant at the Qinzhou Hotel with such a person, she would much prefer to enjoy street food with Li Mobai. The mere thought of the street food market brings Li Mobai, the naive and straightforward man, to her mind, along with the little golden monkey he gifted her. Hai Mingwei gently touches the golden monkey necklace that hangs around her neck. Ever since Li Mobai presented it to her, she has cherished it and has never taken it off, finding herself increasingly fond of it. Logically speaking, given her status, such a gold necklace should be of little significance. Yet, she cannot fathom why she enjoys wearing it so much. Perhaps it is not only the beauty of the necklace, but also the special meaning of the person who gifted it. Arriving at the Ginkgo Hotel, she gazes at the towering structure, her brow slightly furrowed. Eagerly awaiting her arrival, Zhou Xinjie stands at the entrance, determined to present his dashing and charming self the moment she steps out of the car. As Haimingwei spots Zhou Xinjie, impeccably dressed and exuding elegance, a flicker of disdain crosses her eyes. The sight of this building, laden with painful memories, stirs an impulse within her to turn and leave. Zhou Xinjie, resembling a lovesick puppy, waits anxiously. The moment he sees Haimingwei, he rushes towards her, a blissful smile adorning his face. To be honest, had this been any other woman, she might have been swayed by Zhou Xinjie's efforts. However, Haimingwei is acutely aware of his true nature. She knows his character all too well. Thus, his attempts to win her over with superficial gestures are utterly futile. Were it not for her fear of her parents' nagging, she would have relished the thought of giving him a sharp kick. Haimingwei, I heard you enjoy steak, so I specially invited a chef from Jinling. We have Australian imported steak paired with Italian red wine. You are sure to love it. Zhou Xinjie declares confidently. Who told you I like steak? Haimingwei retorts with a frown. Since Zhou Xinjie began his shameless pursuit of her, Haimingwei has never given him a pleasant expression, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. He has never been so belittled by a woman before, nor has he ever invested so much effort into one. This disparity in emotions is quite disconcerting for him. The Ginkgo Hotel is situated in a bustling area of Ginkgo City, and under the weight of his own insecurities, he feels as though the onlookers are laughing at him, which is intolerable. What arrogance you have, Haimingwei. Once I have you, just wait and see how I will handle you, he thinks to himself. Sensing the scrutinizing gazes around him, not wanting to be the center of attention any longer, Haimingwei adopts a stern expression and steps into the elevator. Behind her, Zhou Xinjie takes a deep breath, reminding himself to endure. Having played the role of a turtle for such an extended period, one might think that this moment is inconsequential. However, to turn one's back now would render all previous efforts futile. It must be said that in the art of wooing, Zhou Xinjie possesses an unparalleled skill. He has reserved the finest window-side restaurant, offering a splendid view of the entire Ginkgo. Expensive red roses are scattered throughout the venue, as if they cost nothing. Members of the band, dressed elegantly, stand ready to play enchanting melodies. Such an ambience, even 2 decades hence, would still evoke a sense of romance and warmth, let alone in the relatively modest Millennium. Truly, few young women could withstand such a romantic onslaught. Please, have a seat. Zhou Xinjie gallantly pulled out a chair for Haimingwei, hoping to witness a look of surprise and delight on her face. Alas, disappointment awaited him. There was no sign of either. In fact, Haimingwei frowned at his meticulous arrangements. It's quite all right, Zhou Xinjie reassured. I still have the imported steak to present. The chef, donned in a white hat, personally delivered the exquisitely prepared steak. Money does indeed make the world go round. As a Western cuisine chef, he had encountered many affluent patrons, yet few could match Zhou Xinjie's extravagant display. This single act of generosity equated to a significant portion of the chef's monthly earnings. Please enjoy. The chef's service was impeccable, and Zhou Xinjie was quite pleased. Yet, Haimingwei remained silent. Sensing the atmosphere lacked warmth, Zhou Xinjie snapped his fingers, prompting the band to begin their performance. The lights, the steak, the melodious music, and the romantic roses intertwined beautifully, creating an undeniably delightful dining experience. Zhou Xinjie endeavored to spark conversation, but Haimingwei responded with mere half-heartedness. Observing the lack of chemistry, she decided to unleash her ultimate weapon. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were the one I had been waiting for. I adore you. You occupy my thoughts entirely. I pledge to protect you for a lifetime. With that declaration, Zhou Xinjie produced a diamond ring. What's this? Haimingwei's demeanor indicated that this was premeditated. What do you mean by this? What is our relationship? Do you believe this is appropriate? The elegant woman was evidently not fooled by Zhou Xinjie's theatrics, launching a barrage of 3 probing questions that left him utterly bewildered. Such as Haimingwei, he thought. Truly a lady of distinction. My trifling antics are but child's play in her discerning eyes. I truly like you. Those around me, including your mother, are very supportive of our bond. Zhou Xinjie had never encountered such penetrating eyes. Haimingwei, as described in novels, seemed to possess a gaze that could unveil any sordid thought within one's heart. A seasoned playboy like him found himself at a loss in her presence. My mother supports you? That is only because she is unaware of your true nature. How could I be ignorant of what you truly are? Hai Mingwei appeared unwilling to maintain her facade any longer, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. What is wrong with me? Zhou Xinjia's countenance shifted dramatically as he realized that certain truths he desperately wished to conceal from Hai Mingwei were now known to her. Upon seeing this individual still performing, Hai Mingwei let out a derisive laugh. I've spared you some dignity, yet you choose to discard it. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Zhao Yanyan, my elementary school classmate, and I share a relatively amicable relationship. Is there anything more I need to articulate? Hai Mingwei's tone was laced with amusement. Zhou Xinjia's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The mere mention of Zhao Yanyan evidently struck a nerve within him. Hai Mingwei, undoubtedly, was unwilling to let him off the hook, continuing her verbal assault. A woman who loved you dearly was cast aside without a second thought, simply because her father fell from grace. You truly possess a heart of stone. The taunt had clearly been bottled up within her for quite some time. Zhou Xinjia stammered, I am not what you think. We lack a foundation of feelings. It was an amicable separation. He had always believed his actions were discreet, never anticipating they would be unearthed, nor that Hai Mingwei would become aware of them. What a predicament! Do you understand why I refrained from revealing this sooner? She continued. You served as my shield against my parents' relentless pressure to marry. Yet, you have proven to be utterly oblivious. Therefore, I have decided to be forthright today. Do not pester me any longer, and refrain from ingratiating yourself with my mother. Even if I were to renounce the world and become a nun, I would never seek a wretched snake like you. Her words pierced through him, leaving Zhou Xinjia utterly humiliated. He fancied himself a suave gentleman, yet in her eyes, he was merely a buffoon. How could the illustrious Zhou family heir endure such indignity? To make matters worse, the woman who had publicly rebuked him was someone he could not afford to offend, leaving him with a deep sense of frustration. Zhao Yanyan was a girl Zhou Xinjia had once ardently pursued, and she had reciprocated his affections, resulting in a sweet romance. However, when her father's high-ranking position suddenly fell into disrepute, Zhou Xinjia, seeing no benefit in maintaining the relationship, callously ended it without hesitation. Clearly, his feelings for Zhao Yanyan were superficial, driven solely by her family's stature. In her naivety, Zhao Yanyan believed she had found true love and devoted herself entirely, only to lose her family, her father, and ultimately, her beloved, leading her to take her own life in despair. Hai Mingwei had only a nodding acquaintance with Zhao Yanyan, not particularly close. Moreover, Zhao's father brought his misfortunes upon himself, having committed illegal acts. Regrettably, it was his daughter who suffered the consequences. Nevertheless, Zhou Xinjia's despicable nature filled Hai Mingwei with disdain. Thus, today, she resolved to speak plainly to prevent him from concocting further schemes. Chapter 94. The late-night visit from the sophisticated lady. As Hai Mingwei confronted the obsequious Zhou Xinjia, it left him feeling as though he wished for death. He had anticipated making decisive progress today, only to find himself reduced to a mere jester. Meanwhile, Dai Qingkai sought to reserve the Qinzhou Hotel in advance, planning a banquet to celebrate the top scorer once the results were announced. However, due to the recent closure and subsequent rectification of the Qinzhou Hotel, many banquets have been postponed, resulting in an overwhelming demand for tables. It has become exceedingly difficult to secure a reservation. Moreover, Dai Qingkai is rather frugal, only arranging 2 tables for the banquet, adhering to the most minimal standards. This translates to meager profits for the hotel, prompting the lobby manager to shy away from this business. We are fully booked here. Perhaps you could explore other venues? The lobby manager smiled, while internally he silently deemed him a miser. At that moment, Li Mingwu was invited to dine at the Qinzhou Hotel by Lu Fugui, who had gathered prominent figures from the hotel industry in surrounding cities to assist in promoting a new type of payment machine. This presented an exceptional opportunity that Li Mingwu could not afford to overlook, and thus he accepted the invitation. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Li Mingwu spotted a familiar figure. Ah, is that not my miserly brother-in-law? He thought, puzzled by his presence there. The reason Li Mingwu recognized Dai Qingkai so easily was due to the latter's peculiar demeanor. Although he was merely an ordinary worker, he fancied himself in a leadership role, often donning suits. However, rather than investing in tailored attire, he opted for inexpensive ready-made suits, often selecting a size larger than necessary. This was a strategy born from his shrewdness, believing that purchasing a larger size meant more fabric for the same price, thus securing a better deal for himself. His logic, though flawed, was impeccable in his eyes, deserving of admiration even from Bill Gates. Consequently, his choice of clothing often struck others as odd, reminiscent of the character Kong Iji. "Do you know that gentleman, Mr. Li?" Lu Fugue observed keenly. "Indeed. He is my brother-in-law," Li Mingwu replied candidly, without any intent to conceal the truth. Upon hearing that it was his brother-in-law, Lu Fugue immediately signaled to his subordinates, who understood and approached the front desk to inquire further. Lu Fugue then took Li Mingwu to a private room. Dai Chengkai had planned to leave and check out other hotels, but Lu Fugue's secretary approached the lobby manager with a knowing glance, leading to an unexpected availability of a private room. "Excellent. A private room is marvelous, but what about the cost?" Dai Chengkai fretted over the expense. The secretary promptly assured him, "The private room incurs no additional charges. It will be billed as part of the banquet." This news delighted Dai Chengkai immensely. "Wonderful. Let's finalize this," he exclaimed, eager to seize the opportunity, despite not fully understanding why the Qingzhou Hotel was treating him with such courtesy. His character dictated that one must seize any advantage presented, and he hastily signed the contract and paid the deposit, leaving in high spirits. He was convinced that it was his standing that warranted such preferential treatment from the hotel, believing others would not receive the same favor. It must be said, his mindset was quite commendable. Meanwhile, Li Mobai had just concluded his work and was shutting his laptop when he received a call from Hai Mingwei. The elegant lady's call likely signified important directives or arrangements to discuss. Li Mobai hurriedly answered the call, and as anticipated, Hai Mingwei inquired if he had the time for her to come and pick him up. "Of course, I must have time," he thought. "Even if I don't, I would create some, wouldn't I? I have time. I'll wait for you at my doorstep. You know the way, right?" "Sure. I'll be there in 10 minutes. The efficiency with which she operated was truly impressive, decisive and formidable, a woman of remarkable resolve. After a brief grooming, Li Mobai descended the stairs and soon spotted the glimmering headlights in the distance. She was certainly quick, though he had been bedridden in his past life. He had accessed a plethora of new experiences through various devices, endowing him with an aesthetic appreciation that surpassed that of his contemporaries. Thus, he did not hesitate to don his youthful attire, a simple white shirt paired with jeans. He relished this casual yet stylish look. With a graceful drift, Hai Mingwei parked her car, and Li Mobai swiftly hopped in. To his surprise, the music playing inside was his own compositions, Courage and At Least There Is Still You, among others. He was so familiar with these songs that he instinctively began to hum along. As someone who had thoroughly investigated Li Mobai, Hai Mingwei recognized his creative talent. It puzzled her at times. How could such a young student possess such profound sentimentality, almost like an old man? Yet, she had to admit, these songs were indeed remarkable, and she personally cherished them. "Could you share how you wrote these songs?" she inquired, as she gracefully turned the car around. "It's just a flash of inspiration." And then the words flowed effortlessly. Li Mobai replied nonchalantly. What else could he say? He couldn't possibly reveal that he was reborn with memories from a past life. That would surely have Hai Mingwei questioning his sanity. Astute as she was, Hai Mingwei could discern the evasiveness in his tone, yet she wasn't one to pry into others' privacy. If he chose not to share, so be it. Li Mobai was curious why she had summoned him so late at night. Had she encountered some troublesome situation? In his presence, Hai Mingwei appeared considerably more relaxed and was open about her feelings. She mentioned that she had encountered a repugnant individual and was feeling a bit irritable, which prompted her to seek him out for a distraction and a chat. Li Mobai's first thought was that it must be a man. Is it someone from a blind date? With your beauty and prestigious background, any man would surely have thoughts about you, he remarked calmly. Is it true that all men have thoughts? What about you? You're a man, don't you have any thoughts? She playfully scrutinized him, causing his heart to race. Was she trying to tempt him? He had to remain steadfast. He was a respectable virgin. I'm still young, not fully developed. He stammered. Ha. Not fully developed? You've made my day. She laughed heartily, her joy infectious. The mature woman felt as if her tears were about to burst forth in laughter. It was simply too amusing. Chapter 96. The mature woman invites for barbecue, and you owe me a favor. Li Mobai shamelessly declared that his development was still incomplete. Standing nearly 6 feet tall and weighing 160 pounds, his physique was all muscle. How could one possibly claim that he had yet to fully develop? What a lack of shame. If it were anyone else making such audacious remarks in front of Wei, the mature woman would undoubtedly have turned her back on them long ago. Who did he think he was joking with? She was a queen. Yet, Li Mobai was an exception. In Wei's eyes, he possessed a unique aura that allowed him to jest and express his feelings without reservation. Having encountered a scoundrel that left her feeling disgusted and irritable, she decided to seek him out for a chat. The mature woman rolled down the car window, and the gentle summer breeze wafted in, soothing the agitated Li Mobai. Upon hearing her words, Li Mobai's first reaction was to recall a phone call she had received that day. If all went as expected, it was likely from the same person. He merely clicked his tongue, refraining from commenting. This was a personal matter, and Li Mobai respected the privacy of others. It was inappropriate to pry into matters that were not his concern. Seeing that Li Mobai was not at all gossiping piqued Wei's interest. This young man certainly knew how to maintain boundaries. He appeared quite experienced in matters of the heart. "I'm hungry. Do you have any culinary recommendations?" the mature woman inquired, elegantly tossing her hair. This fellow was undoubtedly a seasoned food enthusiast, seeking advice from him regarding delectable dishes which surely yield good results. Li Mobai replied, "Well, at this hour, I recall a barbecue stall that serves delicious food. Would you mind?" It was evident that the mature woman was quite disciplined and placed great importance on healthy eating. Though barbecue was undeniably delightful and satisfying, it was also laden with oils and salts. If Wei had any reservations, no matter how scrumptious it was, Li Mobai would not recommend it. However, to his surprise, the mature woman seemed inclined to indulge today and expressed her willingness to give it a try. Just turn right up ahead, at Shaoyang Barbecue. The sleek black car came to a smooth halt at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. The busy proprietor, upon seeing the car, was somewhat astonished. Did such a significant figure truly come to dine at his humble establishment? The aroma of barbecue wafting through the air made Li Mobai's mouth water. Shaoyang Barbecue held nostalgic memories for him. The lamb skewers and large chicken wings were simply divine. As a child, the scent alone would leave him in a daze, unable to move forward. Unfortunately, his family had not been well off, and he could only afford to buy 1 or 2 skewers to satisfy his cravings, unable to indulge fully. Today, however, was a rare opportunity for a proper feast. Wei was pleased with the ambience of Shaoyang Barbecue. After all, it was a storefront and far superior to the roadside stalls found in food streets. "Please come in. What would you like to eat?" The owner displayed remarkable perceptiveness. Wei's presence clearly indicated that she was no ordinary individual. "You choose, order whatever you like. Today it's my treat," Wei generously declared. Li Mobai exclaimed, "Oh, that would be quite embarrassing." Li Mobai spoke courteously, yet his actions were undeniably bold. "Feel free to order lamb skewers, beef tendon, lamb kidneys, and chives. If someone is treating, why refuse?" He was in a phase of growth, desperately needing to replenish his nutrients. The merits of barbecue aside, it certainly provided sustenance. It wasn't an everyday indulgence. An occasional feast was quite delightful. Sipping chilled beer with friends while savoring barbecue and discussing life was a great pleasure. Particularly, the grilled pork belly was exquisite, sizzling with oil, seasoned with cumin and chili powder. One bite, and he felt that life, in all its essence, was indeed about such simple pleasures. The elegance, beauty, and innate grace radiating from Wei prompted the owner of Shaoyang Barbecue to recognize her as a distinguished guest. Thus, he chose the cleanest spot and attended to her with great hospitality. He even brought over skewers ordered by other patrons, offering their finest ice-cold beer and freshly squeezed juice, both of exceptional quality. Li Mobai yearned for a cold beer. After all, barbecue was best enjoyed with beer. However, he remained cautious and first inquired about Wei's preference. "Whatever you drink, I will drink too." Wei opted for juice, and naturally, Li Mobai followed suit. To his surprise, the taste of the bayberry juice was delightful. He quickly finished an entire bottle. Even the discerning Wei, after taking a sip, acknowledged it was indeed freshly squeezed. When the barbecue arrived, Li Mobai wasted no time, devouring the food with the ferocity of a tempest. At his age, he could eat heartily, reminiscent of past days when he was a mere boy, living in less favorable economic conditions. Even after a full meal, he could consume dozens of late-night snacks without a hint of discomfort. His favorite pork belly was devoured in 4 or 5 skewers, truly a gratifying experience. In contrast, Wei was more restrained. She had hardly eaten that evening, despite her fondness for Zhou Xinjia's imported steak, as her appetite was lacking. The results of the college entrance examination were imminent, and one could only assume that students were overwhelmed with anxiety, unable to focus on food. It seemed rare to find someone like Li Mobai, who could still indulge so freely. Li Mobai exclaimed, "Indeed, confidence is essential. By the way, if you hadn't mentioned this, I might have forgotten. Didn't you promise that if I got into a prestigious school, you would grant me a request?" Wiping the grease from his mouth, he recalled their agreement. Hai Mingwei replied, "Yes, I acknowledge that. However, the condition is that you must succeed." Her expression indicated a degree of skepticism regarding Li Mobai's capabilities. Li Mobai bristled at her doubt. "How could you underestimate me? Who am I? A reborn individual, a child of destiny. If I cannot achieve top honors, then perhaps I should reconsider my path. Rest assured, just think of how you will admire me," he asserted with unwavering confidence. Hai Mingwei responded, "Very well. The top 10 schools. If you can gain admission, I promise to fulfill any request you may have." Li Mobai picked up a piece of pork belly, glanced at the alluring woman across from him, and suddenly found that the meat no longer held its appeal. Hai Mingwei, with her graceful figure and exquisite beauty, emanated a regal aura that was simply breathtaking. The slightly loose black ensemble failed to accentuate her curves, yet it added an air of intellectual elegance, distinctly setting her apart from more flamboyant women. A true beauty requires not only looks, but also an exceptional demeanor. And Hai Mingwei embodies both attributes. It is the substantial heritage of her family that has nurtured such a confident young woman. Chapter 97. The elegant lady is taking me for a drive. Li Mobai gazed at the enchanting figure before him and, in a moment of distraction, found the barbecue less enticing. Of course, this was also due to having eaten quite a bit already. The freshly squeezed juice was quite refreshing. Li Mobai was somewhat perplexed by Hai Mingwei's remarkable lineage and her presence in the small town of Qinzhou. It seemed bewildering. One could understand her being in Zhonghai City or Jinling City, but to find her in the modest city of Qinzhou was rather puzzling. What potential for development could this place possibly offer? It was unclear how it could benefit Hai Mingwei's career, regardless of societal advancement or the promotion of gender equality. One must concede that women still hold a relatively weaker position in society. The path to success for women is often fraught with more challenges than for men, and Hai Mingwei is no exception. Although her family's influence serves as her greatest advantage, it does not elevate her to an extraordinary status. Li Mobai recalled that in his past life, she eventually achieved the position of deputy governor in Jinling. While this would be a remarkable accomplishment for an ordinary individual, for Hai Mingwei, it might seem rather commonplace. Upon this reflection, Li Mobai couldn't help but shake his head slightly. "Why are you shaking your head?" Hai Mingwei inquired, noticing his peculiar gesture. It's nothing. I'm just a bit excited about university life," Li Mobai replied, maintaining his composure while fabricating a response. The elegant lady paused momentarily before adjusting into a more comfortable position. "Indeed, it is something to look forward to. It will be a brand new chapter in your life." "Which university did you attend, Mingwei Jia?" Li Mobai asked curiously. "Yanda," she answered. Understood. My apologies for the interruption," Li Mobai replied, momentarily taken aback before tactfully changing the subject. Yanda, the second-ranked institution in the nation, placed Hai Mingwei at the pinnacle of academic excellence. Although Li Mobai held a strong confidence in his own abilities, he felt uncertain about surpassing her. The little fellow's flustered demeanor amused the elegant lady. Having been cherished and pampered since childhood, Hai Mingwei possessed a strong sense of control, though not to an unhealthy extent. She enjoyed discerning the thoughts of others, and among her peers, there were few she could not see through, Li Mobai being a notable exception. She found this young man rather intriguing, possessing a certain level of skill. After indulging in barbecued delights, Li Mobai felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The pleasure of a full stomach was truly delightful. Initially feeling gloomy and quite displeased, Hai Mingwei's spirits remarkably lifted as she watched Li Mobai devour a mountain of skewers. Li Mobai seemed destined to be a food vlogger of this era. "Do you have any plans for the evening? I'm willing to accompany you." With his appetite satiated, Li Mobai felt invigorated, believing he could easily stay awake all night. Hai Mingwei mused, if it were 20 years from now, there would surely be countless places to enjoy, where one could revel until dawn without a care. Yet, at present, there really aren't many legitimate venues for late-night fun. Li Mobai's words left Hai Mingwei in a quandary. Should she let him return home? It appeared to be the best choice, yet she was reluctant, desiring to spend more time with this young man. "Won't your family worry if you don't come home tonight?" the alluring woman inquired. Li Mobai replied nonchalantly, "Oh, what is there to worry about? I'm grown up now. Am I to be afraid of being abducted by human traffickers?" He patted his sturdy chest with a carefree demeanor that made Hai Mingwei unable to suppress her laughter. Indeed, it would hardly be worthwhile for a trafficker to abduct him. He could easily consume them into bankruptcy. The charming woman retrieved a 50 yuan note to settle the bill. In a typical household, they could scarcely afford to sustain someone with such a hearty appetite. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Li Mobai suddenly felt an urge to drive. Although cars were still a rarity, with the swift economic development of Minghua, it would not take long for the number of vehicles to multiply exponentially in under a decade. In 20 years, it was likely that around 60 to 70% of families would own a private car. The societal challenges of that time would revolve around parking issues. The problems arising from excessive private vehicle ownership would be endless. Truly, it was beyond anyone's imagination that Minghua could develop at such a breathtaking pace. It felt as if one moment, they were enviously eyeing others' cars, and in the next, there were so many vehicles that parking became a dilemma. If Li Mobai were to proclaim, "Fellow citizens, in just a few years, every household will possess a car," it would likely earn him the label of a madman. Men generally have an innate fascination with machinery. Even children dream of speeding in little cars, let alone middle-aged men like Li Mingwu. Why are boys' toys typically airplanes and cars, while girls' toys are dolls? This is deeply ingrained in our DNA. In his previous life, being bedridden had rendered him incapable of driving. In this life, he still lacked a license. As for his father, Li Mingwu cherished his Santana as if it were his lifeblood, forbidding anyone from touching it. Li Mobai, unable to drive, would never allow his son to lay hands on the car. Watching Hai Mingwei's graceful driving made Li Mobai undeniably envious. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Feeling the intensity of Li Mobai's gaze, Hai Mingwei felt a surge of delight within her. She believed that this little fellow had finally awakened, recognizing the allure of beauty. Li Mobai exclaimed, "No, I wasn't looking at you. I was admiring the car. I want to drive too," he said in a deep voice. Hai Mingwei chuckled softly, nearly bursting with indignation upon hearing his words, as her previously self-absorbed demeanor faltered. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Trying to provoke me? Just because I don't assert myself, you think I'm a sickly cat?" When the proud woman discovered that her striking beauty held no sway over Li Mobai, her temper flared, and she was easily inclined to react impulsively. "Don't get angry. Don't get angry. He's just a young lad. I shouldn't stoop to his level." After silently reciting a calming mantra several times, she managed to quell her anger. For a competitive woman, the more you disregard her brilliance, the more determined she becomes to prove her worth and let you know of her charm. "Can you drive?" Hai Mingwei inquired with a teasing smile. Li Mobai replied, "Not yet, but I have great potential. I can learn," he declared with confidence. "Great. There's a training car at the traffic bureau. Would you like to give it a try?" she provocatively suggested. Li Mobai's spirits soared at once. "Absolutely. This is serious business. I was just planning to find a driving school this summer to practice for my license. If I could train through Hai Mingwei's connections, that would be perfect." With the gentle evening breeze and the quiet of the night, it was undoubtedly the ideal time to practice driving. The mere thought of it made Li Mobai's heart race, as if he were already seated in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel.